A howling gale drove bean-sized raindrops against the glass, drumming out a sharp, crackling sound. It was already late autumn, yet a typhoon had actually made landfall over the Magic City. As soon as quitting time arrived, all the company's employees clocked out and dashed home, leaving the entire floor of the tech department deserted, except for Jiang Nan. It was not that Jiang Nan was devoted to his work. He also wanted to rush home before the wind picked up. It was all his own damned fault. Out of sheer habit, right before clocking out, he had carelessly opened an unread message on the corporate messenger. The moment the tiny text beneath that message changed to read, Jiang Nan's phone vibrated almost without pause. Nan bro, brother, you're my real big bro, help me out. This client is an old partner of our company. Everyone else I messaged didn't respond. Only you are still at your post. On the other end of the line was a colleague from a branch office in another city. I really did bring this on myself, Jiang Nan thought in annoyance. Look, what you're describing wasn't in the original requirements. If the client insists on that, effect operations and product have to coordinate it and go through the normal change request process. Jiang Nan's tone grew a little impatient. Outside, the rain intensified. The gale scraped along the office building with a sharp, piercing howl, thunder growling now and then as sheets of lightning split the sky. His colleague pleaded, Nan bro, think of something. I know this is an unreasonable demand, but the client is worked up. He says if it isn't resolved today, he'll file a complaint against me. It's not that I won't help you. Everyone else has already gone home. Even if I could hack together the feature right now, I can't deploy it to production alone. I don't have that kind of authority, you get that right. Jiang Nan's voice softened. Nan bro, help me out. My performance this month is already on the brink. If I get one more complaint, I'll be packing my things and leaving. Big bro, have mercy on your little brother. At those words, Jiang Nan fell silent. The economy had been poor these past 2 years. Many employees in non-core departments had been laid off. His heart softened a little. He checked the real-time weather on his phone. The wind was currently at level 7 and would not reach level 9 for another 3 hours. Putting together a quick, stripped-down version of the feature should not take too long. As for that nonsense about not having permission to deploy, that was just something you told outsiders. Rules were dead things, people were alive. As a seasoned corporate veteran, Jiang Nan had quietly saved the accounts for every role in the automated deployment pipeline from testing to approvals, achieving truly agile releases, as agile as one could possibly be. Jiang Nan quickly said, all right, wait a bit. I'll put in an emergency request for temporary permissions and help you handle it for now. Next week, have your manager send a formal requirements email to the product manager. I knew it, Nan bro, you're the most righteous of them all. Next time I come to headquarters, dinner's on me. Once he decided to do it, he acted at once. Pulling a branch from the production repository, Jiang Nan's fingers flew across the keyboard as he modified the relevant code. An hour and a half later, Jiang Nan finally pushed the temporary feature to production. After calling the branch colleague to confirm it worked, he packed up his things, grabbed his umbrella, and headed downstairs for home. By the time he rode the elevator down, it was already 8 o'clock. Only one of the several doors in the lobby remained unlocked. Jiang Nan had to strain to push open a narrow gap and squeeze through, walking straight into the raging storm. Damn! The umbrella he had just opened was immediately flipped inside out by the wind. Jiang Nan turned it sideways to shield his body, but his face had nowhere to hide, and he could barely breathe as the gale slammed into him. The torrential rain fell like beans, and the spray that exploded from the pavement, when viewed askance, resembled countless crystal-clear butterflies of water. Jiang Nan clearly had no leisure to appreciate such scenes. All he wanted was to cut through the curtain of rain and reach the subway. The subway entrance was a little over 100 meters from the office tower, yet every step of that short distance was a struggle. In barely more than a minute, not a single part of Jiang Nan's body remained dry except his chest. Even his back was soaked through. At last, the subway station was almost within reach. Jiang Nan quickened his pace, preparing to make one final dash. Just then, a blinding bolt of lightning tore through the night, a vertical pillar, like heaven's own punishment, descending from above, and struck Jiang Nan dead on. Jiang Nan felt a numbing jolt run through his entire body as his vision went utterly white. In that instant, he understood he had been hit by lightning. My life is over, and I just spent $1 million to marry my wife, flashed through his mind. That fleeting thought was all he had time for. In the startled gaze of the clerk at a nearby 24-hour convenience store, a living, breathing man vanished into thin air. Bzzz. A continuous ringing filled his ears. Darkness, pure absolute darkness. Walala ula ula walla. As his hearing gradually returned, Jiang Nan became aware of a chorus of voices around him. His consciousness slowly resurfaced, yet everything before his eyes was still pitch black. He could see nothing at all. I'm alive, that's what matters, he thought. I was probably saved by some good Samaritan. Ding. Detecting dimensional traveler. System initialization commencing. A genderless synthetic voice rang out directly from the depths of Jiang Nan's mind. Still puzzled, he felt his vision at last begin to recover. The world before him brightened bit by bit. He discovered he was lying on a circular platform above, which hung a great ring emitting a cold pale light. Is this a hospital? Jiang Nan turned his head to scan his surroundings. Nearby stood several people in matching uniforms who looked like researchers. They were staring at him, expressions mingled with delight and astonishment. Behind them stood an elderly man with gray hair and beard dressed in a white lab coat. His brows were knit tightly as he stared at Jiang Nan, lost in thought. Jiang Nan still had no idea what was going on and dared not speak rashly. He simply locked eyes with the old man in the lab coat. Who are you? The old man finally asked. Where's this? And who are you? Jiang Nan countered. By rights, he should be in a hospital. If they needed to register him, the first question ought to be his name and information. Yet from this old man's attitude, he did not seem like any sort of benevolent doctor. The old man snorted coldly, his hawk-like eyes fixing on Jiang Nan. Gale. Everyone here calls me Dr. Gale. This is my research institute. Now it's your turn to tell me. Who are you? A research institute. Had he been brought to some facility that thought people struck by lightning had research value and planned to cut him open for study? Nervousness tightened in Jiang Nan's chest, but the situation was against him. He could only answer, my name is Jiang Nan from Zhongzhou. You're from Zhongdu. Dr. Gale's face lit up with joy. He continued, Zhongdu is at least 6,000 kilometers from here, so the experiment was a success. The assistant beside Dr. Gale cried out in excitement, the transporter is a success. Once we mass produce it, it'll sell like crazy. Dr. Gale, you'll become the richest man on Earth. Dr. Gale's beard twitched as he laughed. Brief really is a genius to have invented something like universal capsules. But when it comes to understanding space, I still surpass him by a margin. Jiang Nan was utterly bewildered. What was this talk of 6,000 kilometers? Was this even the same country anymore? Where on earth had they taken him? Ding. Suddenly the voice in his mind sounded again. Dragon Ball Combat Power System successfully bound. Host Jiang Nan, interdimensional human. Battle Power 5. A system. Jiang Nan's thoughts spun rapidly, linking all the information he had so far. System, other dimension, Dr. Gale, universal capsules. Had he transmigrated? He had transmigrated. While those around him were still immersed in the joy of their successful experiment, Jiang Nan gathered his thoughts and silently called out in his heart, system. I am here, came the reply in his mind. Is this the Dragon Ball world? Yes, the system answered, concise and icy. Am I dead, or have I transmigrated? Or am I in a coma back in my own world imagining all of this? Jiang Nan asked. I cannot comprehend the host's question, the system replied. However, according to my diagnostics, the host is currently a living organic life form. So he really had transmigrated. Jiang Nan felt panic rise. His only remaining thought was going back to the world that had originally been his. He had a compelling reason to return. After years of dogged persistence, after paying a 3,000 yuan bride price and buying his future brother-in-law an apartment in the county, the goddess of his dreams had finally been moved and agreed to marry him. They had gotten their marriage certificate only a few days ago. I want to go back. System, think of a way. Answer, I do not possess dimensional traversal capabilities. Then is there any way for me to obtain the ability to cross dimensions that you mentioned? No sooner had he asked than Jiang Nan suddenly recalled that in the Dragon Ball world, once combat power reached a certain level, one could tear open the dimensional barrier. Most vivid in his memory were Majin Buu and Gotenks ripping open a dimensional passage to escape the hyperbolic time chamber. That is a possibility. As soon as the thought arose, the system confirmed it, validating Jiang Nan's guess. Good. There was hope yet. Only then did he remember to ask about the system's abilities. So system, what can you do? I am a combat power system. I can measure the combat power of all life forms. My primary function is to double the host's combat power every year. Double every year. You mean I'll only have a battle power of 10 next year and 20 the year after? Correct. As an engineering major, Jiang Nan knew this was absolutely a bug-level system. Though combat power would increase slowly at first, the further it went, the more terrifying its effect would become. But that premise held only if he survived long enough. If this Dragon Ball world matched his memories, then this old fellow Gale was anything but a good person. What year is it now? Jiang Nan asked. Answer, I have only just activated and am temporarily unable to access external information. He decided not to think that far ahead for the moment. Do you have any starter packs, lucky spins, or similar rewards for newcomers? No. Any kind of system shop? No. With no other choice, Jiang Nan withdrew from his thoughts and focused on the immediate problem of getting out of the research institute. He jumped down from the circular platform and took a few cautious steps forward. "Honored Dr. Gale," he said carefully, "I've long heard of your great name. It is truly my honor to meet you in person today. Now that the experiment is over, may I leave?" Dr. Gale was in good spirits, but he still could not be sure whether the transporter was genuinely successful or only worked on people with special physiques, so he sidestepped the question. "Here is what we'll do," he said. "Stay at the institute for a few more days. I need to examine whether your body suffered any abnormalities during transmission. Once I'm sure you're healthy, I'll arrange a plane to send you back to Zhongdu." The assistant beside him, Fett, caught the implication between the lines. He chuckled. "Mr. Jiang Nan, our doctor truly has your best interests at heart. Rest easy and stay for now. Come with me. I'll take you to the restroom." Fett looked to be a brown-haired Caucasian man in his 20s. He was not tall, half a head shorter than Dr. Gale, and plump besides. Whenever he spoke, his eyes narrowed into slits above a constant smile, giving others an unpleasant feeling. On the way to the restroom, Jiang Nan did think about running. But several researchers followed behind him, and if he was not mistaken, the objects hanging from their belts were handguns. They brought him to a room. Though calling it a room was generous, prison cell was more like it. There were no windows, only a bed and a set of table and chairs. Even in the corner, a surveillance camera hung unblinking. Before leaving, Fett stationed 2 researchers at the door to stand guard, snuffing out any thought of escape. Jiang Nan lay down on the bed. The slats were a bit hard, but this was no time to seek comfort. Propping himself against the headboard, he began to think. He did not understand why such a world existed, but the universe was full of unknowns. Even in his original world, no one could clearly explain in what form the universe truly existed. This was not the time to agonize over where he had come from or where he would go. The most important thing was determining whether his life was in danger. According to his memories, Dr. Gale ought to be working for the Red Ribbon Army, researching androids and weapons of mass destruction. So why was he now studying transporters and even planning to mass produce and sell them? Could it be that this Dr. Gale had not yet joined the Red Ribbon Army? His hand drifted unconsciously to his pants pocket, and to his surprise and delight, he found his phone still there. Apparently, Dr. Gale and the others had not searched him while he was unconscious. Jiang Nan rolled over, as if merely changing position, in fact angling his body away from the surveillance camera. Without drawing attention, he slipped the phone out. As expected, the phone showed no service. But even in another world, the photos of his family stored on it could comfort him psychologically. This was spiritual sustenance, something he could not afford to lose. To conserve power, Jiang Nan powered the phone off and tucked it into an inner pocket of his clothes. Once he escaped, he would figure out how to solve the charging problem. Meanwhile, in another laboratory, Dr. Gale and his researchers were busily preparing for the next round of experiments. Jiang Nan's appearance from nowhere proved that a spatial channel had been opened. Therefore, by adjusting the parameters, they should be able to send a person out through the transporter. One experimental subject donned protective gear and slung a satellite phone over his shoulder. With trepidation, he stepped shakily onto the circular platform. At Dr. Gale's command, the experiment began once more. The halo above the platform glowed with a ghostly white light humming softly. Under the eager gazes of Dr. Gale and all the researchers, absolutely nothing happened. Unwilling to accept it, Dr. Gale pressed the start button again. Still no reaction. Silence. Forcing down his irritation, Dr. Gale consoled himself. In scientific research, failure is the norm. We've already succeeded halfway today. This is a milestone leap. You're absolutely right, Dr. Fett said. To have preliminarily verified the feasibility of the technology in just 1 month, being able to learn from a top scientist like you is the greatest honor of my life. Dr. Gale's beard trembled. Prepare for the next experiment, he said. Go and bring that Jiang Nan here. This time he goes on the platform. Jiang Nan was brought back to the laboratory again, and this time Assistant Feet roughly fastened a positioning ring around his neck. Within just a few minutes, Jiang Nan had already pieced together the cause and effect, but all he could do was pin his hopes on Dr. Guy Luo's teleportation experiment truly succeeding so that he might seize a chance to escape alive. Unfortunately, things went against his wishes. Dr. Guy Luo soon discovered that the teleporter still produced no reaction at all to Jiang Nan. Although they still had no idea why Jiang Nan had been teleported here all the way from Zhongdu, 6,000 kilometers away, it was obvious that if the device could only randomly and uncontrollably transport people rather than carry out targeted transmission, then it could only mean one thing: this teleporter was yet another failure. Could it really be related to his physique? Jiang Nan noticed the gaze in Dr. Guy Luo's eyes growing increasingly vicious as he stared at him, and he could not help but howl inwardly, System. Save my life. Use any method you have. The host is requested to find his own solution. Dr. Guy Luo exchanged a look with Feet and said, take Jiang Nan to laboratory no. 3. I'll go make preparations first. A bloodthirsty excitement flashed through Feet's eyes as he ordered the researchers to escort Jiang Nan to laboratory no. 3. Within moments, several staff members had stripped Jiang Nan naked and strapped him onto a dissection table. Dr. Guy Luo, now dressed in medical protective gear, walked in and took a pile of instruments from the sterilization cabinet. Jiang Nan tilted his head for a look and was greeted by scalpel, saws, forceps, and clamps, all gleaming with cold silver light. They were going to vivisect him alive. At this point, there was no room left for restraint, and Jiang Nan began to spill everything about himself. Dr. Guy Luo, I have something to say. In truth, I am not from this world. Your experiment succeeded. I came from another, MMPH. Assistant Feet shoved a piece of gauze into Jiang Nan's mouth. Patting his cheek, he said with a squinting smile, don't get so worked up. Once Dr. Guy Luo finishes studying your body, the teleporter will be perfected. You're looking forward to that too, aren't you? You're sacrificing yourself for the cause of science. Look forward to your damn sacrifice. Jiang Nan's throat let out a hoarse roar. What kind of hellish world was this that he was going to be butchered the moment he arrived? What a useless system. Other people who transmigrate get grand starter gifts and boosted physiques. If that was too much to ask, it could at least grant him instant teleportation and send him away. Truly a trash system. A trash system. As he watched Dr. Guy Luo's scalpel pressed against the skin of his abdomen, blood was already beginning to seep along the blade's edge. At that life or death instant, a beautiful female researcher in a tight uniform walked in. She glanced at the completely naked Jiang Nan on the dissection table, then leaned in close to Dr. Guy Luo's ear and whispered a few words. Tell them to wait a while. I'll go over after I finish this experiment, Dr. Guy Luo said. But just as he prepared to bring the scalpel down again, he suddenly paused and muttered, I should go take a look first. Assistant Feet stared in astonishment as Dr. Guy Luo removed his gloves and peeled off the protective gown. Doctor, what about the dissection experiment? He asked. Put it on hold for now. I'm going to meet a guest, Guy Luo replied. Perhaps I could continue in your stead, Feet suggested. Dr. Guy Luo refused flatly. No, this kid's body definitely possesses some unique qualities. I need to study him carefully. It must be my own hand on the scalpel. Watch over him. Don't let him be scared to death, he added. Feet bent his back and nodded in assent, then watched Dr. Guy Luo and the female researcher Duosi leave. His gaze viciously gouged across the seductive sway of Duosi's hips, his throat working with a hard swallow. Dr. Guy Luo arrived at the reception room, where two men were waiting. One was a tall, dark-skinned young man with thick lips standing to the side. Beside him sat a short, stout, middle-aged man with red hair, a cigar pinched between his fingers. Major Blake, it's a pleasure to see you. May I ask who this gentleman is? Dr. Guy Luo took the initiative to inquire. Major Blake was a federal officer who was rumored to have joined some organization. He had visited Dr. Guy Luo multiple times before extending olive branches. Major Blake nodded in greeting. Hello, Dr. Guy Luo. This is General Ruid. The seated General Ruid let out a deep laugh. I am Ruid, chairman of the Red Sash Society. I've come today to formally invite you to join our Red Sash Society. Dr. Guy Luo had no interest in their sort of organizations or alliances. As one of the foremost scientists on Earth, he held himself in extremely high regard and was unwilling to associate too much with people driven by political ambition. He declined politely. Thank you for your kind intentions, General Ruid. As you can see, I am a devotee of science. What I enjoy doing each day is research and invention. I have no time to join any club of yours. Ha ha ha. General Ruid was not the least bit offended. He pulled a bank card from his pocket and slapped it onto the table with a crisp smack. There are 1 billion on this card. As long as you're willing to join us. The corner of Dr. Guy Luo's eye twitched violently. 1 billion. His love for science was genuine, but unlike a pure inventor, he conducted research precisely to amass greater wealth for himself. Sensing the fish had taken the bait, General Ruid upped the stakes. As long as you're willing to work for me, that billion is only an appetizer. Money, women, status, whatever you want you shall have. Dr. Guy Luo forced his emotions under control, dragged his gaze away from the bank card, and asked, Can you tell me your objective? Objective, General Ruid chuckled. Naturally, to overthrow the Earth Federation and conquer the entire world. The decision-makers in the Federation are fools to take orders from that man who calls himself a king. A love of peace. Without absolute ruling power, talk of peace is a joke. This world has always been the domain of the law of the jungle. Wolves should eat meat, dogs are only fit to eat filth. The strong ought to trample on the heads of the weak. General Ruid's tone was wildly arrogant. So what is it you want me to do for you? Dr. Guy Luo asked. General Ruid exhaled a slow plume of smoke. The doctor and I have crossed paths once before. At an academic exchange 3 years ago, I found your topic at the time very intriguing. 3 years ago? You mean the artificial warrior concept? Dr. Guy Luo suddenly understood. He went on, that was only a theoretical conjecture. So far I've verified it only on lab mice. To conduct human trials would not only require enormous expenditure, but in the short term it would be extremely difficult. I have all the money and time I need. General Ruid cut him off. If 1 year is not enough, then 5. If 5 are not enough, then 10. I never expected to conquer the world relying solely on artificial warriors. Dr. Guy Luo was slightly taken aback. Then what is it? Brushing ash from his cigar, General Ruid said, if it were only about conquering the world, I already command soldiers brave enough for the task. But you should know the hardest part is maintaining order after one has seized control. Other organizations might rise up to overthrow my Red Sash Society. So I need an even more terrifying trump card in my hand, something that will strip all humanity of even the faintest courage to rebel. The wild confidence in General Ruid's words stirred up towering waves in Dr. Guy Luo's heart, and in a flash a grand ambition arose within him. For Ruid to reveal his intentions so casually was the height of folly. If the day ever came when artificial humans were successfully created, the one who truly sat upon the throne of dominion would be none other than Dr. Guy Luo himself, while all that General Ruid had invested would merely become a wedding robe woven for another. Suppressing the wild joy in his heart, Dr. Guy Luo pretended to ponder before saying, in that case, I am willing to cooperate with you, General. That is excellent news. General Ruid exclaimed, springing to his feet. Additionally, Doctor, I have one more impertinent request, Ruid added. Before the artificial humans, I'd like you to develop a batch of weapons of mass destruction for me. Naturally, I will pay extra. Deal. Later, General Ruid proposed that Dr. Guy Luo relocate with him to Baidu to rebuild the research institute there, a sparsely populated region where the federal police would be less likely to discover them. In view of General Ruid once again grandly producing a generous relocation fund, Dr. Guy Luo accepted cheerfully. They agreed to depart in 2 days, with General Ruid arranging transport planes to pick them up. After leaving behind 2 bank cards, General Ruid departed. In high spirits, Dr. Guy Luo instructed his assistant Duosi to summon several trusted confidants to the conference room. Once everyone had arrived, Dr. Guy Luo gave a general outline of the plan to move to Baidu. After listening, the core researchers all expressed their willingness to follow him. With such a vast research budget, who would not want to live the good life at the doctor's side? As for the dangers of opposing the Earth Federation, the pitiful weapons of the federal forces were hardly worth mentioning. Even if they were one day captured by the Federation's agencies, at worst, they would serve a few years in prison. After all, the death penalty had long been abolished. Take a gamble, and a bicycle might become a motorcycle. While everyone was in high spirits, Assistant Feed asked, Doctor, what about our teleportation project? Shut it down. We have no time to waste on such petty tinkering, Dr. Guy Luo said dismissively. And that Jiang Nan. If you hadn't mentioned him, I would have almost forgotten. Keep that kid. His physique may indeed be special. He might serve as a test subject for the artificial human program. Before human trials formally begin, you will be responsible. I'll take charge of him, the beautiful female assistant Duosi suddenly interjected. Oh, Dr. Guy Luo lifted an eyebrow. Duosi gave a charming smile. We're moving to Baidu this time, and I have quite a lot of things to bring along. I need a beast of burden. Very well, I'll leave him to you, Dr. Guy Luo said carelessly. Off to the side, however, Assistant Feet was grinding his teeth in fury. In Feet's mind, this big-busted, empty-headed woman Duosi had clearly taken a fancy to Jiang Nan. Had she not noticed his own charm? Aside from being a bit more handsome than him, having a slightly better figure, and being a little more impressive, in that regard, in what way was Jiang Nan superior to him? Jiang Nan was still lying naked and locked onto the dissection table. Hearing approaching footsteps, his heart began pounding chaotically again. He was going to die, he was going to die. Oh heavens, would someone please save him? But the person who entered was the same beautiful researcher from before. Duosi placed a collar around Jiang Nan's neck, then released the locks binding his hands and feet. With that collar on, you cannot move more than 1,000 meters away from me. If you do, it will discharge an ultra-high voltage current and kill you. Now put your clothes on, Duosi explained. Temporarily spared from death, Jiang Nan stepped down from the dissection table, his legs feeling weak. He had no idea what would come next, but the instinctive joy of having survived left him with a favorable impression of this woman. This phenomenon is known in psychology as the suspension bridge effect. In tense or stimulating situations, a person's physiological arousal is misattributed as a flutter of the heart toward those nearby, creating a fleeting illusion of affection. For example, when a man wants to pursue a woman, if he invites her to go running, ride roller coasters, or watch horror movies together, the chances of success rise dramatically. Duosi went on, "From now on you belong to me. Don't get the wrong idea. You're nowhere near enough to make me swoon over you. From here on you'll work under me. I don't care where you came from or what you've experienced before. None of that matters. From now on, whatever I tell you to do, you will do. Understood?" Jiang Nen slipped on his coat and assumed a humble posture. Understood. As long as he did not die, everything else was negotiable. Endure he had to endure. Only by staying alive could there be hope. Following Duosi to her break room, Jiang Nan was assigned to sort and pack all the documents on her workbench while she went into the inner room to rest. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Don't be stupid and try to hurt me while I'm asleep," Duosi said, tapping her own fair neck with a fingertip. "The device on your neck recognizes my voice. If I so much as shout, or if I die, it will kill you." Under another's eaves, one had no choice but to bow one's head. Jiang Nan understood well the wisdom of bending and stretching as circumstance required. He replied obediently, "I understand, Lady Duosi." Duosi was taken aback for a moment at this form of address, then rolled her eyes at him with languid charm and gave a soft snort. Smooth talker. But Jiang Nin could see that Duosi was pleased by the title. After watching her retreat into the inner room, he began to organize and pack the materials as instructed. As a sciencey and engineering type, and thanks to the system's automatic adaptation to local language and script, Jiang Nin could read what was written in those documents, though truly understanding them was far more difficult. Even so, he could tell that Duosi's position as one of Dr. Guy Luo's trusted aides rested on real ability. Scattered across the desk were many of her handwritten equations, intricate and abstruse formulas that no one without deep knowledge could have produced. By now, Jiang Nan had also come to terms with his situation. Since he had arrived in this world, he might as well accept it for the time being, survive first, talk about the rest later. Perhaps one day he could rely on Dragon Balls to return to his original world, or if his combat power reached a certain level, achieve dimensional travel on his own. For now, all that mattered was staying alive. When Dasis emerged from the room, Jiang Nen had already packed all the documents from the workbench into boxes. He was now diligently wiping the empty bench with a towel, as if eager to impress. Dasis had changed clothes. She wore a white t-shirt paired with gray denim shorts and sandals, her golden wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, her expression languid and effortlessly captivating. So much so that Jiang Nan was momentarily spellbound. Yet he quickly snapped out of it, resuming his task with focused diligence. Not out of exceptional self-restraint, but because as a married man, he had long cultivated the habit of averting his gaze from what was not his to behold. Dasis, however, paid it no mind, and she was long accustomed to scrutiny. Jiang Nan's efficiency pleased her deeply. Hiring him onto her team had indeed been a sound decision. "Pause your work. We're having dinner." With that, Dasis strode out of the lounge, first Jiang Nan following closely behind. The Institute's cafeteria occupied the second floor, offering an all-you-can-eat buffet. Jiang Nan held his tray and trailed silently behind Dasis as they selected their meals. The cuisine bore striking resemblance to what he remembered from his former world. Its variety whetted Jiang Nan's ravenous appetite. Several staff members dining nearby pointed discreetly in their direction, yet Dasis ignored them entirely, guiding Jiang Nan to an unoccupied table. Jiang Nan in turn kept his head low, striving to remain inconspicuous. "Dasis, what a coincidence." Fate, her assistant, approached with tray in hand. Frowning at Jiang Nan, he sneered, "Go sit in the corner. You dare sit here wearing that dog collar." "That fat fool." Jiang Nan cursed inwardly. "A gentleman bides his time for vengeance. Just wait, you'll see." Yet despite his fury, he obediently rose to leave his seat. Suddenly, a sharp, crackling jolt surged through his neck. Electricity arced violently across his body, sending waves of searing pain that collapsed him back into his chair. "Acting without authorization, that is your price." Dasis's voice pierced his ear, cold as glacial frost. This punishment had come directly from her hand. So this woman wasn't so virtuous after all. Jiang Nan thought bitterly, sweat beading on his brow. Fate, however, caught the veiled rebuke, and humiliated let out a snort before stalking away. "I'm not singling you out," Dasis murmured softly, "but consider this a lesson henceforth. Obey only me, or Dr. Gallo." She then placed a piece of meat onto Jiang Nan's plate. It dawned on him at once. He was merely collateral damage in a celestial clash between two titans. Such scenarios were commonplace in Jiangnan's past professional life, when senior leaders vied for influence. Subordinates often served as convenient stepping stones. His prior promotion to team leader had followed precisely such a sacrifice, taking blame for a superior's misstep. Yet in that world, bearing the brunt meant little more than reprimands or minor performance deductions, not full-body electrocution. After dinner, with no further tasks assigned, Dasis dismissed Jiangnan to rest in his quarters. As they passed his room, Jiangnan hesitated, then blurted, "Lady Dasis, speak." He paused, uncertain, then faltered, "Nothing. Goodbye." He'd intended to ask her the current year, to anchor himself temporally, then deduce the unfolding future. But at the last moment, he bit back the question. Reason warned him, trust no one, especially not a woman as brilliant as Dasis. Her earlier warmth had been convincing, yet that electric shock revealed her ruthless edge. Jiangnan reminded himself gratitude born of near-death survival was mere hormonal illusion. In this alien world, his deepest secrets must remain locked away. For now, survival was paramount. Stay hidden, stay alive. Only by surviving could he ever reclaim agency. As for what year is it? That would wait. Time, after all, belonged to those who endured. The next day brought no assignments from Dasis. She granted him full autonomy. Even the Institute's gate guards ignored Jiangnan upon seeing the collar around his neck. After several cautious tests, he finally stepped beyond the Institute's threshold. Dr. Gillo's Institute stood within a metropolis of the Dragon Ball world, a realm structured around 5 great capitals and dozens of secondary cities. These capitals, east, west, south, north, and central, governed subordinate cities which in turn administered smaller towns. Jiangnan currently resided in the western capital. Before him rose the western capital, skyscrapers like colossal titans piercing the clouds, roads winding like serpents beneath ceaseless streams of vehicles. The Institute bordered a bustling commercial district where pedestrians, mostly fair-skinned, blue-eyed individuals, strolled along the sidewalks. Jiangnan knew well. The western capital was the technological and economic heart of the Dragon Ball world, its scale dwarfing even the most formidable megacities of his former life. Vehicles on the streets mirrored those of his old world, four-wheeled, grounded. Clearly levitating wheelless transport remained unrealized. Small aircraft skimmed low overhead. Jiangnan gaped. These were unmistakably jet-powered, yet their bulbous fuselages defied aerodynamic logic. Where he wondered was the elegance of airflow theory. Cautious not to stray too far, fearing the collars ones of intermeter tethered to Dasis, he circled only the Institute's perimeter. Just as he turned to return, a convenience store caught his eye, and he entered. As expected, every food package bore an expiration date. By cross-referencing these dates across multiple items, Jiangnan triangulated the precise current year. Year 736, a month of September. Son Goku, the Dragon Ball world's central hero, would be born in year 737. Thus, this was the very year of his conception. The world itself still nascent, newly formed, and Jiangnan had arrived at its fragile dawn. Note: according to Bird Studios' official chronology, Son Goku was born on November 1st, year 737. Jiangnan mentally recalculated Son Goku's legendary journey would commence in year 748, when he turned 11. His combat power, a mere 10. A power level of 10 sufficed to effortlessly block firearms and other conventional weapons, whereas Jiangnan at this moment likely surpassed 20,000. Assuming the timeline remained intact, the coming years would bring the Demon King Piccolo, revitalized, terrifying, wielding a power level of 260, only to confront Jiangnan's staggering 3200. When Frieza declared with crushing authority, "My power level is 5300," on Namek, Jiangnan would have already transcended the Super Saiyan threshold. Excellent. Magnificent. Jiangnan exulted, inwardly summoning system. "I am present. Activate the combat power detection system." He issued the command, and instantly new data overlaid his vision. Glancing toward passers-by, he saw numbers hovering above each head. Most pedestrians registered combat power levels between 2 and 5. Only 1 or 2 exceptionally broad-shouldered men reached 6. The numbers shifted color by relative strength: green for those below Jiangnan's level, yellow for those matching his own 5, and red for those exceeding it. An elegant risk assessment protocol built into the system. Buoyed by elation, Jiangnan hummed a tune as he strolled back toward the Institute. Passing the gate, he glanced at a guard's sidearm, and curiosity stirred. "System, why does this guard still register 5? Don't weapons augment combat power? I detect only the innate combat power of living beings. And what of androids or robots?" He pressed. Any entity possessing autonomous consciousness and a biological life cycle qualifies as a life form. So it was. With this ability, Jiang could now navigate danger with unprecedented foresight. Just outside his lounge, the crisp tap-tap-tap of high heels echoed, rare among the Institute's few female staff and unmistakably Dosis's. I've secured you a nanoscale thermal suit. Tomorrow we depart for the northern capital. It's bitterly cold there. Jiang turned, then froze struck dumb. Above Dosis's head blazed a vivid crimson number. 97. What sorcery was this? She was a scholar, not a brawler. Wasn't persuasion her domain, not punches? A vivid image flashed in his mind. Dosis, sleeves rolled up mid-abate, pummeling her opponent into submission. What are you staring at? Dosis frowned. Jiang hurried to recover. Forgive me, Lady Dosis. I was utterly transfixed by your breathtaking beauty. Flattery pleased most women, and though Dosis knew her own allure, few dared compliment her so openly. Flustered, she thrust the thermal suit into his hands and retreated swiftly. 97. A formidable level surpassing even Son Goku's pre-Karen Tower pre-Sacred Water training, his first World Martial Arts Tournament incarnation. Who would have guessed this seemingly ornamental woman possessed both scholarly mastery and martial prowess? By the system's annual doubling rule, Jiang would require 5 years to eclipse her strength. 5 years. What would those years hold? Would he truly remain bound for half a decade? His mood darkened instantly. He recalled Dosis's words, Northern Capital. So Dr. Galo had already made contact with the Red Ribbon Army. That vast, frigid expanse offered little cover and fewer chances to break free. Dr. Galloway took only a handful of trusted personnel to Baidu. The rest of the researchers were dismissed after receiving severance pay. The transport aircraft arranged by General Reed arrived on schedule, descending vertically onto the open courtyard behind the Research Institute. Today, Doss wore a long coat over a deepered form-fitting thermal suit, lightweight, yet exceptionally insulating, designed to minimize heat loss without inducing discomfort. Beneath her coat, Doss's elegant silhouette shimmered faintly. From the moment they boarded, Fight kept stealing glances at her. Noticing this, Jiang tactfully retreated to an unoccupied corner, wisely avoiding awkward entanglements. The aircraft ascended with remarkable smoothness, akin to a silent elevator ride, and its cabin boasted exceptional soundproofing, shielding passengers entirely from the roar of the engines. Jiang seized the opportunity to scan every occupant in the cabin, including Dr. Galloway, and found that aside from Doss, all others possessed merely average human combat capability. A suspicion stirred within Jiang, and did Doss conceal some extraordinary secret? His imagination spiraled into a grand espionage drama, a federal female operative embedded deep undercover. Just as the narrative reached its most perilous climax, the agent captured the radiant officer poised on the brink of unspeakable torment, when abruptly the aircraft began its descent. Doss too noticed the change. She gazed out the window to behold an endless expanse of snow, pristine, silent, and utterly detached from the known world. Baidu was vast, the largest continental landmass on Earth, perpetually locked in frigid cold, its sparsely populated terrain epitomizing the phrase vast land, few people. Human settlements clustered predominantly in Baidu's southern regions, farther north only scattered hamlets dotted the frozen wilderness. Looking downward revealed a sprawling military base, modern in architecture, abuzz with ongoing construction, its scale rivaling that of an entire town. The aircraft landed smoothly. As the hatch opened, the group disembarked to find Major Black awaiting them, tall, imposing, leading a disciplined line of soldiers. He strode forward immediately to clasp Dr. Galloway's hand. Dr. Galloway, your journey must have been arduous. Allow me to escort you all to your new accommodations first. General Reed has also prepared a welcome ceremony this evening. Major Black spoke warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, Dr. Galloway led his team forward while Jiang lingered at the rear, discreetly scanning the red-cord soldiers within his field of vision. A fledgling organization radiated vitality, evident at once. These soldiers, clad in thick tactical uniforms, bore resolute expressions and moved with seamless discipline and unwavering precision. Their average combat rating hovered around 7, higher even than the Earth Federation police Jiang had encountered in Shidu. Major Black himself registered a staggering combat rating of 76, long plumes of white vapor exhaled rhythmically from his nostrils, and though dressed only in a formal suit, he showed no sign of discomfort in the biting cold. With such formidable physicality at a rating of 76, Jiang stole another glance at Doss ahead, wondering truly how she achieved 97. Doss sensed the gaze upon her. She turned, golden hair whipping wildly in the wind, strands cascading untamed from her brow to the curve of her lips, radiating effortless allure. Truly magnificent. Their eyes met. Jiang Nan startled, flushed with embarrassment, and hastily looked away. Das let out a soft, dismissive tsk before turning back without another word. Jiang Nan resumed, speculating about Das's identity. At their first meeting, he'd assumed she was Dr. Galloway's glamorous assistant, perhaps even his lover. Yet closer observation revealed Galloway to be a pure scientist and ruthless visionary. His gaze toward Das held no trace of personal desire. Was she his daughter? Unlikely. Their features bore no resemblance. Moreover, Jiang Nan recalled that Galloway had once had a family, but long ago became a solitary, austere man. Could she truly be a spy? As Jiang Nan drifted deeper into conjecture, the group arrived at the residential compound prepared for them by General Reed. General Reed had spared no expense. Each guest received a private villa set apart, in serene seclusion. The largest and most prominent villa naturally was reserved for Dr. Galloway. Soldiers carried in his belongings, and he departed contentedly to inspect his new residence. Following the principle of courtesy to women, Das selected first. Though the villas shared identical layouts, their exteriors varied subtly in ornamentation. She chose one adjacent to Dr. Galloway's, the others followed suit. When all researchers had made their selections, Jiang Nan stepped forward, hoping to claim a villa of his own. "Hey, pretty boy, what are you doing up here? Do you actually think one's meant for you?" Fat Fight sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. Seeing Major Black's puzzled expression, Fight explained, "Sir, this young man isn't a researcher. Not even close. Strictly speaking, he's little more than a menial assistant. I suggest assigning him to barracks with the soldiers. No need to waste resources." Major Black hesitated. All present were guests, General Reed's honored guests. How could he possibly relegate anyone to the enlisted quarters? "Jiang Nan, why are you crowding in while others choose homes?" Das interjected, ignoring Fight entirely. With a graceful wave, she added, "Grab your things. We'll go inspect mine together." She paused, a faint, enigmatic smile lifting one corner of her lips. "Our new home." Jiang Nan understood instantly. Snatching Das's luggage from a soldier's hands, he hurried after her into the courtyard. If glares could kill, Fight would have devoured Jiang Nan down to the last bone. Why? Why her favor? Why him? Was Das blind? Fight's face darkened. In his mind, Jiang Nan was already condemned to death. That pretty-faced wretch. Just wait. Once Dr. Galloway's artificial human experiment begins, you'll be my very first subject. Das's villa rose 3 stories high. The entire 3rd floor comprised a single expansive bedroom, complete with a private terrace, naturally designated as her personal domain. Jiang Nan's room occupied the 2nd floor. Possessing few personal effects, he concealed his power-down phone beneath the bed before descending to the ground floor to arrange Das's research materials on the newly installed workstation. Upon finishing, he returned to the living room to find Das reclining languidly on the sofa, cradling a steaming cup of coffee. A vintage record player murmured soothing melodies from the corner as she sipped serenely. "Madame Das, everything has been arranged." Jiang Nan stood respectfully beside her, posture stiff and deferential, as if reporting to a corporate CEO. Das closed her eyes slightly and hummed softly, then parted her lips. "Sit." Jiang Nan obeyed instantly, hands folded neatly on his knees like a dutiful schoolboy before his teacher. He had no choice. Das was by far the most powerful individual Jiang Nan had ever encountered. Her fingertip alone could likely crush him without effort. "Madame Das, thank you for stepping in just now." She was his sole lifeline for the foreseeable future. Clinging tightly to her protection was imperative. Without it, Fat Fight's malicious schemes would surely multiply. Das offered no reply. Jiang Nan sat in awkward silence, motionless, speechless, until moments later she set down her cup and fixed him with a calm, penetrating gaze. "You seem remarkably unconcerned." Jiang Nan hastened to flatter, "With Madame Das's protection, how could I worry?" She tilted her head slightly. "I mean, having vanished from Zhongdu and arriving here in this forsaken place, you feel no anxiety for your family?" Her question struck a quiet chord. Jiang Nan's expression softened, tinged with sorrow. "In this world, I have no family." Lies came easily to the tongue, but eyes betrayed truth. Das read in his gaze longing, melancholy, and a quiet, hard-won acceptance. She knew he spoke honestly. For a moment words failed her, silence stretched again before she finally said, "Come here." Jiang Nan rose and approached. Uncertain of her intent, he leaned in slightly when she repeated, "Closer." Assuming she wished to speak privately, he bent forward obediently. Das raised her hand and pressed several times against the collar encircling Jiang Nan's neck. A sharp metallic click echoed, then it sprang open. Yes, Madam Doss. Jiang Nan harbored his own calculations, secure Doss's favor, earn her protection, and survive 5 years. Then at last he could begin the I don't eat beef arc. Time flowed like a silent river. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. After the new research institute was completed, Dr. Gallo led his team in developing next-generation weapons of mass destruction, firearms, and artillery, whose destructive power far surpassed earlier models. Once mass production and deployment began, the Red Silk Society formally reorganized itself as the Red Silk Army and launched its rebellion against the Earth Federation, beginning with a decisive uprising in the northern capital. The Red Silk Army marched with unshakable morale, each soldier fearless in the face of death. They crushed Federation forces relentlessly until nearly the entire northern capital fell under General Reed's control. 2 years of war had taken a heavy toll on the Red Silk Army. General Reed, now promoted to Marshal Reed, ordered a full strategic consolidation. All external expansion ceased. In response, Federation troops withdrew from the northern capital, and a truce was brokered between Marshal Reed and the monarch residing in the central capital. Peace returned to the world, but everyone knew it was fragile, merely a pause before the next storm. The Earth Federation, too, began quietly amassing strength, preparing for the inevitable resurgence of conflict. Over these 3 years, Jiang Nan and Du Si coexisted like colleagues bound by professional hierarchy. Haunted by memories of his family in his original world, Jiang Nan remained steadfast in his principles. Living under the same roof as the stunningly beautiful Du Si, yet constantly reminding himself to suppress any improper thoughts. Jiang Nan possessed exceptional interpersonal skills, forging genuine friendships with many researchers, except notably the rotund Fate. Fate repeatedly urged Dr. Gallo to commence artificial human experiments. Yet Dr. Gallo understood such breakthroughs could not be rushed. Science demanded patience, discipline, and respect for natural progression. Meals must be eaten one bite at a time, paths walked one step at a time. At present, Dr. Gallo had already advanced into robotics development, successfully producing several functional prototypes. His current focus was imbuing machines with emergent self-awareness, a critical stepping stone toward eventual artificial human creation. Jiang Nan participated in numerous R&D projects, often in supporting roles, but absorbed considerable knowledge along the way, aided by Du Si's private mentorship. His motivation was pragmatic, solving the persistent problem of charging the smartphone he'd brought from his original world. That challenge had now been overcome. He had personally engineered a fully compatible charger. In solitude, Jiang Nan would open his phone and scroll through its stored photographs. With time, his memories of his former reality gradually faded. The faces of his parents, Junjun, his friends, growing hazy, dissolving like mist. Forgetting was a terrifying force. It could erase the very foundation of one's past. Jiang Nan's combat capability had reached 40, a milestone he had just attained upon completing his 3rd year in this world. As a man grounded in engineering logic, Jiang Nan fully grasped the staggering potential of his system. Early-stage cultivation of combat strength would exponentially amplify the efficiency of subsequent exponential growth. During his 1st year, he had secretly hoped to train his body, perhaps learn hand-to-hand combat techniques from Red Silk soldiers. Such efforts, amplified by his system, could have yielded extraordinary returns. But surveillance cameras blanketed the institute. An opportunity never came. He tried exercising discreetly indoors, yet such efforts only built modest muscle. His combat capability remained unchanged. Perhaps only systematic cultivation could yield true progress. Discouraged, Jiang Nan abandoned the endeavor entirely. Cultivation, he decided, could wait until he escaped. For the first 2 years, Du Si had barely noticed anything unusual, only that Jiang Nan moved with slightly greater swiftness and grace. She assumed he'd simply picked up minor techniques from Red Silk soldiers. But when his combat capabilities suddenly doubled, from 20 to 40, Jiang Nan himself struggled to adapt. Even cooking became perilous, shattering several plates in rapid succession. One day, while Du Si was away in the lab, Jiang Nan attempted to lift the 300-kilogram tea table in the first-floor lobby, only to be caught mid-effort when she unexpectedly returned. It was then that Du Si first suspected he concealed formidable martial skill. That day, Du Si summoned Jiang Nan to an indoor training arena. She removed her outer coat to reveal a sleek black bodysuit. With practiced ease, she swept her long hair into a high ponytail, her bearing instantly sharpening into something fiercely elegant. Her strikingly long legs stirred an involuntary surge of admiration. "You know some martial arts, don't you? Come, attack me." A jest, surely, though Jiang Nan had no idea when or how. Dusi had trained her combat capability, now stood at 119. To grasp its magnitude, she neared the legendary Peachy Peach, the world's most lethal assassin. My lady, you flatter me. How could I ever raise a hand against you? Jiangnan protested, waving his hands in dismay. Dusi wasted no words. She struck first. Before Jiangnan could blink, she stood before him. Her 2 fingers pressed firmly against his throat. Unbelievably fast. He froze, cold sweat prickling his spine. Was this truly the chasm between 40 and 119? If such power existed at this level, what might millions, or billions, feel like? Why didn't you dodge? The question escaped her lips. Then she realized her error. Jiangnan stared back, expression unmistakably saying, I didn't want to. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear to mask her embarrassment and said, now it's your turn. Attack freely. I want to see your true strength. Eager at last to test himself against a master, Jiangnan hesitated, then faced a new dilemma. Where precisely should he strike? Her face. Impossible. Its beauty felt like divine grace, too sacred to mar. Her chest. The breathtaking swell of her figure made such a target utterly unacceptable, unworthy of a gentleman. Her abdomen. Slender waist, smooth and delicate. Imagining her wincing in pain there left him paralyzed with reluctance. Lower still. Unthinkable. Sensing his hesitation, Dusi needed no guesswork. 3 years of shared life had revealed Jiangnan's nature completely. Don't hold back. I'm stronger than you imagine, and you're likely weaker than I expect. What did you say, weaker? A man may be called inept, but never incapable. Jiangnan drew a sharp breath. Watch out, he cried, and lunged, fist aimed squarely at her abdomen. His physique had long since transcended ordinary limits. His charge resembled a starving tiger's pounce, graceful in form, humiliating in outcome. Dusi raised her leg, planted a precise kick to his chest, and sent him flying over 10 meters. She'd pulled her strike, no injury intended. Yet the condescension of it, the adult humoring a child, ignited Jiangnan's pride. He scrambled up and charged again. This time he flew over 30 meters. As he strained to rise once more, Dusi appeared beside him, her foot pressing down onto his back. With gentle pressure, he collapsed face first, pinned like a turtle on its shell. Having gauged his capabilities, Dusi relented, offering him a hand up. Jiangnan flushed with shame, cursing his system inwardly 100 times over. Others transmigrated with godlike power from the outset, crushing foes effortlessly, reveling in triumph. He meanwhile lay flat beneath a woman's boot, unable even to rise. What a wretched system. What utter garbage. Your technique is surprisingly refined. How did you acquire it? Her praise stung more than any blow. I merely observed red silk instructors. Nothing impressive, truly. My lady Dusi is a peerless martial prodigy. I once believed your beauty unmatched across the world. Yet now I see your martial mastery eclipses even that. My admiration flows like the endless Yangtze River. Flattery poured forth, effortless, unrestrained. Though Jiangnan often praised her so openly, this time, even Dusi blushed. Seizing the moment, Jiangnan voiced a question long held in silence. My lady Dusi, though I've never seen you train, how did you grow so formidable? Dusi gazed at her hands, clenched them slowly, then released. I cannot explain it clearly. It feels innate. I've always surpassed others, and my inner strength continues to deepen with time. Could it stem from familial inheritance? I've never heard you speak of your parents. She paused, then relaxed. Jiangnan was among the few she trusted. It's not that I withhold the truth. Like you, I am an orphan. Jiangnan seethed inwardly. You're the orphan. Your whole family is. Dusi continued softly. My earliest memories are faint. Dr. Gelo adopted me when I was young. Back then he was merely a destitute, disillusioned scholar. Imagine raising a girl alone as a middle-aged man. To me he has been both teacher and father. So, even though I know he has changed, even though I know he enables bloodshed through the Red Silk Army, I cannot oppose him. Can you understand? That explained much: her unparalleled status within the Institute, her immunity even to fate's influence, rooted in this profound bond with Dr. Gelo. It also clarified why, when the young warrior's son Wukong later raised this military base, Dusi possessed the power to intervene, yet chose not to. Peace was her ideal, disbanding the Red Silk Army, her quiet hope. Some duties cannot be refused, not because one approves, but because gratitude binds the soul. Dr. Gelo's nurturing debt compelled her obedience even against her conscience. Yet when his enemies ultimately destroyed the base, she watched in silent neutrality. Jiangnan responded gently. I understand your heart, my lady. I too abhor war, but survival must come first. An ancient maxim comes to mind: when one attains greatness, one shoulders the world. When one remains humble, one perfects oneself. Ducey looked at him genuinely surprised. Then tell me, Jiangnan, if one day you do attain greatness, what would you do? The question struck deep. It was the very dilemma he would one day confront. When absolute power placed him above all others, could he retain his original compassion? I believe, Jiangnan replied, borrowing words from heroic epics of his past life. With great power comes great responsibility. If such strength is truly granted to me, it must be a celestial trust, entrusting me with the duty to shield the vulnerable. He spoke with conviction, yet inwardly acknowledged this ideal rested solely upon his current powerlessness. Human nature is intricate. Absolute power intoxicates. Even the most disciplined soul may falter, seduced not by ambition alone, but by the ceaseless flattery of those who orbit him. When that day arrived, he doubted even his own restraint. At best, he might remain a man who refrained from eating beef, hardly a paragon of virtue. Ducey stood motionless, stunned by his words. With great power comes great responsibility. Long after silence settled, she retrieved her coat and left the training arena. In the conference room of the Research Institute, all researchers, except Jiang Nan, had arrived, and Dr. Gallo sat at the head of the table to preside over the meeting. Let's hear about the progress of the No. 6 robot project. Dr. Gallo directed his inquiry at Feet. Fight's assistant smiled obsequiously at Dr. Gallo and began the report. Doctor, the experiments with the No. 6 robot are progressing smoothly. The functional testing is nearing completion, and all the data from No. 6 has exceeded our expectations. In multiple scenarios, No. 6 can autonomously make the right choices. Very good, well done. Dr. Gallo praised generously. Seizing the opportunity, Feet expressed his thoughts. Doctor, now that our robot development technology has matured, can we start working on the android project? Dr. Gallo gently tapped his finger on the table and said, yes, we can start the preparations. However, the robot project must continue. We cannot fall behind in the process. Let's plan for a timeline. We still have 3 months left this year, during which we must complete the technical feasibility analysis and theoretical verification. Feet then asked Dr. Gallo, what about the candidates for the experiments? Fight's malicious desire to eliminate Jiang Nan had never died. He twistedly believed that only with Jiang Nan's death would Dorse pay him more attention. Dorse was well aware of the ill intentions that Feet harbored. If Dorse's initial decision to bring Jiang Nan under her wing was a moment of impulsiveness, after such a long time of close interaction, the two had formed a tacit understanding, much like longtime friends. Dorse cast a cold glance at Feet, secretly calculating in her mind that if Dr. Gallo truly intended to use Jiang Nan as a test subject, she would privately let Jiang Nan go. No candidates are needed. Unexpectedly, Dr. Gallo offered a different option. As of now, our accumulated experience in the robot project is still too limited. According to my research, the difficulty of human modification is far beyond that of creating autonomous robots. Therefore, our first android should be based on a robot model for modification. Dorse felt relieved, while Feet was unwilling but dared not oppose Dr. Gallo, forcing himself to endure. Dr. Gallo continued, there is another matter to arrange. Since we want to create a powerful android, we need to collect some human combat data to be input into the android's chip in the future. I can handle that, a male researcher wearing glasses volunteered. I have been liaising with the Red Silk military during the weapon delivery phase, and I can collect combat data from them. All right, Mark will collect the military combat data. Mark's proactive behavior was met with Dr. Gallo's approval. Damn it, Mark is stealing the spotlight again, Feet cursed inwardly. Dr. Gallo then said, relying solely on military combat data isn't enough. While the soldiers' combat quality is good, they are trained for war. The combat mode we want to develop for the android should not be so rigid. I have an idea. The World Martial Arts Championship, held every 5 years in Nandu, is set to start in half a month. This is a rare opportunity. I will go. Feet quickly stood up. This was a chance to make contributions, and he could not let it slip away. Seeing Fight's increasingly plump figure, Dr. Gallo's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. He already had someone in mind to go to Nandu and declined Feet. No, Feet, I have other tasks for you. Come to my office later. The meeting is dismissed. Doors stay behind. Once everyone had left, Dr. Gallo asked, I would like you to go to Nandu. Is that all right? No problem. Dorse replied without hesitation. Dr. Gallo revealed a look of relief. He was one of the few who knew about Dorse's special constitution. In her youth, Dorse had demonstrated remarkable strength in front of him, and he had studied her condition, but found nothing unusual. Dorse then said, I want to bring Jiang Nan along. This put Dr. Gallo in a dilemma. He had previously ordered someone to quietly gather Jiang Nan's biological information for research and found nothing special. But why had the transporter experiment been able to teleport Jiang Nan while failing with others? Dr. Gallo also suspected that Jiang Nan's constitution might have some special attributes, and once the seed of doubt was sown, it was hard to erase. Scientific experiments are about pursuing that one opportunity for success amidst 10,000 failures, and Dr. Gallo worried that Jiang Nan might be the key to his success in developing the android. After a mental struggle, Dr. Gallo ultimately decided to let go of Jiang Nan. In his view, if he were to use human modification to create an android, perhaps he had a better candidate in mind, though deep down, he did not wish for that person to be chosen. "Take Jiang Nan with you, but be careful," said Dr. Gallo as he slowly got up to leave. Doris remained seated, uncertain why she suddenly wanted to bring Jiang Nan along. Just the thought of traveling alone stirred an indescribable feeling within her. Doris had a complex impression of Jiang Nan. He always appeared very respectful in front of her, calling her Lady Doris repeatedly, but she could see that there was no fear in his eyes, only a confident equality. This must be said of Jiang Nan. He had inexplicably good relations with the opposite sex since childhood. It wasn't just that he had a handsome face, more importantly, he unconsciously exuded a sense of amiability around women. In the original world, some described this charm as a central air conditioning, which was not necessarily a good term. Because of this charm, Jiang Nan often found himself surrounded by admirers, but ever since he met the goddess Wei Jun, he had become infatuated, focusing entirely on winning her heart while ignoring the other birds and flowers around him. 2 days later, Doris and Jiang Nan embarked on their journey. Officer Blake had prepared a small plane for them and generously gifted Doris a universal capsule, which was a luxury item that was not only expensive, but also in limited supply. Nandu is located in the southern hemisphere of the Earth, characterized by a hot and humid climate that resembles a tropical landscape from Doris's previous life. The venue for the World Martial Arts Championship is located on Papaya Island east of Nandu. Papaya Island is an isolated island surrounded by sea with few residents. Due to the upcoming 19th Martial Arts Championship, this once tranquil island has become lively. On the beach under a sunshade, Doris lay lazily on a beach bed in a bikini, enjoying the sea breeze, while Jiang Nan sat on a nearby beach chair, sipping an ice-cold soda from a glass bottle. While Lady Doris looked, another flying car is coming across the sea, Jiang Nan exclaimed, pointing at the anti-gravity vehicle approaching from the ocean. This type of car is a new product just launched this year by the Universal Capsule Company, clearly a piece of alien technology derived from Dr. Briff's collaboration with the Galactic Patrol. Currently, only the upper echelons can afford such cars. If it weren't for the World Martial Arts Championship attracting many wealthy spectators, Jiang Nan wouldn't have had the chance to see one in person. This was Doris's first time leaving Baidu in 3 years. The hot and humid climate and carefree atmosphere stirred a restlessness within her, as if some wildness was yearning to be released from her heart. "Help me apply some sunscreen," Doris suddenly requested. Jiang Nan looked her up and down, unable to suppress a gulp. This was seduction, pure and simple seduction. Lady Doris applying sunscreen is something only lovers do. Jiang Nan pointed to the other beachgoers. Doris's lips curled into a subtle smile as she raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to be my lover?" "I don't mind at all. What are you afraid of as a big man?" With that, Doris flipped over to lie on her stomach. Jiang Nan decided to be bold. "If you aren't shy, then why should I be?" He squeezed out some sunscreen and began applying it to Doris's back. But the moment he touched her, a wave of heat surged in Jiang Nan's abdomen. The sensation was too good. The silky touch felt like rubbing a piece of translucent jelly, causing Jiang Nan to involuntarily apply more pressure. The atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. Jiang Nan hadn't had intimate contact with anyone of the opposite sex for 3 years. Living with a beauty like Doris every day, to claim he had no thoughts would be lying to himself. No, I must remain calm." Jiang Nan silently recited the Tao Te Ching in his mind. Doris's breath became erratic as she turned over and locked eyes with Jiang Nan, a hint of unusual color suddenly igniting in her pupils. Jiang Nan's mind went blank in an instant, as if he were possessed, and his breath began to quicken. A surge of desire rose from the depths of his heart, uncontrollably wanting to claim Doris as his own. Doris's gaze was mesmerizing, as if she intended to devour Jiang Nan to the bone. The hint of a deep crimson, unusual color in her eyes was gradually brightening along with her rising combat power. 120, a 130, a 140. Just as this moment was about to trigger a cataclysm, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. "What a beautiful lady! Kik kik." The voice was clearly that of a villain. I no respectable person would laugh like that. Abruptly interrupted Jiang. Nan was startled, and reason regained control of his mind, accompanied by a sense of awkwardness as if caught in the act. Not far from them stood a young man dressed only in beach shorts, flanked by two nimble-looking henchmen. This man was strong yet graceful, with well-defined muscles that didn't appear bulky, sporting thick brown hair and a sharply contoured chin resembling a movie star. The only flaw was his dark circles, a sign of being drained by indulgence. "Beautiful miss, my name is Henry. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to dinner." Henry ignored Jiang Nan and directed his invitation at Dorse. Dorse frowned and coldly spat out a single word: scram. Henry, unfazed, continued to introduce himself. "You may not know me, but I am the son of the president of the Silver Wolf Society in Nandu. You must have heard of the Silver Wolf Society. We are one of the sponsors of this martial arts championship." "Never heard of it," Doris replied, uninterested in lingering. She turned to Jiang Nan and said, "A fly has interrupted our enjoyment. Shouldn't we shoo it away?" Jiang Nan was surprised at how Doris's combat power had inexplicably surged again and didn't immediately react, so he instinctively nodded yes. "Then you go," Doris said. Jiang Nan finally realized what was happening. Looking at Henry's combat power, Henry was at 44 and his two henchmen were around 35, while Doris was now a top-tier powerhouse at 147. Why should he, a weakling with only 40 combat power, go and face off against 3 people? It was no wonder that as one of the sponsors of the World Martial Arts Championship, the Silver Wolf Society would recruit experts from each championship. Most of these individuals had the strength of the top 4 in the Martial Arts Championship, making them masters anywhere in the world. However, losing face was not an option. If things went awry, Dorse might step in. With that thought in mind, Jiang Nan stood up abruptly, puffing out his chest in a stance ready to fight. Henry laughed in his unpleasant way, cracking his knuckles, preparing to beat Jiang Nan up. At that moment, one of the henchmen quietly said to Henry, "Young master, many formidable forces have come to the island these days. It seems they aren't giving the Silver Wolf Society any face. They might have some backing, and if we provoke someone we shouldn't, I fear it will be hard to explain to the president." Hearing this, Henry showed an unhappy expression and said, "A strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake. Even if a dragon comes to Nandu, it must behave properly. Why should I let a beautiful swan slip away from me?" The henchman quickly explained, "Young master, there will be plenty of opportunities. First, we need to find out their identities. If this kid is a contestant, we should have our contestant take good care of him during the match. If he is merely a spectator without any background, he..." The henchman revealed a lewd smile, and Henry found the reasoning sound. He took another look at Doris's mind, already imagining her naked on his bed. "Keek miss, until we meet again." With an ill-intentioned grin, Henry led his henchman away. Doris lost interest and headed back to the hotel, while Jiang Nan quickly tidied up his things and followed. In the evening, Jiang Nan was checking the miniature filming equipment he brought to the hotel suite. Tomorrow, after the martial arts competition began, Jiang Nan would sign up to compete. The preliminary selection would take place in an indoor venue accessible only to contestants and their coaches. Duo C sat elegantly on the sofa next to the balcony, gracefully drawing on a lattice cigarette. With a hint of amusement, she asked, "What if you get beaten half to death before you have a chance to surrender? Perhaps I should compete instead, and you can take on the role of coach." According to Jiang Nan's plan, they just needed to sneak into the preliminary venue and capture some footage. When it was their turn to compete, if their opponent's combat power was significantly higher, they could simply forfeit. Jiang Nan analyzed, "That's all right. I have a keen eye for judging people. Well, I can tell who is strong and who is weak at a glance. If I see that my opponent is not someone to be trifled with, I will forfeit before the host announces the start." Duo C chuckled, her eyes twinkling as she looked at Jiang Nan, playfully asking, "A keen eye for judging people? Then tell me, what kind of person am I?" Jiang Nan gazed at Duo C with a serious expression, memories of their ambiguous moments from the daytime flooding his mind as he recalled the past 3 years spent together. He earnestly said, "You are a good person." Duo C's heart trembled. It was this feeling that struck her every time Jiang Nan looked at her with such seriousness. Currently, Jiang Nan did not exhibit the false humility he usually adopted, nor did he appear cautious. His eyes held an indescribable steadiness and confidence, as if he believed that as long as he was present, all crises could be resolved. Duo C couldn't quite understand where Jiang Nan's hidden confidence came from. Clearly, he couldn't even defeat her, so why did she not see any self-doubt in his gaze, but rather a hint of disdain? This confidence was undoubtedly granted by the system. How could he not be confident? After 2 more years of hiding, Jiang Nan would begin the path of the king. Although he had a nemesis feat in the research facility with Duo C protecting him, surviving for 2 years would be a breeze. A good person. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Duo C gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, "What we are about to do probably isn't a good thing. If the artificial humans are successfully developed and Marshal Ruid dominates the world with his arrogant personality, ordinary people's lives will be very difficult, won't they, eh? That's why I said you are a good person. A bad people wouldn't worry about such things. However, there's no need for you to worry too much, my lady. The ship will naturally reach the bridge when the time comes. Once the world is in danger, a savior will appear to rescue it. This is an unchanging rule throughout history." Jiang Nen resumed his act of false humility. Duo C murmured, "A savior, huh? I hope so." The next day, the martial arts competition was finally set to begin, held entirely at the martial arts temple. The competition was divided into 2 days. The first day was for registration and preliminary selection, while the second day was for elimination rounds. This schedule somewhat deviated from Jiang Nan's memory of the plot, but it seemed like a more reasonable arrangement. The registration deadline was set for 10 a.m., and Jiang Nan and Duo C arrived early at the registration site. Today, Duo C wore an extravagant pair of earrings and a beautiful gemstone necklace. These were all miniature cameras specially developed by the laboratory. "Young master, look. It's that girl from yesterday. They also came to compete." A lackey spotted Duo C and hurriedly reported to Henry. Henry had already used his network to investigate and found out that Duo C and her companion had come together and were staying at the Grand View Hotel, appearing to lack any backing. It seemed Jiang Nan had brought his beautiful girlfriend to the martial arts competition, and thus Henry felt unconcerned. Henry instructed, "Go contact the event staff and arrange for that kid and Pabulic to be placed in the same group. Tell Pabulic to spare him a breath. I want him to watch as I enjoy his woman right beside him." Ha ha ha. After registration, a drawing session followed. There were over 180 contestants in total, randomly sorted into 8 groups with over 20 contestants assigned to each group. The preliminary selection took place in the competition hall of Daoming Temple, where 8 platforms had been set up waiting for the contestants to take their positions. As Jiang Nin knew, the battle list was drawn one by one. Contestants with the same number were grouped to fight against each other with successive eliminations until one winner was determined from each group, who would then qualify for the elimination rounds on the second day. The rules were quite simple. A contestant would lose if they surrendered, fell off the stage, or fainted. Furthermore, the event organizers strictly prohibited killing opponents. If an opponent were to die, the contestant would be immediately disqualified and handed over to the World Federation police present for judgment. Since just now Jiang Nen had sensed that someone was watching him with ill intentions. When the battle list was announced, Jiang Nan confirmed his suspicions. He was the first to compete, and his opponent was a bald man who smirked viciously and made a slicing motion across his throat with his hand. This must be one of those damn Silver Dog Club members. As a sponsor of this martial arts competition, manipulating the battle list was a piece of cake. Jiang Nin glanced at his opponent's combat power 69, an expert. This person was also the highest combat power in Jiang Nan's group. "I forfeit." Without any hesitation, Jiang Nan swiftly declared his forfeit. Contestant Pabulic wins. The referee announced loudly, and the bald man was taken aback, then hurled an angry curse at Jiang Nan. "You worthless piece of trash." Jiang Nan remained unfazed. He had surfed the internet for over a decade. Oh, what kind of trolls hadn't he encountered? What harsh words hadn't he heard? Back in the day, Jiang Nan was a master of trolling, but now that the situation was more dire, he treated the opponent's insults as mere barking dogs, thus gaining a psychological victory. Duo C couldn't help but chuckle. She hadn't expected Jiang Nan to forfeit without even stepping onto the platform. She couldn't help but ask him, "You signed up, but didn't want to give it a try. Getting beaten isn't pleasant. Oh, why would I want that?" Realizing his attitude was a bit too laid back, Jiang Nan added, "We've successfully snuck in, and our goal has been achieved. There's no need to engage in futile efforts." Duo C thought about it and agreed with his reasoning, so she dropped the topic. She and Jiang Nan began to watch the matches throughout the venue using miniature devices to record the contestants' battles. Pabulic immediately spread the news of Jiang Nan's forfeit. After learning this, Henry, the young master of the Silver Wolf Club, laughed triumphantly. Now he could be certain that Jiang Nan and Duo C had no background, their abilities were lacking, and he was just a coward. Henry ordered his subordinates to keep a close watch on Duo C and to find an opportunity to strike tonight. Just thinking about humiliating Duo C in front of Jiang Nan made Henry's heart race with excitement. As Jiang Nan had anticipated, the contestant Pabulic from their group emerged as the final winner, smoothly advancing into the top 8 for the elimination rounds the next day. To Jiang Nan's surprise, one of the contestants in the top 8 was someone he recognized, King Choba. According to the plot, he remembered King Choba should have won the championship of this martial arts competition, but among the contestants present his combat power was not the highest, only 72, while the highest combat power reached 81. Did that mean combat power didn't necessarily represent actual strength? Jiang Nan quickly realized that combat power only indicated a person's physical condition, while many other factors influenced the outcome of a battle such as combat experience and luck. For example, Duo C had a combat power of 147, yet it would be difficult for her to defeat the equally matched pushing King Tao Bai. Tao Bai had been through countless battles and was adept at various killing techniques, whereas Duo C lacked combat experience and wasn't fond of fighting. In a duel, Duo C would have little chance of winning. Of course, under absolute strength, all flashy techniques are futile. Jiang Nan silently resolved to lay low and bide his time for a few more years, holding steady and avoiding reckless actions. Should he act recklessly and disrupt the future course of events, leading to powerful enemies like Frieza appearing prematurely, the situation could turn dire. While the martial arts competition was in full swing at the Red Silk Army base in Baidu, in a laboratory of the Gallo Institute, Feet made a shocking discovery. "Doctor, you must see this." Feet hurriedly approached Dr. Gallo, reporting, "Doctor, look at this sample." It was a biological gene sample. Dr. Gallo took it and placed it under the microscope for a careful examination, but saw nothing unusual. Then Feet made a startling statement. "This is a sample from a year ago." "Impossible." Dr. Gallo exclaimed in disbelief and asked Feet, "Are you sure it's from a year ago? Whose is it?" Feet explained, "I was sorting through last year's samples to prepare for destruction when I accidentally discovered this. It's Jiang Nan's biological sample." I was astonished. Normally, cells can only survive for 1 or 2 months outside the human body, even in a laboratory culture environment, yet Jiang Nan's. "I remember now," Dr. Gallo suddenly realized, saying, "Do you recall how long Jiang Nan has been with us?" Feet, who viewed Jiang Nan as a thorn in his side, would not forget this matter, stating, "Doctor, he has been here for over 3 years. Dr. Gallo lightly tapped the table, stating, 3 years. "Even you, Feet, have begun to show signs of aging, but how has Jiang Nan's appearance changed?" "Not at all." "Right," Feet exclaimed, realizing he had overlooked this point. Thinking back, it was indeed bizarre. Dr. Gallo suddenly thought of the artificial human experiment. Jiang Nan was indeed the experimental subject bestowed upon him by heaven. Once he unraveled the mystery of Jiang Nan's body, he could successfully create immortal artificial warriors. Oh no. Jiang Nan went to the South City with Duo C. If he slipped away from her in such a vast world, finding him again would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Dr. Gallo immediately called Duo C, but her personal phone was left in the hotel room, making it impossible to reach her. Though anxious to fly to South City immediately, Dr. Gallo knew that even the most advanced aircraft of the Red Silk Army would take 4 hours to reach South City. Making a grand entrance might instead alert Jiang Nan. There was no choice but to pray that Duo C would respond to him soon. By the time the preliminary selection of the martial arts competition concluded and Duo C and Jiang Nan returned to the hotel after dinner, it was already dark. Duo C finally saw several messages on her personal phone and went to the balcony to call Dr. Gallo back. This world's personal phone, or let's call it a mobile phone, was somewhat like the earliest smartphones from Jiang Nan's era, featuring buttons and screens, even capable of video calls. Duo C placed a video call to Gallo. As soon as the call connected, the screen displayed Dr. Gallo's serious expression. "Thank goodness I've finally reached you," Dr. Gallo sighed in relief, then asked, "Duo C, is that kid Jiang Nan beside you?" Duo C glanced subtly at Jiang Nan, who leaned in curiously to hear what was going on with Dr. Gallo, looking secretive, as if he were hiding something from her. Duo C told a lie. "He's not here, he's in another room." "Great. Listen to me, Duo C, stop what you're doing and return to Baidu immediately. Be careful, absolutely do not let Jiang Nan escape," Dr. Gallo said sternly. Duo C brushed her hair back and asked, "Doctor, what happened?" "The martial arts competition doesn't end until tomorrow, and we only collected battle data from the preliminary selection today." Due to her trust in Duo C, Dr. Gallo did not hide anything and shared today's discovery with her, while Jiang Nan, who was eavesdropping nearby, was left in shock. Even Jiang Nan himself wasn't aware of the issue. He had crossed over to this world at the age of 26. Although he occasionally admired his own appearance in the mirror, he believed it was merely his narcissism, thinking he still looked sunny and handsome. Was there another reason? System. Jiang Nan called out to the system, which he hadn't spoken to in a long time. "I'm here. Since I crossed over, I really haven't aged at all." Responding to the host, you are not a life form of this dimension, so the time of this dimension cannot erode your body, the system replied. This meant that in this time frame, he was immortal. Jiang Nan was unsure whether to feel happy or sad. Immortality was a heavy topic, and he found it hard to accept at once. Without the slightest hesitation, Duo C crushed Pabulix's heart. A more intense sense of pleasure surged through her hands, causing her to roll her eyes uncontrollably, her body trembling slightly. The other 4 Silver Wolf Society henchmen were terrified, kneeling and begging for mercy. It's not our fault, it was all Henry's orders. We were just following orders. Duo C's murderous intent was strong at this moment, not giving them a chance, and in an instant she claimed 4 more lives. At this moment, blood-colored patterns covered Duo C's entire body. Even her face was not spared, and her combat power had astonishingly reached 430. Then she greedily looked toward Jiang Nan, stepping closer to him. From Jiang Nan's perspective, Duo C resembled a female demon emerging from hell, slowly approaching him with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Duo C. Jiang Nan attempted to awaken her. In fact, Duo C had not lost consciousness. She had merely entered a wondrous state she had never experienced before. She easily tore off the specially designed handcuffs on Jiang Nan's hands and feet, pulling him to her chest. Brutality, slaughter, greed, lust. Various negative emotions surged from the depths of Duo C's heart. Jiang Nan, locked in a gaze with her, was captivated by her enchanting red pupils. This gaze proved to be overwhelming. Jiang Nan felt as if he were bewitched, his mind turning blank. Immediately after, an indescribable brutality and lust surged from his heart. He violently tore apart Duo C's clothes while she eagerly embraced him, and they both fell onto the soft, undulating waterbed. The subsequent events were lengthy and dull. To avoid wasting the reader's time, I won't elaborate further. By the time they regained consciousness, it was already late at night. The strange patterns on Duo C's body had vanished, her pupils had returned to their original green, and she nestled tightly in Jiang Nan's arms, savoring this final moment of warmth. The only flaw in the scene was the presence of several dismembered corpses in the room, which somewhat ruined the atmosphere. Jiang Nan, from today you are free. I will explain to Dr. Gallo that you died at the hands of the Silver Wolf Society. Duo C said, her tone somewhat reluctant. Jiang Nan's emotions were complex. Duo C was kind-hearted and righteous, yet she wasted her great life alongside Dr. Gallo. He asked her, why don't we leave together? Depart from Baidu, and then you can live the free life you long for. Duo C's eyes revealed a longing, but then a hint of sadness flashed through them. Doctor has raised me. I cannot abandon him. Please do not make it difficult for me. Jiang Nan no longer insisted, but said, then give me some time. I will come to find you in Baidu. Duo C's expression turned tense, and she spoke with a forced bravado. Do not come. We should not see each other again. If I see you again, I will personally kill you. Jiang Nan remained silent, only contemplating his plans for the coming years. Duo C got up from the bed, picked up the sapphire necklace from the ground, and gathered the pieces of her torn clothes. After inspecting them, she went to the wardrobe to find a clean set of clothes. Don't think that just because you have my body I will like you. Don't be so self-delusional. Maybe in a few days I will forget you altogether. I am leaving. Remember what I said, do not appear before me again, Duo C said coldly. Jiang Nan did not respond. He could tell that Duo C was speaking insincerely, but he was still too weak, dragging her down everywhere, and his strong pride prevented him from saying anything more. Duo C walked to the terrace. The night was deep, and the sea in the distance reflected the moonlight with the beach glimmering in silver. Just as Duo C was about to leap off, she paused and looked deeply at Jiang Nan, saying, Jiang Nan, take care. Take care, Jiang Nan finally responded. Duo C revealed a smile like a blooming rose and then vanished in a few blinks. Jiang Nan did not linger and searched the room briefly before fleeing from that place of turmoil. Henry's mansion was right next to the beach, and the servants had their own resting area. Since Henry feared being disturbed, he had sent the servants to rest early, and the events in the room did not alarm anyone else. Utilizing the system's detection function, Jiang Nan easily avoided the outer guards and safely escaped from the mansion. After escaping, Jiang Nan still felt uneasy. By tomorrow morning, the tragic state of the mansion would be discovered. At that point, the Silver Wolf Society would realize that the prince had met with an untimely death, which could send the entire island into chaos. The urgent matter was to leave this small island. The plane he arrived on was in Duo C's possession. Since they had parted ways, Jiang Nan felt no reason or courage to return and seek Duo C's help. The island also had an airport, but the identification prepared for Jiang Nan by the Red Silk Army was still at the hotel. Without identification, he could not purchase a plane ticket. Clearly, that identification could no longer be used. Since he intended to disappear, he needed to sever all ties with the Red Silk Army, though otherwise it would be easy for Duo C to slip up upon her return. If the Red Silk Army learned of his whereabouts through those ticket purchases, he would still be in grave danger. At that moment, Jiang Nan spotted a cargo ship slowly sailing across the distant sea. It was a ship traveling between Nandu and Papa Island delivering supplies to the island. Following the beach, Jiang Nan searched until he finally found the port where the cargo ship was docked. There were some workers unloading goods. Jiang Nan hid in the shadows for a moment, and seeing the ship emptying, he quietly and stealthily jumped aboard, hiding in an inconspicuous corner of the cabin. Papa Island gradually shrank from Jiang Nan's view, and a sense of relief at escaping began to bloom in his heart. With this departure, he felt as if the sky was high enough for birds to fly freely and the sea wide enough for fish to leap. As dawn approached, the sea had already begun to brighten, and looking at the fiery red sunrise, Jiang Nan could not help but feel a surge of heroism reciting a line. The rock spreads its wings in the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Silver Wolf Society, huh? Though the instigator has already perished, I have not avenged myself with my own hands. One day I, Jiang Nan, will crush the Silver Wolf Society myself. In reality, forgetful Jiang Nan quickly forgot about the Silver Wolf Society. Meanwhile, in the distant Baidu, Dr. Gallo was analyzing the experimental results when someone hurriedly ran in to report, Dr. Gallo, Duo C is back, and the situation is dire. Dr. Gallo's heart raced. He quickly followed his subordinate to the medical room. Upon entering, he saw Duo C on the hospital bed, tattered and covered in blood, her breathing unstable. According to the guards at the helipad, Duo C had just gotten off the plane and collapsed on the ground, looking as if she had gone through a difficult struggle. Duo C, can you hear me? Dr. Gallo anxiously shook Duo C. Duo C struggled to open her eyes, desperately grasping Dr. Gallo's hand and thrusting a necklace into his palm, weakly saying, Dr. Jiang Nan. He is dead. As if struck by a thunderbolt, Dr. Gallo's mouth fell open in disbelief as he pressed on. Why did Jiang Nan die? Who did it? Duo C stammered out a few words, Silver Wolf Society. After saying this, she fell into unconsciousness. Filled with overwhelming rage, Dr. Gallo took the necklace-shaped miniature camera back to the Research Institute's screening room to view the video footage. Before long, the sound of Dr. Gallo's furious roar echoed from the screening room. Silver Wolf Society, I want you to disappear from this world. At the top of a magnificent building in Nandu, a business negotiation was underway. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man with short silver hair, dressed in a suit. Although impeccably dressed, the scar on his face told of an extraordinary past. At this moment, a refined middle-aged man hurriedly approached the silver-haired man and whispered, Chairman, something has happened to Henry. Hours later, the silver-haired man arrived at the mansion. Looking at the bloodstain on Henry's chest, he showed no sign of deep sorrow. The man was none other than Carlos, the chairman of the Silver Wolf Society. Henry was his youngest son, and also the most useless one, who spent his days indulging in wine and women. His death did not grieve Carlos. He merely felt humiliated that someone had dared to brazenly kill his son in the Nandu region. Chairman, we have found a lead. The refined middle-aged man approached to report the situation. He was Misa, Carlos' advisor. Misa said, one of the subordinates mentioned that young Master Henry encountered a lady 2 days ago and planned to date her last night. The lady was accompanied by a young male competitor from the martial arts competition named Jiang Nan. Carlos said viciously, inform the subordinates to find them for me and bring their heads to me. Additionally, what were the servants in the mansion doing? The master is dead, and they are unaware. Dump them all into the sea to feed the fish. At that moment, Carlos's phone suddenly rang. He impatiently answered the call. This is Carlos. What is it? Are you the chairman of the Silver Wolf Society? The voice on the other end was calm and collected, which infuriated Carlos. It's me. I am Blake, the deputy officer of the Red Silk Army. I am calling to inform you that your son has offended someone he shouldn't have. One of my friends is very angry about this, so. Blake deliberately left a cliffhanger. Upon hearing the threat, Carlos's tone turned cold. So what? Do you think the Silver Wolf Society is easily intimidated? Blake chuckled politely. You misunderstand why I am not here to threaten you. I am here to inform you that the Red Silk Army has taken note of this debt, and we may have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Carlos, filled with rage, smashed his phone to pieces and vented his anger by kicking Henry's already lifeless body several times. The cargo ship docked at a small port town along the eastern coast of Nandu. Taking advantage of the commotion, Jiang Nan leapt ashore unnoticed and vanished from the harbor without a trace. Jiangnan had been traveling nonstop, and his stomach growled with hunger. By noon, he spotted a restaurant, ordered a set meal, and settled into a quiet, inconspicuous corner to feast heartily. In moments, he devoured a croissant, swallowed an entire beef pie, and drained a milkshake, his belly now full. As he leisurely digested his meal, he began plotting his next steps. A troubling thought suddenly struck him. The smartphone he had brought with him through the dimensional crossing remained behind in Baidu, hidden inside a hollowed-out, unremarkable book on the shelf of his old room. That phone was his anchor, a wellspring of solace and memory. Scrolling through its photos reminded him of home, reinforcing his unwavering resolve to return to his original dimension. For now, retrieval was impossible. He would have to wait several years before returning to the Red Silk military headquarters to reclaim it. His only fear was that Doris, clearing out his abandoned belongings, might discard the device without a second thought. Suddenly, Jiangnan smacked his forehead. Of course, the Dragon Balls. Why hadn't he thought of them sooner? Gathering them could summon the eternal dragon who might just grant his wish to return home. Relieved of his earlier anxiety, Jiangnan's mood lightened. Before leaving the restaurant, he bought an ice cream and strolled idly through the town, savoring its charm and absorbing the local flavor of Nandu. His casual wandering gave him a rough sense of the world's economic landscape. The unified currency across the Dragon Ball universe was the federal credit. Judging by job postings outside storefronts, the town's average monthly income hovered around 300 credits, meaning Jiangnan faced no immediate survival concerns. When Doris had brought him to Nandu, she'd given him 200 credits as pocket money. Last night's thorough looting of Henry's manor had added over 100 credits to the small backpack slung over his shoulder, alongside several pieces of jewelry whose value he had yet to ascertain. As Jiangnan wandered aimlessly, a black sedan slowed and began tailing him. Inside sat 4 men. The passenger scanned Jiangnan intently, repeatedly cross-referencing his face with a photograph on his phone. "Is this really him?" the passenger asked. A young man with crimson-dyed hair rolled down the rear window, studied Jiangnan closely, and replied with mounting excitement, "Yes, it's definitely him." Beside him lounged a young woman with smoky eye makeup and a nose ring, her expression brimming with smug triumph. "See, I told you, he's the one the Silver Wolf Syndicate has put a 1,000,000 credit bounty on." She nestled against the red-haired youth, looping an arm around his neck as she cooed, "Rog, once we collect the reward, let's move to Shidu, shall we?" The driver, a man with a close-cropped buzz cut, glanced dismissively at the woman in the rearview mirror. To him, she was merely a fleeting diversion, soon to be passed among the Syndicate's underlings once Rog grew bored. Did she truly believe Rog would marry her? What utter folly! Rog had his own ambitions. Though he ruled a local gang in this sleepy town, he longed for greater influence. And fate, it seemed, had just delivered opportunity straight to his doorstep. Just hours earlier, the Silver Wolf Syndicate had activated its entire network to issue a bounty for a man named Jiangnan. At first, Rog assumed such high-stakes affairs were beyond his reach, until the very target appeared within his own territory. The reward itself meant little to him. What he craved was a debt of gratitude from a Silver Wolf Syndicate elder, access to elite circles, of foothold among Nandu's upper echelons, carefully cultivated until he ascended into their ranks. Jiangnan finally noticed the car trailing him. Initially unconcerned, he sensed none of its occupants posed any real threat. Their highest combat rating stood at a mere 7. Yet persistent surveillance suggested ill intent. "Boss, he's coming this way," warned the hoodie-clad man in the front passenger seat. Jiangnan strode directly to the vehicle, bent slightly at the window beside Rog, and peered inside with a faint, enigmatic smile. "What exactly do you want with me?" None dared move. Why would a man under such a massive bounty behave not like a hunted fugitive, but like a provocateur stepping boldly into the lion's den? Rog, accustomed to commanding presence, pulled a cigarette from his jacket, placed it between his lips. The nose-ringed woman hurried to light it. He inhaled deeply and exhaled a plume of smoke straight into Jiangnan's face, preparing a sneer. Crack! Jiangnan's open palm slammed across Rog's cheek, sending a spray of blood and 2 teeth splattering onto the woman's face. Who did he think he was bluffing? A pathetic weakling rated at 7. The hoodie-clad man in the front seat yanked a matte black pistol from the glove box, flicked off the safety, and fired. Bang! 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 Jiangnan sidestepped the bullets with effortless grace, while the confined space amplified the gunfire into a deafening, disorienting assault upon the occupants. Nearby pedestrians screamed and scattered. One even dialed emergency services, before Jiangnan seized the door handle, wrenched it open despite the lock, shoved Rog deeper inside, and slid smoothly into the rear seat. The hoodie man froze. Anyone capable of dodging bullets wasn't someone he, or anyone like him, could afford to antagonize. No wonder the Silver Wolf Syndicate had invested so heavily in capturing him. The nose-earringed woman shrieked in terror, until Jiangnan cast a single glance her way, prompting her to clamp both hands over her mouth. Drive to the west side of town. Jiangnan sprawled casually across the back seat, issuing orders with unshakable authority. The buzz-cut driver glanced at Rog, whose left cheek swelled grotesquely, blood trickling from his split lip. Too afraid to provoke Jiangnan further, Rog snapped, "What are you staring at? Didn't you hear him? Drive." The car sped out of the town, racing westward along a straight, empty highway. Without Jiangnan's word, the driver dared not stop. Rog, terrified of reawakening Jiangnan's wrath, pressed himself closer to the nose-earringed woman, who sat paralyzed, breath held tight, already imagining herself slaughtered in some remote, nameless stretch of wilderness. Jiangnan broke the silence. "Who sent you after me?" Rog clutched his swollen jaw, mumbling thickly, "No one sent us. We're just—" "Enough noise. What gibberish is that?" Jiangnan cut him off irritably, then pointed at the woman. "You speak." A quiet thrill surged within Jiangnan. Over 3 years in this world, years of powerlessness, had ended. Now at last he was the one holding the reins. A silent, triumphant laugh rippled through him. Though Jiangnan's current combat rating stood at 40, Rog and his crew fell far short. Even calling them insects would flatter their insignificance before him. Trembling, the nose-earringed woman stammered, "Elder brother, please, it's got nothing to do with us. It's the Silver Wolf Syndicate. They issued the bounty for you. So soon. Their response time exceeds my expectations." Jiangnan paused, then asked, "What kind of organization is the Silver Wolf Syndicate?" "They're one of Nandu's most notorious underworld factions, easily ranked among the top 5 in the entire city," the woman blurted. "No, top 3, interjected the hoodie man from the front seat. The hoodie man, evidently talkative, couldn't resist adding his 2 cents. Rog shot him a venomous glare, and the man instantly shrank back, silent. Jiangnan chuckled softly, "Relax, no need to fear. I'm no flesh-eating demon. Go on, speak freely." The hoodie man continued eagerly, "The Silver Wolf Syndicate dominates casinos and nightclubs, virtually monopolizing Nandu's entire nightlife industry. Its leader Carlos rose from the gutter, carving his path upward with sheer grit. Legend says he once shattered the dominant gang of District 37 using nothing but a machete, earning instant infamy." His voice rose with fervor, eyes gleaming with admiration, while Jiangnan listened in quiet, knowing amusement. Street-level thugs always idolized raw physical prowess, passing down embellished tales across generations. But Jiangnan knew better. To become a true syndicate overlord demanded not brute force alone, but cunning intellect and magnetic charisma, or one would remain forever a sacrificial pawn in others' power games. "Through what channels did they issue the bounty?" Jiangnan asked. "And why target me specifically?" "There's an underground online forum here in Nandu," the hoodie man explained. "It's where people post illegal requests, seeking missing persons, hiring for illicit tasks, or selling contraband. That's where we saw the Silver Wolf Syndicate's bounty. No reason given, just an enormous some 1 million federal credits." Jiangnan fell thoughtful. Moments later he commanded, "Turn at the next intersection." It led down a narrow, overgrown lane into a desolate ancient forest, prompting immediate unease among the passengers. The nose-earringed woman felt a sharp pang in her lower abdomen. She was about to urinate from sheer terror. Her mind flooded with visions of Jiangnan executing them all in cold blood. "Stop the car." Jiangnan's voice betrayed no emotion. She shuddered violently, and warmth spread beneath her, urine soaking her clothes. The others fared no better, frozen in breathless silence. "Elder brother, don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask," she sobbed uncontrollably, her smoky makeup streaked black from tear trails down her jawline. Rog hardened his resolve and declared defiantly, "I've lived by the code. Knew this day would come. But these 3 are innocent. Let them go. I'll give you my life instead." He gambled, betting Jiangnan would respect his loyalty enough to spare him. Fortune favored Rog. Or rather, Jiangnan never intended to kill them at all. Though he despised criminal syndicates, having grown up in a peaceful, law-abiding era and received a rigorous education, his conscience would never permit wanton murder. Yet he offered no reassurance. Instead, he asked, "If I wanted to get to Shidu, what routes would you recommend?" Rog knew better than to suggest the airport. Jiangnan, marked by the Silver Wolf Syndicate, needed discretion. Fortunately, he knew several clandestine options. "Several exist," Rog said. "The easiest: private airports or cruise lines. Many operate with lax identity verification, some requiring none at all. Pay enough and they won't care whether you're a murderer or a thief." "What else?" Jiangnan asked. Private aircraft, Rog replied. Nandu hosts several aviation dealerships. You can purchase a plane outright without submitting ID. Cash settles everything. How much for a plane capable of crossing oceans? Jiangnan asked. Rog's pulse spiked. He realized he'd spoken too freely. Swallowing hard, he answered, the cheapest model starts at 10 million federal credits. Oh, Jiangnan's eyes twinkled mischievously as he draped an arm warmly around Rog's shoulders. Brother, haven't even asked your name yet. Rog, he muttered, inwardly cursing himself. Why had he mentioned planes at all? Haha, brother Rog, you carry yourself like a man destined for greatness. As you can see, I'm facing a bit of difficulty. Need to borrow some funds to buy a plane urgently. Jiangnan tightened his grip on Rog's neck. Rog grimaced. I don't have that kind of money. I just run protection rackets and manage local venues in town. How much do you have? Jiangnan frowned. 600,000. That should cover a decent used aircraft. Credits. 600 credits. 600 credits. Jiangnan nearly laughed aloud. How could a gang boss survive on less than pocket change? Even their decrepit air-conditioning-less sedan looked like a relic from a third-hand junkyard. Indeed, their battered decades-old sedan lacked even basic climate control. Seeing Jiangnan's incredulity, Rog hastily explained, I oversee dozens of men, all unemployed, all dependent on me. It's costly keeping them fed and loyal. Today was supposed to be collection day, unless, elder brother, could I have 2 days? Jiangnan sighed inwardly. Truth be told, he'd never expected serious ransom from these petty thugs. His goal had been modest retribution against bullies preying on ordinary citizens. Little did he imagine their swagger masked such abject poverty. He'd mistaken Rog's nervousness for guilt over hiding wealth, not realizing the man genuinely possessed nothing more than a few hundred credits. Fine. Leave your phones in the car and get out. Jiangnan waved dismissively. Rog gulped audibly. The nose-earringed woman burst into fresh wails. Certain death awaited them. My life is cursed. My parents divorced when I was young. My stepmother tormented me endlessly. No one ever loved or cherished me. And now I'll die here. Unfair. So utterly unfair. Wailing bitterly, she stumbled out of the car, reciting her tragic biography like a litany. Once Rog stepped out, he immediately scanned the terrain, searching for escape routes. When all four stood outside, Jiangnan opened the driver's door, slid into the seat, and sped away, leaving them stunned and speechless. Only after Jiangnan vanished did they begin trudging back, 20 kilometers to their town. With no transport, their only hope was flagging down a passing vehicle on the main road. After a long wait, a car approached, but the driver took one look at the four suspicious figures and fled, tires screeching, leaving Rog standing alone in the wind. Rather than wait further, they started walking. 10 kilometers in, a truck driver finally agreed to give them a ride. By the time they reached town, dusk had deepened into twilight, and hunger gnawed fiercely at their bellies. Rog skipped dinner. His first priority upon returning to his turf was contacting the number listed on the Silver Wolf Syndicate's bounty notice. Hello, a stern male voice answered. Rog asked cautiously, excuse me, is this the Silver Wolf Syndicate? A pause. Then what is it? Respected sir, I am Rog, head of the Razor Gang in Whale Town along Nandu's eastern coast. Get to the point, the voice snapped impatiently. Rog hurried on. I encountered Jiangnan, the man on your bounty list, and engaged him directly. Where's he now? Interest sharpened in the voice. I spotted him in town and pursued him, intending capture, but he proved formidable. After a fierce struggle, he escaped. He escaped? Then why call me, mocking me? The voice crackled with fury. Respected sir, I would never dare mock you. Rog hastened to clarify. But I know Jiangnan's next move. He plans to flee to Shidu. Explain. After our confrontation, he asked me how to reach Shidu and stole my car. My license plate is XXXXX. That should help track him. The man sounded pleased. Your information is valuable. Thank you. Silver Wolf Syndicate owes you a favor. You're Rog, correct? Beaming, Rog hung up, already picturing the Razor Gang's ascent to glory. Emboldened, he patted the 600 credits in his pocket and declared grandly, let's eat. Splendidly. He was in truth a minor character, never to appear again after this chapter. Just as Roger was reporting to the Silver Wolf Society that Jiangnan was heading to the west capital, Jiangnan had already boarded a flight to the east capital. He knew that these people would definitely contact the Silver Wolf Society to report his whereabouts, so Jiangnan deliberately led them outside the city and took away their phones while he took this opportunity to find a private airline and boarded the next flight out of Nan capital. By the time the Silver Wolf Society took action, Jiangnan's flight was already flying steadily over the ocean. At this moment, Jiang Nan was looking through the world map he had bought at the airport convenience store. It turned out that this world had only Nan capital as an independent landmass, while the other 4 capitals were on the same continental plate. The entire continental plate resembled the Eurasian African plate of Jiang Nan's previous life on Earth, and in comparison, Nan capital was much smaller. I thought the Silver Wolf Society was powerful in Nan capital, but it turns out they were just showing off in a small place. The area where the East capital is located resembles the Dragon Kingdom from his previous life, and the destination of this flight was Bayun City, which is under East capital. According to the travel guide provided in the cabin, Bayun City is situated to the south of East capital and is relatively close to Baozi Mountain, about 2,000 kilometers away. Calculating it, it would be next year when Sun Wukong arrives on Earth. I wonder if his grandfather Sun Wufan is already living at Baozi Mountain. The plane landed smoothly, and Jiang Nan didn't linger at the airport. He took a taxi and asked the driver to find a place to eat. As the taxi drove away from the airport towards the urban area, a familiar feeling washed over him. This place resembled the Dragon Kingdom from his previous life too much. The architectural style and the appearance of people in the city gave Jiang Nan a sense of familiarity. What left Jiang Nan both amused and frustrated was that as soon as he got out of the taxi, an older lady approached him holding a small card and asking young man looking for accommodation. Politely declining the latter's kind offer, Jiang Nan found a small eatery and ordered a bowl of clear soup noodles, using the waiting time to contemplate his next plans. Running away like this isn't a long-term solution. Jiang Nan wanted to settle down quickly and live a stable life for a few years, but he had to think carefully about whether to live as a primitive person in the deep mountains or to enjoy a few years of worldly pleasures. In the end, Jiang Nan decided to stay in the city for a while at least, until he spent most of the money he had. After living at the Red Silk Army headquarters in Baidu for 3 years, he desperately needed to reintegrate into society. In 3 years, Jiang Nan's combat power would break through 320, and by then no one in this world would be able to threaten him, except for Duosi, but fortunately Duosi was considered an ally. 3 years later, he would return to Baidu to find Duosi. As this thought emerged, an inexplicable sense of guilt surged within him. Jiang Nan thought of his family from his previous life, especially his wife Wei Jun, who was just about to hold their wedding after getting their marriage certificate. Wouldn't she have to bear the title of a widow at such a young age? How could he still have the heart to reminisce about Duosi's warmth? He truly wasn't a good person. The self-cultivation of a scumbag. In reality, there are quite a few people like this who are neither entirely scummy nor entirely good. If you call them scummy, they have their moral bottom line. If you call them good, they often have their own little thoughts. The characters in the work do not reflect the author personally. The author has remained unchanged for over a decade. Perhaps he should collect the Dragon Balls in a couple of years and see if the dragon can help him return to his original world. If the Earth Dragon doesn't work, he could try Namek. If the Namek Dragon fails, he would continue to wait until his strength reached a certain level before collecting the Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes. He must return. Jiang Nan's heart was set on returning to his original world without too much time passing there, so his family would endure less suffering. Bolstered by his thoughts, Jiang Nan finished his noodles quickly and left the eatery to explore the nearby area, looking for an agency to inquire about rental houses. The agent was quite helpful, riding an electric scooter with Jiang Nan through the streets, showing him several rental properties. Jiang Nan quickly chose a 1-bedroom apartment in a high-rise complex that was available for rent, agreeing to the terms without haggling and signing the contract on the spot, paying the entire year's rent of 300 yuan in one go. After receiving the commission, the kind agent took Jiang Nan to a nearby large supermarket where Jiang Nan purchased some daily necessities. In this way, Jiang Nan finally had a haven of his own in this world. After dinner, Jiang Nan sat on his bed in meditation. He had always wondered if his combat power could be enhanced through cultivation. System. Jiang Nan called in his heart. I'm here. The system replied. Can my combat power be increased through self-cultivation? Jiang Nan asked. Yes. Will the combat power I increase through self-cultivation double after a year? Jiang Nan asked again. It will, master. The system's response filled Jiang Nan with joy. He had only thought to ask this today. Previously, he had little opportunity to cultivate in Baidu, at most just running for fitness, which didn't help much in enhancing combat power. It would be great if he could cultivate, especially since Jiang Nan's combat power was still relatively low now, making the effects of increasing his combat power most apparent. The simplest example, if Jiang Nan could raise his combat power to 50 before the next doubling, then after it doubles, it would be 100, which is a tier higher than the original 80. After another 2 years, the gap would be even greater, from 400 to 320. The outcome of a duel between two people with an 80-point difference in combat power almost had no suspense. So how can I cultivate? Jiang Nin immediately thought of the scenes of Little Wukong and Little Klin training under Master Roshi. Yes, let's follow that set. The training philosophy of the Turtle School emphasizes weight training for the body. It relies on physical labor like plowing, moving dirt, and delivering milk to continuously enhance physical strength and endurance, then conducting reaction training by dodging attacks from bees and sharks to improve combat ability. Then let's start by strengthening the body. After making the decision, Jiang Nan went to bed early. The next day, Jiang Nan woke up early, had a simple breakfast, and rushed to the supermarket he visited yesterday. There he bought a complete set of weighted gear, including leg straps, a belt, a backpack, and dumbbells. After paying and coming out, Jiang Nan was already carrying 50 kilograms of gear. For Jiang Nan, whose combat power was currently 40, a 50-kilogram weight wasn't a burden. He tried to run, and indeed, as he started running, he could feel the effects of the gear. After running for just half an hour, Jiang Nan was already panting, but he continued to push forward, trying to find out where his limits lay. After running for another half an hour, Jiang Nan was taking deep breaths, and thoughts of giving up started to creep into his mind. It was too tiring, and perhaps he should stop. As long as he could maintain his existence, his combat power would still rise exponentially, so why endure this hardship? Stop now. Oh, if he didn't, he might end up harming his body, which would be counterproductive. Look at yourself. You're exhausted, and your combat power is still stuck at 40 with no changes. Voices of surrender echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. He wanted to stop time and again, but every time he was about to give up, another voice suddenly urged him to hold on a little longer, just a little longer. Caught in hesitation and conflict, Jiang Nan continued to run, feeling as if his consciousness was about to blur. Just when Jiang Nan felt he was about to collapse, he suddenly felt a rush of lightness throughout his body, as if he had broken some shackles, and the fatigue he felt moments ago vanished completely, leaving his mind clear. Looking at his combat power, Jiang Nan was pleasantly surprised to find it had already reached 42. Jiang Nan maintained his speed as he ran back, having achieved today's training goal. There was no need to continue challenging his next physical limit. He understood the principle of moderation. The Turtle School's training rules also stated to exercise well, eat well, and rest well. After today's significant consumption of energy, it was time to have a good meal. After dropping off his weighted gear at home, Jiang Nan took a shower before heading out to eat. At the ramen shop at the entrance of his community, diners occasionally exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, another bowl." With Jiang Nan's call, the restaurant erupted into lively discussions again. This young man is incredible. He has already eaten 7 bowls and can still eat. Youth is great. When I was young, I could eat 3 big bowls of noodles every time I came back from work. Young man, you can't eat anymore. If you keep this up, your stomach will burst. Some kindly advised him. Jiang Nan thanked the neighboring diners for their kind reminders, and after finishing another bowl of beef noodles, he quickly settled the bill and left the shop to avoid drawing too much attention. After downing 8 bowls of noodles, Jiang Nan only felt not hungry, but he was still a bit short of feeling full. It seemed that breaking through physical limits consumed quite a bit of energy, so he went to a nearby deli and bought a whole roasted chicken to take back and eat. This lunch cost Jiang Nan over 100 yuan. After a simple calculation, he realized that if he continued to cultivate and eat like this every day, the tens of thousands of yuan he had wouldn't last long. Perhaps he should find a job. Jiang Nan's previous job was as a programmer. Not to mention whether this world had such a position, even if it did, the programming languages and technical frameworks wouldn't match. If he looked for a normal labor job, then 80 of his time and energy would be wasted on completing work, making it hard to have time for systematic cultivation. Let's take it one step at a time. If all else fails, he could look for ways to sell the jewelry he scavenged from Henry Manor on Papaya Island. That should also exchange for some money. On the first day of training, Jiang Nan ran with a 50-kilogram weight for an hour and a half. By the second day, the time increased to 2 hours, but he didn't experience that feeling of breakthrough from the first day again, and his combat power didn't change. It was not so easy to push past physical limits. Jiang Nan didn't feel discouraged. By the 5th day, after running for 3 hours, he broke through his physical limit once again, increasing his combat power to 45. In just 5 days, his combat power had risen by 5 points, which made Jiang Nan quite satisfied and even more motivated to cultivate. 5 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. On a crisp morning in Baiyun City, an elderly couple rested beneath the eaves of a pavilion halfway up Qixia Mountain on the city's eastern outskirts. "Husband, look quickly." Startled by her cry, the silver-haired elder followed his wife's pointing finger, and saw a lone figure racing along the winding mountain path, a figure laden with an enormous backpack and clad in bulky gear-laden attire. Before the elder could even register what he'd seen, the figure had already dashed past the pavilion. Only when a sudden gust brushed his face did he finally snap back to awareness. "Didn't I tell you so?" he exclaimed, his mustache trembling with excitement. Bayun City teams with hidden masters, recluses of peerless cultivation. The figure the couple glimpsed was none other than Jiangnan, who had devoted himself to rigorous training for 5 months. Over a month ago, his combat prowess had plateaued at 65. No matter how fiercely he pushed, his body refused to yield further. He had clearly reached a bottleneck. Jiangnan reasoned that perhaps his cultivation remained insufficient, that qualitative breakthroughs emerge only after relentless quantitative accumulation, and resolved to persist, certain that perseverance would eventually shatter the barrier. His current load now exceeded 100 kilograms, yet he could still sprint swiftly beneath it. Yet such feats defied common sense. Passers-by gaped, pointed, and whispered in astonishment. To preserve discretion, Jiangnan had begun training daily at remote Qixia Mountain on the city's outskirts. Yet after more than a month of unwavering effort, no progress manifested. Jiangnan finally acknowledged that weighted training might no longer suit his present stage. Then, what came next? Reaction training, surely. But how? When Master Roshi trained young Goku and Krillin, he used sharks and bees. Though Bayun City bordered the sea, its shallow waters held no sharks. Though Qixia Mountain swarmed with hornets, locating their nests across its vast expanse proved no simple task. After scaling Qixia Mountain several times without measurable gain, Jiangnan abandoned today's weighted session and descended via a secluded trail. Same as usual today. The noodle shop owner had grown familiar with Jiangnan. Few could forget a man whose appetite rivaled a ravenous dragon's. "Same as always," Jiangnan replied with a grin. Moments later, the owner placed a porcelain basin before him, overflowing with beef noodles crowned thickly with tender slices of braised beef. This was Jiangnan's custom supersized bowl, a feat born of necessity. 10 standard bowls wouldn't sate him. Rather than ordering piecemeal, the owner had repurposed a dough mixing basin to craft one colossal serving. A man of integrity, the owner charged precisely for 10 bowls, yet delivered far more. Few patrons lingered this afternoon. The owner's 10-year-old daughter sat hunched over homework at a nearby table, her pen scratching softly, her gaze flickering again and again toward Jiangnan, who slurped noodles with rhythmic gusto. "Xiaomei, stop staring at your ONG. Focus on your studies." Having finished in the kitchen, the owner wiped his hands on a cloth and gently chided his daughter. Off to train again today." The owner, surnamed Li, possessed both warmth and wit. No neighborhood rumor escaped his ear. Jiangnan sipped steaming broth, paused to catch his breath, and said, "Indeed, I've just returned from training. What scorching weather for early spring. How can temperatures soar so high so soon?" "That's just Bayun City's cursed climate," Li replied. "Let me switch on the fan for you." He plugged in the wall-mounted fan, angled it toward Jiangnan, flipped the switch, then settled onto the stool opposite him, ready to resume their easy banter. "I truly envy you," Li sighed. "Young, unburdened, free to live as you please. Unlike me, chained to this tiny eatery, scraping pennies while drowning in endless trivialities." Li vented his frustrations with a wry smile. Jiangnan chuckled. "You flatter yourself, boss. You live the dream. Wife, child, hearth aglow. A bachelor like me couldn't hope to match that. Besides, your shop thrives. Small business may run thin, but steady volume yields honest profit." "Easier said than done," Li countered. "My wife and I rise before dawn and labor past dusk, just earning sweat wages. After rent, little remains. And now, protection fees." "Protection fees here too?" Jiangnan asked, startled. "Indeed." Li fumbled for a cigarette, then hesitated. His daughter's wide, watchful eyes met his. With a sheepish sigh, he tucked it away and continued, "A thug named Fei has taken over the street, calls himself Filong Gang. Every week they demand 500 credits. 500 per week, 2,000 monthly. How much do I earn, really?" "Don't the federal police intervene?" Jiangnan asked. Li sneered. "Those officers. Worse than the thugs. Report them, and they'll demand money first. That fee won't be 500. It'll bleed you dry. And if you refuse, will they dare strike openly in broad daylight?" Jiangnan pressed. "If they struck, at least the police would have cause to arrest them," Li replied helplessly. "No, they simply occupy tables, one per seat, blocking customers. This table's taken, they declare. What recourse do I have? I have a family. I can't brawl with thugs." Jiangnan frowned. "I've never seen them, yet I come here daily." Li explained. "They idle all day at the arcade near West Street, only arriving at night. No wonder you've missed them. They know exactly when small shops hold cash, and time their visits accordingly. Ugh, vermin pure and simple. Jiangnan laughed. Vermin indeed, stinging not yet nauseating beyond measure. Then, suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. Flies. Hornets were scarce, but flies swarmed everywhere. Might flies prove superior for reaction training? Eager to test the idea, Jiangnan hastily dropped payment on the counter, borrowed paper and pen from the owner's daughter, scribbled his number, and urged, "Boss, if they return, call me immediately. I must go. Urgent matters await." He knew precisely where to find legions of flies: the seafood market. 3 kilometers from his apartment lay the Dongdu Seafood Wholesale Market, the largest in the region. Not only local vendors from Baiyun City, but traders from neighboring cities converged there to source their wares. Beyond its bounty of marine life, the market teemed with rats, grown plump on scavenged or stolen seafood, some swelling to the size of wild hares. Their girth matched their audacity. They paraded boldly through open aisles unafraid. Locals barely blinked, yet foreign tourists pausing to gawk would find the rats rearing upright, glaring back with unnerving defiance. Staring, "I'll pummel you." Beyond rats, the market also hosted a staggering infestation of flies. The pungent brine of fish and shellfish carried for kilometers, drawing every fly within a 5-block radius. Jiangnan first rushed to a general store, bought several fly traps, then sped straight to the market, placing them strategically in zones thick with buzzing swarms, then waited patiently. Within an hour, each trap teemed with writhing flies. Beaming, Jiangnan snatched them up and dashed toward Beijiao Park. It was a weekday. Beijiao Park stood nearly deserted. Jiangnan knew of a vast sun-baked concrete expanse deep within the park, used only on weekends by roller skaters. At midday, under the blazing sun, not a soul stirred. Its openness suited him perfectly. No foliage or shrubbery offered hiding places for escapees, and since these were pests, Jiangnan had no desire to unleash them upon the city. En route, he collected several fallen branches, his improvised training weapons. Upon reaching the concrete field, he set down the traps, then carried one forward a short distance. Clutching a branch in each hand and holding the trap aloft, he listened to the furious drone within, then drew a slow, centering breath and lifted the lid. The trapped flies erupted outward like popcorn bursting from heat, freedom seized in an instant. Now, Jiangnan dropped the cage and lunged, limbs whirling, branches slashing, intent on striking down every last fly midair. Alas, ambition soared higher than accuracy. Early flailing landed scattered hits, but once the swarm dispersed, he needed 3 or 4 frantic swings to down a single fly. Fortune favored him. The barren concrete stretched wide, offering no refuge. Exhausted, the flies soon alighted nearby, granting him time to methodically eliminate them one by one. Gradually, his precision sharpened. His strikes grew economical, decisive. Each swing claimed a victim. When the last fly lay motionless, Jiangnan discarded his gores-licked branches. Surveying the carnage, he mused, "Tomorrow, I'll bring a broom, else the park staff will curse my name." Glancing at his combat rating, he grinned, up 3 points now at 68. As dusk neared, he prepared to leave, though he'd overestimated himself, bringing 5 traps. 4 remained unused. 2 unsanitary to carry home. He concealed them in a secluded grove, hanging each from a low branch, ready for tomorrow's session. Back home, he stripped immediately, soaking clothes in disinfectant, fearful of pathogens, then showered meticulously before dressing anew for dinner. Over the next few days, Jiangnan cleared 1 trap daily. He brought a digital stopwatch, its timer revealing subtle, tangible shifts in his capability. On day 1, clearing a full trap consumed nearly 2 hours. His combat rating rose again, albeit modestly 1 point. Day 2 brought reflection. He refined his technique, adjusting angles, modulating force, experimenting. Combat demanded not brute strength alone, but artful precision. Through deliberate optimization, he halved his time to 1 hour and earned a robust 3-point surge in combat prowess. By day 3, his speed became breathtaking. Flies scarcely cleared the trap before meeting a tempest of blows. Half the swarm fell within mere breaths. He pursued the stragglers relentlessly, concluding the entire engagement in 30 minutes, and his combat rating surged to 74. The results thrilled him. Whistling lightly, he swept the corpses into a pile with his broom, then scooped them into the park's lake, feeding the fish. Whether the fish welcomed such fare was irrelevant. Right now, Jiangnan cared only about his own next meal. The fish in the lake speak for us. Tomorrow is the weekend, and weary office workers, usually content with a simple bowl of noodles at Boss Lee's restaurant, today ordered several small dishes. Laughter rang out warmly across the dining area. Li Xiaomei had no classes the next day, and was helping clear tables and wash dishes in the shop. Her mother had recently fallen ill and was resting at home, so Xiaomei came straight here after school. What good fortune you have, Boss Li. Such a dutiful daughter. My boy says she's top of her class too. She takes after her mother, delicate and graceful. Boss Li, hasn't your wife taken your son back to her parents' home yet? Hearing the patrons praise his daughter, Boss Li beamed inwardly and even kneaded dough with renewed vigor. By 9 o'clock that evening, the last customers had departed. Li Xiaomei wiped down tables and chairs with a cloth while Boss Li sat behind the counter counting money from a small box, tallying up the day's earnings. Today's spending had exceeded the usual, so Boss Li's income rose accordingly. Just then a young man in ripped jeans and dyed blonde hair strode in, accompanied by another slender youth whose arms were covered in tattoos and who wore 3 earrings in one ear. Boss Li, what a prosperous day. Oh, your daughter's grown so tall, the blonde youth said with a grin. Boss Li hastily snapped the money box shut and shoved it into the drawer, forcing a smile. What brings you by today? Hungry. Xiaomei, take your school bag to the kitchen. At her father's words, Xiaomei set down her cloth and walked to the counter, picked up her bag, and slipped into the kitchen. What do you mean, hungry? What delicacies could possibly exist in this rundown shop? Brother Fei treated us to a seafood feast tonight. A grand banquet at a luxury restaurant. Ahao chuckled. So what brings you here? Boss Li asked, voice tight with apprehension. Ahao leaned against the counter, craning his neck toward the cash box. Inside, you've made quite a bit today, haven't you? Brother Fei sent us to collect next week's sanitation fee. Boss Li forced a conciliatory smile. But isn't the fee due the day after tomorrow? Why so early? Ahao waved dismissively. A day sooner or later makes no difference. We happen to be free today. Hurry up. Reluctantly, Boss Li counted out 500 credits and handed them over. Ahao glanced disdainfully at the money, then added, oh, I almost forgot to tell you, Brother Fei thinks your shop's location is prime. Great foot traffic, so 500 credits won't cut it anymore. You know our brothers work hard. Boss Li's heart sank. So, they were raising the price again. Just a month ago it had jumped from 400 to 500 credits. Already unsatisfied. Then, how much? Boss Li asked. Ahao raised a single finger. 1,000 credits. 1,000. Boss Li's voice rose sharply. 1,000. Then why don't I just hand over the entire shop to you? I barely scrape together enough to survive each month. I'd starve if I paid you 4,000. What's all this shouting for? Pay up when told. No need for excuses. The tattooed youth snarled, jabbing a finger toward Boss Li's nose. Ahao restrained him, playing the amiable mediator. Calm down, young man. Boss Li never said he wouldn't pay. He's just not very good with people, Ahao added, turning to Boss Li with a practiced smile. Don't take it personally, Boss Li. No, not 1 credit. Not even 1,000. Boss Li stood firm, jaw clenched. Even clay statues held a spark of indignation, and once he paid 1,000, who knew what new demand would follow? Ahao feigned distress. Boss Li, if you refuse like this, I'll have no way to explain myself to Brother Fei. And if Brother Fei grows displeased, well, things may grow difficult for you. Boss Li steeled himself and slammed his palm onto the counter. Fine. If it gets difficult, I'll close the shop entirely. Call it sanitation fee all you like, but I've never seen you lift a finger to clean anything. I'd rather shutter these doors forever than pay you a single credit. I refuse to believe justice has vanished from this world. What did you say? The tattooed youth lunged forward, fists balled, but Boss Li didn't flinch. The man was scrawny as a monkey, hardly intimidating. Ahao grabbed his arm, feigning restraint. No need to get heated. Boss Li's right. We live in a society governed by law. Since he's made his position perfectly clear, let's not disturb his business. Come on, let's go. Dragging the tattooed youth toward the door, Ahao muttered, you'll regret this. You'll see if this shop stays open a single day longer. After they left, Boss Li collapsed onto his chair like a deflated balloon. Only now did reality settle in, and with it dread. These self-proclaimed gangsters clung like leeches. A once entangled escape seemed impossible. Dad Li Xiaomei emerged from the kitchen, taking his hand. Didn't Brother Nin say to call him if the Filong gang came back? Boss Li gently stroked her hair and sighed. Brother Nan's an outsider. He can't match these local thugs. And young men are hot-headed. If a fight broke out and he got hurt, that would ruin everything. But what if they return tomorrow? Xiaomei asked, worry clouding her eyes. Boss Li reassured her, don't fret. If they dare show up again, I'll call the federal police. I'll have them arrested on the spot. By the way, your mother's been unwell lately. Stay home with her tomorrow. Let adults handle adult matters, all right? But before Xiaomei could protest further, Boss Li patted her head, signaling quiet, and rose to resume work in the kitchen. The next morning, Boss Li arrived alone at the shop and began kneading yesterday's dough, a technique that yielded firmer, more resilient noodles. Once needed, he retrieved pre-cut beef bones from the freezer and placed them into the stockpot. A rich broth demanded patience, 2 full hours of slow simmering to coax forth its deep aromatic essence. Next, he sliced marinated beef, each piece uniform in thickness thanks to over a decade of honed knife skills, ensuring tenderness without chewiness. Just then a crowd surged through the doorway. Bosley assumed new customers had arrived and hurried from the kitchen to greet them, only to find Ahau and the tattooed youth flanked by a dozen swaggering ink-splash thugs. "What do you want?" Bosley stammered. Ahau smirked faintly. "What do we want?" "To eat, of course. Don't you serve customers when your doors are open?" "Yais. Of course," Bosley stammered in reply. Instantly the group scattered, claiming every table, yet ordered nothing, merely sitting in silence. Bosley knew their intent, but dared not urge them to order. By noon, irregular patrons began arriving, only to freeze at the threshold, bewildered by the roomful of menacing loiterers. Most turned away instinctively. Bosley didn't try to stop them. The shop was effectively paralyzed. A few bold souls attempted to claim empty seats, only to be met with immediate curses. "Are your eyes blind? Can't you see someone's already here?" When one patron tried to argue, he recoiled upon meeting the collective glare of hardened thugs and retreated crestfallen. Bosley followed him outside to apologize. The patron offered brief comfort before departing. Frustrated, Bosley dialed the police. Ahau and his crew remained unperturbed, lounging idly as if waiting for nothing more than time itself. Soon 2 portly federal officers entered. Glancing around, they recognized the scene instantly, another Phylon gang intimidation. After hearing the facts, one officer approached. "Ahau, you're in charge, correct? Take your people and leave. Don't hinder legitimate business." "Officer, he's open for business. I'm simply patronizing it." "Is that illegal?" Ahau retorted, unfazed. "Patronizing? You're occupying seats without spending a single credit." The second officer snapped. Ahau tilted his head, shrugging. "Can't we wait? We're expecting others soon. Surely we don't have to eat first." Seeing persuasion futile, and the thugs speaking with brazen confidence, the officers led Bosley outside to counsel him privately. "Oldly, you've seen for yourself. We're powerless against them. My advice: pay up. Avoid greater losses down the line." The elder officer spoke earnestly. Bosley's voice trembled with frustration. "Officer Wong, you don't understand. Their greed knows no bounds. First it was 300 per week, then 400, then 500, and now 1,000. Who knows what comes next?" Officer Wong placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "For now, yield gracefully. Harmony invites prosperity. If they raise it again, tell me. I'll speak with them directly." Bosley paused, then nodded slowly. He was a man of principle, not built for endless war with idle bullies. "By the way, about this sanitation fee, you really ought to take hygiene seriously." The officer's meaning hung in the air. Bosley understood instantly. Reaching into his pocket, he slipped 2 premium cigarette packs into each officer's coat, murmuring fervent assurances. In truth, Bosley had prepared 2 envelopes of team money, but seeing the officer's ineffectiveness, he chose not to waste another cent. The officers, ever tactful, offered a few final words of consolation before departing. "Dad." Just as they left, Bosley heard a familiar voice behind him. Li Xiaomei and her mother had arrived from home. Bosley chided gently. "Didn't I ask you both to rest at home? Why come here?" "She told me everything. I couldn't stay away. I saw the officers just leave. Was it resolved?" His wife asked, concern etching her face. Bosley sighed deeply and recounted Officer Wong's counsel. His wife took his hand, voice soft and steady. "Let it go. Our family's safety matters most. Give them the money, for now. If they raise it again, we'll turn to Officer Wong." "Then so be it." Together the 3 entered the shop. Xiaomei shrank behind her parents, unnerved by the vulgar, swaggering figures filling the space. Emboldened by the officer's impotence, the thugs grew increasingly insolent, slamming tables, stomping chairs, and lewdly jesting within earshot of the child. Though fury burned in his chest, Bosley dared not react. He counted out 1,000 credits and approached Ahau, bowing slightly. "Ahau, here's the 1,000 as agreed. Please take it." Ahau didn't even glance at him, just flicked a speck of dirt from his nostril with his pinky. "You think we're beggars?" The tattooed youth sneered. Bosley swallowed hard. "But didn't you say 1,000 per week?" Ahau cocked his head, digging at his ear with his little finger, then flicked a nail. "If you'd paid promptly, none of this would have happened. My brothers didn't travel here for nothing." "Fine, keep it at 1,000. A wave of relief washed over Bosley. He thought the ordeal was finally ending. "No, per person. 1,000 each. Let's us treat ourselves to tea," Ahau added casually. "You." Bosley staggered, dizzy. With over a dozen thugs present, he'd just forfeited 2 months' earnings. Xiaomei and her mother trembled with rage. Her mother, weakened by illness, nearly collapsed, saved only by Xiaomei's swift grasp. Just as despair tightened its grip, a calm voice drifted in from the doorway. "Boss, same order as always." It was the weekend, and Jiangnan skipped his usual trip to the Beijiao Park, heading instead to Qixia Mountain for weighted training. Today he increased the load to 150 kilograms. Unsurprisingly, after several days of reactive drills, the weighted training finally yielded results. Though his combat strength rose by only a single point, it was still a tangible gain. Weighted training drained immense physical energy, so Jiangnan headed straight to his favorite ramen shop after showering. The moment he stepped inside, Jiangnan sensed something amiss. The entire room bristled with men covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, clearly no ordinary patrons. These were undoubtedly the so-called Filong gang, the very gang Boss Li had mentioned before. We're closed today," stammered Boss Li, darting nervous glances at Jiangnan, desperate to shield him from the brewing storm. Jiangnan feigned ignorance of the unspoken warning and joked lightly, "Boss, you're quite the character. Turning away customers at the door. No, I'm starving. Just whip up my usual order. Don't worry, I'll pay in full." "You." Before Boss Li could utter another word, Jiangnan cheerfully ushered the family, husband, wife, and daughter, into the kitchen, then swept his gaze across the room. His eyes settled on the most brazen man, a tattooed thug, whose arms blazed with inked serpents. Jiangnan plopped casually onto the empty chair opposite the tattooed man. The man scowled, arms crossed, and snapped, Hey buddy, this seat's taken." Jiangnan feigned astonishment, leaping to his feet and glancing back at the vacant chair, then at the tattooed man. "But there's clearly no one here. Do you possess the celestial eye?" he asked, wide-eyed. As he spoke, Jiangnan even reached up and waved his hand above the empty seat, as if probing for invisible spirits. A ripple of laughter spread through the room. The tattooed man flushed crimson and white, slammed his fist on the table, and jabbed a finger toward Jiangnan's nose. "Brat, do you want to die?" His threat died midair, twisting into a shriek of agony. The instant Jiangnan, with effortless nonchalance, seized his wrist. A gentle squeeze, and the man's wrist collapsed inward like crushed porcelain. The thugs realized something was terribly wrong. The nearest, a man in a floral shirt, cursed and hoisted a wooden stool, aiming to smash it down on Jiangnan's skull. When Li Xiaomei, peering out from the kitchen doorway, cried, "Brother Nan, watch out." Jiangnan remained unruffled. With a single crisp slap, he struck the floral-shirted man, who dropped instantly, as though someone had flicked his sleep switch. Seeing the tide turn, Ahao whispered urgently to a nearby underling, "Go, call reinforcements, now." The underling sprang up and bolted for the door, only for Jiangnan to pluck a chopstick from the holder on the table and hurl it. It pierced the man's calf with surgical precision, sending him crashing to the floor, writhing in agony and clutching his leg. Within seconds, every thug stood frozen in awe. Jiangnan sat unperturbed in his chair, while the tattooed man knelt beside him, forced into that posture solely to ease the searing pain in his shattered wrist. Even Boss Li stood dumbstruck. Though he knew Jiangnan spent his days training rather than working, he'd never imagined such terrifying prowess, that a casual flick of a chopstick could pierce bone. No wonder the young man devoured meals like a ravenous dragon. Now reassured, Boss Li turned to his wife and set about cooking noodles. Meanwhile, Ahao gathered his courage and ventured, "Friend, could you do me a favor? Let my brother go." "Oh," Jiangnan smiled faintly. "And why should I?" Ahao choked, his own logic recoiling upon him. What right did he have to demand deference from such a being? Yet seeing his comrade's arm nearing ruin, Ahao pressed on, "We serve Brother Fei. Even if you won't grant me face, you must respect Brother Fei's authority." At that, Jiangnan released the man's wrist. Drenched in cold sweat, the tattooed thug scrambled backward, vanishing behind the crowd. "Very well," Jiangnan said, calm and unhurried. "Summon your Brother Fei. Let me see for myself what sort of figure commands such reverence." On the second floor of the Shijia arcade, Tang Fei, the leader of the Filong gang, had been locked in an all-night gaming marathon, now slumbering soundly with two young women curled beside him, until the shrill ring of his phone shattered the silence. Irritated, he snatched up the call and erupted in fury upon hearing news of trouble on Dongjie Street. He roared into the receiver, then began hastily dressing, determined to confront whoever dared disturb his domain. Having slept through the morning without food, Tang Fei recalled Ahao's mention of a noodle shop and decided it would make the perfect place to grab a bite en route. The two young women stirred awake, quickly dressed, and eagerly trailed after Tang Fei, eager to witness his legendary brawling prowess firsthand. Tang Fei descended the stairs, arm draped around one woman, then summoned several agile underlings. In a swaggering procession, they marched eastward toward Dongjie Street. 10 minutes later, Tang Fei arrived before Li's beef noodle shop. He coughed pointedly. Normally his men would rush out instantly to greet him. Yet not a soul appeared. Preposterous. Utterly tone-deaf. Tang Fei strode inside, and immediately sensed danger. First he spotted his sharpest underling crumpled against the wall, clutching his pierced calf and howling in pain. Then he saw Ah Shang, the gang's boldest brawler, clenching his jaw arm held protectively across his chest. A chill of dread slithered up Tang Fei's spine. He looked again and froze. A young man in a white short-sleeved shirt sat with his back turned, devouring his meal with fierce concentration. And that vessel holding the beef noodles, wasn't that a bowl? A porcelain basin, perhaps? Tang Fei, accustomed to commanding grander stages, refused to be intimidated. He fixed Ah Hao with a sharp look. What's going on? Ah Hao stammered. It's just, we accidentally offended this elder brother. Tang Fei's brow furrowed. Elder brother? Since when am I not your elder brother? He shot Ah Hao a glare, then strode forward and seated himself directly across from Jiangnan. Only then did Tang Fei get a clear look at Jiangnan, a youth in his 20s, unremarkable at first glance. His confidence rekindled. Tang Fei leaned in with practiced swagger. Brother, I'm Tang Fei, leader of the Filong gang. If my men have overstepped, please grant me face, and let them go. Jiangnan chewed with mouth glistening the enormous ceramic basin, making Tang Fei's eye twitch involuntarily. Your underling earlier claimed I should honor Brother Fei's face, so I wondered what kind of titan commanded such reverence. Jiangnan paused, chopsticks suspended, and lifted his gaze to Tang Fei, whose combat rating, he noted silently, barely registered 9. Turns out, it's just a petty thug. Tang Fei's eyes narrowed. Bold words, brother, but beware, wine too strong may snap your tongue. You're skilled, I'd wager, but are your fists truly sharper than steel? Jiangnan merely smiled. Not a word escaped his lips, as he studied Tang Fei with quiet, amused curiosity. Though I wonder. Tang Fei paused, then whipped a matte black pistol from his waistband, its muzzle leveled squarely at Jiangnan's temple. Which is deadlier, your hands, or my gun? Jiangnan sighed softly, almost wistfully. Just the right cue, like a pillow offered to a drowsy guest, a stage built for a waiting actor. So today demanded a grand performance after all. At the sight of the drawn firearm, the two young women shrieked with exhilarated terror, while Boss Li's heart clenched tight, fingers already hovering over his phone to dial emergency services. In a blur of motion, the gun vanished from Tang Fei's grip and reappeared steady and black, aimed directly at his own forehead. Terror flooded his veins. He threw up both hands. Brother, no, no, this is life or death. I yield, I yield. Please, don't fire. Don't misfire. In that frozen instant, his cousin's words echoed in his mind. Before a true master, a gun is less useful than a brick. Clearly the young man across from him was precisely such a master. With Tang Fei's eyes wide in despair, Jiangnan flicked open the safety and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A thunderous bang erupted. Crimson flame belched from the barrel. A gleaming brass bullet screamed forth, death's scythe arcing toward Tang Fei's forehead. The projectile cleaved the air, ripped effortlessly through Tang Fei's skin, then inches from burying itself in his skull was arrested mid-flight, pinched between two slender, unwavering fingers. At the flash of muzzle fire, Tang Fei believed himself already dead, yet the burning sting on his forehead confirmed he still drew breath. In that lightning flash of near-death, Tang Fei had already made a round trip to the gates of hell. Still warm, Jiangnan remarked blandly, tossing the smoking bullet onto the table before Tang Fei, as casually as discarding a stray pebble. Tang Fei collapsed inward, spirit utterly broken. He'd never imagined such a hidden lion prowled these humble streets. Trembling, he lurched upright, bowed deeply, signaled frantically to Ah Hao, and prepared to flee, tail tucked low. Don't rush off just yet, Jiangnan called out. Tang Fei froze mid-step. He forced a hollow laugh. Elder brother, what else might you require? You've been busy since morning. Haven't eaten, have you? Jiangnan asked, concern lacing his voice. Tang Fei grinned obsequiously. Not yet, but no need to trouble you, elder brother. We'll eat elsewhere. Nonsense. Boss, cook noodles. Brother Fei's treating us all. Brother Fei. Jiangnan turned querying toward Tang Fei. Of course, absolutely. Tang Fei hastened to agree. Jiangnan smiled, and Tang Fei felt his fate hang by a thread. Serve them exactly like mine, Jiangnan added. In the kitchen, Boss Li and his wife worked feverishly. Li Xiaomei carried out steaming bowls of ramen, one per person. Since the shop lacked enough basins, each portion consisted of 10 bowls of beef noodles. Tang Fei stared at the 10 bowls arrayed before him. His face paled to sickly green. The two young women exchanged looks of utter despair. Even gorged to bursting, they couldn't possibly finish it all. Jiangnan lounged, one ankle resting atop his knee, grinning broadly. Don't just stand there. Eat. Fail to finish every last noodle, and I'll break your legs. Tang Fei's Adam's apple bobbed. He knew there was no escaping this today. Steeling himself, he picked up his chopsticks and buried his head in his bowl. Seeing this, his underlings followed suit, chopsticks clattering into motion. The two teenage girls, tears streaming down their cheeks, began shoveling noodles into their mouths. The only sound left in the noodle shop was a ragged chorus of hurried, snorting breaths. Li Xiaomei kept delivering steaming bowls of ramen to the tables. As she passed Jiangnan, she glanced curiously at this calm, composed elder brother. She had witnessed him catch a bullet barehanded moments earlier. She'd assumed such feats belonged solely to cinema, never imagining they could manifest in reality. Tang Fei, after all, was a burly man, his physical constitution far surpassing that of ordinary people. Coupled with having eaten nothing since last night, he managed 3 or 5 bowls with surprising ease. But by the 7th bowl, Tang Fei felt he was nearing his breaking point. Glancing back at his men, he saw most had already turned ashen-faced after just 3 or 4 bowls, especially the 2 girls who'd accompanied them, still sobbing as they struggled to finish even their second. His heart ached with pity, and he nearly pleaded with Jiangnan for mercy, until his gaze met Jiangnan's eyes, sharp with unmistakable threat. The words died on his tongue. He lowered his head again and launched himself toward the 8th bowl. It wasn't that Big Brother wouldn't save them. It was that Big Brother himself stood on the edge of ruin. Almost fend for themselves now. Tang Fei's heart bled. The Flying Dragon gang, painstakingly assembled, would surely fracture beyond repair. At last, Chef Li finished boiling the noodles. Once the final bowl reached the table, the family retreated to the kitchen, whispering among themselves. I never would have guessed Annan was so formidable. Old Li, if they keep eating like this, won't someone collapse? Perhaps you should speak with Annan. Let this matter drop. Chef Li's wife spoke gently. No, Chef Li replied firmly. Annan stepped in to defend us. How could we then beg mercy for these thugs? In my view, they deserve every ounce of what's coming to them. But Annan can't possibly guard our shop forever. What if they retaliate against us? His wife's face tightened with worry. Chef Li clenched his teeth. If it comes to that, we'll simply call it bad luck. As the couple fretted over how events might unfold, Tang Fei finally finished his 10th bowl. Noodles pressed against his throat. He sat bolt upright, swallowing hard, desperate to keep them from surging back up. Never again, not in this lifetime, would he touch ramen. Clap, clap, clap. Jiangnan applauded warmly, his tone laced with mockery. Congratulations, Brother Fei. You've triumphed in your challenge. Your prize? 2 perfectly intact legs. Tang Fei swallowed, thickly suppressing the noodles lodged in his throat. Forcing a ghastly smile, he said, Brother, I've finished the noodles. Surely this matter is settled now. Jiangnan watched him with a faint, unreadable smile. Plucking a pair of chopsticks from the holder, he twirled them idly between his fingers. Put that gun away. Don't frighten the children. And don't forget to pay the bill. Tang Fei exhaled in profound relief. Suppressing his nausea, he bowed deeply and flattered. Thank you, brother, for your extraordinary leniency. And may I ask your esteemed name? I'm Jiangnan, came the straightforward reply. Pay up and get out. Yes, I'm gone. Terrified Jiangnan might change his mind, Tang Fei rushed to the counter to settle the bill, then waved sharply at his men. Brother, Nen has spoken. Move. You shameless fools. The underlings seized the chance like drowning men grasping at driftwood, abandoning their chopsticks and bolting. Even the 2 teenage girls shifted instantly from despair to delight, patting their bellies in quiet triumph. Privately relieved their slow pace had spared them after only 2 bowls. Jiangnan wiped his mouth, rose, and went to pay, but Chef Li refused outright. Jiangnan didn't insist. Amid the man's bewildered gaze, he walked out of the shop, clutching the bundle of chopsticks. Tang Fei marched westward toward Shijia intersection, his face iron gray, his men trailing in silence. Each lost in thought, some awestruck by Jiangnan's unearthly mastery, others shaken, questioning the meaning of their idle existence, still others smirking inwardly at Tang Fei's sudden fall from arrogance to abject humiliation. Though thoughts churned wildly, no one dared utter a word. Only Tang Fei had endured all 10 bowls. His men feared provoking his wrath lest he vent his fury upon them next. Just as Tang Fei stewed in bitter resentment, wondering whether to summon his cousin for retribution, a shrill, piercing whistle split the air. Before anyone could react, cries of agony erupted as men clutched their legs. I keep my word, broken legs as promised. It was Jiangnan. Thanks to recent flight training, his aim had grown unerringly precise. Inside the shop, he'd counted carefully. 21 people had failed to finish their noodles, so he'd taken exactly 21 chopsticks. Since young Li Xiaomei was present, Jiang Nan had avoided bloodshed in the shop, waiting instead until he'd turned the corner onto a side street before releasing the chopsticks. They shot forth like arrows, faster than bullets. By the time Tang Fei heard their shrieking passage through the air, the chopsticks had already pierced through the leg bones of every underling. Even the two teenage girls were not spared. Men collapsed sideways, staggering helplessly. Worst off was the underling who'd earlier tried to flee, the one whose leg had already been pierced. Now with his other leg likewise impaled, he dropped straight to his knees, rigid and broken. This is the consequence of wasting food, Jiang Nan declared coldly. Sweat dripped from his jaw. Tang Fei alone remained standing, bowing so deeply his spine nearly touched 90 degrees. Trembling, he whispered, "Brother Nan's discipline is just." Jiang Nan ignored him entirely and turned back toward home for his afternoon nap. Only once Jiang Nan had vanished from sight did Tang Fei surrender to both his churning stomach and his pent-up terror, rushing to a nearby wall to vomit violently. In truth, Tang Fei was not the only one unsettled. Back in his room, Jiang Nan's own heart roiled, refusing to settle. What he'd done had indeed been exhilarating, pure unadulterated catharsis. Yet that very exhilaration stirred deep unease within him. 20 souls, 20 lives he'd crippled in an instant. Though they deserved punishment, had his retribution crossed into cruelty? Staring at his own trembling hands, Jiang Nan experienced doubt, for the first time, about the nature of his power. With merely 70-odd combat points, he could casually shatter limbs. What would he become when his strength soared into the billions? A tyrant, a slaughterer without conscience. Unbidden, the image surged into his mind: Ducey on Papaya Island, slaughtering Henry and the others. Her body etched in crimson veins, her eyes burning scarlet. She looked indistinguishable from a demon, bloodthirsty, oppressive, utterly indifferent. That version of Ducey had inspired in Jiang Nan the most primal fear imaginable. Lying on his bed, every time he closed his eyes, he saw only the terrified gazes of Tang Fei and his men. This wasn't sentimentality, it was dread. Dread that he might grow accustomed to being feared, that over time his moral compass would recalibrate itself downward until he became the very monster this world needed no more. Jiang Nan was no Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong trained relentlessly, not only because of the warrior's blood of the Saiyans flowing through his veins, but also to protect his comrades and the earth he called home. Thus, even at godlike strength, he retained his innate kindness. Jiang Nan was different. He felt no bond to this world, only a longing to escape it and return to the earth he remembered. As for comrades, only Ducey held any special significance for him, and yet even she possessed formidable battle potential, requiring no protection from him. After drifting through such thoughts, Jiang Nan suddenly laughed bitterly at himself. With barely 70 combat points, was he truly weighing the fate of humanity? Perhaps Frieza himself would appear tomorrow, obliterating him with a single glance. Then what of returning home? Though he mocked his own gravity, he resolved upon a strict rule: never strike lightly against those weaker than himself, unless their crimes were truly unforgivable. Henceforth, before acting, he would grant each opponent one chance, one opportunity to hear reason. Victory through virtue. That evening, after settling his men in the hospital, Tang Fei drove to his cousin Pei Zhang's private club in the city center. Unlike the Flying Dragon Gang's petty skirmishes, Pei Zhang's Black Tiger Hall dominated Baiyun City as its undisputed top syndicate, its influence stretching across real estate, luxury hotels, and countless gray and black market enterprises, generating colossal daily profits. The private club served exclusively as Pei Zhang's nexus for cultivating and maintaining ties with high-ranking officials. Corruption rampant throughout the World Federation, and nearly every prominent federal official in Baiyun City counted themselves among Pei Zhang's honored guests. As for the services offered within, only the unimaginable remained beyond their reach. Tang Fei himself had once witnessed his cousin escorting over a dozen young girls into a federal official's suite. It was precisely this depravity that made Tang Fei prefer his modest small-time gang over serving under his cousin. He considered himself despicable, but still human. His cousin's covert atrocities were so vile they insulted even the concept of bestiality. Though he refused to sink to Pei Zhang's level, today's humiliation burned too fiercely to ignore. He had to reclaim his dignity, no matter the cost. He only wondered, could even his cousin stand against that bastard Jiang Nan? At the mere thought of Jiang Nan's face, Tang Fei's stomach lurched again. In the general manager's office of the club, Pei Zhang, dressed in a casual suit and exuding an extraordinary demeanor, sat in a genuine leather executive chair. With a glass of red wine in his left hand and a cigar pinched between his right fingers, he took a deep puff from the cigar, slowly opening his mouth to let the nutty aroma of smoke waft around him, savoring the pleasure brought by his taste buds. At that moment, Tang Fei knocked on the door, and without waiting for Pei Zheng to speak, walked straight into the room. Without any courtesy, he grabbed an empty glass from the table, filled it with half a glass of wine, and downed it in one go before plopping himself onto the sofa. "Fei, what brings you here today?" Pei Zheng asked with a smile, showing no displeasure at Tang Fei's impolite intrusion. The two were related through their mothers, who were sisters, and both lived in the same city. Not only did they share blood ties, but they had also been playmates since childhood. Pei Zheng had invited Tang Fei to work for him more than once, but each time it was declined. It was precisely because Tang Fei did not work under Pei Zheng that their relationship remained amicable over the years. "I was passing by and thought I'd drop in to see you," Tang Fei replied. Pei Zheng, being the astute person he was, immediately noticed Tang Fei's gloom and asked, "Why do you look unhappy? Who has upset you?" "Recently there's a new batch of girls who are quite appealing. Want to have some fun." If it were usual, Tang Fei might actually have been in the mood for some enjoyment, but today he wasn't. He asked Jing, "Can I ask you something? You've been practicing martial arts with my uncle since you were young. Can you catch a bullet?" Pei Zheng chuckled. When they were young, Tang Fei had trained with him, but the kid couldn't handle the hardship and quit after just 6 months. What had piqued his interest today? "What, did someone beat you up because your martial arts aren't up to par? Can someone really catch a bullet barehanded?" Pei Zheng dismissed it lightly, as catching a bullet was something he could accomplish too. It wasn't an extraordinary feat. Not catching a bullet, Tang Fei pulled out his handgun from his pocket, but grabbing a bullet. Tang Fei walked closer to Pei Zheng, raising the gun to Pei Zheng's forehead. Despite his commendable martial skills, Pei Zheng felt a bit tense at such close range, fearing that the kid might accidentally pull the trigger. "Don't worry, bro, the safety is on." Tang Fei noticed Pei Zheng's nervousness and had already formulated a plan in his mind. "It's just this distance." Someone pointed a gun at my forehead. Tang Fei holstered his gun, bending slightly to show Pei Zheng the charred mark on his forehead. "Zheng, look, it was just a hair's breadth away. Oh, just a little bit, and you wouldn't have seen me again." Pei Zheng was deeply shaken. At such a short distance, the bullet would not have weakened from air friction after leaving the chamber. Unlike catching a bullet, which required predicting its trajectory, grabbing a bullet that arrived first required incredible speed and precision. Pei Zheng believed he could not achieve that even after years of practice. Could it be that a remarkable person had emerged in Baiyun City? With such capabilities, they could easily establish a new force to rival the Black Tiger Hall. He wondered whether this extraordinary individual was a friend or foe. If they stood against the Black Tiger Hall, Pei Zheng's days ahead would be difficult. "What kind of person is he? How did you encounter him?" Pei Zheng inquired. "He's a young man. He helped the merchants in my neighborhood and crippled my men's legs. He looks to be around 25 or 26, Tang Fei replied. Pei Zheng's heart surged with waves again. A young man in his 20s could possess such strength, which suggested that he might have a more powerful sect backing him. "You're coming with me to meet my father," Pei Zheng decisively said as he led Tang Fei out. Pei Zheng's vehicle was the latest model of an anti-gravity car, and within 15 minutes they arrived at Qixiao Mountain on the outskirts of the city. Part of Qixiao Mountain is freely open to the public. Among its most scenic spots, a luxury villa district was developed. Every building in this villa district boasts a unique design style embodying luxury, while ensuring privacy, making it the top choice for the elite of Baiyun City. Pei Zheng's father, Pei Hu, resides here. Pei Hu is the true founder of the Black Tiger Hall, and has become its totem and faith, all due to his formidable martial prowess. Pei Hu once participated in the first martial arts conference 20 years ago, and won the championship, thus becoming the true martial arts champion of Baiyun City. It is precisely for this reason that the Black Tiger Hall dominates Baiyun City. Pei Hu is the apex of power in Baiyun City. Despite Pei Zheng's need to socialize with the powerful and curry favor with federal officials, it was merely for monetary interests. After all, one cannot solely rely on brute strength to do business and make money. If Pei Hu were to truly unleash his wrath, the entire Baiyun City would tremble at his feet. As the saying goes, the federal officials come and go like flowing water, but the Black Tiger Hall remains steadfast. Pei Hu has 3 children. The eldest, Pei Fong, has entered politics and is now part of the central power of the World Federation, serving in the headquarters. The second son, Pei Zheng, has taken over the mantle, managing the daily operations of the Black Tiger Hall. Since handing it over to Pei Zheng, the hall has been thriving as the young man's wit and ideas for making money surpass those of the older generation. The youngest daughter, Pei Yuan, has just turned 18 and is currently studying at a university in the western capital. She's in her rebellious age and often gives Pei Hu headaches. Years have passed, yet Pei Hu's martial skills have not diminished in the slightest. He maintains a regular routine daily, and his physical condition remains at its peak level. Pei Hu was initially preparing to go to bed when the butler reported that his second son had brought his nephew over, fearing there might be something amiss. He didn't have time to change into formal attire and came downstairs in his loose loungewear. Pei Hu's face bore a dignified expression and he walked with a commanding presence. Years of living in a position of power made him look inherently authoritative, causing Tang Fei to instinctively shrink his neck upon seeing Pei Hu. "Uncle." Tang Fei stood up to greet Pei Hu. Pei Hu gestured for Tang Fei to sit, noticing that Tang Fei appeared somewhat pale. He couldn't help but admonish him, Fei, you've been slacking off in your practice, haven't you? Don't indulge in wine and pleasure all day, such indulgence is detrimental." Tang Fei shrank his neck and said, "Uncle, you're right. I'll practice diligently when I get back." Seeing that Tang Fei's words were insincere, Pei Hu could only shake his head. "You've always been lazy since you were little. Now tell me what brings you here so late." Tang Fei began recounting the day's events to Pei Hu. After listening, Pei Hu first expressed his deep concern. "Fei, how can I say this? You would be better off sticking with your zheng than going around collecting protection fees from those merchants. You need to find ways to earn money from the wealthy to become rich yourself. Those common folks have no profit to offer." Then Pei Hu added, "Based on what you said, that young man you encountered is probably on par with me, or perhaps even more formidable. It's truly a case of a dragon among men." "What?" Pei Zheng exclaimed. "How could that be? A young man in his 20s, even if he practiced since birth, it's impossible for him to reach your level, father." Pei Hu sighed, pondering. "There are always greater talents out there, and there are skies beyond the skies. A young man in his 20s, I fear he is." "What is it?" Pei Zheng asked. A nostalgic expression flickered across Pei Hu's face as he recounted, "In my youth, I wandered the realm to hone my martial arts. After claiming the title of Supreme Martial Artist of the realm, I traveled far and wide, eager to challenge masters from every school, convinced in my arrogance that no opponent could stand against me. Yet I never imagined that even within our own Dongdu there existed cultivators whose strength dwarfed mine by an unfathomable margin. 2,000 li northeast of our Baiyun city, now situated south of present-day Dongdu, lies the Phoenix Mountain Range. There, nestled among its peaks, stands a place known as Baozi Mountain, where I once encountered a true, peerless master." "A true, peerless master?" Pei Zheng and Tang Fei exclaimed in astonishment. In their minds, Pei Hu himself was already such a master, yet now he spoke of someone even greater. At that time my pride ran high. Having accepted challenge after challenge, someone whispered of a reclusive master dwelling in the Phoenix Mountains. I journeyed there, at once drawn by his legendary name. Pei Hu's face softened into a wry smile as he recalled that long-ago encounter. It was like an elder playfully swatting away a child. I unleashed my full power, but that venerable elder, already in his 60s, dispelled my assault with effortless grace. With nothing more than a casual wave of his palm, its mere gust felled me utterly. Oh, even Pei Zheng, who had witnessed countless spectacles, could not suppress a gasp. From childhood, his father had been an unattainable paragon, stern, disciplined, relentless in cultivation, and champion of the supreme martial arts tournament. Yet today this godlike figure confessed with quiet humility that another had bested him, not with blows, but with the whisper of a palm. Could the young man Tang Fei met be that elder's descendant? Pei Zheng voiced his suspicion. "Unlikely," Pei Hu replied. "The elder lived in utter solitude, no spouse, no children. He left no lineage behind. I even pleaded to become his disciple, begging to follow him in cultivation, but he refused, saying he had grown accustomed to a life of freedom and would take no students. Still, he did suggest I seek out his senior uncle in Dongdu, a master who welcomed disciples widely and might perhaps accept me." "Father, did you go?" Pei Zheng asked. An uncharacteristic flush rose to Pei Hu's cheeks. "I did go, yet his senior uncle, the immortal Cranesage, he Xianren, dismissed me outright, declaring my age too advanced and my aptitude too poor. He turned me away. From then on I settled quietly in Baiyun City, playing king in a petty realm, though in truth I remain unworthy of even a glance from such peerless masters." Pei Zheng and Tang Fei stared stunned, as if hearing a cosmic jest. Pei Hu, undisputed champion of the Supreme Martial Arts Tournament and sovereign of Baiyun City, deemed unfit for cultivation. Pei Hu stroked his beard thoughtfully. Yet he Xianren is notoriously sharp-tongued and capricious. I observed his disciples practicing techniques both ruthless and merciless. If the young man Tang Fei met is one of them, you would not be sitting here whole today. "That's true," Tang Fei nodded. Had he been truly ruthless, I'd never have stood before you, uncle. Pei, who tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa. Zheng assigned someone to discreetly investigate this young man's background. So long as he makes no move against us, we must refrain from any rash action, lest we spark needless misunderstanding. And if opportunity arises to forge an alliance, seize it. Uncle, the young man's name is Jiangnan. Jiangnan. The name stirred a faint echo in Pei, whose memory, yet slipped away like mist. Perhaps it was merely common. He gave it no further thought, exchanged a few pleasantries with Tang Fei, and retired upstairs to rest. Tang Fei soon took his leave. Pei Zheng personally drove him back to the club. The next morning, as Li Boss unlocked his shop, he spotted Tang Fei skulking near the entrance. Li Boss's heart clenched. Had this brother Fei come seeking vengeance? Would he dare commit violence in broad daylight? Gathering his courage, Li Boss pretended not to see him and forced open the door. Uncle Li! Uncle Li! Tang Fei called out, trotting over eagerly. Li Boss nearly doubted his own ears. This brash, foul-mouthed youth, whose tongue was usually laced with profanity, had he truly changed overnight? Ah, brother Fei, what brings you so early? Li Boss asked cautiously. Uncle Li, I've come especially to offer my sincere apologies. Tang Fei declared, shamelessly bold. My men misunderstood my intentions. I've always instructed them the Filong gang exists to punish evil, uphold justice, and restore righteousness. Yet these reckless fools dared collect so-called sanitation fees under my name. Unforgivable. Yeah, right. I'll believe that when hell freezes over. You're just terrified of being humiliated by Nangu again. When I learned of this, I was stricken with grief. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. I agonized over how to atone, so here I am. Tang Fei pulled a thick envelope from his pocket. This is every cent they extorted from you. I return it in full. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Li Boss accepted the envelope, opened it, and blinked. A thick stack of bills far exceeding what the Filong gang had ever taken. Li Boss counted out the exact sum owed and handed the rest back. A man of principle, he claimed only what was rightfully his. Without another word, he retreated to the kitchen to knead dough. After finishing the dough, Li Boss looked up and saw Tang Fei still there, awkwardly sweeping the floor with a broom. Wiping his hands, Li Boss emerged from the kitchen, brow furrowed. Fei, just say what you want. No need for all these roundabout games. Tang Fei scratched his head and grinned. Uncle Li, you flatter me. I truly wish to make amends. If you enjoy sweeping, then sweep on. Li Boss feigned turning away. Hey, Uncle Li, don't go. Tang Fei hurriedly grabbed his arm. Actually, I wanted to ask you something. Go on. That Nangu from yesterday, Jiang Nan, what's his background? Does Uncle Li know where he lives? Tang Fei asked, all smiles. Li Boss's expression hardened. What do you intend? I will never betray Nangu. Tang Fei affectionately looped his arm through Li Boss's. Uncle Li, you misunderstand. Yesterday, under Nanji's enlightened guidance, I renounced my former ways. Now I wish to serve beneath him, to learn from his wisdom. Li Boss gently disengaged his arm, eyeing him skeptically. You truly mean him no harm. You'd have to lend me a gallbladder. I wouldn't dare. You saw it yourself yesterday. Nangu snapped a bullet between his fingers like it was nothing. How could I possibly threaten him? That would be signing my own death warrant. Li Boss considered it, and slowly relaxed his guard. I don't know Nanji's origins. He moved here a few months ago. I'd never seen him before. He lives in the residential complex behind the shop, though I don't know his exact unit. Seeing Tang Fei's disappointment, Li Boss added, but Nangu comes to my shop for lunch almost every day. If you wish to meet him, simply wait here. Yes, perfect. Tang Fei brightened. Oh, and Fei, would you mind arranging these chairs for me? Li Boss without hesitation began issuing orders. Though inwardly chafing Tang, Fei dared not protest, lest this old fox slander him to Jiang Nan. Instead, he set to work with eager diligence. Before long, the sky darkened and Jiang Nan was once again training under load on the back mountain of Chisha Mountain. Perhaps due to the shock from yesterday's events, his enthusiasm for training today was not very high, and his combat power remained unchanged at 75. The rain began to fall softly, filling the air with the scent of decaying wood and dried leaves. Jiang Nan paused his practice and sat in a pavilion halfway up the mountain, lost in thought. This continuous rainy weather is most suitable for nostalgia, and Jiang Nan was also missing his family from his past life. I wonder how my parents are doing, and what about Junjun? Before crossing over, Jiang Nan had a house purchased with a loan, having just added Wei Jun's name to the property deed. In addition, there were 700,000 to 800,000 in savings and various financial products bought, which should be enough for Wei Jun and his parents to use for a while. But what about after a long time? Wei Jun would definitely remarry, and who would take care of my parents? And then there was Duosi, who was in the same world, but far away in Baidu. That cold, yet warm woman, I wonder if she faced any punishment from Dr. Garo for letting me go. Damn system, why did you bring me to this hellish world? Jiangnan cursed. Master, it wasn't me who transported you to this world, it was you who entered this world first, and I was activated afterward. The system suddenly interrupted. After a moment of silence, Jiangnan suddenly had a mischievous thought and asked, System, can you change your voice? Like personalized settings, do you understand? What voice would you like me to have, Master? Give me a cool, aloof female voice. Jiangnan said with a sly smile. Master, how about this? The system immediately switched to a cool and aloof female tone. Haha, not bad, not bad. By the way, can you switch to the voice of someone I know like Duosis? Jiangnan continued. Master, I can mimic any voice from your memory, the system replied in Duosis' voice. Jiangnan's heart raced, and the scene of that queen-like Duosi calling him master flashed in his mind. Jiangnan chuckled and said, Now imitate Junjun. Jiangnan. Crack. A thunderclap resounded in Jiangnan's mind, shaking his entire soul and making his heart skip a beat. It was so similar that slightly reproachful voice was exactly like Wei Jun's. It had been 7 years since a goddess had appeared in Jiangnan's world. The joy was that hard work paid off, and Jiangnan finally embraced the beauty. The sorrow was that before he could enjoy their world together, he was struck by lightning and transported to this world. Note: to keep the story moving, I had to set the protagonist as a devoted admirer in his past life. Wei Jun is just a plot device, and she won't appear until the end of this book. Although Jiangnan's phone came with him through the crossover as a science and engineering man, he didn't like taking photos. There aren't many pictures of Junjun on his phone, mostly saved from her social media posts, and there are no video recordings. Hearing that familiar voice again after 3.5 years, how could it not move him? Nostalgia surged in Jiangnan's heart, and a powerful conviction began to rise, shooting straight up to his mind. I must become stronger quickly. I must return to the world where Junjun is. As his conviction solidified, Jiangnan's aura began to rise, and his combat power unexpectedly increased by 5 points to 80. It turns out that a person's will can influence their strength. From now on, use this voice. Jiangnan said to the system. Oh sure. The system even imitated Junjun's tone. Filled with energy, Jiangnan felt an endless strength within him. He continued training with a 150-kilogram load until the afternoon, and only when his combat power had broken through by another point did he finally go back utterly exhausted. Tang Fei waited at Lee's beef noodle restaurant all morning. When lunchtime came and customers began to arrive, Boss Lee, fearing that Tang Fei's tattoos would frighten the guests, had him wait in the kitchen. After all the customers had left, but still no sign of Jiangnan, he wondered if Jiangnan would not come today. Tang Fei, not ready to give up, waited a little longer in the shop, and even took a nap with his head on the table. When he woke up, Jiangnan still hadn't come. Just as Tang Fei was about to give up, Boss Lee suddenly shouted, "Ah Fei, Jiangnan is here." It turned out that the counter faced the door, and Boss Lee saw Jiangnan dragging his weary footsteps as he walked in. "Boss, the usual, give me a super large bowl," Jiangnan said wearily. "Go hurry and sit down." Tang Fei ran over, eagerly reaching out to take off Jiangnan's backpack. As soon as he grabbed the backpack, Tang Fei nearly toppled over. Jiangnan's entire gear weighed 150 kilograms, and just the backpack was 120 kilograms. Tang Fei had practiced martial arts as a child and could lift over 100 kilograms, but lifting and carrying are different. He couldn't manage that much with one hand. Tang Fei was astonished. Indeed, Nango was impressive training with this weight every day. Jiangnan, a bit puzzled, asked curiously, "What brings you here?" "I benefited greatly from your teachings yesterday, Nango. I came early today hoping to see you as I still want to hear your insights." Tang Fei shamelessly replied. Stop. Don't call me Nango all the time. We're about the same age, right? You calling me Nango while I feel embarrassed, you should too." Tang Fei looked to be in his 30s. If Jiangnan weren't unaffected by aging in this world, he would also be around 30. Tang Fei shamelessly said, "I'm just growing up too fast, so I look older." Nango, please sit down." Jiangnan casually sat down and asked, "Speak your mind, no need to beat around the bush." Tang Fei sat down opposite him, rubbing his hands, and said, "Nango, I want to follow you." Jiangnan leaned back against the chair and said flatly, "I'm not interested." "Nango, I'm very capable," Tang Fei recommended himself. "As long as you agree, I can be at your service, going through fire and water without hesitation." "No need for that. The fire and water I'm going through, you won't be able to follow me." Jiangnan firmly rejected him. He was well aware of the plot trajectory of this world's future, not to mention the major bosses like Frieza and Cell that would appear in 20 years. Even a mere Piccolo with a combat power of over 200 could plunge the entire Earth into despair. A regular person like Tang Fei would only be a burden by his side. Tang Fei laughed shamelessly, saying, I know Nan Gu is a person of great ability. Even if I can't be of help, I can at least serve you tea and water right. Moreover, Nan Gu, please don't underestimate me. I also have some connections. If you need to find someone or inquire about something in Baiyan City, I can get it done in no time. Oh, Jiang Nan was intrigued. In his understanding, Tang Fei was merely a low-level thug who bullied ordinary people. He was now playing the informant. Seeing that Jiang Nan was interested, Tang Fei gained confidence and said, Have you heard of the Black Tiger Gang, Nan Gu? Having lived in Baiyan City for nearly half a year, Jiang Nan had indeed heard of the Black Tiger Gang's reputation, but he wasn't interested in such underworld organizations. No matter how powerful the underworld became, it was merely an organization in the world of ordinary people, a joke in the face of absolute power. The current leader of the Black Tiger Gang is my cousin, and the founder is my uncle, Tang Fei said. What? Boss Li, who was serving the noodles, couldn't help but exclaim, Ah Fei, you have a relative in the Black Tiger Gang. You're lying. Li Boss said, his expression revealing skepticism. He wanted to ask, since there is such a powerful cousin, why not venture into big business instead of coming to ask small vendors for protection fees? Tang Fei chuckled. A real man shouldn't always rely on others. But brother Nan, I grew up with my cousin, and we have a great relationship. If you really want to find someone or inquire about something, I can definitely help. Jiang Nan thought to himself that he didn't really have anything to inquire about, and was about to refuse again when he suddenly remembered something. Given Jiang Nan's current cultivation speed, he could advance his plan to find the Dragon Balls and wouldn't need to wait for Bulma to invent the Dragon Ball radar in the future. If he wasn't mistaken, Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan from Baozi Mountain, should have one Master Rashi, who lives in seclusion on an island, has another, and in a few years there will be one in Bulma's family's warehouse, though it's uncertain when Dr. Brief collected that Dragon Ball, or perhaps it was accidentally obtained by Bulma's sister Ties during an adventure. There should also be one in the Fire Mountain caused by a meteor strike located 1,500 kilometers southwest of Baiyan Mountain. However, that information was from the future, and Jiang Nan was uncertain if he could find the Dragon Balls at the corresponding locations now. Without a Dragon Ball radar, searching for them alone would be like finding a needle in a haystack, and perhaps Tang Fei could indeed be of help. Yet Jiang Nan didn't want to owe anyone favors too easily. He said, I'm not looking to take in a younger brother. I'll be leaving Baiyan City soon, so you can give up on that idea. But rest assured, as long as you don't do bad things that I find out about, I won't come looking for trouble. Tang Fei's expression turned awkward. If I need your help, I will find you. Of course, I will pay you for it, so you won't be doing it for free. Tang Fei immediately brightened up. Brother Nan, don't mention it. If you need anything, just let me know. Talking about payment feels too formal. Seeing Tang Fei hesitate to speak, Jiang Nan poured some vinegar into his bowl and asked, Is there something else? Tang Fei stammered. I met my uncle last night, and I mentioned I had made a new acquaintance, a great big brother. My uncle wants to befriend you, brother Nan. Is he trying to ask your uncle to help find a venue? Jiang Nan laughed. I wouldn't dare. Tang Fei hurriedly waved his hand in denial. I just saw someone like you, brother Nan, who is a master, and wanted to ask my uncle if he had heard of you. Hey, brother Nan, let me tell you, my uncle is quite something. Jiang Nan, who was already starving, took a big bite of the noodles and asked through a mouthful, what makes him so impressive? Tang Fei leaned in closer and said, Brother Nan, someone with your skills should have heard of the World Martial Arts Tournament, right? My uncle participated 20 years ago and won the championship. Jiang Nan paused his chopsticks and said, he truly is a remarkable person. Jiang Nan felt a surge of excitement. Recently, he sensed a significant increase in his strength due to training, but to enhance his combat power, even faster, mere training was clearly insufficient. Actual combat was the most effective means to improve battle prowess, and Jiang Nan was eager to find an opponent to practice with. Brother Nan, when are you free? I'll arrange a gathering. Tang Fei asked. How about tomorrow noon? Just wait at the entrance of the nearby community. Jiang Nan was also looking forward to the surprises Tang Fei's uncle could bring him. The more he could enhance his combat power at this stage, the more significant the improvements would be later on. Great. Tang Fei excitedly shook his shoulders. Noticing that Tang Fei still had no intention of leaving after finishing their conversation, Jiang Nan asked, Have you eaten? Should I get you a bowl too? Tang Fei's face immediately turned pale, and he mumbled that he didn't need it, quickly getting up and sneaking away. Once Tang Fei was far away, Li Boss came over, wiping his hands with an apron. He sat in a chair on the other side of the aisle, glanced outside to confirm Tang Fei was gone, and said, "Anin, it's not that I want to meddle, but you shouldn't associate too much with the people from Black Tiger Hall. They are not good people, and dealing with them too much can corrupt you." Jiangnan smiled and replied, "Li boss, you don't have to worry, I know what I'm doing. As long as you are aware, that's good. I was young once, and know that young people can be impulsive, easily swayed by temptation. Anin, you are a good person, but you don't realize that bad people are very cunning. They can lead you astray without you even noticing." Li boss said, earnestly worried that Jiangnan might go astray. Jiangnan smiled without further explanation, chatted with Li boss about other topics, and when it was time to pay for the meal, Li boss was reluctant to accept the money. After Jiangnan threatened that if he didn't accept the money he might feel awkward about coming again, he finally hesitantly took it. The next day was another work day, and Jiangnan went to the North Suburban Park to conduct reaction training. Initially, Jiangnan was a bit worried that the rain yesterday might have drowned the remaining flies, but fortunately the resilience of flies was astonishing and most of them were still alive. Unfortunately, while the heavens spared the flies, Jiangnan came to collect them. With a combat power of 80, Jiangnan had improved significantly compared to the previous days. As soon as he opened the fly trap, the flies almost flew out, only to die one by one. The branches in Jiangnan's hands moved so swiftly that their afterimages were barely visible, and those few flies that managed to escape didn't even have time to rejoice before they met their demise at Jiangnan's second strike. In just 5 minutes, all the flies in the trap were dead. Even Jiangnan was surprised by his speed. He even wondered if the flies had slowed down due to hunger. This training allowed Jiangnan's combat power to increase by 1 point again, but he also vaguely sensed that he seemed to be approaching a bottleneck. Indeed, without real combat, it was still insufficient. After finishing the practice, Jiangnan first placed the fly trap at the seafood wholesale market and then prepared to go back and take a shower. As he neared the community, he saw a long line of cars at the entrance from a distance. Is someone getting married? Jiangnan was surprised. How is it that this world still has such customs? As Jiangnan passed by the long limousine in the midst of the convoy, he marveled that no matter what world it was, rich people would always enjoy themselves. The exterior of the limousine was so smooth and shiny, like a mirror, giving a sense of solemnity and determination. The sunlight reflected off the paint, dazzling and blinding. Jiangnan self-deprecatingly thought that when he first crossed over, he envisioned enjoying the life of the elite once he became powerful. But so much time has passed, and he was still living like an ordinary person with a quality of life even lower than before crossing. Suddenly, the car door opened, and to his surprise, it was Tang Fei in the passenger seat. At that moment, Jiangnan realized that such a grand display couldn't possibly be to pick him up, could it? Before Tang Fei could open the back door, it swung open on its own from the inside, revealing a young man who looked even younger than Tang Fei. The man wore a beige suit, was handsome and sunny, and wore a warm smile on his face. "Hello, Brother Nan." The man in the beige suit bowed slightly and greeted Jiangnan. "Who are you?" Jiangnan looked at the man with a combat power rating of 62, puzzled. Such extraordinary strength suggested he might be Tang Fei's maternal uncle. He seemed far too young. Introducing himself, the man said, "Brother Nan, my name is Pei Zheng. I'm Tang Fei's cousin." Jiangnan nodded in sudden understanding and replied politely, Hello, I'm just Jiangnan. Brother Nan is far too modest. A paragon like yourself, truly a dragon among men. I feel deeply honored merely to address you as Brother Nan. Oh, how could I ever dare utter your given name so casually? Brother Nan, please step into the car. The banquet has already been prepared by my father, who awaits your esteemed presence with great anticipation. Pei Zheng spoke with practiced elegance, leaving Jiangnan faintly flustered. Actually, I need to go home first and change clothes. After every reaction training session, Jiangnan worried about pathogen exposure and always rushed to shower and change immediately. Pei Zheng replied, I'll handle all arrangements. Brother Nan, just board the vehicle. Jiangnan had no choice but to get in. Pei Zheng instructed the driver to switch cars and personally took the wheel. The motorcade pulled away slowly beneath the envious gazes of nearby residents. Inside the cabin, Jiangnan curiously pressed and touched everything around him. The interior was astonishingly luxurious. Only 2 rear seats occupied the spacious compartment. His legs stretched fully, yet still couldn't reach the front seat backs. Every surface within the car, door panels, armrests, even the steering wheel, was wrapped in supple, seamless leather. Jiangnan ran his fingers lightly over the seat. He couldn't identify the hide's origin, but its tactile refinement dwarfed even the finest automotive leather he'd known in his past life. The suspension absorbed every irregularity flawlessly, Jiangnan felt not the slightest jolt. Pei Zhang's driving was equally masterful. Acceleration and braking were imperceptibly smooth. Surround sound speakers played soothing light music. Unconsciously, Jiangnan sank deep into the plush seat, sighing inwardly. Wealth truly does open doors to unparalleled comfort. The motorcade entered the city center and arrived at the Green Peacock Hotel on the banks of the Xuanlong River, the most prestigious hotel in Baiyun City owned by the Heihu sect. Formal banquets were routinely held here under Pei Zhang's arrangements. Its facade was painted emerald green, harmonizing with smoked glass windows to shimmer like iridescent peacock feathers beneath the sun. The convoy halted directly before the entrance. Pei Zhang stepped out and opened Jiangnan's door. As Jiangnan alighted, his gaze swept upward. Towering portico, golden-framed doorway. This level of opulence was something he hadn't dared enter even in his former life. Doormen stood ready, holding open the grand entrance. Pei Zhang led the way inside with Tang Fei following closely behind. The hotel rose 46 stories high. The banquet was set on the top floor. First, Pei Zhang escorted Jiangnan to the 40th floor where a suite had already been arranged for his bath. Hotel attendants timed their service with flawless precision. The bathtub water was perfectly tempered, and a fresh set of clothing tailored to Jiangnan's frame lay neatly laid out upon the bed. Pei Zhang and Tang Fei withdrew to an adjacent room to wait, while Jiangnan hurried off to bathe. Upon opening the door, Jiangnan found himself in a walk-in closet. Its wardrobe held a freshly pressed robe. Opposite stood a vast vanity mirror gleaming spotless above an expansive dressing table. Unaccustomed to such luxuries, Jiangnan skipped the robe entirely and stripped hastily, stepping straight into the bathroom, a space so large it rivaled an average living room. A pristine, colossal bathtub dominated the room. Jiangnan doubted nothing less than 10 people could comfortably soak together within it. Soft piano melodies streamed from discreet wall-mounted speakers. Damn it, what decadent indulgence. Even bathing comes with a concert. Jiangnan rinsed quickly under the shower head, only to freeze in disbelief. The fixture itself was solid gold. Glancing at the faucets beside it, he confirmed. They too were pure gold. This extravagance was staggering. Originally intending only a quick rinse, Jiangnan paused upon seeing the filled tub. Better not waste clean water. Why not savor this moment properly? With that thought, he slipped into the warm water. No wonder this was the city's finest hotel. The bathwater was purified to crystalline clarity. Its silken glide across his skin made him suspect residual soap. He scrubbed repeatedly, baffled by the sensation. Just then the electronic lock clicked. He heard footsteps entering. Had Pei Zhang and Tang Fei come to urge him along? As Jiangnan began rising from the tub, 2 elegantly poised female attendants glided in, each draped only in a modest towel. Startled beyond words, Jiangnan instinctively shielded himself and ducked back beneath the water. Sir, allow us to assist with your bath. Without hesitation, both women stepped into the tub, one settling to his left, the other to his right, and began kneading his shoulders with practiced grace. This is outright seduction. I must refuse, firmly and without delay. Yet he reconsidered. Their serene composure suggested this was simply exemplary service, not impropriety. To recoil would mark him as provincial, unworldly, embarrassingly naive. After massaging his shoulders and arms, they moved down to his legs. Though reason whispered restraint, his body remained utterly still, receptive, compliant, unresisting. Suddenly one attendant dropped her towel, and before Jiangnan's wide-eyed stare, drew a slow breath and submerged herself beneath the water. "Ah, wait. Stop!" Jiangnan cried out. She surfaced instantly, brushing water from her face. Flustered, "I beg your pardon, sir. Was my service inadequate? Did I cause you discomfort?" Flustered and blushing, Jiangnan stammered, No, it's precisely the opposite. Your service is too exceptional. I've finished bathing. Please excuse yourselves." The attendants bowed repeatedly and withdrew in haste. Jiangnan exhaled deeply, relieved. He had, after all, passed the test. Once dressed, he emerged to find Pei Zhang and Tang Fei promptly stepping out from the adjacent room. Their shared silence spoke volumes. Neither uttered a word, simply guiding Jiangnan toward the penthouse. Pei, who had been waiting at the elevator bank, alerted in advance. The moment the doors parted, Jiangnan's gaze locked onto the crimson numeral hovering above Pei Hu's head. Combat Power 84. Higher than Xiao Bawang, the reigning champion of last year's World Martial Arts Championship, and even slightly surpassing Jiangnan's own current rating. I heard of you from Fei the other day, and instantly admired your talents. Today, meeting you in person, I see you truly embody excellence and distinction. Hardly had the elevator doors opened when Pei, who beamed, grasped Jiangnan's hand warmly and affectionately patted his back. Jiang Nan, and used to such ornate speech, could only offer an awkward, restrained smile. Pei Hu ushered Jiang Nan into the private dining chamber, an equally lavish rectangular space dominated by a massive circular table, its diameter easily exceeding 8 meters. Opposite the entrance rose a smoked glass curtain wall, filtering ultraviolet rays while permitting soft, diffused daylight. From the window, one could gaze down upon the graceful curves of the Xuanlong River and survey the sweeping urban panorama of Baiyun City. Pei Hu guided Jiang Nan to the head seat. Pei Zheng and Tang Fei followed, taking their places accordingly. Jiang Nan wasn't the only one ill at ease. Even Tang Fei, normally oblivious to social nuance, muttered, inwardly bewildered. He called Jiang Nan Brother Nan, yet his uncle addressed him as virtuous younger brother, a title that upended familial hierarchy. So how exactly should he address Jiang Nan now? Uncle Nan. Several attendants pushed a dining cart in line into the private room, placing the dishes on the enormous dining table one by one. Initially, Jiang Nan was worried that such a large table had no revolving tray, making it difficult to reach the dishes. It turned out there was a row of beautiful and poised female attendants specifically responsible for serving the food. Pei Hu raised his glass and laughed. I wonder how much alcohol my dear brother Jiang Nan can handle. Let me toast you first. In such an occasion, Jiang Nan had no choice but to raise his glass in return. The liquid in the glass resembled white liquor, but the alcohol content seemed lower. As he sipped it, he felt a slight spiciness on his lips, and a lingering fragrance spread throughout his mouth, revealing it was indeed good wine. Looking at the beautifully plated and vividly colored dishes on the table, Jiang Nan, who had never experienced such a lavish meal since his arrival, couldn't help but swallow hard, cursing himself internally for being so embarrassing. Pei Hu noticed these details and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The female attendant who had served Jiang Nan a bath had already reported back, indicating that Jiang Nan was not very deep in thought and had not seen much of the world, making him an easy target for Pei Hu to recruit. If Jiang Nan could be of use to him, then the Black Tiger Hall might continue to grow, possibly becoming the most powerful underground organization in the East Capital. Pei Hu kindly used chopsticks to serve Jiang Nan some food, announcing that the banquet had officially begun, and others also began to eat. The female attendants buzzed around like diligent bees, distributing food to everyone using communal utensils. The female attendant standing next to Jiang Nan gently wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, making him silently lament the life of the affluent. Pei Hu cheerfully recounted the customs and culture of Baiyun City, sharing anecdotes from his youth when he traveled far and wide, ensuring the banquet was lively throughout. With the mindset of being here, Jiang Nan indulged in food and drink, occasionally engaging in conversation. I see my dear brother is quite talented and charming, Pei Hu said with a smile, taking Jiang Nan's hand. I wonder if you have resolved your marriage matters. Jiang Nan was taken aback and replied, I haven't had time to consider such things yet. I see my dear brother is of similar age to my youngest daughter Pei Yuan. Young people like you should have common topics to discuss. How about I introduce you to? Pei Hu smiled like a family elder. Jiang Nan politely declined, saying, Thank you for your kind intentions, brother Pei, but a young man should focus on broader ambitions. I currently have no thoughts on romance. Pei Hu was not the least bit offended by the rejection. After all, it was reasonable for someone as powerful as Jiang Nan at such a young age to be unattainable for ordinary women. Pei Hu chuckled and said, I was being too forward. Oh, please don't take it to heart. By the way, may I ask who your master is? Having been in the workplace for several years, Jiang Nan could easily detect Pei Hu's probing. He decided to flaunt his connections. Brother Pei, have you heard of the Turtle Immortal School? Pei Hu was taken aback, and even with his deep cunning, his brows twitched in surprise. He asked suspiciously, Could your master be the legendary martial arts god, teacher Wu Tian? Jiang Nan neither confirmed nor denied it. After all, he wasn't lying. He was indeed training according to the principles of the Turtle Immortal School. Pei Hu was shocked, but also found it reasonable. If it weren't for the martial arts god Wu Tian, who else could cultivate such a powerful disciple at such a young age? Perhaps the Crane Immortal could, but students of the Crane Immortal School were likely too arrogant to sit here amicably drinking with him. Pei Hu. Recalling an elderly man he had met 20 years ago, Pei Hu asked, When I was young, I once encountered an old man near Baozi Mountain in the Phoenix Mountain Range. I vaguely remember he said he was also a disciple of the Turtle Immortal School. Do you know him, dear brother? That was my master brother's son, Wukong. Jiang Nan lied without batting an eye. Pei Hu believed him, feeling fortunate that he had not rashly made an enemy of Jiang Nan. Uncle, is teacher Wu Tian very powerful? Tang Fei could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Pei Hu explained, Not just powerful, he is the martial arts god. The legend of teacher Wu Tian's invincibility has been passed down for over 200 years. I never expected to see a disciple of teacher Wu Tian today. 200 years. Then how old is teacher Wu Tian? Pei Zheng asked in surprise, unable to close his mouth. My master is already 310 years old this year. Jiang Nan said, which was not a fabrication. The turtle immortal was born in the year 430 of the IGG calendar, and this year 740 of the IGG calendar, he was exactly 310 years old. Pei Hu's pupils widened, and Pei Zheng and Tang Fei looked as if they had heard something incomprehensible. Can humans really live that long? Pei Hu murmured. Perhaps it is due to my master's profound martial arts that he has been reborn, Jiang Nan replied. Jiang Nan knew that the turtle immortal had mentioned drinking from the fountain of youth, but the truth was that the fountain of youth only granted him a longer lifespan, not true immortality. Jiang Nan was unsure if the fountain of youth still existed, but leaking that information would certainly drive many to madness, so he opted for a different interpretation. Pei Hu sighed. So pursuing the ultimate martial arts can bring such miraculous effects. It's a pity that I have wasted decades and haven't made further progress in martial arts. What a shame. Brother Pei, you are too modest. I see you are in your prime, full of vigor. Why lament? Jiang Nan replied with the usual pleasantries. Pei Hu laughed heartily. What a prime age. My dear brother, come, let us have another drink. After another round of drinks, Jiang Nan said, Brother Pei, I have a small request. Feel free to speak, my dear brother. Jiang Nan said, My master instructed me to experience the world. I have been away from my sect for almost 6 months and have yet to spar with anyone. Therefore, I would like to spar with you, Brother Pei, and hope you will not hesitate to teach me. Upon hearing this, Pei Hu smiled and said, Why not? It has been many years since I last fought. I am quite eager to test my skills. How about this? I have a martial arts school with a competition arena. After the banquet, we can go to my martial arts school to spar, which will also help digest our meal. At this point, everyone had eaten and drunk enough, so Pei Zheng arranged for a convoy, and a group of people headed to the Black Tiger Hall Martial Arts School. Initially, Jiang Nan thought the martial arts school would resemble a typical training center from his past life, but he was surprised to find that the Black Tiger Hall Martial Arts School was an entire building as large as a sports hall. The arena inside the martial arts school was large with spectators stands around it. It turned out that the Black Tiger Hall also organized boxing matches, which explained why the arena was so well constructed. Jiang Nan, dressed in a training outfit, stepped onto the arena with Pei, who, while Pei Zheng and Tang Fei watched from outside, not wanting to miss this rare opportunity to observe. Brother, please. Jiang Nan did not hesitate. Although his combat power was nearly on par with Pei, who his actual combat experience was certainly far inferior. Thus, he charged forward and launched an attack at Pei Hu. Tang Fei could only see a blur as Jiang Nan closed the distance to Pei Hu. Jiang Nan threw a punch towards Pei Hu's chest, but Pei Hu merely sidestepped and evaded the attack. Jiang Nan retracted his fist and executed a sweeping kick towards Pei Hu's calf. Pei Hu calmly raised his leg and blocked Jiang Nan's attack with his knee. Jiang Nan's series of attacks were easily neutralized by Pei Hu, who, curious to gauge Jiang Nan's level, refrained from launching a counterattack. Suddenly, Jiang Nan halted and clasped his fists, saying, Brother Pei, your strength is indeed unfathomable. Please do not hold back. I will give it my all from here on. Pei Hu smiled and replied, Very well, brother, unleash your full strength. Jiang Nan tensed up, lunging at Pei Hu like a cheetah, throwing punches like a torrential rain, while Tang Fei could no longer keep track of his movements. Noticing Jiang Nan's speed had dramatically increased, Pei Hu did not dare to be careless and carefully neutralized Jiang Nan's attacks. However, Jiang Nan had never formally trained in martial arts. His moves lacked sophistication and could be described as wild punches. Soon enough, Pei Hu discerned Jiang Nan's pattern, and after blocking his double fists, he forcefully elbowed him, sending Jiang Nan staggering backward. Rubbing his pained chest, Jiang Nan's mind raced as he recalled the movements the two had just executed. Jiang Nan realized that although his attacks were swift, his intentions were too obvious. Thus, Pei Hu could always anticipate his moves. With this understanding, Jiang Nan charged forward once more. This time, Pei Hu was taken aback. Jiang Nan was no longer following a predictable pattern. His strikes became increasingly fierce, and Pei Hu began to feel the pressure as he defended. After successfully blocking Jiang Nan again, Pei Hu shouted, Brother Jiang Nan, be careful. Aware that Pei Hu was now serious, Jiang Nan focused all his energy, while the two spectators were left awestruck by the thrilling duel. Cold winter snow palm. With a loud shout, Pei Hu's palm swung towards Jiang Nan like a blizzard. Jiang Nan anxiously raised his arms to defend against Pei Hu's strikes, but the blows felt scorching against his forearms, causing his defense to weaken. Bang, bang, bang. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Pei Hu landed 3 consecutive strikes on Jiang Nan's chest and abdomen, sending him flying to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a stop. Brother, I concede. Pei Hu chuckled as he walked over to help Jiang Nan up. Jiang Nan clasped his fists, saying, Brother Pei, your skills are profound. I truly admire you. I cannot compete with the youth. Pei Hu humbly replied, strength favors the young. I only prevail due to my wealth of experience, but in time I may not be a match for you, brother. Despite Pei Hu's calm demeanor, he was greatly astonished. In the brief minutes of their exchange, Jiang Nan's combat level had surged dramatically, forcing him to unleash his ultimate techniques, indicating Jiang Nan's remarkable talent for battle. Indeed, anyone who could become a disciple of Wu Tian is extraordinary. Jiang Nan remarked, I have learned a great deal from sparring with Brother Pei today. Now I truly understand what it means that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. After some polite exchanges, Jiang Nan expressed his intention to return. It's not far back from here. There's no need to trouble yourselves. I could use a walk to stretch my legs. Having declined the warm send-off from Pei Hu and others, Jiang Nan left the martial arts school alone. Dad, what do you think of Jiang Nan? Pei Zheng asked his father after Jiang Nan departed. Pei Hu finally relaxed, rubbing his arms, and solemnly stated, this young man has limitless potential. Zheng, you must cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Nan. He seems inexperienced in the ways of the world, so I need not elaborate. I understand. Pei Zheng nodded earnestly. Tang Fei interjected, uncle, since you referred to Jiang Nan as a brother today, does that mean I should address him as Uncle Nan from now on? Pei Hu was left speechless, exhaling heavily through his nose. You all can discuss among yourselves. Fei, don't goof around. You should learn properly from Zheng, understand. Seeing Pei Hu starting another lecture, Tang Fei quickly found an excuse and bolted. As Jiang Nan expected, his combat power soared following this practical experience, now reaching 85. However, he knew that this value did not represent true combat strength. Just like earlier when Pei Hu unleashed his ultimate skill, the cold winter snow palm, Jiang Nan found himself utterly unable to counter it. He must not become complacent. He needed to continue his training. In the days that followed, Jiang Nan persisted with his weighted training and reaction drills. However, disappointingly, once his combat power reached 90, he clearly felt a bottleneck. No matter how hard he trained, he could not break through again. Since extremes lead to reversals, Jiang Nan decided not to increase his training volume. Instead, he maintained a balanced routine, awaiting the next qualitative change. During this time, Pei Zheng visited several times. Noticing Jiang Nan's cramped living quarters, Pei Zheng offered to gift him a large house. Jiang Nan, however, refused outright, unwilling to accept such generosity without reason. Pei Zheng did not press the matter. Time was on their side. Being overly eager to bestow benefits would only raise suspicions about his motives, so he planned to gradually win Jiang Nan over. Tang Fei also frequently visited Jiang Nan, and over time Jiang Nan realized that Tang Fei was quite different from Pei Zheng. He was rather foolish, a man in his 30s, still engaging in activities more suited for adolescence. Now that his younger brothers had healed, Tang Fei resumed managing his flying dragon gang, but without causing trouble for ordinary merchants. Time flew by, and before they knew it, September had arrived. That afternoon, Jiang Nan calculated that the time was right and sat cross-legged on his bed waiting. Ding! It has been a year since combat power doubled. Combat power doubling activated. A surge of power emanated from within Jiang Nan, causing his muscles to feel invigorated. Combat power has successfully doubled. Accompanied by a voice identical to Jun's, Jiang Nan's combat power surged to 180. Has it been completed already? Jiang Nan clenched his fist, feeling a distinct increase in his strength. He threw a punch into the air, and the lightning-fast fist cut through the air, producing a loud crack. With the rise in his combat power, Jiang Nan faintly sensed that the energy within him seemed to have form. As he focused, he could even feel the energy circulating within his body. Could this be the legendary Qi? Jiang Nan tried to concentrate the energy within him to his fingertips, then suddenly pointed forward. A beam of energy emitting a silver glow burst forth, crashing into the wall and creating a small dent. Fortunately, Jiang Nan was merely testing the waters, otherwise he might have punched through the wall. Is this not the legendary penetrating wave? Jiang Nan was filled with delight. He initially feared that his physical condition had merely improved and that he would not be able to unleash shockwaves like the characters from Dragon Ball. It turned out that once his combat power reached a certain level, he would understand how to harness his Qi. The room was too small, so Jiang Nan decided to go out for a walk to test how much his doubled combat power had changed him. He donned all of his weighted gear, 180 kilograms the maximum he could carry, as there were no available items on the market that could withstand such a load. After putting on the gear, Jiang Nan felt that this weight was no longer a challenge for him. He didn't feel any strain whatsoever. After some thought, he simply took off the weights and leisurely exited the community. At that moment, the mountains were not mountains in Jiang Nan's eyes. He felt unusually relaxed, and the enhancement of his combat power filled him with an indescribable confidence. Surely there was no one on this earth who could rival him now. With his current combat power, he could even slightly surpass Master Roshi. No, that's not right. Jiang Nan gazed towards the western direction of the Caring Holy Land, almost forgetting that the Caring Immortal resided in the Caring Tower there, and above him were the deities from the Divine Temple. It was still too early to claim invincibility, but fortunately the Caring Immortal and the deities did not interfere with mortal affairs, so one could barely consider himself invincible in the world. It was about time to leave Baiyun City. Coincidentally, Jiang Nan's lease was also nearing its end. The money he had was insufficient to renew the lease for another year. Although Jiang Nan lived frugally, he could not withstand the astonishing consumption of his physical training and his enormous appetite at every meal. Jiang Nan had once considered asking the Black Tiger Hall for help in locating the Dragon Balls, but he had abandoned that idea. Human nature is inherently greedy, especially for the avaricious Pei, who and his son, if they learned of the secret of the Dragon Balls, it would be difficult to avoid malicious intent. Jiang Nan recalled that the future Red Ribbon Army would also possess the capability to manufacture Dragon Ball radar, and it was needless to say that the radar would originate from Dr. Gero's research facility. Although the radar used by the Red Ribbon Army was not as precise as the little gadget crafted by the genius girl Bulma, it was still somewhat usable. Jiang Nan thought of Doris, who was equally skilled in radar technology. Given their personal relationship, she would likely lend a helping hand. However, to create a Dragon Ball radar, he would first need to obtain a Dragon Ball. It is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice, no matter how brilliant a scientist, as they cannot conjure a positional radar out of thin air without a sample to study. To obtain the first Dragon Ball radar, Jiang Nan had two options. The first option was to head to the southwest 1,500 kilometers away to the Cool View Mountain, also known as the Fiery Mountain, where a Dragon Ball was located in the castle of the Bull Demon King. However, given the Bull Demon King's horde, finding a ball in his castle would not be so easy. The other option was to go northeast from Baiyun City, 2,000 kilometers, to Bun Mountain, to seek out Son Gohan and try his luck. According to Jiang Nan's calculations, Son Gohan should have already retrieved the 4-star ball by now, and considering the time, he should also have encountered the little Kakarot arriving on Earth in a spaceship. After some thought, Jiang Nan decided to go to Bun Mountain to find Son Gohan. This old man was kind and gentle, and perhaps he would be willing to gift him a Dragon Ball. Additionally, as a martial arts master, Son Gohan had a deeper understanding of martial arts, and he might be able to impart some knowledge. In September, Baiyun City was still swelteringly hot. Jiang Nan went to the seafood market to retrieve the fly trap he had left there for a week. Due to his regular usage, there were now considerably fewer flies at the seafood market than before. A trap that could fill up in a day or two now took a week to barely fill with flies. Carrying several fly traps on his way to the northern suburban park, Jiang Nan wore a relaxed and content expression while moving swiftly as the wind. Passers-by, although surprised at this scene, quickly recalled that it was just that man who loved to run around the streets with fly traps, and thus found it unremarkable. Arriving at the concrete square, Jiang Nan opened all the fly traps. They'll let you all run for 10 seconds first. Jiang Nan was not in a hurry to take action. He waited until all the flies had flown out of the traps before he casually struck with a branch. Now Jiang Nan was no longer merely swatting flies. He could generate wind blades with a swing of the branch, slicing through the air and turning each fly into fragments. 40 seconds. In just 40 seconds, all the flies from the 5 traps were exterminated. Jiang Nan calmed the chi within his body and murmured, "Is this the physical quality of 180 combat power?" It is hard to imagine how much his body would evolve after several more doublings in the future. From now on, there was no need for further fly training. The speed of flies had become too slow for Jiang Nan. He cleaned up the area, hung the traps next to the park's garbage station, and then strolled back leisurely. As Jiang Nan was about to return to the community, the sun was setting. He spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. Li Xiaomei, the daughter of Boss Li from Li's Beef Noodle Shop. Li Xiaomei, carrying a large backpack, did not notice Jiang Nan. Today she seemed a bit unhappy, as if she had something on her mind, kicking stones as she walked. "Xiaomei," Jiang Nan called out, but the girl did not look where she was going and almost got hit by a passing motorcycle. When Li Xiaomei turned around, and saw Jiang Nan. Her face lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Ainen go." Jiang Nan walked over to join her, and Li Xiaomei had already started entering her teenage years, now taller than when Jiang Nan first met her. "Are you worried about something? Are you concerned about starting middle school next year?" Jiang Nan asked with a smile. Li Xiaomei's joyful expression faded, and she pouted as she replied, "No, that's not it." "Well, why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help," Jiang Nan said, his caring older brother personality coming into play. Jiang Nan understood that teenagers often faced various troubles, many of which seemed trivial to adults, but could trouble them for a long time. Li Xiaomei sighed and said, "I'm worried about my deskmate Lin Jejia. She hasn't come to school for several days now. Maybe she's sick and she'll be back once she recovers." Jiang Nan comforted her. "I don't think so. Ain't good, you don't know Jejia doesn't have a mother and her father has a bad temper. When he's unhappy, he even hits and scolds her. Recently, when I saw Jejia looking unhappy, I asked her what was wrong, and she said her father has a new girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan felt a twinge of concern. It seemed that Lin Jejia's absence from school was related to her family. "Do you know where she lives?" Jiang Nan asked. Li Xiaomei's eyes brightened with hope. She knew Jiang Nan's capabilities, and if Lin Jejia was indeed in trouble, perhaps Ainen Gu could help. "I know. I've been to her house before. It's not very far from here, and it takes less than half an hour to walk there," Li Xiaomei said. "All right, let's go check on her, but we should first tell your father at the shop." The noodle shop was not far away. The two of them first went inside to briefly explain the situation to Boss Li. Knowing Jiang Nan's capabilities, Boss Li was not worried about any danger. He was just regretful that he had to watch the shop and couldn't join in the fun. After receiving permission, Li Xiaomei stuffed her backpack behind the counter and grabbed Jiang Nan's hand, running outside. Lin Jejia's home was in an old residential building. The neighborhood looked quite aged, with narrow corridors filled with damp, cold moss spreading between the bricks, and the peeling walls revealed yellowing plaster underneath. Looking up, the power lines were tangled like a mess of threads, and several pieces of clothing were still hanging outside the residence balconies, left out even as darkness approached. Jiang Nan followed Li Xiaomei into the building, where the corridor was dark. "Oh!" Li Xiaomei suddenly shouted as a dim yellow light bulb lit up at the corner. It turned out to be a motion-sensing light. Lin Jejia lived on the third floor, and when they reached the door, Li Xiaomei nervously knocked. Lin Jejia's father looked fierce, and she couldn't help but feel afraid upon seeing him. No one answered. "Jejia, Lin Jejia." Li Xiaomei called out again, but still no one responded. Jiang Nan initially considered breaking the door lock, but then thought that if Lin's father discovered the lock was damaged because someone was looking for Lin Jejia, would he not vent his anger on Lin Jejia? It was quite possible. "Xiaomei, wait for me here for a moment, just half a minute." Jiang Nan went downstairs, and after identifying which balcony belonged to the Lin family, he lightly leaped up to the third floor. This was a large two-bedroom unit, a common layout in old neighborhoods. The living room connected to the balcony was about the same size as the bedroom. Jiang Nan looked around the house, found no one inside, and opened the door to let Li Xiaomei in. Seeing the door open from inside, Li Xiaomei was startled, fearing it might be Lin's father's fierce face, but unexpectedly, it was Brother Nan. "Brother Nan, how did you get in?" Li Xiaomei asked curiously. Jiang Nan didn't hide it. "I came in from the balcony," Li Xiaomei exclaimed in surprise, and then Jiang Nan turned on the light, and they both examined the furnishings in the room. It was evident that the Lin family was not well off. There was no sofa in the living room, just a few bamboo chairs. The only electrical appliance in the living room was an old television, and the photos in the frames on the wall had already yellowed, showing signs of age, with no recent pictures at all. In the corner of the living room connecting to the balcony, there was a small bed with a backpack on it, indicating that this was likely where Lin Jejia slept. Jiang Nan went to the kitchen for a quick look. It seemed that it hadn't been used in several days. Then he went into the bedroom and found the bed messy, with hair of various lengths visible and several used tissues thrown on the floor beside the bed. It looked like someone had been sleeping in the bed these past few days. The two of them couldn't just wait around, so Jiang Nan suggested they go out and ask the neighbors. They left the Lin house and knocked on the door of the neighbor across the hall. Unbeknownst to them, a woman behind the door was peeking through the peephole. She had been curious when she heard someone shouting at the door, and when she saw the man inside opening the door, she was even more frightened, contemplating whether to call the federal police. Unexpectedly, these two were actually coming to her home. The woman was reluctant to open the door, but fearing that the man outside might inexplicably show up at her house later, she retreated a few steps and shouted, "Who is it?" "Hello, Auntie. I am Lin Jejia's classmate from across the hall. There's no one home at their place. Do you know where their family has gone?" Li Xiaomei politely spoke from behind the door. The middle-aged woman opened the door a crack, sizing up Jiang Nan and Li Xiaomei at the door. Seeing they didn't look like bad people, she said, "What are you looking for them for?" "Auntie Lin Jejia hasn't been to school for several days. Have you seen her recently?" Li Xiaomei explained. "Oh, so you're a classmate of Jejia. I haven't seen her for a few days either," the woman said. Jiang Nan interjected, asking, "Sister, do you know if anyone has been at their house in the past few days?" The woman thought for a moment and replied, Yes. I just remembered there was noise coming from their house the night before last. Lin Bin seemed to have brought a woman home, and they were making noise all night. I was puzzled why someone with a child at home could be so audacious, but it turns out Jejia wasn't home after all. Do you know where Lin Jejia's father might have gone?" Jiang Nan asked. The woman leaned her head out to take a look, lowering her voice as she said, "That Lin Bin is a hopeless gambler. He doesn't have a stable job and often takes odd jobs to make some money. Whenever he has a bit of money, he rushes off to gamble. I've noticed he has been coming home late these past few days and even brought a woman back to fool around with. He must have won some money." Jiang Nan asked, "Do you know where he goes to gamble?" "I don't gamble, so how would I know where that scoundrel goes to gamble?" the middle-aged woman replied tersely. "Thank you, sorry for bothering you." Jiang Nan concluded the inquiry, and after the woman closed the door, he returned to the Lin house, found a photo of Lin Bin on the wall, stuffed it into his pocket, and then the two of them left the old neighborhood. Once they reached the main road, Jiang Nan said to Li Xiaomei, "I'm going to ask around. By the way, do you have a photo of Lin Jejia?" "Just now I didn't see any recent pictures of Lin Jejia at the Lin house. If I want to inquire about her, a childhood photo won't be useful." "I have one," Li Xiaomei exclaimed. "I invited Lin Jejia to my birthday party earlier this year, and we took a group photo, but I didn't bring it to the shop. I need to go home and get it. How about this, you go back to the shop first so your dad won't worry. They'll come to the shop to find you tomorrow at noon, and you can give me the photo then. Right now I'm going to look for Lin Jejia's father's whereabouts." When they reached the intersection at West Street, the two parted ways. It was not far from the shop, so there was no need to worry about Li Xiaomei encountering danger. After Li Xiaomei walked away, Jiang Nan turned and headed to Tang Fei's arcade. As soon as he entered the arcade, Ah Hao, who was flirting with the cashier behind the counter, saw Jiang Nan. He sprang up like a spring and shouted, "Hello, Brother Nan." Ah Sheng, the tattooed guy who was napping on the sofa nearby, quickly sat up and shouted, "Brother Nan." Jiang Nan waved his hand, signaling them not to be so formal, and asked, "Is Ah Fei upstairs?" "Yes, I'll go get him." Ah Sheng's arms and legs were already nimble again, and he quickly went upstairs to call him. The cashier, understanding, took out a chilled drink from the refrigerator to help Jiang Nan cool down. Leaning against the counter, Jiang Nan said, "So how's business these past couple of days?" Ah Hao pointed inside, saying, "It's the same as usual. There are people at every gaming machine, and some are waiting behind others to watch." The machines occasionally emitted sounds of victory, and players excitedly collected their winnings from the machines, counting their loot. Tang Fei rushed downstairs in a fluster, fastening his belt as he descended the stairs. This young man hadn't changed a bit, already indulging with some teenage girl upstairs in broad daylight. "Why on earth do you fancy this sort of thing?" Jiang Nan asked, exasperated. Hey, old habits die hard." Tang Fei replied sheepishly. "Brother Nan, you need something from me." Jiang Nan drained the last drop from his glass bottle, then slapped a photograph onto the counter. "I need you to identify someone. Do you recognize him?" Tang Fei leaned and squinting at the photo before frowning thoughtfully and shaking his head. "No, never seen him before." Ah Hao also edged closer, peering uncertainly. This looks like old Third Lin." Jiang Nan's eyes lifted sharply toward Hao. "His surname is Lin, and this photo is quite aged. Do you know him?" Ah Hao studied the image again. "It must be old Third Lin. He used to come here often. A compulsive gambler, they say. His wife fled years ago after he beat her, leaving behind only their daughter. Haven't spotted him around lately. Probably off gambling again at Lao Gui's den." Jiang Nan glanced curiously at Tang Fei. "Don't you run a gambling spot too?" Tang Fei scratched his head. "Mine's just small-time, casual arcade games. Real gamblers go big when they've got cash, only the broke ones drift here for cheap thrills." "Where's Lao Gui's place?" Jiang Nan asked. "I know it. Wait here." Tang Fei ducked behind the counter, retrieved his phone, scrolled to Lao Gui's number, and dialed. "Lao Gui. It's me, yeah. Got a question. Is old Third Lin at your place right now?" "Good. Send someone to check. I'll wait." "He's there?" Great. I'm heading over now. Nothing urgent. Just my elder brother wants to see him." After hanging up, Tang Fei grabbed his car keys and snatched a cold drink from the fridge before stepping out with Jiang Nan. Gambling was legal in this world. Across Baiyun City alone, dozens of casinos dotted the urban landscape. Through Tang Fei's explanation, Jiang Nan learned that most of Baiyun City's casinos belong to the Black Tiger Hall, and Lao Gui answered directly to Pei Zheng, his cousin and the hall's leader. When they arrived, Lao Gui's casino buzzed with energy. The moment Jiang Nan stepped into the grand hall, he was enveloped by a roaring tide of voices. The ground floor catered to casual patrons. Its dazzling array of games overwhelmed him. Around each table, gamblers sat, rapt eyes locked on the croupiers, flickering hands, hearts pounding with feverish hope for fortune's favor. With no time to linger, Tang Fei led Jiang Nan confidently up to the third floor, where they found a man radiating streetwise swagger, yet incongruously clad in a crisp white shirt. The man's skin was sun-darkened, his hair cropped short and sharp. Thick, downturned lips framed a face dominated by eyebrows, each tail arcing sharply outward, lending him an uncanny, almost spectral air that instinctively whispered ghost to anyone laying eyes on him for the first time. Lao Gui, this is Brother Nan. Say hello. Tang Fei slung an arm around the man's neck. It was Lao Gui's first meeting with Jiang Nan, and though he'd never heard the name before, the fact that Tang Fei, the Black Tiger Hall Lord's own cousin, had introduced him left no doubt this Brother Nan was someone formidable. Greetings, Brother Nan. Lao Gui forced what he believed was a warm smile, though it only deepened the unsettling impression of his already grim visage. Jiang Nan acknowledged him curtly before cutting straight to the point. Is he still here? Still here. Lao Gui pointed to a figure on the surveillance monitor. That's him. Jiang Nan looked. The screen showed old third Lin Bin, father of Lin Jejia. Short in stature, wiry and dark-skinned, his frame seemed carved from shadow itself. As the croupier revealed the cards, Lin Bin erupted into manic laughter. Sweeping a mound of chips toward himself, he seized a plump woman beside him, mid-30s, slightly round-figured, and planted a loud, wet kiss on her cheek. Bring them up, Jiang Nan ordered. Lao Gui picked up his walkie-talkie and issued terse instructions. Within moments, security staff escorted the pair, gently but firmly, from the gaming floor to the third-floor surveillance center. Upon entering the monitoring room, the woman flinched violently at the sight of Lao Gui's grotesque countenance. Ducking behind Lin Bin, her expression shifting instantly to wide-eyed innocence and trembling fear. Lin Bin assumed he'd been accused of cheating. After all, he'd just won. His face crumpled into a pitiful grimace as he stammered, "Brother, I'm a regular. I didn't win much today, truly. I'd never cheat." Tang Fei recognized the type instantly, weak-willed, easily cowed. He stepped forward, voice thick with menace. "Whether you cheated or not is our concern. We're here about something else entirely. Where is your daughter, Lin Jejia?" A flicker of panic crossed Lin Bin's face, swiftly masked. He feigned nonchalance. "She's not home, staying with her grandmother in the countryside for a few days." "Oh, and what might bring you seeking her? Did that little fool get herself into trouble?" Jiang Nan caught the fleeting tremor in Lin Bin's gaze, proof enough that the man was lying. "A few days ago, your daughter scratched my car on her way home from school. She promised to compensate me this week, but I've waited in vain. Did you learn of this and deliberately hide her away?" Jiang Nan spun the lie effortlessly. He owned no such vehicle. "What a... She never mentioned this. Sir, how much would the repair cost?" Lin Bin was stunned, not by the damage but by his daughter's sheer audacity, scratching a car and escaping unscathed. What a fool she is. Tang Fei cut in, voice venomous. "My brother drives the latest anti-gravity model, brand new, 3 million credits. Just repairs will cost 200,000. Can you afford that?" Lin Bin recoiled, teeth grinding inwardly as he cursed his daughter, a walking liability. "It's not about money. She's still a child, and a child must learn integrity. She pledged to make amends. That promise demands fulfillment." "So," Jiang Nan's gaze swept over Lin Bin, cold and imperious, "she will apologize to me in person." Relief washed over Lin Bin. Truly great men possess magnanimous hearts. No payment required. "Brother, my daughter's far away in the countryside. Won't be back for days." "Might we?" "Which countryside?" "You'll take us there now. Try deceiving my brother, and I'll snap your legs like twigs." Tang Fei snarled. Lin Bin staggered back a step, palms raised placatingly. "Brother, please, let's talk calmly. The roads are treacherous and it's late. Surely you wouldn't risk your dignity traveling so far. Grant me 2 days. I'll bring her to you personally to offer her deepest apologies." Jiang Nan stared at him, unblinking, glacial. "I have no patience for delays. One day, tomorrow afternoon. If she isn't standing before me, no one in all of Baiyun City can shield you. Don't even think of fleeing. I know exactly where you live." Lin Bin exhaled in relief and nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Fine, fine. Just 1 day." Jiang Nan then turned his gaze to the woman beside him and asked, "And who are you?" "Lin Jejia's mother." The woman's heart skipped a beat. Forcing a smile, she replied, "Brother, my name is Ume. I'm not married to old third Lin. He's divorced. I'm just a friend of his. Jiang Nin appraised Humei carefully. She appeared significantly younger than Lin Bin, dressed in a cheap sleeveless top and jeans, yet wore a thick, gleaming gold necklace and carried a newly purchased luxury handbag. A subtle, ingratiating coquetry flickered across Humei's face as she spoke. No wonder Li Xiaomei had mentioned Lin Zhejia's recent emotional distress. It was clear Lin Bin's affections had shifted entirely to this woman. Jiang Nin said nothing more, merely waved his hand, and Lin Bin and Humei were released. He then instructed Tang Fei to drive him to Boss Li's shop, where he shared the news with Li Xiaomei. Though skeptical of Lin Bin's story, she had no choice but to wait until the following afternoon. Meanwhile, Lin Bin had lost all appetite for gambling. He escorted Humei home, shut the door behind them, and began strategizing how to handle the next day's developments, completely unaware that someone had already entered their apartment. Seated side by side on the edge of the bed, Lin Bin murmured to Humei, "May, why don't you call Sister Lan and ask if she's finished? If she is, we'll go pick up that girl tonight." Humei shot him a sullen sidelong glance and retorted, "You're usually so bold. What happened back there? Couldn't even bargain for 2 days. Now you expect me to call Sister Lan. Are you even a man?" Lin Bin pinched her breast and teased, "Don't you already know whether I'm a man or not? You saw those people yourself. Do you really think we could stand up to them?" Humei yelped in pain and shoved his hand away, snapping, "If we can't confront them, do you imagine Sister Lan is any easier to deal with?" Lin Bin wrapped his arms around her waist and coaxed, "Just give her a quick call. Haven't you always claimed closeness with Sister Lan? Besides, wasn't it your idea in the first place? Now that they've specifically demanded Zhejia, how am I supposed to explain this to them?" Humei bristled instantly. Her voice rose sharply. "Oh, so now it's all my fault. Don't forget who walked away with the lion's share of Sister Lan's money. That was you, Mr. Lin." Lin Bin tightened his grip on her waist. "Come on, don't get upset. It's the situation forcing our hand. Just make the call, humoring Sister Lan for now. If she's done, we'll fetch Zhejia without delay. Otherwise, how will we face them tomorrow?" Before Humei could respond, Lin Bin added, "You've always wanted a gold bracelet, haven't you? Make this call tonight, and the moment this is over tomorrow, I'll take you shopping. I'll buy you one so heavy it outweighs an egg." Humei's eyes darted left and right, then she wriggled free and sighed, Fine, I'll make the call." Elsewhere, Pei Zheng sat in his private club reviewing last month's financial ledgers. Closing the book, he nodded in quiet satisfaction and told the female manager seated across from him, "You've done exceptionally well these past months. Starting next year, you'll oversee all clubs in the Southern District. Keep up the excellence." A flash of delight lit the manager's eyes, though her expression remained composed as she bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Brother Zheng, for your trust. I will never let you down. By the way, tonight is Chief Inspector Stevens' birthday celebration at the Municipal Police Headquarters. Is everything arranged?" Pei Zheng asked. The manager replied, "All preparations are complete. Chief Inspector Stevens will be thoroughly satisfied." "Good. I trust your judgment." Stevens will be transferred to the Federal Police Headquarters next year. His family's political connections are vital to my elder brother's career advancement. Under no circumstances can anything go wrong. Pei Zheng emphasized sternly. "Understood," the manager replied crisply. Rubbing his temples, Pei Zheng waved dismissively. "Go on. Get back to work. Notify me the moment Stevens arrives. I must make an appearance." The manager nodded and withdrew. Back in her office, she noticed 2 missed calls on her phone, and after glancing at the number, promptly returned the call. "Xiaomei, what brings you to call me so late?" "Sister Lan, I'm truly sorry to disturb you at this hour," came Humei's voice over the line. Indeed, the club manager was none other than the very Sister Lan Humei had just addressed. Humei's tone grew hesitant and awkward as she stammered, "Sister Lan, about that girl, Zhejia. I sent her over a few days ago. Could we possibly bring her home now?" Sister Lan recalled the slender, frail girl, and her voice hardened. "We agreed on 7 days and 300,000. It's only been 4. Are you breaking your word?" Humei offered a profuse apology. "Sister Lan, how dare we renege? It's just that something sudden occurred. The girl's grandmother passed away this afternoon. Her father wishes to bring her home for a final farewell." Lin Bin, standing beside Humei, stiffened. His expression twisted with disbelief. "So your mother just died, did she?" Sister Lan paused, then relented. "Very well. Tonight we host an important guest. Come for her after tonight's event. I'll notify you first thing tomorrow morning." Yes. Thank you so much, Sister Lan." Relief flooded Humei's chest, and she swung her arm triumphantly. "Hear that? We're picking her up tomorrow morning. Don't forget your promise about the gold bracelet." Lin Bin planted a loud smacking kiss on Humei's cheek and grinned. "You're simply the best. Let me taste that sweetness again." Moments later, the apartment echoed with sounds that would soon vex the neighbor upstairs. Meanwhile, Sister Lon received Chief Inspector Stevens exactly as planned. A regular patron, Stevens was well known to her, and every reception was meticulously tailored to his tastes. Tonight proved no exception. Once all arrangements were secured, Sister Lon retreated to her private lounge for a brief nap, briefly instructing her staff to alert her immediately should anything arise. How long she slept she couldn't tell, until a young female staffer shook her awake. "Sister Lon, something's happened. Please come quickly." Instantly alert, Sister Lon demanded, "What's wrong? Tell me." Her guests were the city's most influential figures. Offending even one could trigger dire consequences. Even if Boss Pei Zhang could resolve it, such incidents would inevitably tarnish her reputation in his eyes. "It's Sweet One." Those words sent Sister Lan's pulse racing. Sweet One housed Chief Inspector Stevens, the evening's most critical guest. She cursed inwardly. Why had she chosen this moment to nap? Is the guest unharmed? What exactly occurred? She pressed urgently. "The guest is unharmed." The staffer's words brought immediate relief. So long as the guest was safe, nothing else truly mattered. "One of the girls we sent in has died." Sister Lon entered Suite No. 1, where Director Steven had already left to rest in another room. The other girls had been escorted away, leaving only Manager and the head of the club's security on standby. At the center of the suite's master bed lay a frail petite girl, completely unclothed and drenched in dried and fresh blood, motionless as a marble statue, uttering not a single sound. Sister Lon approached and glanced once, only once, before recoiling 2 steps in shock. The girl's body was mottled with livid bruises, and numerous, still oozing bite wounds marred her skin. That monster, Steve. Though Sister Lon knew Director Steven had long indulged in such depraved tastes, he had never before inflicted such brutality. Never imagined he'd kill someone outright today. Suddenly it struck Sister Lon, wasn't this the girl named Jejia referred by Xiao Mei? With no time to hesitate, Sister Lon instructed Manager and to remain still and take no action, then composed herself before heading to Director Steven's resting room. The moment she knocked and stepped inside, she heard the culprit's booming laughter. Steven was animatedly bantering with his companions. As she listened closely, her stomach churned. The wretch was shamelessly mocking the girl's lack of endurance. Sister Lon drew a slow, steadying breath, then flashed a radiant smile. "Mr. Steven, are you well?" Director Steven puffed leisurely on his cigar and replied dismissively, "Oh, lovely lady. Thank you for your concern. I'm perfectly fine. In fact, I've never felt better." Internally, Sister Lon reminded herself not to let personal emotion cloud her professionalism. After all, the deceased was merely an unknown nobody. "Thank heavens, you're unharmed. I sincerely hope this minor incident hasn't dampened your spirits," she said, placing a hand over her chest in feigned relief. Steven tapped ash from his cigar and chuckled. "My dear, you truly have a sense of humor. How could I possibly dwell on such trifles? I must say, I thoroughly enjoyed the little kitten you arranged this time. It delivered an experience unlike any I've ever known." As he spoke, he ran his tongue slowly over his lips, as if savoring the memory, and added, "As for the one who broke, I'll make full restitution." Sister Lon quickly smiled. "Mr. Steven, you're far too kind. You are our club's most esteemed member. How could we ever burden you with such a trivial matter?" "That's quite beside the point," Director Steven cut in. "Damaged property demands fair compensation. I refuse to take advantage. I'll simply deduct 2 million federal credits from my account." Sister Lan's mind raced. Parents desperate enough to sell their own daughter were invariably money-obsessed scoundrels. For such people, a payout would silence them permanently. Since Steven willingly accepted accountability, Sister Lon saw no reason to object. "Very well, esteemed Mr. Steven, may I assist you with anything further?" she asked deferentially. Steven waved her off. "I need to discuss matters privately with my friends. Please leave and ensure no one disturbs us." Back in Suite No. 1A, Sister Lon ordered Manager and to sanitize the scene and transport Lin Jejia's body to the storage warehouse. At dawn, she placed a call to Hu Mei. "Xiao Mei, it's me. Sister Lon, can I pick up my child now?" Hu Mei's voice brimmed with anticipation. Sister Lon lowered her tone. "The girl met with an accident. Perhaps we should speak in person." An hour later, in the club's underground warehouse, Lin Bin knelt on the cold floor, clutching his daughter Lin Jejia's lifeless, icy hand and wailing uncontrollably, while Sister Lon watched his performance with icy detachment. "My poor daughter, why was your fate so cruel? When you were 6, your mother heartlessly abandoned us, father and child clinging to each other for survival. How could you now abandon me alone in this world?" Lin Bin wept and screamed with theatrical anguish, but Sister Lon remained unmoved. She knew this gaunt man grieved not for love, but for leverage. If he truly cherished his daughter, would he have sold her to this place? Yet she chose not to expose him. Not yet. A negotiation still loomed, and provoking his humiliation could jeopardize its outcome. With somber gravity, Sister Lan said, Mr. Lin, none of us wished for this tragedy, but the departed cannot be reclaimed. We wish to compensate you for your loss. Compensate my loss. Lin Bin flinched as if stung. My loss is my daughter, a living, breathing human being. What could possibly compensate for that? Do you think your filthy money makes you untouchable? Mr. Lin, calm yourself. Remember where you stand, Sister Lan retorted, coolly, refusing to indulge his outburst in this domain, and before this authority. Hu Mei swiftly slipped her arm through Lin Bin's and gave him an imperceptible twist, her quiet signal to seize the offer and withdraw gracefully. Lin Bin well understood his limits. He felt no sorrow over Jie's death, nor did he mourn. In truth, he secretly rejoiced at last he was free of this burden. He had long proposed marriage to Hu Mei, but she'd firmly refused, declaring she would never enter her first marriage as a stepmother. Now the obstacle was gone, and a handsome settlement seemed imminent, a perfect double victory. Wiping his tears, Lin Bin demanded, then tell me, what form will this compensation take? Sister Lan suppressed her contempt and replied with practiced sincerity, raising a child to this age is no small feat. We propose 1 million federal credits. Does that satisfy you? Hu Mei's face lit up instantly. She hadn't expected this girl to bring such fortune. 30,000 credits just days ago, and now 100,000 more seemingly dropped into their laps. Lin Bin, however, played restraint. He feigned outrage. 1 million. Can 1 million buy back my daughter's life? Do you have any idea how much blood, sweat, and sacrifice it took to raise her alone? Then what sum do you demand? Sister Lan asked, coldly, lighting a cigarette and fixing him with a piercing, appraising gaze. Intimidated by her presence, Lin Bin's bravado faltered. He forced composure and declared 1.5 million. Accept it, and this matter ends here. Refuse, and I'll drag it all the way to the World Federation headquarters to secure justice for my innocent daughter. So that was his grand ultimatum, mere pocket change. Sister Lan dropped all pretense of respect and turned to manager and standing nearby, did you hear that? Prepare 1.5 million in cash. Then turning back to Lin Bin, she stated flatly, every credit will be paid. No less, no more. This matter ends now. I trust you understand the implicit condition, no rumors, no whispers, ever. Hearing her acceptance of 1.5 million, Lin Bin could no longer contain his elation. His demeanor instantly transformed. Sister Lan, you flatter me. Would I ever be so crass as to renege on a settled agreement? After a while, manager and returned, pulling a suitcase that contained 1.5 million in cash, not a single cent less. Lin Bin, lacking ambition, pointed this out twice. Children, will you take care of this, or should I help you? Sister Lan asked. Lin Bin had already made up his mind. Oh, he lowered his head and said, there's no need to trouble you, Sister Lan. I will take them back for burial. Shall and see them back, Sister Lan instructed. Lin Bin quickly declined, saying, that's not necessary. We can just take a taxi back ourselves. Lin Bin knew that Sister Lan wasn't offering to take them back out of kindness because they had no car, as she probably wanted to know where he lived to prevent him from disappearing later. Let's see them off after all, Sister Lan said with a half-smile, looking at Lin Bin. Lin Bin's heart tightened, knowing he couldn't refuse. Moreover, with someone like Sister Lan, if she really wanted to investigate his background, she could easily find out later by other means. With this in mind, he could only reluctantly nod. Manager and sent his trusted aide to escort Lin Bin and the others home. After they left, Lin Bin had no time to worry about his daughter in the black bag in the living room. He immediately locked the doors and windows, pulled the curtains tight, and with an excited heart, placed the suitcase filled with money on the bed and opened it. Lin Bin and Hu Mei exchanged glances, seeing joy reflected in each other's eyes. Lin Bin picked Hu Mei up and spun around a few times, happily saying, May we have money now. I can finally marry you. Hu Mei giggled affectionately, looking down at the man. Thinking of the bag containing Lin Jia still in the living room, Hu Mei said, Bin, now that we have money, how about we leave Baiyun City? Otherwise, if those people come looking this afternoon, I'm afraid things will be exposed. Lin Bin set Hu Mei down and confidently said, I have other plans. Let me tell you, that man who looked like a ghost yesterday is the boss of the casino. With their strength and methods, it's possible they already have people nearby watching to prevent our escape. Carrying this suitcase full of money is too eye-catching. Just listen to me, we should. After hearing Lin Bin's plan, Hu Mei felt uneasy but still nodded, saying, then I'll follow your lead. At noon, Jiangnan once again had lunch at Boss Li's noodle shop. Li Xiaomei brought a photo from home. A Lin Jia, and the photo looked very thin. Her large eyes lacked the vibrancy typical of a child her age. Although she was smiling in the photo, the worry between her brows was unmistakable. Before finishing his meal, that kid Tang Fei also showed up, eager to cling tightly to Jiang Nan's coattails. He couldn't miss out on such an opportunity to run errands. I want to go too, Li Xiaomei said firmly. Since it was the weekend and she didn't have classes, she wanted to learn about her friend's situation as soon as possible. Boss Li poked Li Xiaomei's forehead with his finger. What are you getting involved in adult matters for? Stay here and watch the shop. He'll go with your brother Jiang Nan. I want. Jia Jia is my best friend, so I must go, Xiaomei declared resolutely. Unable to argue with his daughter, Boss Li could only wave his hand and say, Fine, you can go. I'll watch the shop. It's just that I can't even let you stir up some excitement. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly and could only take Li Xiaomei along. Although he felt that something bad might happen, he believed that as long as he was there, Li Xiaomei would be safe. Tang Fei drove Jiang Nan and Li Xiaomei to Lin Jiajia's house. Upon getting out of the car, Jiang Nan's unease became more pronounced. Perhaps the increase in his combat power brought unexpected effects. He seemed to have an instinct for sensing bad events. As soon as he entered the hallway, Jiang Nan caught a whiff of sandalwood fragrance. His heart sank. This was the scent used in the southern regions of Dongdu when someone died. Could something have happened? Jiang Nan comforted himself that perhaps it was just someone else's home. However, as he ascended the stairs, the scent of sandalwood grew stronger. Finally, when they reached the third floor, Jiang Nan saw that the door to Lin Jiajia's house was ajar with white cloth hanging on the door frame. Li Xiaomei instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm upon seeing this scene hiding behind him. Tang Fei, however, was unperturbed. He stepped inside, casually saying loudly, Lin Laosan, have you brought your daughter back yet? Upon stepping inside, Tang Fei was also taken aback. He saw a simple spirit table in the living room, and behind it was a coffin with the lid closed. The coffin was small, clearly not containing an adult. On the ground beside the spirit table sat Lin Bin, dressed in mourning attire. Upon seeing someone enter, he immediately broke down in tears. My Jia Jia, my poor daughter. It's all my fault, dear God. How could you be so unfair and take her away from me? Humei, also in mourning attire, knelt on the other side of the spirit table, her eyes red, as she placed a stack of paper money into the fire pit. Lin Bin cried out in anguish. His sorrowful appearance rendered even the thick-skinned Tang Fei momentarily at a loss, hesitating on whether to offer Lin Bin a few words of comfort. After instructing Li Xiaomei to wait at the door, Jiang Nan walked into the room. He surveyed the situation before asking, what happened? Lin Bin was sobbing so hard he could barely catch his breath. He managed to utter a few broken words before bursting into heart-wrenching cries again. Jiang Nan turned to Humei, who wiped away her tears, and said, This child Jia Jia is unfortunate. She ate something unclean in the countryside last night, and suddenly fell ill in the middle of the night. Just like that, she was gone. A layer of sadness enveloped Jiang Nan's heart as he lamented the fragility of life, yet he still felt that something was off. While Lin Bin was crying to the point of fainting, the more sorrowful he became, the more Jiang Nan felt that something was amiss. Before his time travel, Jiang Nan had witnessed a parent grieving for a lost child, and that experience at the funeral left a deep impression on him. The relative's expression of profound sorrow was something Jiang Nan would never forget. It was a face devoid of emotion and vitality, a countenance that had lost all strength, unable even to express sorrow. Though Jiang Nan could understand that as a parent Lin Bin must have found it hard to accept such a blow, there was still something strange about his demeanor. It was akin to the kind of pain that only an award-winning actor could portray in a film. Yes, it was all an act. Once that thought crossed his mind, Jiang Nan felt that Lin Bin's display was rather exaggerated. Moreover, considering Lin Bin's known character, a gambling addict who had driven his wife away, neglected his daughter, and occasionally abused Lin Jiajia, it was peculiar that such a scoundrel was now crying inconsolably at his daughter's funeral. Jiang Nan realized something was wrong. The truth might just lie within that small coffin. The small coffin behind the spirit altar had been sealed tight with iron nails, so Lin Bin felt no fear that Lin Jiajia's gruesome condition would be discovered. At that moment, Jiang Nan spoke up. What an extraordinary coincidence. Today I came to see Lin Jiajia, yet she fell gravely ill last night. Lin Laosan, surely you're trying to deceive me. Lin Bin wiped away his tears and feigned outrage as he snapped, What did you say? Would I jest about my own daughter's life? It's merely compensation for your car repairs. Fine, I'll pay. She is my flesh and blood. How utterly heartless must you be to utter such words? Tang Fei looked pained. Even he felt Jiang Nan had gone too far. After all, the deceased deserved reverence. The very notion that a father would curse his own daughter to death over petty repair costs was unthinkable. Moreover, Jiang Nan himself had stated the day before that he would waive compensation entirely, so long as the girl offered a personal apology face-to-face. Jiang Nan strode slowly toward the coffin and tapped lightly on its lid with his fingers. The wood emitted a dull, solid resonance, nothing suspicious in its sound. Lin Bin's heart clenched, but he forced himself to remain composed. Stepping forward, he threw himself flat atop the coffin lid, glaring at Jiang Nan like a feral beast guarding its young. What do you want? My daughter has barely drawn her last breath. Do not disturb her rest. This place is not for you. Leave now. Hu Mei hurried over to mediate. Brothers, perhaps you should step out for now. Lin Laosan has just suffered the unbearable loss of his daughter. His emotions are raw and unsteady. Please leave your number. We'll settle the repair costs later. Would that be acceptable? Tang Fei glanced at Jiang Nan and asked softly, Brother Nan, shall we withdraw for now? They're holding a funeral. Our presence here feels inauspicious. Ignoring Tang Fei, Jiang Nan declared coldly, I said yesterday. I demand Lin Jejia apologize to me in person. Alive, I'll see her face. Dead, I'll see her corpse. You monster, you're no human being. I'll tear you apart. Lin Bin lunged forward, voice shrill with bluster, desperate to project paternal resolve. Jiang Nan didn't flinch. With a subtle shift of his stance, he evaded Lin Bin effortlessly, sending him crashing sideways into the wall. One hand braced the coffin, the other hooked beneath the lid. With a quiet, decisive heave, he wrenched open the tightly nailed cover. Lin Bin's face drained of color. He scrambled up, shouting no. Tang Fei turned away, unable to bear the sight. He failed to notice Hu Mei trembling violently beside him. Jiang Nan peered inside. There indeed lay a small figure clad in funeral robes, and a yellow paper charm covered her face, concealing her features. From her slender frame, there was no doubt. It was Lin Jejia. Hu Mei forced composure, summoning a brittle smile. Brother, you've seen her. Please close the coffin. We mustn't let the vital essence escape. Seeing that his secret remained unexposed, Lin Bin exhaled faintly, then drew courage from grief itself. After all, this was his daughter's body. Even if Jiang Nan found wounds upon her corpse, what authority did an outsider hold here? Jiang Nan lifted his gaze to Hu Mei. Her brow glistened with sweat. His intuition flared something was deeply amiss. With a contemptuous snort, he reached in and removed the yellow paper from Lin Jejia's face. Hu Mei's heart lurched. She instinctively recoiled. Lin Bin's face turned ashen. Tang Fei, noticing the silence among them, glanced curiously into the coffin and gasped sharply. Lin Jejia's eye sockets were bruised black, and a grotesque bite mark marred her gaunt cheek. Li Xiaomei, waiting silently outside, could no longer contain her curiosity and slipped into the room, only to be halted by Jiang Nan's outstretched hand as she moved toward the coffin. Fei, take Xiaomei home and close the door behind you. Jiang Nan's tone betrayed no inflection, yet Tang Fei sensed it unmistakably. Brother Nan was about to unleash his fury. Tang Fei ushered Xiaomei out immediately. Lin Bin, voice quavering, stammered, What do you think you're doing? I tell you plainly, this is a family matter. Leave my house now. Jiang Nan ignored him. He bent low, inspecting Lin Jejia's body, and when he beheld the unspeakable harrowing injuries, he let out two hollow, chilling laughs. Tell me, he said, calm and measured, yet each word struck Hu Mei like a blade of frost. Lin Bin still prevaricated, Why should I explain myself to a stranger like you? Get out, now, or I'll call the federal police. A sharp crack echoed. Jiang Nan struck Lin Bin across the face. He flew sideways, slamming into the wall, spitting blood, chest heaving violently, incapable even of speech. You'll speak instead. Jiang Nan turned to Hu Mei. My patience is thin. Hu Mei stood frozen, then steeling herself, blurted, This child's death has nothing to do with us. We only learned of it this morning. She then recounted recent events in broad strokes, though wherever her own involvement arose, she glossed over it with vague, dismissive phrases. After hearing Hu Mei's account, Jiang Nan walked slowly to where Lin Bin lay wheezing on the floor. Bending low, he locked eyes with him and enunciated each word with icy precision. So, you sold your own daughter to places like the Jiotian Club just to fund your gambling debts. Lin Bin tried to protest, but agony seized his jaw, silencing him. All he could do was glare with venomous hatred. Jiang Nan stepped down hard on Lin Bin's knee, shattering the bone instantly. Lin Bin arched backward like a dying shrimp, convulsing in silent torment. Clenching his broken teeth, Lin Bin spat through gritted jaws, Filthy dog. You've no right to judge me. The Federal Prosecution Service will deal with me. If you think you can play judge and executioner, you'll regret it. I'll report you. I'll have the federal police haul you away. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan crushed Lin Bin's other leg. This time Lin Bin couldn't even scream, only writhe and shriek uncontrollably upon the floor. Hume trembled violently, terrified Jiang Nen might turn that same merciless wrath upon her. Lin Bin, the vile subhuman wretch, was now utterly broken. Yet Jiang Nan had no intention of ending his life. To kill such a despicable creature would be too merciful. He would endure, dragging his ruined body through a lifetime of agonizing remorse. Jiang Nan returned to the coffin, gently smoothed Lin Jiejia's garments, and reverently closed the lid. Then, crouching low, he lifted the entire coffin with one hand, as if cradling a fallen star. Lead the way to the Jiujiang Club. Hume dared not refuse. Swallowing hard, she descended the stairs ahead of him. Just as Jiang Nen reached the ground floor, he saw Tang Fei speeding back in his car. Spotting Jiang Nen holding the coffin aloft with one hand, Tang Fei called out, "Brother Nan, where are we headed now?" "To the Jiujiang Club," Jiang Nen replied. Tang Fei blinked in confusion. Hadn't Brother Nen just radiated murderous intent moments ago? Why suddenly head to his cousin's club? He asked, what's the purpose of going there now? To reclaim justice. On Fingya Avenue in Baiyan City, a car caught the attention of passing vehicles, and many people raised their phones to take pictures. Standing on top of the car was a person holding a coffin in their hands. At this moment, Tang Fei, who was driving the car, felt his mind was in a chaotic mess. He had roughly learned the ins and outs of the situation from Hume and realized that soon the Dragon King Temple would be in turmoil. However, given that Pei Zheng was his blood-related cousin, Tang Fei naturally leaned towards Pei Zheng in his heart. With one hand on the steering wheel, he took out his phone with the other to send a text message to Pei Zheng. Something is going to happen at the Jiulong Club. Jiang Nan is going to cause trouble. At that moment, Pei Zheng was attending a business ceremony. After seeing the message, he couldn't bother explaining to the guests. He hurried to the club while calling his father Pei Hu. Tang Fei intentionally took a couple of extra turns to buy time. By the time they arrived at Jiulong Club, Pei Hu and his son were already waiting at the entrance. Jiang Nan jumped out of the car holding the coffin, and Pei Hu and his son immediately approached him. "Young Master Jiang, it's good to see you." Jiang Nan looked surprised at the sign of the club and asked, "Is this your Heihu Hall's establishment?" Pei Zheng, still unclear about what was happening, asked, "Brother Nan, what is this about?" At this moment, Jiang Nan felt a bit confused. Pei Zheng had always treated him with great respect, and Jiang Nan knew that the other party wanted to befriend him for profit. Even though he was aware that interactions with such people were superficial in the realm of social relations, Jiang Nan felt like a novice. Yet, thinking of Lin Jiejia's tragic situation, any feelings of embarrassment were immediately swept away. Today he must seek justice for this child. Without caring about anything else, Jiang Nan coldly asked, "Xinlan is one of yours, right? I want to see her." Pei Zheng smiled. "There is indeed such a person, but I don't know what Brother Nan wants with Xinlan. I wonder if there is some misunderstanding here. So does this mean that having the girl serve is also part of your doing?" Jiang Nan's tone suddenly turned cold. Pei Zheng certainly knew what kind of projects were offered in the club. Seeing Jiang Nan's aggressive demeanor, it seemed that the girls had some connection to him, and he was standing up for them. But he couldn't afford to lose his own men either, otherwise what would happen to the reputation of Heihu Hall? "Young master, why don't we talk inside? If there is any misunderstanding, I will personally ensure justice for you." Pei Hu spoke earnestly. Jiang Nan did not refuse, and the group walked into the main hall of the club. Along the way, Tang Fei quietly explained the situation to his uncle and cousin. Jiang Nan gently placed the coffin on the coffee table in the reception area, keeping his head down and not looking at the Pei family. He mocked, "After all, you Heihu Hall are a gang. I can understand you doing some shameful things, but at least don't lose your humanity." Pei Hu felt displeased. This young man did not know how to be tactful. He had treated him well in the past, so was he going to turn against him for an outsider? However, given that Jiang Nan had a master known as the god of martial arts behind him, Pei Hu was reluctant to easily tear their relationship apart and could only have Manager Lan called over. Manager Lan hurried to the hall. Seeing the commotion, she was startled that even the old hall master was involved. Upon focusing her gaze, she noticed Hume, who was at a loss in the crowd. She immediately guessed what was going on and felt more reassured. The child's situation was indeed an accident. Manager Lan explained, "Everything we do here is consensual. Initially, I had paid the child's father, who personally handed her over to me." With just a few words, Manager Lan completely absolved the club of responsibility, and even Jiang Nan almost followed her line of thought. Jiang Nan came to his senses and asked, "How did the child die?" Having been in such places for over 10 years, Manager Lan had seen all kinds of situations and troublemakers. She was not afraid at all, but spoke innocently. "Alas, this was indeed an accident. The guest got high last night and lost control of the force. Drug use and abuse of girls." These two glaring terms struck at Jiang Nan's rationality. "I thought your Heihu Hall was quite capable, but it turns out you are engaged in such activities. Jiang Nan scoffed. Pei Hu felt a burning shame on his face. He suppressed his anger and said, "Young master, your words may be a bit excessive. Although Heihu Hall engages in less than noble business, we still uphold the principle of mutual consent. We have paid every penny we owe, so why must you be so agitated over this matter? Are you implying that I am meddling in other people's business?" Jiang Nan said angrily, All right. A good principle of mutual consent, but did you ever consider if Lin Jiejia, who lies in this coffin, was willing? You cannot discuss willingness without considering the party involved. Well then, today I will break your legs, and I want to see if you will consent. Pei Hu was also enraged and said sternly, "Young Master Jiang, you speak very boldly, but I wonder whether it is your skills or your words that are greater." As the atmosphere intensified, Jiang Nan could no longer care about any feelings. In other words, he and Pei Hu had merely a superficial relationship, so why should he associate with such people? "So are you trying to test me?" Jiang Nan's tone was indifferent. Pei Hu sneered, "I have no desire to be your enemy, but since you push me, I believe your master won't blame me once he learns of this." It had been half a year since their last spar. Seeing Jiang Nan's confidence, Pei Hu felt he had no choice but to take him seriously. Pei Hu recalled their sparring 6 months ago, wishing to remind Jiang Nan that he was not his match, urging him to know when to stop and not to make things too ugly. However, Jiang Nan showed no appreciation for the warning. He slowly stood up and walked to a nearby open space, saying, "If you do something wrong, you must face the consequences. I will give you a chance. I will stand here without moving. If you two can make me move half a step within 10 moves, I will immediately leave as if none of this ever happened." Pei Hu narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Arrogant. One of us is enough to deal with you." Jiang Nan calmly replied, "I advise you to go together and not hold back. If within 10 moves you cannot make me move half a step, I will fulfill my promise and cripple your legs." Tang Fei, who had been silent, suddenly shivered. Why did Brother Nan always want to cripple people's legs? Did he have an obsession with doing so? It seemed that today Jiang Nan was determined to teach a lesson. Pei Hu rolled up his sleeves while walking and said in a deep voice, "In that case, let me see how much you have improved during this time." Half a year ago, Pei Hu knew that Jiang Nan's strength was comparable to his, and given Jiang Nan's youth and vigor, he believed that Jiang Nan must have made considerable progress in the past half year, especially for him to speak so boldly. Therefore, Pei Hu did not dare to underestimate him. He gathered his momentum and threw a punch at Jiang Nan's face, determined to teach him a lesson. Bang! A dull sound rang out as Jiang Nan calmly lifted his palm to block Pei Hu's attack. Pei Hu was shocked to his core, feeling as if his fierce attack had vanished into thin air, while the Jiang Nan before him remained unmoved like a mountain. How is this possible? It has only been half a year. Ajing, let's go together. Pei Hu could no longer care about his pride and called for his son to attack together. In the saying, a father and son fight side by side, Pei Zhang did not hesitate as the two advanced towards Jiang Nan, one in front and the other behind. Pei Hu unleashed his ultimate move, the Winter Snow Palm, launching a frontal assault, while Pei Zhang executed a surprise attack with the Tiger Fist he learned from his father, targeting the back of Jiang Nan's head. Jiang Nan did not defend, he merely gathered his momentum, allowing both of their attacks to land on him. Even Jiang Nan himself did not anticipate that the gap between them had reached such a dire extent. Hands fell like snowflakes, fists pounded like meteors, creating a series of booming sounds that struck fear into the hearts of those present. 10 moves are up. Jiang Nan's cold voice echoed. Now it's my turn. Pei Hu was taken aback, immediately preparing to defend himself. Before he could react, he heard a voice from behind. Too slow. As if he were a character from a popular novel, Jiang Nan's ghostly figure appeared behind Pei Hu. He swiftly kicked twice at Pei Hu's calves, breaking them like dried branches. Jiang Nan then raised his hand, concentrating energy at his fingertips. Suddenly, with a burst of power, a dazzling shockwave shot from his fingertips, piercing through Pei Zhang's calf. Pei Hu was greatly astonished. Jiang Nan's technique surpassed his understanding. Continuing to resist might provoke Jiang Nan further, leading to an even worse outcome. Spare him, dear brother. Despite the intense pain in his legs, Pei Hu called for mercy, stopping Jiang Nan, who was about to cripple Pei Zhang's other leg. Pei Hu's legs bled profusely, and his combat power plummeted to 47. Kneeling in a disheveled manner, he said, "Such events have occurred due to my negligence in supervising my subordinates. Jiang Nan, rest assured, I swear today that the Black Tiger Hall will no longer engage in any heinous acts. I implore you to show mercy and leave my son with one good leg." Jiang Nan thought for a moment he would soon leave Baiyin City. If he wiped out the Pei father and son entirely, he couldn't guarantee that the Black Tiger Hall wouldn't retaliate, drawing attention to the matter from Li Xiaomei. Moreover, Jiang Nen did not plan to kill easily. As an ordinary person raised in a civilized, law-abiding society, he would not resort to such extreme violence to solve problems. However, the one who personally tortured and killed Lin Jiajia must pay with his life. Thus Jiang Nen withdrew his hand and looked at the kneeling Pei, who sang, "Do not call me dear brother anymore. Friends like you are beyond my means to bear. This child died a tragic death. Someone must pay for this life. Now tell me, who is the guest that personally killed Lin Jiajia?" Pei Zheng, enduring great pain, remained silent, prompting Pei, who to urge, Zheng, hurry and speak. It's Mr. Stephen, the chief of the city police." Sister Lan stammered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan was both furious and amused. The perpetrator of this tragic incident turned out to be the very person tasked with combating crime. To the city police. Once again, Tang Fei was driving while Jiang Nan stood on the roof of the car with the coffin, accompanied by Sister Lan. On the way to the Baiyun City Earth Federation police station, Sister Lan loathed Hu Mei and the man named Lin Lao San. Despite having received money, they still failed to handle the aftermath, bringing such a malevolent figure to the Jotian Club. If today Xian Lan could escape this calamity, she would ensure they paid for it. The city police building was grand and imposing. 2 federal police officers stood guard at the entrance, rifles in hand, watching the passers-by. Reflecting on their esteemed profession, they instinctively puffed out their chests. An old fuel vehicle caught the attention of one of the federal police officers. On the roof of the car stood a young man holding an inexplicable object in his hand. As the federal officer focused, he realized it was actually a coffin. Just as he was astonished, the vehicle drove straight towards him, stopping at the entrance of the police station. Jiang Nan jumped down from the car, calmly walking towards the entrance of the building with the coffin, with Sister Lan and Tang Fei following him nervously. "Halt! Who are you?" the guarding federal officer shouted. Jiang Nan glanced at them and said, "This doesn't concern you. I'm here to find Chief Stephen. If you don't want to die, step aside." Seeing Jiang Nan continue to stride forward, one federal officer, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The gunfire erupted, bullets flying towards Jiang Nan. With his other empty hand, Jiang Nan swiftly waved in front of him, catching all the bullets. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Nan spread his fingers, and the bullets fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The 2 federal officers were dumbfounded, no one daring to fire again, as they watched Jiang Nan enter the building. Hearing the gunfire, the federal police inside the building rushed out to support. Dozens of dark muzzles aimed at Jiang Nan and the others. Faced with so many guns, Jiang Nan remained calm, while Tang Fei behind him was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that a stray bullet could end his life here. Xian Lan was much calmer than Tang Fei, as she knew Jiang Nan needed her to identify Stephen, ensuring her survival. She only worried about what Jiang Nan would do to her after identifying him. "Please lay down your weapons and surrender immediately," shouted a commanding federal officer. Tang Fei raised both hands, shaking them to indicate that he had no weapons, trying to prevent them from firing. Jiang Nan gently placed the coffin on the ground and looked at the commanders, saying, "Put your guns away. They won't work on me. I'm here to seek justice for others. Let that beast Stephen come out." "You audacious rogue, how dare you speak disrespectfully to our chief?" the commander scolded harshly. Slap. Jiang Nan sent a palm strike from a distance, knocking the commander to the ground. The commander adjusted his hat and shouted hysterically, "Fire! Shoot!" Before the federal officers could pull the trigger, Jiang Nan's body vanished with a whoosh. When everyone regained their senses, Jiang Nan had reappeared, but now he held dozens of automatic rifles. Jiang Nan gathered these rifles together and with a firm grip crushed them into a metallic ball. The scene fell silent, and no one dared to act recklessly. The federal officers present were ordinary people lacking the courage to resist such a monster. The commander called over a subordinate, instructing him to inform Chief Stephen. Shortly after, Stephen rushed to the scene with several police officials. Stephen was not a local of Baiyun City. He was a leader sent from the federal headquarters. He appeared to be in his 40s, tall and robust, with fair skin tanned to a bronze hue. His resolute face conveyed authority, and his eyes revealed a determination to combat crime. What an imposing figure of a federal police chief. Seeing the tense situation, Stephen said in an official tone, "Sir, please remain calm. If you have any grievances or difficulties, feel free to tell me. I assure you on behalf of the Federation that we can resolve your issues." Lan Jie leaned close to Jiang Nan from behind and whispered, "It's him." Looking at Stephen's demeanor, Jiang Nan found it hard to associate him with the beast who had brutally murdered Lin Jiejia. It seemed that Stephen's facade was quite effective. Is this Director Stephen? I do have a grievance to discuss. Jiang Nan said slowly. Stephen had already noticed Lan Jie behind Jiang Nan and began to harbor bad suspicions. He said, Sir, why don't you come to my office to discuss this? No, I want to speak here. Jiang Nan rejected Stephen's suggestion. Are you afraid that something bad will spread? I know of a demon whose hobby is tormenting girls. I know of a child around 10 years old who was brutally killed by this demon. She died a terrible death. Her body was covered in wounds from the demon's bites, and in the end, she was strangled to death. Jiang Nan's voice was icy. How much pain must she have endured? Stephen thought to himself that the incident from last night had indeed been exposed. Damn it, he had already paid. What were those people from the Black Tiger Hall doing? Where were the top forces of Bayun City that were promised? Stephen continued to feign ignorance, saying, Sir, if a serious incident has occurred, please leave it to our police department. We, the Federation Police, will solve the case promptly and bring justice to the deceased. Jiang Nan sneered. It seems Director Stephen is busy with official duties. Have you forgotten the crimes you committed at the Jiotian Club last night? The federal police present were in an uproar, exchanging glances, but no one dared to speak up. After all, this was just hearsay. If their whispers reached Director Stephen, they might end up losing their jobs. Stephen remained composed and said, Sir, we cannot speak recklessly. Everyone here knows we had a dinner gathering last night. It wasn't my misuse of public resources. It was organized spontaneously because yesterday was my birthday. What about after the celebration? Jiang Nan asked. After the event, my driver took me home. My driver can testify to this. Stephen's driver was a trusted aide he brought with him and would naturally provide false testimony. Even if the deceased's body was taken for biological testing, which unscrupulous testing agency would dare to come forward and point fingers at him? Thinking of this, Stephen felt a sense of pride. This was the benefit of power. He could dictate right and wrong. Stephen said seriously, Sir, you must understand throwing mud requires evidence. According to the federal constitution, slandering me, the police chief, could land you in jail. Jiang Nan almost got caught up in Stephen's righteous argument, but suddenly he reacted, laughing. I think you misunderstood. I'm not here to reason with you today. Oh, I don't have time to discuss evidence with you. I'm here to kill you. Jiang Nan swiftly moved in front of Stephen, and before anyone could react, he grabbed Stephen by the collar and with another swift motion, dragged the imposing police chief to the coffin. Jiang Nan gently pushed open the coffin lid, revealing Lin Jiejia's tragic face. He pressed Stephen toward the coffin's edge, emotionally stating, Take a good look at this face. She was just a child. How could you lay your hands on her? Stephen was utterly bewildered. Why wasn't this person following the usual script? In this kind of situation, shouldn't it be a back-and-forth debate? Why did it escalate to violence so quickly? Jiang Nan violently hurled Stephen against a pillar in the hall. Even though Stephen had a military background and was physically fit, the force of the impact nearly shattered his bones. The onlooking federal police dared not intervene. Jiang Nan had already turned their guns into playthings. Who would dare provoke such a monster? Jiang Nan approached Stephen again, grabbing his shirt and lifting him up once more, then violently throwing him against another pillar, causing blood to spill from Stephen's mouth and nose. Seeing that Stephen could no longer move, Jiang Nan walked over again. Terror showed in Stephen's eyes, and his remaining consciousness told him he was going to die here today. Jiang Nan's fury had not yet subsided. He stomped down hard on Stephen's lower body. Stephen's eyes turned bloodshot, wishing only to end his suffering quickly. Jiang Nan would not let Stephen die so easily. He started by stomping on Stephen's feet, crushing them one after another, then turned to stomp on Stephen's arms, each violent blow keeping Stephen's mind in a state of wakefulness, yet he had no strength left to glare at Jiang Nan. Seeing that Stephen was on the verge of taking his last breath, Jiang Nan pointed at him, his tone somewhat despondent. If there's a next life, redeem yourself well. A silvery light flashed, and the scorching shockwave pierced through Stephen's head, leaving a scene of carnage. This was Jiang Nan's first time killing someone. His fingers trembled slightly, but looking at the messy blood and flesh around him, he felt no physical discomfort. Perhaps it was because people like Stephen couldn't even be considered human. The hall of the police station fell into silence. Everyone found it hard to believe that Stephen had died so easily. After all, he was a high-ranking police chief in the Earth Federation, a figure even a local power like the Black Tiger Hall would avoid. Yet this young man had dispatched him so effortlessly. Among those present, some were delighted while others were worried. The deputy chief of the police station felt glee, thinking this might be his chance for promotion. Lan Jie, however, was trembling. After Jiang Nan dealt with Stephen, she feared she might be next. Fortunately, Jiang Nan had decided to stop. The main culprit was already dead, and the Pei father and son had paid the price. As for Lan Jiejiang, Nan was too exhausted to pursue her any further. Next, he needed to properly bury the unfortunate Lin Jiejia. Under the gaze of numerous federal police officers, the group swaggered out of the city police station and returned to the Jutian Club. Pei Hu and his son were in the club's medical room, tending to their injuries. Under the diagnosis of the skilled private doctor from the Black Tiger Hall, Pei Hu's leg was only fractured, and with a few months of good rest he would recover. However, Pei Zheng's leg suffered permanent damage. Even if he could have an artificial skeleton implanted, he would never move as freely as before, likely becoming a cripple. I swear I want rest until I avenge this grudge, Pei Zheng said through gritted teeth. Pei Hu felt powerless in his heart. The current Jiangnan was far beyond their ability to contend with. However, seeing his second son so furious, he refrained from discouraging him and sighed, saying, "At this critical juncture, it would be best to inform your elder brother to come back. This matter requires careful deliberation." At that moment, a subordinate suddenly reported that the demon god Jiangnan had actually returned. Pei Hu and his son exchanged glances, both understanding that Jiangnan had likely dealt with Stephen. They just didn't know whether Jiangnan had crippled Stephen's legs as he had done to them, or had taken his life outright. Pei Hu quickly instructed his subordinates to fetch a wheelchair to take them to the main hall of the club. When they saw Jiangnan, Pei Hu composed himself and lowered his posture, saying, "I wonder if Lord Jiangnan has any instructions." At this moment, Jiangnan's anger had lessened considerably. Looking at the Pei family father and son seated in the wheelchair, he felt a mix of emotions, though he couldn't quite say it was guilt. After all, this was largely their own doing, and more so Jiangnan was still adjusting to his role as a judge. "The death of this child cannot be separated from you. You should take care of her funeral arrangements," Jiangnan said. Pei Hu immediately nodded. Of course. We will choose a good burial site for her and hold a memorial service. There is no need for anything too extravagant. This child has no close relatives. Let her go quietly." Jiangnan paused for a few seconds before continuing. "Once her funeral is completed, I will also be leaving Baiyun City." Pei Hu felt a surge of joy in his heart. Great. Once Jiangnan left, Baiyun City would once again be under the control of his Black Tiger Hall. "But I may return at any time. Remember the oath you swore with your own mouth. If I discover that the Black Tiger Hall engages in any more heinous acts, I can assure you," Jiangnan raised his voice, "Baiyun City will no longer have the Black Tiger Hall, and not a single member of your Pei family will be left alive." Jiangnan's words sent Pei Hu into an icy abyss. He hurriedly declared, "Lord Jiangnan, please rest assured. In the future, the Black Tiger Hall will definitely adhere to the bottom line and contribute more to Baiyun City." Jiangnan then turned to Tang Fei, saying, "When we left the Lin family, it was you who informed Pei Zheng, wasn't it?" Tang Fei lowered his head, not daring to meet Jiangnan's eyes, stammering, "Inanjai. You don't need to explain," Jiangnan sighed. "Your nature is not bad, and you value loyalty. After all, he is your cousin, or if it were me, I might have acted similarly." Tang Fei wanted to muster the courage to ask Jiangnan if he could leave with him, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't voice it. "In the future, when I return, I will come looking for you," Jiangnan said plainly. Tang Fei's eyes lit up. Having Nange say this was enough. "Also, please inform me on the day of the memorial service." After leaving this sentence, Jiangnan departed alone. After Jiangnan had walked for a while, Pei Zheng suddenly let out a loud roar, venting his pent-up rage. Sister Lan knelt on the ground with a thud, bowing her head and saying, "It's all my fault for not handling things well, which has implicated the Hall Master and the old Hall Master. I asked for punishment." Pei Zheng's face twisted in fury, saying, "Of course you must be punished. If it weren't for your incompetence, how could my legs have ended up like this, eh? Come break her legs too." Pei Hu leaned back wearily and said, "Enough, she was also working for the Black Tiger Hall. Zheng, don't lose your reason." Everyone below was watching. Hearing this, Pei Zheng was also startled. Yes, if he broke Zinlin's legs today, who would still be willing to work hard for the Black Tiger Hall in the future? After his chest heaved violently several times, Pei Zheng said, "It was my failure to control my emotions. I'm sorry, Sister Lan. Our brothers and sisters in the Black Tiger Hall are all family. There's no need to talk about implications." Speaking of his own people, Pei Zheng suddenly realized that someone was missing. Seeing Pei Zheng's eyes searching around, Sister Lan also sensed something was off. Where is Humei? In fact, when the people of the Black Tiger Hall were busy taking Pei Hu and his son for medical treatment, Humei knew that staying behind would not end well, so she took advantage of the chaos to slip away. After getting far from the club, Humei hailed a taxi back to Lin Bin's home. Rushing up to the third floor, the Lin family's door was still wide open, and Lin Bin was slumped on the living room floor, groaning in pain. Seeing Humei return, Lin Bin felt as if he had found a lifeline. He He had discarded his mobile phone earlier to avoid creditors, so he couldn't even call for an ambulance. There was a box of large sums of money under the bed in the bedroom, but he didn't dare to cry out for help for fear that others would think he was alone at home and might have ill intentions. If someone robbed him of his money, it would be disastrous. Unexpectedly at this moment of despair, Humei actually returned alone. Truly, hardship reveals true feelings. Lin Bin weakly called out, "May please help me call an ambulance. I can't hold on much longer." Humei glanced at Lin Bin, her contempt evident on her face. Without looking back, she went to the bedroom. Lin Bin's heart was in his throat. May had said she loved him the most. Could it be that her phone was in the bedroom? She definitely didn't want to run off with the money. Indeed, what one fears most often comes true. Humei appeared at the bedroom door, dragging a money-filled suitcase. She had also put on a hat, seemingly trying to disguise herself. "That is my money. It was exchanged for my daughter's life. Put it down," Lin Bin shouted in a low voice. Humei ignored him and just dragged the suitcase toward the exit. Lin Bin, using all his strength, crawled and chased after her, grabbing her leg to prevent her from leaving. Humei pushed several times with all her might, but couldn't break free from Lin Bin's vice-like grip. Thinking that the people from the Black Tiger Hall would soon discover her escape and might already be on their way, Humei felt desperate and became reckless. Humei grabbed the incense burner from the table and smashed it down on Lin Bin's head. Bang! The incense burner hit with a dull thud. Lin Bin felt pain, but was not seriously hurt. He even tried to trip Humei with his hand, cursing profanities. One hit is a hit, several hits are also a hit. Humei raised the incense burner again and struck Lin Bin's head. With red eyes, she hit again and again until the incense burner was covered in thick, sticky red and white fluids. Only when Lin Bin lay motionless on the ground did she finally stop panting. Seeing that blood had stained her pants, Humei quickly found a clean pair to change into. Afterward, she hurriedly left the Lin house with the suitcase, not forgetting to lock the door behind her. Just as she exited the old neighborhood, Humei saw two cars approaching, one in front of the other. It seemed that the people from the Black Tiger Hall had already arrived, but fortunately they had not yet discovered Humei, who had just turned the corner. Estimating that it wouldn't be long before the Black Tiger Hall discovered Lin Bin's lifeless body inside, Humei lowered the brim of her hat and quickly left this trouble-ridden place with her luggage. Humei hurried across several blocks without spotting any Black Tiger Hall enforcers in pursuit, and at last exhaled in quiet relief. Just beyond the next intersection lay a long-distance bus terminal. If she could secure a ticket for the earliest departing coach, she would escape Baiyun City, and with her 15 million credits, forge an entirely new life. Master Lu was a dump truck driver who thrived on the battlefield-like intensity of his daily work. In his line of trade, time was currency. Lagging behind by even a moment could cost him a lucrative earthen rock hauling contract. That day, he had already completed 4 hauls. One more run and his shift would end, along with a handsome 100 credit daily wage, after which he planned to head cheerfully to the red light district to visit his longtime lover. As the traffic light ahead flickered toward red, Master Lu, still 200 meters from the intersection, instinctively pressed the accelerator. Running red lights came as naturally to him as breathing. After all, any federal traffic citations issued to their fleet were handled by dedicated clerks, never touching him personally. With 50 meters remaining, the light turned fully red, but Master Lu remained oblivious, accelerating steadily forward. Then out of nowhere, a woman dragging a suitcase appeared on the pedestrian crossing. Master Lu honked once, yet never lifted his foot from the accelerator. "I'm insured. I know you'll yield." At the blare of the horn, Humei instinctively turned her head, only to see the dump truck swelling rapidly in her field of vision. In that split second of mortal peril, she lunged forward, desperate to cross the intersection before impact, forgetting entirely the crushing weight of the 15 million credits strapped to her person. Humei died, flattened beyond recognition. Li Xiaomei's family attended Lin Zhejia's memorial service alongside Jiang Nan. Though Jiang Nan had insisted on a simple ceremony, Pei Hu arranged a grand, meticulously orchestrated service befitting the highest standards. A professional mortician had carefully applied makeup to Lin Zhejia's still face. She lay serene and doll-like within a golden silk Nanmu coffin surrounded by concentric wreaths of fresh blossoms. Attendees included Lin Zhejia's classmates and teachers, as well as elite figures from Baiyun City, personally invited by Pei Hu. He himself presided over the ceremony, delivering a tear-choked eulogy that honored the fragile, extinguished life of a child. Beside the coffin stood a woman with swollen, bloodshot eyes and a face carved by grief, gazing again and again upon Lin Zhejia, the little girl who would never open her eyes again. She was Lin Zhejia's birth mother. To Pei Hu, locating an ordinary citizen in Baiyun City, posed no difficulty. She was consumed by remorse for having fled alone years earlier, leaving her infant daughter behind. Had she taken the child with her, this tragedy might never have unfolded. Li Xiaomei's own eyes were red-rimmed and raw. At her tender age, death remained abstract. Yet she understood with heartbreaking clarity that she had lost a cherished friend. Jiang Nen remained silent throughout the service, his expression somber and withdrawn. In 3 days, he would depart Baiyun City forever, embarking on his solitary quest for the Dragon Balls, severing all ties with the mundane world. Among the mourners stood a man whose features bore a striking resemblance to Pei Zhang, Pei Fong, Pei Zhang's elder brother, who had just returned from Zhongdu. Pei Fong had arrived 2 days prior. Upon learning of his father's and younger brother's fates, he had raged, ready to deploy Earth Federation military forces against Jiang Nan, only to be restrained by his father. Pei Fong knew his father's strength. Intimately conventional weaponry held no threat against him. As a martial artist of such rarefied caliber, his father existed almost beyond the reach of earthly law. Yet even this titan dared not entertain thoughts of vengeance. After 15 years navigating the treacherous currents of politics, Pei Fong needed no proof Jiang Nan was far beyond the Federation's capacity to confront. Yet Pei Fong refused to relent. Leveraging his official authority, he scoured the Federation's classified databases for intelligence on Jiang Nan, and after relentless effort uncovered fragments of something intriguing. After the memorial concluded, the Pei Patriarch and his 2 sons returned to their villa nestled in the Qixia Mountains to receive several distinguished guests. Ha ha ha, old friend, it's been 10 years since we last met. A middle-aged man with silver-cropped hair and a face crisscrossed by scars clasped Pei, whose hands firmly. Carlos, you old wolf, your courage hasn't dimmed a whit. The man was Carlos, supreme leader of the Silver Wolf Syndicate, the most formidable underworld power in Nandu. 2 days earlier, Pei Hu, his longtime friend in Dongdu's Baiyun City, had contacted him urgently, hinting at a long-sought lead on Carlos's most hated enemy. Without hesitation, Carlos had raced to Baiyun City, accompanied only by his most trusted lieutenants. Brother Pei, what happened to your legs? Carlos asked, eyeing Pei Hu's wheelchair with concern. Pei Hu sighed deeply. Beside him, Pei Fong interjected, Uncle, I've learned you're searching for a man named Jiang Nan. Carlos clenched his jaw. Yes, that wretch murdered my youngest son. I combed every corner of Nandu, then heard rumors he'd fled to Shidu. My allies there searched relentlessly, but no trace of him surfaced. He never reached Shidu, Pei Fong replied coolly, producing a photograph snapped during the memorial, a clear image of Jiang Nan. What? One of Carlos's men ground his teeth, knuckles whitening as thick veins bulged along his fists. Bald-headed and tattooed from nape to crown, he was Puriat, the younger brother of the slain public. Where is he now? Carlos demanded. Pei Hu raised a calming hand. Brother, please, bear with me. These legs, they are Jiang Nan's doing. To confront him, we must plan with utmost care. What? Carlos stared stunned. According to all verified reports, Jiang Nan had forfeited outright when matched against Public at the preliminary rounds of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Though Public's death had been brutal, autopsy findings confirmed the fatal blow came from a blonde woman, not Jiang Nan. Logically, Jiang Nan lacked such power. Had Jiang Nan concealed his true strength back then? Is he truly that formidable? Carlos asked, voice grave. Pei Hu merely sighed. No words needed. His silence spoke volumes. Carlos gestured toward Puriat. This young man is one of my finest. His prowess rivals mine. If you recover fully, Brother Pei, and we join forces against Jiang Nan, what odds do you estimate? Less than 2 in 10, Pei Hu replied after a measured pause. Carlos fell silent for a long while. Pei Fong's heart sank. He had hoped the Silver Wolf Syndicate, Nandu's apex power, might yet devise a way to eliminate Jiang Nan. Yet even Carlos stood powerless. Then Carlos spoke sudden and sharp. There is one man who can kill him. Who? Pei Hu and Pei Fong asked in unison. The world's greatest assassin, Tao Bai. The world's #1 assassin. Indeed, the undisputed #1 assassin in the world. Carlos replied with a serious expression. Pei Hu asked, is this person really that powerful? Carlos said, powerful beyond imagination. 3 years ago, I hired Mr. Tao Bai with a large sum of money to help me assassinate an opponent of similar strength. To my surprise, he boldly walked into the opponent's den, and according to witnesses, that guy who was about my level didn't last even 5 seconds before Mr. Tao Bai twisted his head off. But, Pei Hu hesitated, this Jiang Nan is a disciple of the martial arts god Master Wu Tian. It won't be that easy. What of Master Wu Tian? Carlos dismissed it, saying Mr. Tao Bai once told me personally that he knows Master Wu Tian and even Master Wu Tian is no match for him. Pei Zheng, who was listening nearby, showed a pleased expression. Really? That's great, uncle. Please have this assassin make a move soon. Carlos said with a troubled expression. That assassin's whereabouts are uncertain. I only have a single line of communication with him. The phone that can reach him is in my office safe, so I will have to wait until I return to Nandu. Pei Zheng urged. That's not good. That Jiang Nan plans to leave Baiyin City in a few days. If we don't act quickly, it will be difficult to find him once he leaves the city. Leaving Baiyin City. Do you know when he is leaving? Carlos asked. Pei Hu explained, according to the information we have, Jiang Nan's rental contract expires in 3 days, which means he will most likely leave in 3 days. Thus time is indeed of the essence. Carlos thought for a moment, made a decision, and said, in that case I will rush back to Nandu tonight to contact the assassin. However, to hire this assassin, a considerable fee must be paid. I recently acquired a manor and my funds are a bit tight. That's no problem. Uncle, may I ask how much it costs to hire this assassin? Pei Zheng asked, already eager to see Jiang Nan's gruesome fate, completely unconcerned about the money. To kill a person costs 200 million federal coins. Hiss. Even though the Black Tiger Hall is large, Pei Zheng couldn't help but gasp. But then he thought there must be a reason for the high price, and he immediately instructed someone to prepare a bank card to hand to Carlos. Without much chit-chat, Carlos and his companions flew back to Nandu on a private jet. A day later, in the office of the Silver Wolf Association headquarters in Nandu, Carlos once again met the fearsome world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai. Dressed in a long robe with braided hair and a face like a hawk's, Tao Bai stood opposite Carlos, arms crossed, and emitted a chilling sound from his throat. What a coincidence! Today marks my 10th anniversary in the business, and now it only costs 70 of the usual price to kill someone, which is 70 million federal coins. Tao Bai is already 281 years old this year. Over 200 years ago, the turtle immortal accidentally obtained the legendary spring, the Fountain of Youth. The selfless turtle immortal shared the spring with his biological sister and his disciple, and Tao Bai thus benefited, gaining a long lifespan. In the first 270 years of his life, he lived in the shadow of his brother Crane Immortal. Their parents died early, and Crane Immortal raised Tao Bai like a father and brother. To repay Crane Immortal's kindness, Tao Bai worked in his dojo for over 200 years. It was not until 30 years ago that he could no longer contain his yearning for freedom. After a fierce argument with Crane Immortal, Tao Bai left the dojo and began a life of wandering the world. The world is vast, and Tao Bai wanted to see it. However, seeing the world requires money. Although Crane Immortal would pay him a salary, he was miserly and stingy, and over 200 years Tao Bai accumulated very little savings. After exhausting his savings, Tao Bai stopped wandering and found a job in Nandu. With his incredible physical abilities, Tao Bai got a job as a laborer, and he worked there for more than 10 years. Originally, Tao Bai planned to save up 20 years' worth of wages before embarking on another journey, until one day 10 years ago, he took advantage of a moment of inattention to kill the foreman he had long disliked with a single palm strike. From that moment on, Tao Bai fell in love with this feeling and began his career as an assassin. At that time, Tao Bai realized that the martial arts his brother had taught him, which had seemed so unremarkable, were actually incredibly powerful. He truly wasted so many years. As the old saying goes, killing and arson earn golden belts, while repairing bridges and paving roads leaves no corpses behind. Tao Bai worked hard for over 10 years, but the money he earned from killing a person surpassed all his earnings. Soon Tao Bai became a legend in the assassin world, and his fee rose to 100 million per kill. After hearing Tao Bai's words, Carlos felt a secret joy. He didn't expect to have coincided with Tao Bai's 10th anniversary event, where killing someone could be discounted. This was just absurd. This trip to Baiyin City was truly not in vain. It was so easy to gain a profit of over 100 million. Carlos fully understood Tao Bai's rules, which were to pay the full amount up front, as Tao Bai never missed. There was no need to pay a deposit, and then the remaining balance later. After receiving the bank card containing the payment and the information about Jiang Nan, Tao Bai confidently smiled and said, "Tomorrow the head of this Jiang Nan guy will appear on your desk. Then I shall trouble Mr. Tao Bai." Carlos was equally confident, eagerly awaiting the good news from Tao Bai. At this time, Tao Bai had yet to come up with a high-profile flying method like pillar flight, but Carlos thoughtfully sent his capable subordinate Pirouette to pilot the plane and take Tao Bai to Baiyin City. That morning, Jiang Nan packed up his few belongings, which consisted of a few clothes and some cash. After a year, Jiang Nan had less than 20,000 cash left. He hadn't had the chance to sell his jewelry yet, and could only wait for future opportunities. His heavy-duty equipment had already been sold as scrap metal yesterday. Looking back at the room where he had lived for a year, Jiang Nan felt a bit reluctant. He was a nostalgic person. Although there was nothing worth missing in this city, he still felt a bit sad about leaving. Yesterday, he had already completed the handover with the landlord. Before leaving today, he just needed to leave the keys under the doormat. The landlord would come to collect the house later. At that moment, Jiang Nan suddenly sensed a fluctuation of aura outside the door, and the system detected a combat power value. 150. Green digits. This combat power value seems strangely familiar. Jiang Nan opened the door to find two men standing outside. Closest to him stood an elderly man, tall, draped in a long robe, his jet black hair braided tightly. Slightly behind, and to his side, loomed a bald white man with a ferocious glare. Upon spotting the crimson character kill emblazoned on the elder's chest, Jiang Nan blurted out, "Tao Bai." Tao Bai raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Oh, you've heard of me. Consider yourself fortunate. Dying by my hand is an honor. Since you recognized me, I'll grant you 10 minutes to pen your final words." Jiang Nan chuckled. "Who hired you? Must have cost quite a sum. A man named Carlos paid 70 million to claim your life." Tao Bai revealed his employer without hesitation. After all, his targets never lived to act upon such knowledge. Jiang Nan searched his memory, but the name rang no bells. Yet the bald man behind Tao Bai, his face stirred a vague familiarity. Ah, Silver Wolf Syndicate. No wonder he looked familiar. He bore a striking resemblance to that man named Pabrik, who died at Ducey's hands. Though he couldn't fathom how the Silver Wolf Syndicate had tracked him down, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a quiet relief they'd somehow secured Tao Bai's services. Had they struck just half a month earlier, he truly might have fallen to this fearsome killer. Jiang Nan let out a soft chuckle, as if greeting an old friend. "You'll actually need to wait for me a moment." Shouldering his bag, he stepped out, then casually slid the apartment key beneath the doormat, as though no one else were present, before adding, "Let's move elsewhere. It's inconvenient to fight here." "Nowhere is inconvenient for me. But since you asked today, I'm feeling unusually generous. Choose your own grave. But make no mistake, I'll take your head with me." Tao Bai moistened his lips with a slow, cruel lick. Jiang Nan, instantly recalling that grotesque image of him stabbing victims with his tongue, burst into laughter. Tao Bai, baffled by Jiang Nan's inexplicable mirth, assumed only that fear had driven the youth to madness. Jiang Nan descended the stairs at a leisurely pace, while Tao Bai and his companion followed unhurriedly, utterly unafraid he might flee. No target ever marked by Tao Bai had escaped. Once outside the residential complex, Jiang Nan turned north and suddenly accelerated, surging far ahead in an instant. How astonishingly fast! Tao Bai's eyes gleamed. No wonder this seemingly ordinary young man had prompted Carlos to spend such a staggering fortune to hire him. That speed alone proved Jiang Nan was far beyond Carlos's league. Yet Tao Bai remained utterly unruffled. He too surged forward, swiftly closing the gap, while Pillar 8 gritted his teeth and barely kept pace behind. "Is this truly all you've got? I'd hoped you'd offer me at least a sliver of surprise." Jiang Nan glanced back, his expression turning solemn, then accelerated once more, widening the distance anew. A sly smile curled Tao Bai's lips. He matched Jiang Nan's pace effortlessly, always maintaining a measured distance. Their chase unfolded like a cat-and-mouse game, where the mouse fled, the cat pursued, and escape remained impossible. The three streaked across city streets, vanishing from sight before astonished passers-by could even reach for their phones or cameras. In truth, Jiang Nan was the hunter, not the prey. He deliberately restrained his speed, lulling Tao Bai into believing he held absolute control. For the highest-tier hunters often appear first as quarry. Jiang Nan led Tao Bai to Beijiao Park, to that vacant concrete lot where he'd once trained his reflexes. Here solitude reigned, no innocence would be caught in the crossfire. Jiang Nan halted abruptly, and Tao Bai stopped precisely 5 meters away. Pillar 8 had long since vanished from view. "Oh, giving up the run, or simply running out of steam?" Tao Bai taunted. Jiang Nan waved a dismissive hand. "No more running. I'll admit, old man, your stamina is impressive. Couldn't shake you off. Have you steeled yourself for death? Though I must say, you picked a rather pitiful spot for your grave." Tao Bai extended his palm, then added with arrogant confidence, 5 seconds. That's all it will take for me to wrench your head clean off. To die beneath my hands is a privilege you may now embrace." Jiang Nan activated the stopwatch on his smartwatch and smiled. "Then I'll time it precisely. Shall I count down?" Arrogant fool. With lightning speed, Tao Bai vanished, reappearing instantly before Jiang Nan, his hand slashing downward like a blade toward his neck. At the very last breath, Jiangnan pushed off the ground and slid backward half a meter, evading the lethal strike by a hair. Tao Baibai's eyes flared with excitement. He dropped low and swept a leg outward. Jiangnan leapt back again, narrowly avoiding it. Tao Baibai launched himself upward, driving a fierce fist straight at Jiangnan's jaw. Jiangnan intercepted it with his forearm, deflecting and dispersing the blow with a single fluid motion. The force spun Tao Baibai halfway around. He pivoted mid-turn, delivering a brutal elbow strike toward Jiangnan's temple, but before impact, Jiangnan drove a punch deep into his kidney, then followed instantly with a low sweeping kick to his calf. Thud! Tao Baibai crashed to the ground off balance and stunned. He scrambled upright, staring incredulously at the young man across from him. Oh dear, 5 seconds are long past, Jiangnan declared with theatrical exaggeration. How is this possible? Tao Baibai still refused to accept reality. Though Tao Baibai hadn't yet unleashed his full power, such a failure was unprecedented in his career. Not only had he failed to wound his target, but he'd suffered a humiliating stumble. Yahoo! Tao Baibai abandoned restraint. He attacked anew, this time unleashing his signature killing techniques, targeting Jiangnan's vital weak points. Jiangnan in turn met every assault with razor-sharp focus and unwavering vigilance. Their combat prowess wasn't vastly unequal, 150 versus 180, nor was Tao Baibai's wealth of battlefield experience negligible. The real disparity was narrow. Still, a single misstep, a moment of carelessness, could instantly reverse their roles. Yet disparity remains disparity, like the subtle chasm between a national team athlete and a Grand Slam champion. Even the tiniest margin seals the outcome before the contest truly begins. What does a 30-point disparity in combat power signify? Tao Baibai understood it all too well at this very moment. His speed lagged slightly. His strength fell short. His defense proved inadequate. Even with superior battlefield experience, the sheer gap in raw capability rendered him utterly incapable of landing any meaningful strike against Jiangnan. Huff, huff. Tao Baibai gasped heavily, his once ever-present arrogant smile long vanished, replaced instead by a face twisted with furious frustration. Jiangnan, by contrast, wore an expression of exhilarated delight. This sparring match with Tao Baibai had been nothing short of perfect, demanding enough to draw forth his full exertion, yet posing no genuine threat to his life. Oh my, you're not quite as formidable as you claimed. Jiangnan mocked without restraint. Gritting his teeth, Tao Baibai snarled, the technique I'm about to unleash, you will not withstand it. If you dare, don't even think of dodging. Feeling Tao Baibai gather his chi, Jiangnan recognized the signature move he so proudly called the Dodonpa. If young Son Goku, whose combat power stood at only 160, had endured it barehanded, then Jiangnan had every reason to believe he could do the same. Then by all means, unleash your might. Jiangnan drew a deep breath, bracing himself to meet Tao Baibai's assault head-on. Seeing his provocation succeed, Tao Baibai's brow lifted in triumph. With a thunderous shout, he tensed every muscle in his body. Then, after a final surge of coiled energy, he thrust his finger toward Jiangnan. Dodon Pot. Jiangnan watched as light flared at Tao Baibai's fingertip. A searing beam lanced toward him like lightning. A chill ran through him. This Dodonpa bore striking resemblance to the ki blasts he himself fired from his fingertips, yet its true intensity remained unknown. In that split second, Jiangnan raised his hand to retaliate with a counterblast, but the Dodonpa's energy beam struck before he could release it. Desperate, he blocked with his bare palm. Zzzt. Indeed, his flesh held firm against the onslaught. Yet a sharp, searing heat surged up his palm, vividly recalling the sting of childhood punishments, the sharp slap of a ruler across his open hand. When Tao Baibai finally exhausted his stamina and the beam sputtered out, Jiangnan examined his palm, slightly charred, throbbing with pain and tingling numbness. He shook his hand briskly to dispel the discomfort, then scoffed. Is this your ultimate technique? That's it. Tao Baibai's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? What are you, some kind of monster? Just as Jiangnan opened his mouth to reply, Tao Baibai suddenly shouted over his shoulder, Pillapat, you finally caught up. This boy is nearly spent. Attack with me now. In truth, no one stood behind Jiangnan, only empty air. Tao Baibai's cry was pure deception. Concealed within his palm lay a versatile capsule, the last reserve he'd kept hidden. Inside rested a razor-sharp legendary blade, waiting only for Jiangnan to falter. As a professional assassin, Tao Baibai held no illusions about honor or fairness. Only effectiveness mattered. Any tactic that worked was justified. The instant Jiangnan's focus wavered, Tao Baibai would seize that opening for a killing blow. Yet Tao Baibai had miscalculated. Jiang Nan had already mastered the art of sensing ki and knew precisely the kind of man Tao Bai was. So he chose to turn the ruse against him. Jiang Nan whirled around in apparent panic. Tao Bai's eyes gleamed now. Mobilizing his last reserves, Tao Bai lunged forward and pressed the activation button atop the capsule. With a sharp pop, a gleaming meter-long blade materialized in his grip. Swinging with crushing force, he aimed straight for Jiang Nan's throat. A flash of cold silver, like a crescent moon, sliced effortlessly through Jiang Nan's form, meeting no resistance. An afterimage. Jiang Nan's true form reappeared behind the fading illusion, just beyond the blade's lethal arc. In that instant, Tao Bai felt himself plummeting into an abyss of despair, while Jiang Nan loomed before him, a demon rising from its depths, poised to devour him whole. Just as Tao Bai succumbed to utter hopelessness, certain death imminent, Jiang Nan folded his hands behind his back and refrained from delivering the finishing blow, though Tao Bai stood wide open, vulnerable in every way. No more hidden cards left. Jiang Nan asked, voice calm and grave. Tao Bai's face flushed crimson, then paled, humiliation burning raw and naked upon his features. With a roar, Tao Bai swung the blade again, but firing the Dodonpa had drained him utterly. His movements now dragged, sluggish and heavy. Oh my, are you performing a senior citizen's variety show? My grandmother slices vegetables faster than you swing that sword. Your footwork is painfully slow. Are you mimicking an elder crossing the street? Oh ho, what's with those limp punches? Too old to muster strength. Perhaps your bones crave calcium. All the while, Jiang Nan toyed with Tao Bai, launching relentless verbal barbs. Under waves of fury and shame, Tao Bai resorted to his final gambit. The very trump card Jiang Nan had anticipated from the start, a high-explosive grenade. Tao Bai withdrew the grenade from another capsule and bellowed, die, hurling it toward Jiang Nan. He'd carried this grenade merely as a contingency. Not truly a formidable ace, for it was simply a standard-issue military-grade explosive, its destructive yield dwarfed by the self-destruct devices later wielded by the androids in the Dragon Ball saga. Jiang Nan knew the blast wouldn't kill him, but detonating at close range would still inflict serious injury. After all, in memory, it was precisely this grenade that had maimed Tao Bai's body. Thus, from the outset, Jiang Nan had guarded against this very threat. Had Tao Bai charged in recklessly, locked onto Jiang Nan in a death embrace before triggering the grenade, he might have succeeded in gravely wounding him. But such a feat would demand Tao Bai's own life as its price. To eliminate that risk, Jiang Nan deliberately provoked Tao Bai into losing composure and succeeded. In blind rage, Tao Bai had just thrown away his sole chance to cripple Jiang Nan. VVVV. A blinding white flash erupted. The grenade still midair, struck by Jiang Nan's ki blast. Detonation required precise chemical ignition. The blast had shattered its internal mechanism, rendering it instantly inert. That was the Dodonpa. Tao Bai cried out in shock. Jiang Nan retorted coolly, merely a minor application of chi manipulation. Did you truly mistake it for some unparalleled secret art? Every trick, every weapon, every stratagem, exhausted. Tao Bai's fighting spirit had crumbled entirely. Only one thought remained: survival. Thud. He dropped to his knees before Jiang Nan, forehead pressed hard to the ground, begging in a trembling, broken voice, I yield. I'm only a hired blade. I beg you grant me mercy. I swear, I'll never take another life as an assassin. At one word, Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly lit up. Jiang Nan's expression darkened with displeasure. Why should I grant you a chance? Give me a reason. I will swear fealty to you, as your servant. Tao Bai seized the opportunity, voice urgent and fervent. Whomever you despise, I shall slay for you. I despise he Xianren. Jiang Nan's words struck like thunder. Tao Bai's pupils contracted sharply. Stammering, he choked out, Ew. You know I'm he Xianren's younger brother. Jiang Nan finished calmly. Stunned, Tao Bai stared at Jiang Nan. Years had passed since he'd severed ties with he Xianren, and as a professional assassin, he'd never once revealed the existence of an elder brother. Who was this youth? How could he possibly know such a closely guarded secret? Awe deepened into dread. Gritting his teeth, Tao Bai declared, Even he Xianren, I will take his life if you command it, provided I live long enough to do so. Jiang Nan shrugged indifferently. That offer holds no appeal for me. If someone vexes me, I'll deal with them myself. Surely if you can kill them, I cannot. Seeing Tao Bai speechless, Jiang Nan pressed further, voice laced with menace. For instance, right now, I find you rather vexing. Ha. His gaze fixed on Tao Bai with chilling intent, while chi coalesced visibly in his palm, deliberately released, palpable, suffused with lethal pressure. Tao Bai paled instantly. Frantically, he prostrated himself, forehead striking the ground. I'll give you money. All my money. Oh. Jiangnan ceased gathering energy. How much do you have? Seizing the opening, Tao Bai raised 3 fingers, over 300 million federal credits. Hearing the sum, Jiangnan's pulse quickened, but he feigned disdain. You're hailed as the world's greatest assassin. 10 years in the trade, and this is all you've amassed. I heard you charge 100 million per target. Flustered, Tao Bai explained, my early contracts commanded far lower fees. Only after earning renown did I raise my rate to 100 million, but few could afford it. So this year, for my decade anniversary, I introduced a limited time discount, hoping to secure a few more commissions. Are the funds on your person? Jiangnan asked. Facing mortal peril, Tao Bai dared not withhold. My bank cards are here, and cash sealed inside a universal capsule. In truth, Tao Bai concealed another 100 million credits in a secure vault, enough to sustain him should Jiangnan spare his life that day. Jiangnan's eyes gleamed at the mention of wealth. His own reserves were dwindling. This windfall arrived like a pillow just as he drifted toward slumber. Even Tao Bai now seemed less repugnant. From the outset, Jiangnan had never intended to kill Tao Bai. He was preparing to seek the Dragon Balls, and uncertain whether he could depart this world before its destined timeline unfolded. As an outsider, he preferred not to disrupt the future's course. Tao Bai was pivotal to young Wukong's growth, a crucial stepping stone. Eliminating him prematurely would unravel consequences beyond prediction. Originally, Jiangnan planned only to test his strength against Tao Bai, beat him soundly, then release him. This unexpected fortune was a welcome surprise. Are your accounts frozen the moment you leave? Jiangnan asked, still wary. Tao Bai waved his hands frantically. Never. Never. This is the price of my life. I'd never dare mock you so. Satisfied, Jiangnan nodded and offered gentle counsel. Listen, Bai. No profession flows smoothly forever. Don't utter such defeatist nonsense about abandoning assassination after one setback. Still kneeling, Tao Bai felt Jiangnan's hand rest upon his shoulder. His voice turned grave and earnest. Master your craft with devotion. Ask yourself, is your skill insufficient? Was your intelligence incomplete? Have you honed your art of killing to its absolute zenith? Understand. Too terrified to object, Tao Bai bobbed his head vigorously, murmuring, Yes. I'll strive harder than ever. That's the spirit. Now I must be off, and you'd best flee Baiyun City at once. Flush with newfound wealth, Jiangnan burned to verify the card balances and hurried to dismiss Tao Bai. To Tao Bai's ears, those casual words twisted into a dire command. Leave before I change my mind. Yes, I'll go immediately. Tao Bai replied, bowing low. Won't you wait for your companion? Jiangnan added idly. Tao Bai instantly grasped the implication, nodding rapidly like a pecking chick. Yes, I'll handle it thoroughly. Jiangnan, preoccupied with his fortune, gave no further thought and strode away from North Suburb Park. Soon after, Tao Bai emerged onto a quiet roadside, where Poliric, frantic and disoriented, scoured the northern outskirts of Baiyun City for the pair. Spotting Tao Bai alone, he cried with relief, Assassin, sir, have you succeeded? Do you imagine I'd fail, eh? Tao Bai's voice was glacial. No, certainly not. But you said you'd return with the target's head. Poliric broke into cold sweat. Tao Bai offered no explanation, only a sharp question. Where's your aircraft? Poliric fumbled a capsule from his pocket. Here. Tao Bai's eyes flickered. This stretch of road was secluded, rarely traveled, flanked by waist-high grass. The moment Poliric triggered the capsule and the aircraft materialized, Tao Bai struck, crushing his throat in a single brutal motion. GHK. Poliric clutched his neck, eyes wide with disbelief. He could not fathom why Tao Bai had turned on him without warning. Better to remove nuisances entirely. Tao Bai dumped Poliric's corpse into the roadside thicket, a gesture wholly unlike him. Ordinarily, he left bodies exposed without a second thought. But this failure was absolute, unprecedented. Should word leak, his title as the world's deadliest assassin would crumble. Only one solution remained. If the target eluded him, silence the sole other witness, the employer. In any contract, the disappearance of either target or employer rendered the commission void. Tao Bai repeated this logic to himself, a hollow comfort. How many others knew of the job? It hardly mattered. Eliminate them all. If Jiangnan proved untouchable, surely Carlos was not. As Tao Bai piloted the airplane over the ocean back to Nandu, Nan found an ATM and checked the balance of his bank card using the password provided by Tao Bai. When he saw the long string of number stars sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes, wasn't this the wealth he had longed for in the original world? This feeling was truly exhilarating. As the saying goes, money isn't everything, but lacking money is utterly unbearable. Although it's said that the wealthy also have their troubles, 99 of an ordinary person's worries are related to money, while the rich only experience the remaining one of higher demands that bring their own troubles. No longer would he have to eat instant noodles for every meal. Jiang Nan's eyes brimmed with tears. He also tried to withdraw some cash to prevent Tao Bai from tampering with his bank account. After obtaining a stack of cash, Jiang Nan happily went to enjoy a seafood buffet. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Nan first bought an anti-gravity motorcycle, a new product patented by the Universal Capsule Company. The motorcycle had no wheels, but it utilized alien technology obtained by Dr. Briff from the Galactic Patrol, hovering half a meter above the ground without any feeling of bumps. Mounting his newly bought motorcycle and shouldering his backpack, Jiang Nan left Baiyun City, where he had lived for a year, heading northeast. Meanwhile, Tao Bai returned to Nandu, landing his plane directly on the rooftop helipad of the Silver Wolf Association headquarters. The guards on the rooftop were unaware of Tao Bai's identity, but the president had instructed them to notify him immediately upon the return of Pillaroid's aircraft, so the guards hurried to inform President Carlos. Upon receiving the news, Carlos was thrilled and quickly ordered that a bottle of champagne, which he had kept sealed for a long time, be brought forth, as he intended to personally celebrate with Tao Bai. In the VIP room on the top floor of the building, Carlos cheerfully sat at the head of the table, opening a bottle of champagne himself. Beside him was his advisor, the always composed and unflappable middle-aged man Duma, while Tao Bai sat opposite Carlos. Carlos raised his glass towards Tao Bai and said, "Truly worthy of being the world's #1 assassin, you completed the mission in just one day. Mr. Tao Bai, your trip to Baiyun City must have gone smoothly, right? By the way, didn't Pillaroid come back with you?" Tao Bai did not answer directly. He raised his glass to toast Carlos and downed it in one gulp, then retorted, "How many people were aware of this mission?" Dumas' eyes flashed with unease. Why would an assassin ask such a question? Shouldn't professional assassins simply do their job for money without asking questions? Duma politely replied, "Esteemed Mr. Tao Bai, why do you suddenly inquire about this?" Tao Bai felt anger rise within him. Since his debut, he had built a fearsome reputation, and many were terrified just by hearing his name. How dare Duma, a mere ant, question him like this? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but recalling his plan to silence witnesses, Tao Bai managed to restrain himself. The target is already dead, and it's time for those in the know to learn the outcome, lest anyone misunderstand my efficiency, which could tarnish my reputation. Tao Bai explained. This reasoning was rather flimsy, but he was not eloquent, and his ability to speak paled in comparison to his killing prowess. Coming up with this excuse was already his limit. Carlos, immersed in the joy of vengeance, replied, "Without much thought, there are no other knowledgeable parties besides me and Duma, just that brat Pillaroid." Carlos concealed the matter of Pei Hu and his son, which was quite understandable, as no businessman would wish to introduce a competitor to his clients. If Tao Bai were to connect with Pei Hu, and if there were future conflicts of interest between his Silver Wolf Association and Pei Hu's Black Tiger Hall, it could lead to Pei Hu hiring Tao Bai to assassinate him, which would be self-destructive. Having navigated the underworld for so many years, Carlos lived a life fraught with danger. Even the slightest possibility had to be nipped in the bud. Duma hesitated, feeling that Tao Bai's sudden question carried deeper meaning. He then asked, "Mr. Tao Bai, I seem to recall you mentioning you would bring back the target's head. Did you hand the target's head over to Pillaroid, and then the two of you took separate routes back to Nandu?" "That's right. Why didn't Pillaroid come back with you?" Carlos inquired. Tao Bai smirked and said, "I know where your subordinate is. Do you want to see him now?" Duma was startled and quickly replied, "It was just a casual question. There's no need for you to take it to heart. President Carlos, since the atmosphere is pleasant today, why don't we hold a celebration banquet for the esteemed assassin and let the celebration take place in Hall 1505. Carlos' expression changed slightly. 1505 was a code between him and Duma, indicating they were facing a significant danger. Carlos concealed the panic deep within him, maintaining a smile as he replied, "That's a great idea, esteemed assassin. Why don't you wait here for a moment while Duma and I prepare?" After saying this, Carlos and Duma stood up to leave. Tao Bai suddenly laughed. "A celebration banquet, huh? I have a question. Why did your heart rate suddenly increase so much?" Realizing he had been exposed, Duma knew Tao Bai was indeed about to betray them. He quickly shouted, "President, hurry. Before he could finish the word go, Tao Bai Bai had already snapped his neck. Carlos hurriedly drew out his specially made pistol, which was incredibly powerful and used specially designed armor-piercing ammunition. Carlos believed that if he could hit Tao Bai Bai, no matter how skilled he was, he would not escape unscathed. However, before Carlos could pull the trigger, Tao Bai Bai's fingers had already grasped the hand that was about to pull the trigger, rendering it immobile. "You can't." This was Carlos' last words as Tao Bai Bai's finger pierced through his forehead, instantly scrambling his brain. The legendary hero President Carlos of the Silver Wolf Association died, inexplicably killed by Tao Bai Bai with a single finger. Tao Bai Bai retracted his finger, habitually placing it in his mouth to suck on it, a look of nostalgia on his face. Suddenly his expression changed. He realized he had acted too quickly and forgotten to extort some money from Carlos. After all, he had lost 300 million from this deal. After finding nothing on Carlos, Tao Bai Bai set the top floor of the building ablaze to destroy the evidence. Amid the chaos, he raided Carlos' office, and upon eagerly opening Carlos' safe, he was disappointed to find only a few ledgers inside. Feeling dejected after returning empty-handed, Tao Bai Bai wandered aimlessly through the streets of Nandu at night. Spotting a uniquely charming tavern by the roadside, he walked in, preparing to drink away his sorrows. In a dim, unassuming corner of the tavern, two men sat drinking and conversing freely. One was a burly man in his 30s, the other a black-haired man of similar age. Beside them sat a boy of 4 or 5, his thick jet-black curls tumbling wildly about his head. The burly man's face flushed crimson from drink, his voice booming like a temple bell. "Huh, little Mark, you're my disciple now, and I'm the reigning world martial arts champion. With diligent practice, you'll surely surpass me one day. And when that time comes, my dojo shall be yours." With that, he drained his cup in one swift motion. Mark stood taller than most boys his age, perhaps due to rigorous martial training. His gaze steady and self-assured, an uncommon poise for one so young. His dense, curly black hair framed a face perpetually softened by a gentle smile, even in silence. Unabashed, Mark tilted his head upward and asked, "Master, when I grow up, can I become the world martial arts champion too?" "Ha ha ha. What's a world martial arts championship compared to true mastery?" The middle-aged man laughed. "You're still young, but I don't make mistakes in judgment. You possess extraordinary natural talent, and with my personal guidance, you'll avoid the detours I once took. Your future will eclipse mine." "Good brother, don't praise him so lavishly. He won't become a world champion overnight," the black-haired man said with a wry smile. Grud clapped his friend's shoulder. "Talon, you're mistaken. I'm not indulging in blind flattery. This boy inherited your innate gifts. Should he stay steadfast on this path, within 20 years he'll surpass even my accomplishments." Talon shook his head helplessly. Once a professional martial artist himself, he knew well the grueling trials of that road, the blood, sweat, and relentless sacrifice required to rise above the rest. He had abandoned martial arts mid-journey, bowing instead to life's practical demands, and now ran a modest food processing factory. Though he'd left the ring behind, Talon's bond with his senior brother Grud remained unbroken. When Grud traveled to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Talon brought his son Mark along, to cheer, to witness, to stand beside his old master. Grud turned again to young Mark. "You're still so young. Your potential is vast, your ascent only just beginning. But remember this, Mark. You must aim beyond tournaments alone. Strive to become the greatest martial artist on earth. One day you'll enter the Tenkaichi Budokai, the ultimate arena, and claim the title of the strongest man alive." Mark's brow furrowed with sudden concern. "Master, if someone becomes truly invincible, won't they feel terribly lonely?" He then burst into a cocky, bubbling laugh, prompting Grud and Talon to join him, their mirth ringing through the tavern. Grud refilled his cup and spoke with sudden gravity. "Now about your name. Mark, it lacks gravitas. To become Earth's supreme warrior, your name must command awe before you even throw a punch." Talon grimaced. "You think so too?" His mother chose it. "Personally, I'd have preferred something bolder. Johnny, Jason, names that strike like thunder." "So what name would sound truly imposing?" Mark asked eagerly. Grud stroked his chin in thought. Your fists strike like lightning. How about Thor?" Mark shook his head. "Too common, boring. Sounds like a comic book relic." Grud tried again. "Your strength is prodigious, your explosive power unmatched. What about Titan?" "No, worse. Sounds like a retired wrestler." "Then, Leo the Lion. Sounds like a grandpa." Mark protested, shaking his head again. Grud, growing impatient, snapped, "This isn't good enough, that's not right. So tell me, what kind of name do you want?" Talon interjected, "I've got one ready-made. Powerful, unforgettable. I'm certain Mark will love it." Grud frowned. "What name?" "Your dojo," Talon replied. Grud blinked. "Castle. Odd, but if you insist it's acceptable. Talon sighed, enunciating each syllable. Satan. Satan castles Satan. The name struck Grud like revelation. He slammed his palm on the table. Brilliant. I'd nearly forgotten. Satan is perfect. As a demon, he'll terrify opponents into submission. As a titan, he'll stand unshaken. Unbreakable, unstoppable. Ha ha ha, yes. That's the name. Exactly. It sounds fierce, not corny at all. Mark declared, eyes alight. Just then Talon set down his glass. Suddenly my stomach's churning. I need the restroom. Talon, you're always vanishing into the latrine. Even back in Master's dojo you'd sneak off to nap there during drills. Don't tell me you're dodging this round of drinks. Grud teased. Talon winced. Do you really think I'd stoop to such tricks with you? Must have been the seafood at the victory banquet. Though truth be told, Nandu's seafood is exceptional. No more talk. I'm off. Talon ruffled Mark's tousled curls and rose to head for the washroom. Moments later, Grud leaned close to Mark and pointed across the room. Speaking of outdated looks, Mark, no Satan. I'll start calling you that now. Look over there. See that table? Yes, that elderly gentleman's hairstyle is truly archaic. Mark followed his finger. There sat a gaunt, hawk-faced elder drinking alone. His eyes gleamed with predatory sharpness. Beneath a hooked nose, his lips pressed into a thin, merciless line, radiating cold, implacable authority. Two slender mustachios curved above his mouth, lending him an air of weathered severity. His long black hair was braided tightly, and at its tip absurdly tied with a dainty bow. Yet Mark dared not laugh. An instinctive chill prickled his spine. The elder's aura was icy oppressive, forcing Mark's gaze downward, unable to meet those piercing eyes. Hey Satan, I'm talking to you. Look, that old man's outfit is pure cosplay nonsense, like stage costume. Huh. Grud's unrestrained laughter carried across the tavern, reaching the ears of the brooding, disgruntled Tao Pai Pai. It's infuriating to encounter that damned ghost everywhere. Tao Bai Bai, filled with indignation, could hardly tolerate Grud's blatant mockery. Tao Bai Bai stood up and walked towards Grud and his companion. Mark, seeing the shabby old man approaching, quickly nudged his master Grud with his elbow and whispered, Master, he's coming. Grud shot a sideways glance at Tao Bai Bai, dismissing the old man entirely. He exclaimed loudly, Mark, oh no, it's Satan. Remember this, Satan. In this world, only those with strength have a say. The anger of the weak is merely a joke to the strong. At that moment, Mark suddenly remembered his master's identity. He was the newly crowned champion of the world in combat. That's right, Master is the world champion, the strongest man on the planet. What does it matter if he mocks an old man a few times? That old man wouldn't dare come over to argue. If he did, he might just provoke Master, who would then teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Tao Bai Bai reached Grud's side, gently stroking his braids as he squinted, and said, I truly appreciate your words. In this world, only those with strength have the right to speak. Tao Bai Bai's voice sounded like a crow screeching in the cold night, sending chills down little Mark's spine. But I wonder which is stronger, your fists or your bravado. Tao Bai Bai said with a cold smile. Grud slammed his hand on the table, grabbed Tao Bai Bai by the collar, and angrily shouted, Hey old man, are you looking for death? Tao Bai Bai maintained his grin, ominously replying, I do wish to find death. I just wonder if you have the ability to do so. Tao Bai Bai glanced at the bottle of wine on the table and suggested, how about we make a bet? I bet your head can fit into this wine bottle. Mark reflexively looked at the wine bottle. It was an ordinary bottle with a neck so narrow that only a coin could fit through. How could a human head possibly fit inside? It seemed this old man was indeed a madman. Little Mark watched from the side, and Grud, concerned about his reputation, angrily shouted and threw a punch at Tao Bai Bai's face. Tao Bai Bai calmly raised a finger to block Grud's punch. Grud was taken aback. It felt as if his punch had collided with an imposing mountain. Grud took a step back and attempted a kick aimed at Tao Bai Bai's temple, but Tao Bai Bai merely tilted his head and trapped Grud's foot between his head and shoulder. Tao Bai Bai gradually increased the pressure, and the sound of Grud's ankle breaking echoed in the air. Run, Mark. Grud realized he had kicked a steel plate and hurriedly shouted for Mark to escape. The other patrons in the tavern, seeing the fight break out, were not afraid at all. Instead, they raised their glasses and gathered around to watch the spectacle. Tao Bai Bai lifted his arm and struck Grud's calf with a knife hand, strike the force of which cleanly severed Grud's leg at the knee. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the onlookers screamed and fled, causing chaos in the bar. Mark, however, was frozen in shock, sitting there like a wooden statue. Grud, feeling desperate, ignored the searing pain in his leg. He grabbed Mark's arm and flung him outside. What a wonderful sensation. Tao Bai Bai's face lit up with enjoyment. He relished this familiar feeling. Yesterday's experience had nearly made him question life, but now he had regained his confidence. Tao Bai suddenly extended his unusually large hand resembling a fan and clamped it tightly over Grude's face. With a slight exertion, his 5 fingers embedded themselves into Grude's flesh and bone. Grude's chin was also firmly caught, and despite enduring immense pain, he couldn't even scream. He could only emit muffled sounds from his throat. Mark snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth and rushing over to land a few punches on Tao Bai's waist, shouting, "Let go of my master, quickly, let go of my master." Mark go," Grude said in a panic, struggling to say a few words. "Humph." Tao Bai glanced down at Mark and kicked him in the stomach. Mark immediately flew back like an arrow, colliding with the wine cabinet against the wall. The wine bottles shattered, scattering pieces everywhere, and some shards even cut Mark's skin. Mark let out a gasp of blood. That kick from Tao Bai nearly cost him his life. He turned his head to see his master Grude still being tightly restrained by Tao Bai. Tao Bai smiled cruelly and suddenly raised his other hand to strike Grude's head. Bang! It sounded like a ripe watermelon bursting as Grude's head was crushed by Tao Bai's overwhelming force. Tao Bai slowly stuffed Grude's head into the wine bottle, stopping only when blood and flesh began to overflow from the bottle's neck. Mark had long been fainted by this horrifying scene. Tao Bai picked up the half bottle of wine from Tai Lin and poured it over his hands to wash away the blood. He then drank the remaining sips, laughing heartily before leaving the tavern. Tai Lin in the restroom stall had heard the commotion earlier, but didn't pay it much mind. In a place like a tavern where all sorts of people gather, brawls among drunken patrons were common. He wasn't worried about his son encountering any trouble, especially with Grude around, who could possibly pose a threat to Mark. However, after a while the noise suddenly ceased, and an inexplicable sense of unease crept into Tai Lin's heart. He hurriedly exited the stall, washed his hands quickly, and returned to the tavern. As soon as he stepped back into the tavern, Tai Lin saw his son Mark lying in a pool of blood. Shocked, he looked toward the original seating area where only a lifeless body remained, the neck gaping with a bloody wound that oozed steadily. Tai Lin felt darkness engulfing him, and everything spun around him. When he saw the wine bottle on the table filled with an unidentified substance, his stomach churned violently. But now was not the time to be dazed. Tai Lin felt for Mark's neck and detected a faint pulse. In a frenzied state, he picked up his son and sprinted toward the nearest hospital. Fortunately, since Mark was young and his body was supple, although Tao Bai's kick had broken several ribs and damaged some internal organs, the doctors managed to save him from the brink of death. Though he had escaped death, Mark was still unable to regain consciousness for some time. Tai Lin sat silently by his son's bedside, praying earnestly. In his coma, Mark experienced a long dream. He dreamt of Grude patiently teaching him combat techniques, of himself rising to fame in the arena as he grew up, and of the audience chanting his powerful name, Satan, 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 Satan. Just as the dreams, Satan stood proudly in the ring accepting the victor's garland. The sky suddenly ripped open, revealing an old man with braids and a sinister face who reached out and crushed Satan's head right there in the ring. Just as Tao Bai was rampaging in Nandu, Nen had already arrived at the outskirts of Baozi Mountain in the Phoenix Mountain Range. Initially thinking that Baozi Mountain resembled a giant Baozi Jiang, Nen only realized upon arrival that it was not just one mountain, but a series of them. Like Baozi in a steamer, the peaks here are contiguous and endless. Thanks to the abundant underground water resources, long-term erosion of soluble rocks by subterranean water and gravitational collapses have created a unique topography at Baozi Mountain. When Jiang Nan arrived, it was morning. The mist rose among the mountains, and the morning light penetrated the fog, creating a Tyndall effect, painting the landscape like a poem. Little birds chirped amidst the dense leaves, while deer leisurely walked by to drink at the lakeside. Jiang Nan traversed through the woods, as if walking within a painting. This Baozi Mountain is truly a paradise. No wonder Sun Wufan chose to seclude himself in such a place. However, Jiang Nan was troubled by where to find Sun Wufan. With mountains surrounding him, thankfully today was a sunny day. If there hadn't been sunlight to help with direction, Jiang Nan had no doubt he would have gotten lost in these wilds. After aimlessly searching for a morning, Jiang Nan felt hungry, so he sat down on a large rock to rest and eat some provisions he had brought in his backpack. System. What is it? The system had become increasingly humanized, mimicking the tone of Jiang Nan's wife Wei Jun with remarkable accuracy. Jiang Nan asked, "What is the detection range of your combat power detection feature?" The detection range is related to your combat power value. For example, Jiang Nan, your current combat power is 183, so my maximum detection range is 183 meters. The system replied, 1 point of combat power corresponds to a detection range of 1 meter. Jiang Nan inquired. Yes. Jiang Nan was speechless. This detection range was far too limited. After all, in later stages, Sun Wukong could sense distant realms like the King Kai's realm just by his aura, and that distance was immeasurably vast, measured in light years. It seemed he needed to quickly enhance his control over his aura. When thinking about understanding Qi, Jiang Nan couldn't help but recall the distant planet Adratlat, where the inhabitants mastered exquisite techniques of Qi manipulation. The future Sun Wukong learned instant transmission from the people of Adratlat. With this superpower, he could move freely in the universe, even making Vegeta envious. Besides instant transmission, the Adratlat people also possessed two special techniques: division and expansion, both of which could enhance combat power. As the value of combat power itself became less significant in later stages, the importance of understanding Qi would become evident. Jiang Nan was planning in his heart that after visiting Namek, he would go to Adratlat. The hospitable and kind-hearted Adratlat people would surely be willing to share their knowledge. Although the system's combat power detection range was short, it was better than nothing. Jiang Nan activated the maximum detection range. In this lush forest, the system could scan a radius of 183 meters, which was certainly better than Jiang Nan's own eyesight. After finishing his meal, Jiang Nan set off again. This place was far from the city. Combined with its relatively primitive ecology and frequent wild beast appearances, it was hard to see signs of human habitation. It took Jiang Nan an entire afternoon to find a small village which seemed almost isolated from the outside world. The villagers lived in a very primitive manner, and when Jiang Nan entered the village to inquire about Sun Wufan's whereabouts, some villagers brandished knives and forks defensively. Jiang Nan did not disturb the villagers too much. After failing to gather any information about reclusive elders in Baozi Mountain, he left the village. From the villagers, he learned that they were still on the outskirts of Baozi Mountain, and the further one ventured inward, the more wild beasts there were, making it even less frequented by people. The places with more wild beasts are less likely to be disturbed by humans. Sun Wufan, being a recluse by nature, would not worry about wild beast attacks given his abilities, so Jiang Nan's intuition told him that as long as he kept heading deeper into Baozi Mountain, he would surely find Sun Wufan. As night began to fall, the tranquil forest occasionally echoed with the howls of beasts, sending a chill down Jiang Nan's spine. Even though his combat power was extraordinary, now capable of killing tigers with a mere finger, he had only recently been an ordinary person, and his mindset inevitably harbored fear of the unknown. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A venomous snake slithered past his feet, and Jiang Nan could no longer contain his fear, screaming and running away. He ran breathlessly to a steep cliff, noticing that the cliff wasn't too high. Jiang Nan leapt forcefully and jumped onto the 100-meter-high rock wall. The rock wall was bare, without vegetation. Jiang Nan clenched his fists and pounded the uneven ground beneath him, clearing a flat area. Jiang Nan took out the tent he had purchased in the city from his multifunctional capsule and set up a simple shelter for himself. After crawling into the tent, he zipped it shut tightly to prevent any poisonous insects from creeping in. Although Jiang Nan knew these poisonous insects could no longer harm him, he felt a sense of unease. The quiet environment made Jiang Nan quite bored. He turned on the night light in the tent, took out a notebook from his backpack, and began to write and draw, just like he used to plan his work in the original world, jotting down the things he needed to do next. The first step, of course, was to find Sun Wufan and learn the Kamehameha technique from him. Right now, Jiang Nan could only control an unnamed finger beam, and he wanted to give this move a good name, but it felt odd to call it something like One-Yang Finger or similar martial arts terminology. After getting the Dragon Balls from Sun Wufan, he would go to Baidu to find Dorsey and see if she could help him make a Dragon Ball radar. At this point, Jiang Nan drew a parenthesis behind this line and added a note: "Don't forget to find the phone." The weather in the mountains changed suddenly. The once quiet night was abruptly filled with heavy rain. The raindrops hitting the tent made a dull sound like a dense drumbeat, which was very conducive to sleep. Jiang Nan felt his eyelids growing heavier and fell asleep with his notebook put away. Speaking of the phone that traveled to this world with Jiang Nan, let us shift our perspective northward to the snowy North City. The former headquarters of the Red Silk Army has now been completed with magnificent buildings. Soldiers patrolling at night were lined up neatly, their polished boots crunching on the compacted snow. In the courtyard where Jiang Nan lived for 3 years, the 3-story building was still lit, and after a busy day, Dorsey came down from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor living room, lazily sitting on the sofa with a steaming cup of milk in her hand. Over the past year, Dorsey had undergone a profound transformation. Though she remained breathtakingly beautiful, her figure had softened slightly, gentler, fuller, more luminous. It was not merely her appearance that had changed, her aura had shifted as well. Gone was the icy, aloof pride she once wore like armor, replaced now by a quiet, enveloping warmth. Duosi sipped her milk, gazing absently out the window as heavy snowflakes drifted silently to the ground. Jiangnan, the wretched man, said he would return for me. Surely he wouldn't truly believe those harsh words I hurled at him in parting. She recalled the cruel farewell she had spoken, and a faint shadow of worry crossed her face. Yet she remembered Jiangnan's nature. He possessed an uncanny ability to discern sincerity from pretense. He would come back. He will return, won't he? Duosi realized with quiet dismay that she had grown uncharacteristically sentimental lately, a troubling shift indeed. After finishing her milk, she rose to head upstairs. Passing the second floor, she paused, almost involuntarily, before the room Jiangnan had once occupied. After a breathless moment, she opened the door and stepped inside. Everything remained exactly as he had left it, a closed reference book resting atop the desk untouched since he'd set it down, a neatly folded quilt on the bed, and hanging on the clothes rack his unwashed sleepwear. Duosi lifted the sleepwear from the rack, and without thinking brought it close, inhaling deeply. A faint musk mingled with a familiar comforting scent flooded her senses, so unexpectedly intoxicating that her lips curved into a soft, unconscious smile. She hung the garment back in place, then moved to the desk, trailing her fingertips lightly across its surface, as if seeking the lingering warmth of his presence. Curiosity drew her to the drawers. One by one, she pulled them open, sifting gently through Jiangnan's private things. Then something in one drawer caught her eye. She picked it up, an ordinary-looking charger, but its interface was utterly unfamiliar to her, though she was deeply versed in mechanical engineering. She placed it back, preparing to close the drawer, only to pause again, curiosity flaring anew. She retrieved the charger once more, turning it over with meticulous attention. It bore no hallmarks of mass production. Certain materials embedded within were unmistakable, identical to those used daily in her own laboratory. This was no factory-made device. It was handcrafted by Jiangnan himself. What could it possibly be? A flicker of shame passed over her, like a thief rummaging through forbidden drawers. Then she chided herself. This was her house. And Jiangnan, well, Jiangnan belonged to her too. Searching for his things here wasn't theft, it was reclamation. She began searching the room thoroughly. Her persistence paid off. Lifting the mattress and flipping the bed frame revealed a hardcover book, taped firmly beneath the wooden panel. It was a bound textbook on foundational biological experimentation, the very same volume she had given Jiangnan years ago. Puzzled, she carried it to the desk and opened it. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. But when she flipped further, a hollowed-out cavity gaped open from within the pages, inside which rested a sleek obsidian-black object. What is this? She lifted it carefully. On its reverse side, a subtle emblem was etched, and in the lower right corner, a sequence of alphanumeric codes. The codes resembled those she knew intimately, most likely the device's model identifier. Its front was matte black, its rear held several small circular lenses, cameras, a handheld telephone. Duosi blinked in astonishment. This bore little resemblance to any mobile device she recognized. Was it some rare high-end prototype? She pressed the buttons along its side. Nothing happened. The device was completely drained. Plugging in the charger, she watched the screen flicker to life. A press of the power button, and moments later the device awakened. Oh, how sophisticated, requiring a gesture-based passcode to unlock. So he set a lock just for me. Duosi rolled her eyes. Enough, I won't pry. Reading someone's private messages violates their trust. When I see Jiangnan again, I'll ask him to unlock it for me himself. Yet like all cats drawn to forbidden cream, and all women drawn to the secrets of the men they love, she hesitated only briefly before deciding she would crack the code. A gesture lock posed no true challenge to a scientist of her caliber. She descended to the first floor, retrieved a vial of fluorescent reagent, and delicately brushed a thin layer across the screen, revealing within moments the ghostly residue of Jiangnan's repeated unlocking motions. On her third attempt, the screen unlocked. A quiet, triumphant chuckle escaped her lips. Her first surprise was the sheer breadth of functionality. Dozens of densely packed applications dazzled her gaze. She tapped each icon, but most opened only to login screens. Their passwords, far more complex than a simple gesture, defied even her formidable intellect. Soon, however, she navigated to the photo gallery, its access governed by the same gesture code. With no effort at all, she entered. The very first image froze her in place. It was a woman's profile, seated on a sofa, eyes closed in serene repose. Golden light streamed through the window, bathing her flawless features in a warm, honeyed radiance that matched the luster of her hair. Duosi frowned. That wretched Jiangnan, when did he secretly photograph me? For the woman in the frame was unmistakably herself. The resolution was astonishingly sharp, every delicate contour of her face rendered with crystalline clarity. Embarrassment flared, yet beneath it bloomed a quiet sweetness. He had been watching her, quietly, tenderly all along. She scrolled forward. More images followed herself: red silk military training drills, covert shots of the Gallo Research Institute, captured, she realized, without her knowledge. Then came another, making her blush fiercely, then bristle with indignation. Jiangnan had zoomed in, capturing an unmistakable intimate view of her silhouette. Pervert, she muttered under her breath, then laughed, unable to suppress it. So this solemn, respectful man, who always maintained such impeccable decorum, had been playing these quiet, mischievous games behind her back. But her laughter died mid-breath. The next image showed a stranger, a woman whose features were pleasant, unremarkable, yet whose mere presence sent a jolt of ice through Duosi's veins. It felt as though her throat had been seized, her heart hammering violently, her fingers trembling as they slid across the screen. Her finger froze, staring unblinking at a single photograph, its edges crisp, its content unmistakable, a marriage certificate. As Duosi flipped through the photographs one by one, her heart sank deeper and deeper, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. There were few photos of the woman, and even fewer of Jiangnan, suggesting he rarely posed for pictures. He only occasionally captured fleeting moments of interest with his phone's camera. Duosi could not identify the cityscape in the photos, but she was certain it was not Zhengdu. Though she had traveled little, she recognized its architectural features well enough to rule it out, and the presence of a seaside image coupled with Jiangnan's complexion led her to surmise he must be from Dongdu. Among those few photographs of the woman, Duosi deduced her identity: she was Jiangnan's wife. Jiangnan was a married man. Though the text was indecipherable, the peculiar marriage certificate and their engagement banquet portrait left no doubt Jiangnan was indeed married. Mist gathered in Duosi's eyes, 2 silent tears slipped down her cheeks and fell onto her chest. The more she tried to suppress them, the faster they flowed. What is wrong with me lately? Why can I no longer control my emotions? Grief welled within her, mingled with fierce resentment and bitter injustice. So Jiangnan, you've returned to your wife's side, have you? You despicable, deceitful wretch. You lied and claimed to be an orphan. If you dare show your face before me again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Duosi seethed inwardly. Then she gazed again at the woman in the photograph and recalled Jiangnan's parting words: I will find you in Baidu. Yet a full year had passed. Where are you now, Jiangnan? Perhaps after returning to your wife you simply abandoned me, Duosi thought bitterly. But why? Why her? I, Duosi, am far more beautiful. Why did you choose her over me? In a fit of hysterical anguish, she let out a raw, ragged cry and swept everything off the table onto the floor. She hated herself for falling in love, for losing composure over a man, and yet she could not stop. The harder she fought to appear indifferent, the more utterly she failed. After the storm subsided, Duosi wiped away her tears, ignored the scattered debris on the floor, and drifted back to her room like a soul adrift. At Baozishan Mountain, Jiangnan finished the rations in his backpack, retracted his tent into its capsule, and resumed his journey. The mountain was remote and pathless, so Jiangnan chose not to deploy his anti-gravity motorcycle, instead pressing forward on foot, scaling peaks and traversing ravines in search of Master Sun Gohan. He had underestimated Baozishan's vastness when leaving the city, bringing provisions for only a single day. Should he fail to locate anyone today, he would be forced to survive in the wild. Fortunately, the wilderness teemed with game. Catching rabbits or fishing posed no great challenge. Today, Jiangnan adopted a new approach, though he could not sense Sun Gohan's aura. The venerable martial artist, who had devoted decades to the way, might well detect his. So Jiangnan deliberately projected his own aura outward, hoping to draw the old master's attention. The tactic succeeded. Near noon, Jiangnan's system registered a sudden appearance of a green combat power value, 131, at a short distance. And as Jiangnan moved, that figure kept pace. Not too close, not too far. It truly was Sun Gohan. Overjoyed, Jiangnan called out toward the direction Master Sun Gohan. Is that you? Rustling leaves parted as a diminutive, kindly-faced elder emerged from behind the foliage. He wore traditional martial robes and carried a staff slung diagonally across his back. Perched atop his head was a green round cap, upon which gleamed an orange-yellow orb, none other than the 4-star Dragon Ball. Sun Gohan's small eyes appraised Jiangnan. Finding his manner courteous and composed, the elder bowed slightly and said, "Forgive my intrusion. I followed you without ill intent, merely curious what extraordinary figure had ventured into Baozishan. Young sir, do you know my name?" They stood some 30 meters apart. evidence that Son Gohan still held cautious reserve. Jiangnan returned the bow respectfully. Elder Master, I am Jiangnan. I once met Master Mutant in passing, and he told me you dwell in seclusion here at Baozishan, so I came especially to seek you out. Hearing this, Son Gohan harbored no suspicion, not because he lacked vigilance, but because he clearly sensed Jiangnan's formidable strength. Had Jiangnan meant him harm, he knew he would stand little chance of resistance. Since you've already met my master, you must be a man of virtue. Then come, let us retire to my humble abode for conversation, Son Gohan invited. Jiangnan bowed deeply. That would be most welcome. I do indeed seek your counsel on urgent matters. Son Gohan led the way. Jiangnan followed closely behind. After winding along narrow mountain paths and threading through a narrow canyon, the elder turned and cautioned Jiangnan, stay close now. With that, Son Gohan ducked into a thicket over a meter tall. Jiangnan followed immediately, though his eyes lost sight of the elder, entirely relying solely on his system's combat power reading to track his position. Suddenly the landscape opened before him, a broad level clearing clearly shaped by human hands. Before a sheer cliff stood a pavilion-style dwelling, and beside it a smaller structure resembling a kitchen. This was Son Gohan's secluded home. Goku, guests have arrived. Jiangnan's heart leapt. After over 4 years in the Dragon Ball world, he was finally about to meet its legendary protagonist. No sooner had Son Gohan pushed open the door than a fist-sized stone hurtled from within. The elder swiftly tilted his head to evade it. Ha 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 ha. My apologies, the boy's rather unruly. Please forgive the spectacle. Son Gohan chuckled warmly in apology. Jiangnan smiled. No harm done. It's only natural for children to be spirited. Hey, who are you? Are you here to take me back? A young sharp voice barked from inside. Jiangnan glanced in, and there he was, little Goku. The boy wore crudely stitched animal hide garments, his face smudged with grime as if unwashed for days. His iconic Saiyan hair spiked defiantly outward, and his large dark eyes burned with unmistakable fury. Jiangnan blinked, startled. Of course, he'd forgotten. This Goku hadn't yet suffered the head injury that erased his memories. He was still pure Saiyan, wild, untamed, and fiercely independent. Oh dear, no such talk, Goku. This is Uncle Jiangnan. Say hello properly. Son Gohan gently calmed the boy. Jiangnan stepped inside and surveyed the interior, sparse and simple. A square wooden table, a low bamboo bed, and a black lacquered cabinet against the wall. That was all. 2 empty rice bowls sat upon the table. Son Gohan sighed. Goku, did you eat my bowl again? Little Wukong crossed his arms and said carelessly, Old man, your cooking is far too meager. I can't even satisfy my own hunger. Hurry and prepare more quickly, or I'll starve to death. Being addressed as old man by his grandson in front of a guest left Son Gohan slightly embarrassed. Silently, he gathered the bowls and chopsticks from the table and carried them into the kitchen. Little Wukong then scrutinized Jiangnan up and down before demanding brusquely, Hey, what are you doing here? Jiangnan flashed a toothy grin, gazing at the child, whose battle power stood at a mere 4. Tempted to tease him, he spoke with mock menace. Lord Frieza has sent me to Earth to capture you and take you back. Little Wukong recoiled in shock. Though he had left Planet Vegeta at only 3 years old, Frieza's name alone was enough to silence infants' cries across that world, a figure of unspeakable terror. How could Lord Frieza possibly know I'm on Earth? Little Wukong stammered in panic. Is there anything in this universe Lord Frieza does not know? Jiangnan countered. The boy was so terrified he could barely utter a sound. Months earlier, his father Bardock had placed young Kakarot aboard a spacecraft bound for Earth, bidding him farewell with the promise to return and retrieve him in a few months. Upon arriving on Earth, Kakarot was unexpectedly taken in by a lonely elderly man. He had originally intended to leave on his own, but the mountains of Baozi were teeming with ferocious beasts, and with a battle power of only 4, he stood no chance of surviving alone. Reluctantly, Kakarot remained under Son Gohan's care. To make matters worse, the old man insisted Kakarot call him grandfather. An indignity the proud Saiyan refused to accept. I'll call you grandfather. You'd be better off calling me grandfather. Fortunately, the old man, sensing Kakarot's resistance, did not press the matter, and instead fumbled his way through clumsy but earnest care. Son Gohan even gave the little Saiyan a new name following his own surname, Son Wukong, calling him Wukong day after day until the boy's head ached. Kakarot had long awaited his father Bardock's arrival, dreaming of exacting vengeance, of watching Bardock strike down that old man for him. Yet instead of his father, it was one of Frieza's henchmen who appeared. Just then Son Gohan returned to the main house. Little Wukong darted behind him, clutching his grandfather's pant leg and whispering anxiously, "Old, grandfather. This man is dangerous. He's been sent by Frieza to drag me back to Planet Vegeta. Drive him away, no kill him." Son Gohan exclaimed in pleasant surprise. "Why? The child actually called me grandfather." "Still, Wukong, you're rambling nonsense again." "What? Beta planet? Nonsense. Uncle Jiang, Nan has come to visit me. There's nothing to fear." Son Gohan paid no heed to the boy's words. Having lived secluded in the mountains for years, though he'd discovered the infant son Wukong months earlier inside a crashed spacecraft near Baozi Mountain, he had mistaken the vessel for some strange terrestrial conveyance, knowing nothing of interstellar travel. It was the first time little Wukong had ever called him grandfather. So delighted was Son Gohan that his smile stretched ear to ear. Turning to Jiang, "Nan," he said warmly. "Young friend Jiang, Nan, please forgive the child's antics. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Allow me a moment. I'll fetch a fish from the nearby lake." At Son Gohan's words, Jiang Nan's mouth watered at the thought of a fresh meal, and indeed, he was quite hungry. "Elder sir," he replied, "may I accompany you?" Fearing Jiang Nan might seize the opportunity to harm him, little Wukong clung tightly to Son Gohan's side, gripping the hem of his robe with both small hands. A vast lake lay just beyond Son Gohan's dwelling. Upon reaching its shore, the elder calmly stripped bare, folded his clothes neatly, and placed them atop a dry stone. Then stooping, he picked up a smooth stone and flung it with practiced ease into the lake's center. Jiang Nan stole a glance at Son Gohan. The old man was short and lean, his skin loose and weathered, yet the clean, defined lines of muscle still traced his limbs. The stone struck the water, sending concentric ripples outward, beneath which a dark shape stirred slowly, rising toward the surface. In that instant, Son Gohan sprang forward, light as a swallow, skimming effortlessly across the water's surface. As he reached the shadow's position, he bent sharply downward and plunged his hands deep, seizing the giant fish firmly by the jaws. The fish thrashed in pain, twisting violently to shake him off, but Son Gohan moved with flawless grace. Twisting midair, he gripped the jaws tighter and hurled the creature skyward with a powerful heave. Earlier submerged, the fish had been little more than a looming silhouette, but now fully airborne and gleaming in the sun, its massive plump form was revealed in full glory. Over 2 meters long, its silvery scales shimmered brilliantly beneath the sunlight, surely the product of decades, perhaps centuries of life. Alas, today, it would become another's feast. "Young friend, catch." Son Gohan's voice rang out from the lake's center. Jiang Nan nodded, stepped forward, caught the fish's head in both hands, and flung it decisively onto the bank, some dozens of meters from the water's edge. The great fish lashed its tail, desperately straining to return to the water, but the distance was too great. No matter how fiercely it writhed, escape was impossible. Son Gohan swam leisurely ashore, then settled into a firm horse stance, palms raised. Within a few measured breaths, his skin flushed crimson. Jiang Nan realized with quiet awe that the elder was using internal energy to evaporate the water from his body. Once dressed, Son Gohan approached the fish and with swift precision drove his palm deep into its soft belly, ripping the flesh open cleanly. He removed the entrails and tossed them back into the lake, then rinsed the fish thoroughly in the water, leaving it immaculately cleaned. Chuckling, Son Gohan seized the fish's tail and began dragging it home. Little Wukong laughed aloud and plopped himself onto the fish's broad back, as if mounting a cart. Though Saiyans were fierce and warlike by nature, little Wukong remained at heart a child, and in that moment his innocent joy shone unguarded. Jiang Nan mused, even without the fall that damaged his memory, living alongside this kind-hearted elder for so long would surely soften Son Wukong's spirit. Or perhaps Son Wukong's nature had never been truly cruel. Perhaps not all Saiyans were born warriors. Wasn't his mother Jine gentle and tender-hearted? Back before Son Gohan's cottage, the elder gathered several wooden logs from behind the house, assembling them into a sturdy grill. He skewered the giant fish on a long forked branch and laid it across the frame, then kindled a fire beneath. Little Wukong sat beside the flames, eyes locked on the fish as its flesh gradually browned and crisped under the heat, his drool already pooling on his thigh. The fish was plump and sizzled as golden oil dripped steadily from its charred skin. Jiang Nan, famished after a morning of hunger, swallowed hard before answering Son Gohan's query. "Master Son, I've come to borrow something from you." "Could it be?" Son Gohan's gaze suddenly sharpened with razor-edged intensity. "That you wish to borrow my head?" Jiang Nan recoiled in astonishment, waving his hands frantically. No, you've misunderstood. I mean no harm at all." Son Gohan burst into hearty laughter. Just teasing. How utterly humorless young people have become these days." Jiangnan exhaled in quiet relief. What an incorrigible old man, truly worthy of being Master Roshi's disciple. He pointed toward the round hat Son Gohan had placed upon the ground and said, "Actually, it's this I'd like to borrow." Son Gohan picked up the hat, inspected it, and chuckled. "Ah, you mean this green cap? Take it by all means, if you truly fancy it. Though if I may say so without offense, such a hat tends to lend one a rather aged air. If you've the time, I could weave you a fine straw hat instead." Jiangnan's brow furrowed with exasperation. After a moment's silence, he clarified earnestly, "Master, you've misunderstood again. I seek only the orb embedded atop this very hat." Son Gohan glanced first at the four-star orb adorning the crown of his hat, then back at Jiangnan with genuine curiosity. "Then tell me, did you already know of this orb before arriving at Mount Po?" "I found it years ago quite by chance in a secluded valley. To the best of my recollection, I've had no contact with the outside world since, and thus no one should know I possess it." Son Gohan's eyes suddenly lit with revelation. "Ah, I see. You must have consulted the Oracle Granny. Of course, there is nothing in this world she does not foresee." Jiangnan offered no explanation as to how he'd learned of the orb. Instead, he spoke with quiet sincerity. "I'll speak plainly, Master. This orb possesses extraordinary properties, and I require precisely 7 such orbs. And rest assured I won't take it without fair recompense." From his pack, Jiangnan withdrew a trove of jewels looted long ago from Henry's estate on Papaya Island, laying them carefully upon the earth. "These are yours in exchange. Put those away." Without hesitation, Son Gohan pried the Dragon Ball from the hat's crown and handed it to Jiangnan. "This orb was never truly mine to begin with. Some things are ordained. Perhaps fate guided me to find it only so that you might one day claim it." Jiangnan stood deeply moved. Indeed, Son Gohan was a man of boundless selflessness, kindness, and profound equanimity. That he would embed such a precious orb into his everyday headwear spoke volumes of his affection for it. Yet he surrendered it with effortless grace. No wonder Son Goku cultivated such unshakable serenity. A serenity so absolute that every friend described him thus: "He simply doesn't cling to anything." Yet Jiangnan was no freeloader. Reaching once more into his pack, he withdrew an item he knew Son Gohan could not possibly refuse. It was a set of glossy magazines still sealed in their original transparent plastic wrap. The moment it appeared, Son Gohan's eyes gleamed with unmistakable delight. "I purchased this limited edition Night Talk series in the city. Master Roshi mentioned your fondness for such reading, so I brought it especially for you." Before Jiangnan could even extend it, Son Gohan had already snatched the set with eager hands. His whiskers trembled as he declared, "Truly, what a master. Even my most trivial passions remain etched in his memory." Without delay, Son Gohan tore open the cellophane and began turning pages, moistening his finger with saliva to flip each one. At particularly riveting passages, he let out soft, foolish chuckles. "What are you reading, old man? Let me see." Little Goku leaned in, intrigued. "Huh, why are all the people in here completely unclothed?" Goku gasped in wide-eyed shock. Son Gohan flushed crimson, slammed the book shut, and sat squarely atop it. With grave solemnity, he declared, "Ah, this is a gift from your uncle Jiangnan. A scholarly publication, yes, strictly academic. Only adults may read it. Far too advanced for children, of course. Speaking of Master Roshi, how fares the venerable sage? Where did you encounter him, my young friend?" Son Gohan swiftly pivoted the subject, hoping to divert Goku's persistent curiosity. Jiangnan replied without a flicker of hesitation, "Master Mateto remains robust and hale. I met him on a southern island, not far from here, roughly 3,000 kilometers in a straight line. That settles it. Though his whereabouts are ever elusive, Master Roshi has long dwelled in seclusion among the southern isles." A wistful light softened Son Gohan's gaze. "Oh, and by the way," Jiangnan added, "I recently crossed paths with Tao Pai Pai." Son Gohan blinked momentarily blank, unable to recall who that might be. Jiangnan clarified, "He is Master Crane's younger brother, Tao Pai Pai." Son Gohan's expression cleared. "Ah, now I remember. Master Roshi once spoke of ancient matters. Indeed, Master Crane had a younger brother, and the fountain of youth granted to Master Crane by our master was surely shared with him." As he flipped the fish over the flames, Son Gohan continued, "Master Roshi and Master Crane quarrel the moment they meet. We disciples dare not broach the subject of Master Crane in their presence." Recalling how Master Roshi, after obtaining the Fountain of Youth, had selflessly shared it with Master Crane, Jiangnan reflected such generosity bespoke genuine fraternal affection. So what cataclysm had sundered them, driving them to estrangement so absolute that even meeting provoked open hostility? His imagination conjured a dramatic tale, two brothers vying fiercely for the heart of a beloved junior sister, until love curdled into bitter enmity. Unable to suppress his burning curiosity, Jiangnan asked gently, "Master, what truly transpired in those distant days to sever the bond between Master Potato and Master Crane?" Son Gohan gazed into the dancing flames, lost in thought for a long moment. "There's no secret to conceal, it's no great mystery." And so he began to recount the tale, so compelling that even little Goku fell silent, listening intently. "It happened long ago, nearly 3 centuries past. My master and Master Crane both entered the tutelage of Wu Tai-Do, the peerless martial sovereign of that age. My master was Wu Tai-Do's eldest disciple. Besides Master Crane, he also had several other junior brothers and sisters. Under our Grandmaster's wise guidance, they all rose to become the foremost martial artists of their era. I've heard Master say more than once Master Crane possessed extraordinary intellect, grasping any art instantly, often extrapolating beyond its foundations. By contrast, my master always required deeper, more patient cultivation to master new techniques. Yet peace did not endure. Some 280 years ago, a monstrous terror descended upon Earth. The fire crackled as fish oil sputtered onto the flames with a soft hiss. Sun Wufan tossed in a few more dry logs and resumed his tale of bygone days. Though decades had passed, I can still clearly recall the heavy expression on my master's face when he spoke of that monster. "Young friend, you strike me as a learned sort. Have you ever seen any record of this in history books?" Jiangnan hurriedly replied, "Sir, you mean by Kuda Moang, right?" "Exactly. That monster's name was by Kuda Moang." I had presumed the young no longer cared for history, though I did not expect you to know this. "Well said. Be vigilant in times of peace. If the world had more youths like you, it would be better for all." Sun Wufan stroked his beard with a pleased air. At that, Xiao Wukong replied nonchalantly, "What kind of lousy monster is that? When I grow up, I'll crush him with a single finger." Sun Wufan gave Xiao Wukong a playful rap on the head and chided, "Children must not boast." Xiao Wukong, smarting, rubbed his head in grievance. Of course, what creature could stand against the universe's foremost warrior race, the Saiyans? "Old codger, wait a few years, and he'll teach you a lesson." Sun Wufan continued. No one knew whence Bai Kuda Moang had come. He seemed to have stepped out of hell itself, the very embodiment of evil. Within a mere fortnight of his arrival, he drove the world to the verge of annihilation. With a single strike, one blow, he destroyed the entire West City, Sun Wufan said. The West City you see now was rebuilt later. A chill ran through Jiangnan. He was already at a combat power of 183, if memory served. By Kuda Moang had only around 260. Could a power of 260 truly annihilate a city with one blow? If his own power someday rose to tens or hundreds of millions, would his mere movements not obliterate the earth? By Kuda Moang's strength surpassed all imagination. The Federation's armies could not destroy him. Nuclear bombs could not even kill him. Sun Wufan said this in a grave tone. Though aware of the tale, Jiangnan continued his listener's role. Wearing an astonished look, he asked, "Not even nuclear bombs could kill him? Then how was he eliminated?" Jiangnan asked. Sun Wufan answered, "He was not eliminated." "Not eliminated? What do you mean?" Jiangnan asked. "The Earth Federation could not deal with that monster. As the world fell into despair, Wu Tai-Do, Shizu gathered some of the era's top masters and resolved to apply a force beyond the ordinary to confront it. Thus they found Bai Kuda Moang, who at that time was reveling in the slaughter of the innocent. Though Wu Tai-Do Shizu had prepared thoroughly, he still underestimated Bai Kuda Moang's might. In that battle, many masters met cruel ends beneath his claws. Several of my master's juniors also fell. In the end, Bai Kuda Moang, for the sake of future amusement, deliberately let the surviving martial artists go. Watching the world edge toward ruin, Wu Tai-Do Shizu retreated into study and devised a special technique, the Mo Feng Bo demonic sealing wave. Sun Wufan's voice grew heavy. Wu Tai-Do, hiding his plan from his disciples and leaving a final letter, went alone to challenge Bai Kuda Moang. He unleashed the Mo Feng Bo with all his strength and succeeded in sealing Bai Kuda Moang into a rice cooker he had prepared. Why seal him in a rice cooker? To cook the great demon. Xiao Wukong interjected. Sun Wufan explained, the Mo Feng Bo can bind a person suffused with evil qi into a sealed vessel. Once a sealing talisman is affixed, the sealed cannot escape. Not only a rice cooker, any airtight container would suffice. Perhaps at the time a rice cooker was simply the most suitable vessel at hand for Shizu. I do not know the precise reason. In any case, when my master and my senior uncle read the final letter and hurried to find Wu Tai-Do Shizu, he was already spent and dead. My master honoring Shizu's last wish sank the rice cooker that held by Kuda Moong into the depths of the sea. Master Wu Taidu was a remarkable martial artist sacrificing himself to save the world, Jiangnan marveled. So after Master Wu Taidu's death, the disciples scattered and Master Wu Tian and Hexianren then severed ties. Sun Wufan replied, yes, but not entirely. Jiangnan asked, was there more to it? Sun Wufan said, as I mentioned, my senior uncle was a martial genius. When he discovered that his skills could not defeat Bai Kuda Mawang, his Tao heart began to waver, and with it a rift between him and my master gradually formed. What kind of disagreement was it? Jiangnan asked again. My master Wu Tian resolutely upheld Wu Taidu, Shizu's cultivation philosophy, emphasizing foundational training and exercise integrated into daily life. Great craftsmanship lies in seeming effortlessness. By persistently strengthening the body and accumulating reserves, one's power will naturally swell over time. My senior uncle, however, thought that approach too slow. He began to abandon the methods taught by Wu Taidu Shizu and devoted himself to researching techniques that could win by surprise. My senior uncle truly was a prodigy. He quickly mastered how to control and harness qi. Qi, as you know, is the special energy within our bodies, the subtle force we customarily call qi. Jiangnan held out 2 fingers, forming a small sphere of energy at their tips, and said, is it this? Sun Wufan was at first taken aback, then relieved. Though Jiangnan's qi was a little unruly to his senses, it was even slightly stronger than that of his master Gixianren. That he could condense qi into form was therefore unsurprising. Indeed, this is qi, Sun Wufan affirmed. In just a few months, my senior uncle created several fearsome techniques. My master told me that my senior uncle, by mastering qi control, achieved flight, Wukongshu, the airwalking technique. My master believed this was not the proper path. Although such techniques could raise one's combat ability in the short term, in the long run, they limited the martial potential from further advancement. My senior uncle's temperament changed as well. He refused to heed my master's admonitions. Moreover, my senior uncle was enraged by my master's disdain for Wu Taidu Shizu's methods. After a fierce quarrel, the two parted ways. Sun Wufan said this. Jiangnan understood the divide between the Guaxian and Hexian schools resembled in martial romances the schism between the sword sect and the qi sect. Judging right and wrong from either side's standpoint was not simple. Sun Wufan said, in truth, after my senior uncle left, though my master still practiced according to Wu Taidu Shizu's methods, he also sought to feel and master qi and devised a technique he took great pride in, Guai Pai Qigong, Turtle School Qigong. Although my master also recognizes the importance of mastering qi, unlike Uncle Crane, who focuses all his energy on the control of qi, my master has always believed that physical fitness is fundamental. Thus, the Turtle School's unique technique created by my master centers on the body, condensing the qi within into a single entity to unleash a wave of energy. Its power depends on the user's own foundational strength. A person's physical fitness and willpower determine the extent of destruction the Turtle School technique can cause. Upon hearing this from Sun Wufan, Jiangnan understood that while Uncle Crane's ideas are not wrong, as someone who knows the future, the theory of Master Turtle is more reliable. For instance, Tao Baibai's Dodon Ray learned from Uncle Crane can hardly be withstood by anyone in this world, but if Tao Baibai's opponent is stronger than him, the Dodon Ray becomes ineffective. Especially as one progresses, the efficacy of energy wave techniques diminishes, contributing more to memorable scenes of smoke without harm. However, nothing is absolute. If one can skillfully control qi, there can still be many unexpected delights. Not to mention Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement learned from the Yardrat people techniques like the Solar Fist and Kamehameha originating from the Crane School often play crucial roles in critical moments. Moreover, Krillin's original technique, the Ki Cut, not only nearly killed the invading Saiyan Nappa, but also managed to sever Frieza's tail despite a 100-fold difference in battle power. Jiangnan pondered and said, Mr. Sun, I have seen the Turtle School technique before with Master Wu Tian. He intended to teach me, but my comprehension was insufficient. Although I could condense an energy sphere, its power felt inadequate compared to my own strength. Sun Wufan tore off a small piece of fish meat and tasted it, saying the fish is still a bit undercooked. Since Master is willing to teach you, why not take this opportunity to demonstrate it once for me? I'll offer some guidance, though it's merely an exchange. Jiangnan did not hold back. He stood up and walked a bit further away. After stabilizing his body, he focused his mind, and then took a horse stance, bringing his hands together in a lotus shape, beginning to gather all his strength into his palms. Crackling sparks appeared in Jiangnan's palms. An energy sphere materialized, radiating a silvery glow. As he continued to gather energy, when the sphere reached the size of a volleyball, he pushed forward sharply, sending a bright silver energy wave shooting straight out. The energy wave struck the large rock Jiang Nen had aimed at, and with a resounding boom the rock was shattered to pieces by the turtle school technique. Wow, that's amazing. I want to learn too, little Wukong exclaimed. Jiang Nan returned with a bitter face, saying, Mr. Son, did you see that? Its power is only this much. Sun Wufan had long understood Jiang Nan's misunderstanding. Stroking his beard, he smiled and said, Young Jiang Nan, you are indeed a martial arts genius. At such a young age, you have already achieved this level, which is truly impressive. However, you have indeed made the same mistake I did when I was young. Jiang Nan sincerely bowed his head and said, Please, Mr. Sun, impart your wisdom. Sun Wufan put down his firewood stick and walked to the spot where Jiang Nan had just demonstrated the turtle school technique, rolling up his sleeves. As he spoke, I noticed that while you were gathering chi, your focus was on your hands. In other words, you were only concentrating the strength of your hands. Sun Wufan stood straight, drawing energy toward the center of his body. Jiang Nan could see that Sun Wufan's battle power also experienced a slight increase, and he sensed a tremendous energy was being generated in Sun Wufan's lower abdomen, commonly referred to as the dantian. Jiang Nan felt enlightened. It turns out one must gather energy using the body and then ignite it from the hands rather than focusing entirely on the hand movements from the start. This also explains why later Sun Wukong could unleash the turtle school technique using his feet. He had already gathered the energy within his body, making the point of ignition less critical. Once that astonishing energy coalesced, Sun Wufan widened his stance and formed a lotus with his hands. Jiang Nan keenly sensed the energy within Sun Wufan moving. Boom! A basketball-sized dazzling energy ball appeared in Sun Wufan's palm. At that moment, his muscles bulged as he shouted and unleashed an energy wave towards a distant hillside. The energy wave created a violent wind, smashing into the hillside with overwhelming force. The several-meter-high slope was directly penetrated, and after the turtle school technique pierced through, its residual force continued, creating a large hole in the cliff before Sun Wufan finally ceased. What the hell? Jiang Nan gasped in astonishment. Despite Sun Wufan's battle power being inferior to his, the turtle school techniques they unleashed were worlds apart. Sun Wufan returned looking exhausted and humbly said, I've embarrassed myself. Alas, I'm getting old and less useful. Oh, every time I use this technique, I need to rest for days. Indeed, at that moment, Sun Wufan's battle power had dropped to 70, indicating that using this technique had consumed a significant amount of his energy. Thinking of how Sun Wufan had exhausted himself to demonstrate for him, Jiang Nan felt deeply moved. He solemnly bowed and thanked him, saying, Thank you, Mr. Sun, for your guidance, who I have benefited greatly. Grandpa, please sit down and rest. Seeing how formidable this old man was, little Wukong's eyes brightened, and he even ran over to give Sun Wufan a shoulder massage. The fish was finally nearly cooked. Sun Wufan took a big piece of tender meat from the belly of the fish and handed it to little Wukong, who eagerly devoured it in a few bites, then looked eagerly at Sun Wufan for more. Jiang Nan also received a large piece of meat attached to the fish fin. Having been hungry for so long, he quickly took a big bite. The fish was white and tender. Although it lacked seasoning, the fish itself had a faint salty flavor, making it very delicious. During the meal, Jiang Nan again asked Sun Wufan about his training, saying, Mr. Sun, now that I can be considered a half-disciple of the turtle school, I usually follow Master Wushan's guidance to conduct weight training and reaction training. At first I saw some results, but why after a period of time does my martial arts seem to stagnate? Sun Wufan slowly swallowed the fish meat in his mouth and smiled, saying, Martial arts training is inherently a long-term process. I can sense your aura is very strong, even surpassing that of my master. It is rare to maintain a desire to improve at such a young age. You are truly remarkable. Jiang Nan felt slightly embarrassed by such direct praise, yet he well understood the formidable adversaries awaiting him in the days ahead, and thus harbored no misplaced pride. Elder Master Sun, Jiang Nan replied modestly, the world is boundless, or perhaps in some forgotten corner lurk enemies beyond our wildest imagination. While I am still young, every increment of strength I gain is invaluable. Should another monster like King Piccolo ever emerge on Earth, I wish to stand ready to defend it. Excellent. A fine young man. Gohan raised his thumb high. Though my cultivation falls short of yours, I have devoted decades to the martial path, treading many detours along the way. Why not share the details of your training? Perhaps I can offer insight or clarify a few doubts. Jiang Nan then recounted his cultivation methods over the past year, including his battles against Pei, Hu, and Tao Pai Pai. I see, Gohan mused, stroking his chin. Gradually increasing weighted training is sound at first, but you must not persist with it indefinitely. Why is that? Jiangnan asked. Gohan explained, it is true that the turtle school emphasizes foundational cultivation, but its philosophy centers on cultivation woven into daily life, whether training, eating, or sleeping. One must remain perpetually immersed in the Tao of practice. As you mentioned, your current load has reached 180 kilograms, a short-term boost to strength certainly. Yet when progress plateaus, abandoning this method entirely would be unwise. Besides, 180 kilograms is far too heavy, Gohan added. But I don't feel it's heavy at all, Jiangnan replied, puzzled. By now even 10 times that weight posed no challenge to him. You've met my master in person, haven't you? When you saw him, he was still wearing that turtle shell, correct? Gohan asked with a smile. Exactly, Jiangnan affirmed. After all, Master Roshi wouldn't appear before Gohan anytime soon, so any embellishment would go unchallenged. That shell is my master's weighted training apparatus. He owns several shells. The heaviest weighs only 60 kilograms. Gohan continued. Jiangnan already knew this, assuming merely that Master Roshi preferred light burdens out of indolence. Yet now, hearing Gohan speak, he sensed deeper rationale behind the choice. The human body must adapt gradually to added weight. Not just strength, but reflexes and speed as well must evolve in harmony. A sudden surge in strength demands time for speed and coordination to catch up. Gohan paused, watching Jiangnan thoughtfully before continuing. Thus my master holds that daily loads under 60 kilograms suffice. If one maintains such weight constantly, the physique strengthens steadily, imperceptibly, until the day one sheds it entirely, and suddenly perceives profound advancement. Those words struck Jiangnan like lightning. He finally grasped why Vegeta, who trained in a 300-fold gravity chamber, consistently lagged behind Goku, whose cultivation unfolded under gentler conditions. Goku had long intuitively embraced holistic cultivation. Though future Goku underwent brief 100-fold gravity training aboard the spaceship bound for Namek, he thereafter seldom resorted to such extreme gravitational stress. Seeing Jiangnan sink into quiet contemplation, Gohan nodded with quiet satisfaction. He knew enlightenment had taken root. When Jiangnan emerged from his reverie, Gohan was still savoring the fish head with serene deliberation, while little Goku, having finished his meal, had retreated to his room to sleep. Gazing upon Gohan's gentle countenance, Jiangnan instinctively recalled his own late grandfather. Though fatigue still shadowed Gohan's face, Jiangnan was no freeloader. He leaned in softly. Elder Master's son. What of young Goku? Gohan chuckled warmly. You've noticed, haven't you? To be frank, he is not my biological grandson. I found him. A flicker stirred within Jiangnan. Had Goku's spacecraft survived? He asked carefully. Where did you find him? Not far north. That day I spotted a round object, like a small aircraft, plummeting from the sky. Worried it might damage the ecosystem of Pausa Mountain, I rushed to investigate, and discovered the child inside that craft. What became of the craft? Jiangnan asked. It shattered upon impact, riddled with holes. Remarkable truly that the child survived such a crash. I brought him home, but for weeks afterward I returned daily to the wreckage, hoping his family might come searching. Imagine their anguish if they arrived and found no trace of him. Gohan recalled, still faintly shaken. North. Jiangnan resolved to visit the site upon departure. Glancing toward the hut, where little Goku slept soundly, Jiangnan lowered his voice. He is not of Earth. He arrived aboard an interstellar vessel. Gohan regarded him with cautious skepticism, an alien. Yet he appears nearly identical to Earthlings. Ah yes. His tail. That explains much. Enough of labels. Earthling or alien to me, he is simply a child, Gohan declared with serene magnanimity, and asked not a single question about how Jiangnan had uncovered this truth. Elder Master's son, Jiangnan said gravely, this child possesses a unique trait. Under the full moon, should he gaze upon its luminous disk, he transforms, like a werewolf yielding to the wolf, into a colossal feral ape bereft of reason. Jiangnan truly dreaded the thought of this kind-hearted elder being trampled by his own adopted son. Gohan, however, fixated on another concern, a giant ape. Can he revert? If not, walking about with a giant ape for a grandson might invite ridicule. Jiangnan nearly choked. Gohan truly was delightfully unorthodox. No wonder Goku later developed such a carefree disposition. He reverts once the full moon wanes, but vigilance remains vital. Preventing the transformation is paramount. In that state, he knows only destruction, and may inadvertently crush someone beneath his feet. Gohan nodded gently. Pausa Mountain sees few visitors, but you're right. Even without crushing lives, flattening houses would pose quite the inconvenience. I'll remember. Or simply remove Goku's tail. Without it, the transformation cannot occur. Though the tail would regrow, regeneration demanded time, leaving a safe interval free from peril. Jiang Nen offered the suggestion calmly. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, No, this child is still young and his parents are not around. How can I bear to let him suffer like that? I remember what you said, as long as he doesn't see the full moon it will be fine. Jiang Nen thought he was kind enough, but Sun Wukong was even softer-hearted. Alternatively, he could push Sun Wukong off a cliff to cause amnesia, which would relieve Sun Wukong's worries. However, Jiang Nen quickly dismissed this idea. If he miscalculated and caused Sun Wukong to die in the fall, it would be a case of good intentions leading to bad outcomes. Sun Wukong would live a lonely life, and after finally gaining a cheap grandson in his old age, losing him would only plunge the old man into deeper sorrow. It is better to let events unfold along their natural course. After all, Jiang Nen is an outsider. His primary goal now is to leave this world as soon as possible. It is best not to interfere too much in the lives of the Dragon Ball protagonists. This is also the reason why Jiang Nen would spare Tao Baibai's life. Unfortunately, he was so focused on leaving a stepping stone for Sun Wukong's future that he did not know Tao Baibai, after escaping back to the South City, accidentally encountered Satan and his disciples. This is the arrangement of fate. According to the original plot, Satan's master would still die at the hands of Tao Baibai, but it would happen years later than now. Jiang Nen, as an outside factor, brought this tragedy forward by several years. This is a storyline Jiang Nen does not fully understand. In other words, even if he knew about it, he might still let Tao Baibai go, as he has little fondness for most people in this world, where the evils far outweigh those of his original world. The world is filled with too many elements that disgust Jiang Nen, such as street robbers, ubiquitous gangs, a corrupt Earth Federation, and killers like Tao Baibai who rely on their strength to act above the law and profit from murder. Respect others' fates, let go of the urge to help, and enjoy a life of mischievousness. That said, Jiang Nen is a kind person at heart. What he can do is address the injustices within his sight. As for the corners he cannot see, they can unfold as they will. Being someone who is accidentally drawn into this world, he has no time to meddle in others' affairs. Not becoming a great demon king is already a sign of his good heart. Seeing that Sun Wukong did not care about his alien identity, Jiang Nen did not say much. He had already given his advice. If Sun Wukong still could not escape the fate of being crushed by his grandson, then he could only accept it. Sun Wukong invited Jiang Nen to stay for a few days before leaving, and Jiang Nen readily agreed. Baozi Mountain is a place of beautiful scenery and unique landforms. Sun Wukong chose the most beautiful spot on Baozi Mountain to live in seclusion. Jiang Nen had been busy working in his original world and had never found time for a romantic trip. After coming to this world, he was trapped in the North City for 3 years. After finally escaping, he spent a year living a noisy city life in Bayan City. It was rare to have such an opportunity to spend a few leisurely days in a paradise like Baozi Mountain, so Jiang Nen naturally did not want to miss it. On the other hand, Jiang Nen also wanted to spar with Sun Wukong after his energy recovered. He lacked practical combat experience, and real combat is the fastest way to improve fighting power. The only downside was sleeping at night. The three of them squeezed onto one bed. Sun Wukong and his grandfather could not stay quiet. The elder ground his teeth, snored, and passed gas, while the younger kicked, tossed, and talked in his sleep. After just one night, Jiang Nen could not take it anymore and set up his tent beside the house the next day. Sun Wukong also understood that Jiang Nen was not someone sent by Frieza. Although he could not fathom why Jiang Nen knew Frieza's name, he was still under 4 years old and had too many things he did not comprehend. After just one night, he no longer worried about Jiang Nen taking him away and gradually let his true nature show. Jiang Nen noticed that Sun Wukong was very stubborn. No matter what Sun Wukong said, he would immediately retort coldly. This trait was likely inherited from his father Bardock. However, when playing, Sun Wukong smiled genuinely. His radiant smile was full of childlike innocence, allowing people to temporarily forget his annoying personality. On the third day, Sun Wukong's battle power returned to its peak state. After breakfast, Jiang Nen proposed a spar, which Sun Wukong readily agreed to. They agreed to limit their sparring to physical techniques, no excessive force. Compared to Pei Hu, Sun Wukong's every move was simple and unadorned. Each of his strikes was straightforward, yet they precisely targeted Jiang Nan's weaknesses. If Jiang Nan's battle power had not been vastly superior at equal levels, he would likely have only been able to defend. After sparring for a while, Jiang Nan would stop to think. Their sparring continued in this stop-and-go manner until noon. After a simple rest following lunch, they resumed sparring. By dusk, Jiang Nan's battle power had soared to 195. A daily increase of 12 points in battle power is a speed of progress Jiang Nan has never experienced before. Filled with joy, Jiang Nan decided to stay a few more days with Sun Wukong. That morning, Jiang Nan, whose battle power had reached 210, prepared to take his leave. While Sun Wukong was still sleeping in bed, and Sun Wukong was out gathering wild vegetables for breakfast, Jiang Nan secretly hid the prepared jewelry and cash in the rice jar in Sun Wukong's room. Having stayed with Sun Wukong for 7 or 8 days for free and receiving the 4-star Dragon Ball, gifted by the old man, Jiang Nan felt he should leave something for him. The jewelry would serve to make up for the defect in Sun Wukong's old man's hat, and as for the cash, if Sun Wukong ever needed to go out of Baozi Mountain to buy something, he would have some money on hand. Mainly, Jiang Nan had nothing else of value on him. There was a gravity-defying motorcycle in the capsule, but he needed to keep it for traveling. Thank you for your hospitality these days, Mr. Sun. There is no feast that does not come to an end. No need to see me off. Jiang Nan bowed to Sun Wukong, who accompanied him for a few kilometers, and reminded him, also remember not to let Wukong see the full moon on the night of the full moon. You must keep this in mind. Sun Wukong, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, nodded slightly and said, then young friend Jiang Nan, farewell. The road ahead is difficult. Take care of yourself. This statement carried a double meaning. Sun Wukong, being wise with age, could see that the powerful Jiang Nan had a desperate desire to enhance his strength. This young man must be carrying some heavy burdens, otherwise what reason would he have to work so hard despite already being invincible? Unfortunately, Jiang Nan did not possess mind-reading abilities. If he knew what Sun Wukong was thinking, he would certainly sigh helplessly. Invincible in the world. Unfortunately, enemies from the sky come. After bidding farewell to Sun Wukong, Jiang Nan first walked north for several kilometers, searching the area a few kilometers north of Sun Wukong, where he found the spaceship that Sun Wukong used to come to Earth. It was a spherical spaceship with a diameter of less than 2 meters, somewhat resembling a manned spacecraft's return capsule in Jiang Nan's memory, but at this moment the spaceship had been smashed to pieces, leaving him wondering how Sun Wukong had survived in such a condition. Perhaps this is the protagonist's halo. The scene was scattered with debris from the spaceship, with some wreckage being dragged away by birds and beasts to build nests. Jiang Nan found the control center and power module of the spaceship. Although these components were damaged, he intended to seek help from the founder of the Universal Capsule Company, Dr. Brief Bulma's father, who might have a way to repair them. In case the Dragon Balls were not collected smoothly, this could provide an alternative route to Namek. After storing the main components of the spaceship in a universal capsule, Jiang Nan set off on a new journey. His next stop, Baidu. Doris, I'm coming to find you. Jiang Nan was deceiving himself into thinking he was going to Baidu to ask Doris for help in making a dragon radar, but whenever he thought of Doris, memories of that night of passionate entanglement flooded his mind. Perhaps Doris only considered him a special friend. He should not be too sentimental. Jiang Nan suppressed the stirrings in his heart and embarked on his journey to Baidu. To travel from Baozi Mountain to Baidu, there are 2 routes to choose from. One is to head northwest, a straight path that requires crossing the inland plateau and passing through a large desert. If the anti-gravity motorcycle encounters any malfunction, it would be troublesome. In a desolate area where one could hardly see a trace of humanity for miles, even with Jiang Nan's strong abilities, he would likely starve. The other route is to head north over the Phoenix Mountain Range, first reaching Dongshan City, and then taking a flight from Dongshan City to the main city of Dongdu. When Jiang Nan was still in Baiyin City, he had seen news reports that several main cities still maintain flight connections with the main city of Baidu. He might be able to buy a ticket to Baidu directly at the World Federation Airport in Dongdu, which would make things much easier. Jiang Nan was no longer the black household he had been a year ago. He had obtained a federal identity card in Baiyin City, a legitimate document personally arranged by Pei Zheng, the young master of the Black Tiger Hall. To be safe, Jiang Nan did not just obtain one identity card. He had acquired several under the names Jiang Nan, Jiang Bei, Jiang Dong, and Jiang Shi. With the documents in hand, he no longer needed to worry about not being able to buy a ticket. Jiang Nan decided to choose the second route, and just as he walked several dozen kilometers north, he suddenly had an idea. If Tao Bai could throw a pillar over 2,300 kilometers, then Jiang Nan, with a battle power of 210, should also be capable of flight using a pillar. Excited, Jiang Nan uprooted a sturdy tree, quickly stripped away the branches and bark, leaving only a straight, smooth log. To reduce air resistance, he even sharpened one end of the log. After tightening the straps of his backpack, Jiang Nan held the log with both hands, aimed it north, took a deep breath, and then threw the pillar with all his might. Bang! At the moment the log left his hand, it produced a sonic boom, but Jiang Nin tragically realized he did not have time to jump on it. Without thinking further, Jiang Nin took off running. He wanted to verify whether this method was feasible by catching up to see how far the log could fly. Jiang Nin exerted himself to keep up with the log, each leap covering hundreds of meters, but after chasing for just over 10 kilometers, he saw that the log was igniting due to air friction. Watching helplessly as the log turned to char and fell from the sky, Jiang Nin scratched his head, thinking it shouldn't be like this, but why did it only fly such a short distance? Unwilling to give up, Jiang Nin found another elongated stone. This time he was cautious and only used 80% of his strength to throw the stone, then explosively burst forth with speed and successfully jumped onto the flying stone. Huh! Just as he laughed out loud, Jiang Nin was met with a mouthful of wind. He succeeded. However, before Jiang Nin could celebrate, the speed of the stone began to slow down. From the moment he jumped on until the stone fell to the ground, it had only flown for just over 10 kilometers. Why was this? Was it that an elongated stone wouldn't work and it had to be a stone pillar? Or did the weight of the stone also matter? As a seasoned engineering student, Jiang Nin immediately found a branch and began writing calculation formulas on the ground. The pillar that Tao Bai threw in the future probably weighed about 1 ton. Tao Bai threw it over 2,300 kilometers with his bare hands and claimed to make a round trip in 10 minutes. Using the formula to calculate the results, Jiang Nin scribbled with the small branch and determined the required thrust. 4,500 tons. How could that be? This does not even take into account the air resistance Tao Bai faced after standing on the pillar. Even under ideal assumptions, achieving this situation would require 4,500 tons of thrust, and the actual requirement would only be more. Jiang Nin knew that Tao Bai definitely did not possess 4,500 tons of strength. Not to mention Tao Bai, even his own physical strength did not reach that level. Let alone Jiang Nin himself having this strength, it was hard to say even if a Super Saiyan could achieve such power. Was there something wrong? Jiang Nin pondered deeply. Although many things in this world cannot be summarized by scientific laws, such as the existence of magic, the fountain of youth, and the extensible Rui Bang he had seen a few days ago with Sun Wukong, the physical laws generally conformed to the scientific system he knew. Could it be that Tao Bai could ignore gravity and resistance? With this thought, Jiang Nin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and recalled a key factor. Tao Bai came from the Crane School. Jiang Nin's thoughts flooded like a dam breaking. Many reasons suddenly made sense. As the younger brother of the Crane Hermit, Tao Bai would definitely know the flying technique. So Tao Bai was just showing off with the flying technique. Tao Bai could fly by wrapping and controlling that pillar with his own chi. You old rascal, you almost fooled me. The next time we meet, I'll slap you just to let you hear it. Jiang Nin cursed a few times at Tao Bai, who was far away in the southern safe house, suddenly sneezing several times. What's going on? Did I get injured on the way to Dongdu? Tao Bai muttered to himself. Jiang Nin continued to traverse through the dense forest, encountering many strange animals along the way, with pterosaurs soaring overhead with wingspans of over 10 meters, giant wild boars over 5 meters long running on the ground, and even large sharks occasionally leaping out of the river. Such bizarre species settings. After hastily advancing north for half a day, Jiang Nin finally walked out of the Baozi mountain area. The road ahead was more accessible, with highways built to connect the main city of Dongdu to various southern cities around the Phoenix mountain range. Jiang Nin took out his brand new anti-gravity motorcycle from the capsule and rode north. As night fell, the weary Jiang Nin finally saw the city skyline. According to the road signs, it was the first stop on his journey to Baidu, the transit city of Dongshan, which would become the infamous Satan city in the future. Due to his robust physical constitution, Jiang Nin did not feel particularly fatigued after a day's journey. However, the days spent in the jungle left him looking disheveled, his body dirty and greasy, and even his clothes were tattered from being snagged by branches along the way. It's best to find a hotel to rest for a while. Tomorrow, I will check for available tickets to Dongdu. The straight-line distance to Dongdu is nearly 4,000 kilometers, and the anti-gravity motorcycle Jiang Nin purchased has a speed limit of 150 kilometers per hour set at the factory for safety reasons. Otherwise, riding directly would have been a viable option. Now that Jiang Nin is not short on money, he naturally won't deny himself. He rode his motorcycle to the center of Dongshan City and chose a hotel that appeared resplendent from the outside for his stay. Seeing Jiang Nin dressed in ragged clothes and riding a mid-range anti-gravity motorcycle, the doorman at the hotel quickly turned his face away, pretending not to see. This kind of backpacker is notoriously stingy, unwilling to leave a tip, and likely came to their hotel for the discount buffet. The doorman didn't want to waste his time on customers who would just eat and leave. Jiang Nan was entirely unfazed by this ever since becoming the strongest human on Earth. Oh no, there was also a formidable competitor, Dosi. After becoming the strongest man on Earth, Jiang Nan found himself unconsciously developing a sense of compassion for all beings, and he would not stoop to quarrel with these ordinary people who looked down on him. In fact, this was not a mentality that emerged after becoming powerful, but rather a happy person's retreat mindset that Jiang Nan had formed in his previous world. In his original world, like the readers of this book, Jiang Nan undoubtedly stood out among his peers. At 26, Jiang Nan earned a salary several times above the average, traveled in a first-tier brand car, and despite still having a few million in mortgage debt according to his plan, he would be able to pay off the loan early by the time he turned 33 without affecting his quality of life, and even save some money before the universally recognized retirement age of 35. Jiang Nan was well aware of what he had, and he also understood that these hard-won possessions could easily be lost. A moment of impulsive job switching or a night of drunken indulgence could leave him with nothing overnight. One of Jiang Nan's colleagues lost control of his emotions after a food delivery was late, insulting the delivery worker as a lower-class person, which escalated into a physical fight between the two. After being detained for a week by the law, the loss his colleague faced was far more than just those few days of detention. When a mistake occurs, the first punishment one faces is often the lightest. This colleague first faced being fired by the company, and then with a criminal record, he was unable to find a suitable job for 6 months, leading to a halt in his mortgage payments. After reluctantly selling his property, this colleague chose to take his remaining savings back to his hometown to partner up and open a barbecue restaurant. A programmer is worthless once he leaves the keyboard. This former mentor of Jiang Nan lost 6,000 in investments in just 4 months, after which Jiang Nan lost all contact with him. Thus, Jiang Nan learned from this lesson and refrained from engaging in conflicts with strangers, carefully planning his next steps in life. It was precisely because he was so fearful of losing everything he had that at the moment of his transmigration, the thought of his unfinished mortgage repayment was still on his mind. Rather than worrying about his parents or wife being sad over losing their son or husband, Jiang Nan was more concerned about the practical issue of whether the family could withstand the collapse without him as the pillar. The doorman ignored Jiang Nan, but fortunately Jiang Nan did not need anyone's help to park. He had a universal capsule that would retract the motorcycle at the press of a button. Upon witnessing this scene, the doorman realized he had misjudged the situation. A universal capsule is not something just anyone can afford. He quickly straightened up and opened the hotel door as Jiang Nan approached, then jogged to lead Jiang Nan to the front desk. After completing the check-in and receiving his room card, Jiang Nan casually tipped the doorman, who was overjoyed, glad he had been perceptive, otherwise he would have missed another opportunity to earn a tip. Jiang Nan's room was on the 16th floor. He first entered the room to drop off his backpack, then recalled seeing a promotional poster for the hotel buffet in the lobby earlier. Since he was hungry, he decided to have a meal at the hotel restaurant on the 3rd floor before returning to shower. An elevator descended from above, but when the doors opened, there were already 2 passengers inside. One was a man in his 30s or 40s dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and beside him was a stunning young woman in her 20s adorned in designer brands. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, who was disheveled and unkempt, the suited man frowned slightly and pressed the button to close the elevator doors. As Jiang Nan was about to step into the elevator, he noticed the doors were closing. Not understanding why, he simply thought the elevator's controls were not very smart, so he hurriedly pressed the down button again. Seeing the doors open again, the man, displeased, said to Jiang Nan, "Wait for the next one." "Why?" Jiang Nan asked as he stepped into the elevator. Sensing the odor of sweat emanating from Jiang Nan, the man felt annoyed. Oh really, how could just anyone afford to stay at a high-end hotel? However, his long-standing professional training kept him from saying much, and he instead exited the elevator with the girl to wait for the next one. This minor incident did not affect Jiang Nan's mood. He enjoyed a hearty meal at the 3rd floor restaurant. The days spent in the jungle had left his palate yearning for flavors, and this buffet fully compensated for that. The next morning, Jiang Nan checked out early. Since he had left most of the cash he withdrew last time to Sun Wukong, he now needed to find a corresponding bank to withdraw some money. The several bank cards given by Tao Bai were all accounts from private banks. These banks emphasize protecting client privacy. They do not care about the source of funds or the flow of money. As long as the cardholder can provide the correct keys, they will handle the corresponding transactions directly. Jiang Nan quickly found a bank, and at this time there were very few clients inside. Private banks generally have fewer customers, and at that moment only 3 or 4 clients were handling their affairs in the lobby while a young man was waiting for his girlfriend to finish work in the waiting area. Wang Shen, I told you not to come to my workplace for no reason. It's not good for my colleagues to see you. A displeased female clerk in a white uniform walked over to the young man, urging him to leave quickly. Behind the blinds of an office, a pair of eyes behind frameless glasses shamelessly admired the female clerk's graceful figure, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The young man named Wang Shen smiled apologetically and said, "Xiao Jie, how dare I defy your words? It's your birthday today. I left work early just to wait for you. I've bought 2 movie tickets. Oh, let's watch a film first, then I'll treat you to an exquisite dinner." Who even cares about watching a movie? Can't you come up with something more original? It's always movies or fancy dinners. Nothing new, grumbled Xiao Jie, the bank teller, her brows knitted in annoyance. A customer's arrived. I can't talk to you now. Wait for me outside. And don't speak to any of my colleagues. It's windy out there. I'll just sit here. I promise I won't disturb your work, Wang Shun replied with a foolish grin. Xiao Jie impatiently returned behind the counter, took a deep breath to steady herself, then summoned a polished professional smile before addressing the man beyond the bulletproof glass. It's my pleasure to serve you. How may I assist you today? Gazing at the handsome young face on the other side of the armored glass, Xiao Jie felt a faint flicker of familiarity, as though she'd seen him somewhere before. Yet she dismissed the thought, assuming he must have visited the bank previously and thus left a vague impression. Cash withdrawal, 50,000 please. Jiang Nin slid a card across the counter. This private bank was exceptionally well capitalized. Withdrawals under 2 million required no prior appointment. After Jiang Nin entered an unusually long unique password, the account details appeared on Xiao Jie's terminal screen. Though Xiao Jie had served many high-net-worth clients, the sheer magnitude of that figure made her breath catch. She stole a glance at Jiang Nan. What bliss it would be if such a striking, affluent man were her boyfriend. Sir, please wait a moment. We'll prepare your cash immediately. Though this withdrawal amount didn't require advance notice, internal banking protocols still applied. Xiao Jie took the card and headed straight to the deputy branch manager's office to request authorization. Slap. No sooner had Xiao Jie pushed open the deputy manager's door than a large hand landed squarely on her backside. She barely flinched. This was routine, and cut straight to business. Sign the approval form, please. Let's get this processed quickly. The deputy manager settled back into his chair and patted his thigh, gesturing for Xiao Jie to sit beside him. Without hesitation, she complied. He inserted the card into the reader and, adjusting his gold-rimmed spectacles, briefly reviewed the account information. Account holder Tao Bye-Bye. The deputy manager scoffed faintly. What an antiquated, unsophisticated name, but gave it no further thought and promptly signed and stamped the withdrawal approval. Your little boyfriend's here again to pick you up, the deputy manager whispered, his breath warm against Xiao Jie's ear. Yes, he came for my birthday. I'm off duty this afternoon, so he's waiting to take me home. Why didn't you mention it last night? He feigned mild displeasure. Then let me celebrate with you tonight. That wouldn't be appropriate. I mean, there's my boyfriend. Xiao Jie hesitated. Just tell him you've been called in for urgent overtime, same as last time. If he doubts you, call me right then and there, while confirm on the spot how pressing the matter is. He'll definitely let you go. Xiao Jie paused, then nodded in agreement. With the signed authorization in hand, Xiao Jie rose to leave. But as she opened the door, the deputy manager caught sight of Jiang Nin seated patiently by the window. Years of banking experience had honed his photographic memory. He instantly recognized Jiang Nan. Wait, Xiao Jie, come back, the deputy manager called out sharply. Jiang Nan sat idly on the chair, growing restless. Half an hour had passed. Why hadn't the teller returned? Had the bank run short on cash and needed to transfer funds from another branch? At that moment, several figures approached him. Leading them was a senior executive wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The same female teller walked beside him, while behind them trailed several bank security officers, each holding a shotgun. Why does this man look vaguely familiar? Jiang Nin couldn't quite place where he'd seen that face before, yet he paid it little mind. As the saying goes, ugliness is rare and distinctive, but wealth renders appearances uniformly polished. Once a person acquires wealth, expensive attire and premium skincare transform even ordinary features into a refined, affluent visage, indistinguishable from countless others. Sir, may I ask, is this card yours? The deputy manager's opening question was sharp, confrontational. Jiang Nin felt a twinge of anxiety. Had something gone wrong with the account? Had Tao Bye-Bye truly frozen it after all? Yes, it's mine, Jiang Nin replied, voice tinged with unease. Tao Bai had falsified the identity information on file. The listed age was 56, a far cry from his true age of nearly 300. Yet the man standing before them clearly bore no resemblance to a man of that age. May I see your government-issued identification? The deputy manager's smile now held a sardonic edge. You brat, last night in the elevator I couldn't touch you. I thought that humiliation would go unanswered. Yet fate has delivered you straight into my hands. Your luck has run out. I don't carry ID on me. I've never needed it for withdrawals before. Doesn't your private bank operate on password authentication alone? Jiangnan asked. Our bank deeply respects client privacy. That's true. But safeguarding our clients' assets is paramount. The critical question now is, are you truly one of our clients? This card was given to me, freely gifted by its owner. Do you understand? Jiangnan hurried to explain. The deputy manager sneered, gifted to you. Is the giver a fool? Or am I? Why didn't he gift it to me instead? Realizing his explanation was falling flat, Jiangnan inwardly cursed himself for not spending just a little more time arranging a direct fund transfer from Tao Bai's account to his own. This entire ordeal could have been avoided. Fine, I give up. This conversation is pointless. Return the card. I'll withdraw elsewhere. Trying to flee now that you've been exposed? You think you can just walk away? Without clarifying the card's origin, you'll be facing prison time. The commotion drew attention from across the lobby. Wang Shen, noticing his girlfriend seemed embroiled in a workplace crisis, edged closer to see what was unfolding. Are you accusing me of stealing this card? Jiangnan's voice hardened with rising anger. What else would you expect? The deputy manager's gaze turned icy. So that's how a penniless wretch like you managed to stay at the Starlight Hotel. Jiangnan suddenly snapped awake. It's you. You were in the elevator last night. He pointed at Xiaojia. And you were there too. I remember now. Wang Shun stood bewildered. Starlight Hotel. Was this man unhinged? His girlfriend had clearly been working overtime at the bank tonight, and he'd personally dropped her off on his motorcycle. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaojia exclaimed, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. This person is a thief. Don't believe his lies. Jiangnan felt a surge of anger within, yet he still attempted to reason with her. You have no evidence. On what basis do you claim this card was stolen by me? I have already said it was a gift from someone else. Jiangnan was feeling agitated. There are too many rotten people in this world. He just wanted to withdraw some money and rush to the airport to fly to Dongdu. Why did such a minor character have to pop up at this critical moment? Then bring out the evidence to prove your innocence. You won't even show your ID, what else can you argue about? What makes you worthy of receiving $1 billion for free? The vice president felt smug. Jiangnan had already fallen into his trap of self-incrimination. With so many people watching today, he would make sure Jiangnan couldn't walk away unscathed. Keep the main door guarded tightly, don't let this thief escape. Xiaojia, hurry and call the federal police. At that moment, a young man named Wang Shen stepped forward, saying, I'll call the police. This thief is too despicable, not only stealing, but also slandering my girlfriend's reputation. Jiangnan detested being wrongfully accused more than anything, yet although he was quick-witted, his ability to express himself fell far short of his logical reasoning. Even though he had prepared retorts in his mind, when it came to speaking, the words just wouldn't come out. I'm telling the truth. The account holder of this card is named Tao Bai. Haven't you heard of this name? Jiangnan attempted to explain. Tao Bai, the #1 assassin in the world. The #1 assassin in the world. This foolish kid must have lost his mind or watched too many movies to come up with such an excuse. Even if there is a world's #1 assassin, what gives them the right to give you $1 billion for free? The vice president cruelly mocked Jiangnan while those around him looked at Jiangnan with scorn or derision. Even Wang Shun was doubled over with exaggerated laughter, glancing at Jiangnan with pity. Indeed, why would the world's #1 assassin give him $1 billion for free? This thought snapped Jiangnan back to reality. Why waste his breath on these people? He had originally intended to act discreetly, yet why did it always seem that someone was rushing to the stage to force him into the limelight? Power quickly gathered at the center of Jiangnan's body as he raised a hand towards the direction where the system failed to detect any life forms. Boom! A shock wave as thick as a waist burst forth from Jiangnan's palm, illuminating the faces of everyone present with a bright silver light. This was a technique learned from Sun Wukong. In other words, Jiangnan unleashed a Kamehameha with one hand. The shockwave effortlessly shattered the solid concrete wall of the bank over a meter thick, revealing the vault behind it. The bank safes were blown askew by the blast, and cash that had yet to be deposited was sent flying in all directions. You think that with this Tao Bai would willingly give me several billion? Jiang Nan's frustration vanished, and he nearly forgot who was the scholar and who was the soldier. What the hell is this? Am I dreaming? The Vice President Gao Yu felt his brain short-circuit. He pinched his thigh in an attempt to confirm he was awake, yet the sharp pain from his body forced him to accept the truth. That was a specially designed bulletproof vault, not only made of concrete, but reinforced with steel plates on all four sides. Even a tank wouldn't be able to break through. How did this person destroy such a fortress with a mere wave of his hand? Indeed, there are exceptional martial artists in this world. The television often broadcasts world fighting championships and the #1 martial arts competitions, but he had never seen anyone achieve such feats. Is this magic? Why aren't you speaking? Didn't you have a big mouth just now? The tables had turned, and it was Jiang Nan's turn to show off. I apologize, sir, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Gao Yu's cold sweat dripped down. We were just acting out of goodwill. After all, we must consider the safety of our customers' assets. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up now. No, I preferred you when you were being arrogant. Try to get back to that, Jiang Nan said with a mischievous tone. The teller named Xiao Jia had also turned red and was repeatedly bowing to apologize. At this moment, Wang Shun stepped forward again, standing protectively in front of his girlfriend, proclaiming, "Don't think that just because you've set a bomb you can fool everyone. There must be your accomplices inside the bank. But I'm not afraid of you. I already called the police. The federal police will arrive shortly. If you know what's good for you, surrender peacefully and await the punishment of federal law." Wang Shun, can you stop making things worse? Xiao Jia wished she could find a hole to hide in. She was trying to calm Jiang Nan's emotions, but unexpectedly this fool jumped out to play the hero. Who? Jiang Nan's attention was immediately drawn. What is your name? Jiang Nan looked at Wang Shun suspiciously. Wang Shun puffed out his chest and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? A man does not change his name, nor does he alter his surname. My name is Wang Shun." Ha! Jiang Nan burst into laughter, then looked at Xiao Jia and asked, "Your name can't just be Jia, can it?" "How did you know?" Xiao Jia looked down at her chest, realizing she hadn't put on her name tag. "Do you have the surname by A?" Jiang Nan asked again. Xiao Jia gasped and covered her mouth. "You can read minds." Ha! Jiang Nan laughed again. The displeasure he felt earlier had flown away to Penguin Village. "Who put the two of you in this situation? Is this still a passionate show?" Wang Shun was confused and asked, "Who are you? Do you know us?" "You can shut up," Jiang Nan replied irritably. "Don't stand so close to me. The green is making me uneasy." Wang Shun looked down at his red jacket, thinking how this lunatic was still a red-green colorblind person. This little turtle is right. Everything must be reasoned. The account name on this bank card isn't mine. I've caused you trouble, so we'll change it right away, Jiang Nan said. Gao Yu quickly bowed apologetically, saying, "Sir, we were in the wrong earlier. Please calm down. You need to withdraw cash, right? He'll personally assist you. Why does no one want to listen to me? Do you not understand the most basic respect?" Jiang Nan's tone intensified. Gao Yu was so frightened that he nearly wet himself, quickly closing his mouth, lest he anger Jiang Nan further. Jiang Nan casually pulled out a piece of white paper from the table beside him and neatly wrote a line of numbers with a water-based pen. 100 million. He then signed his name neatly below it, lifted the paper, blew on it, and handed it to Gao Yu, saying, "A check for 1 billion with my name on it. Go prepare the cash." "Oh no, this is outright robbery." Gao Yu's face turned a shade of donkey liver color, and he stammered, hesitating to reach out and take it. "What's wrong with this check?" Jiang Nan fixed his gaze on Gao Yu's eyes. What to do? Gao Yu frantically calculated in his mind. His instinctive sense of danger warned him that daring to utter even half a word of no would likely lead to his demise. If he followed Jiang Nan's wishes, at most, it would only be an internal penalty from the bank. After all, the bank had so many bad debts every year, an additional 100 million was neither more nor less. "Mr. Jiang, you must be joking. How could there be a problem with a check signed by you?" Gao Yu's attitude took a complete turn. He obsequiously accepted the so-called check and slipped into the vault through a large hole in the wall to prepare the cash. However, Wang Shun had other thoughts. After being berated by Jiang Nan a few moments ago, he had been feeling downcast. Seeing Jiang Nan casually use a piece of white paper as a check only deepened his disdain. But when he saw Gao Yu's change in attitude as he went off to prepare the cash, Wang Shun immediately understood Gao Yu's intention. Gao Yu must be trying to buy time. As long as he delayed until the federal police arrived, everything would be fine. Truly a workplace elite. This ability to adapt in a crisis is no joke. Wang Shun thought to himself, wondering how many years it would take for him to reach such a level. With that in mind, Wang Shun inched closer to Xiao Jia, grabbing her hand and giving her a reassuring look. Xiao Jia pulled her hand away with annoyance, glaring at Wang Shun. When is this fool going to stop causing trouble? Jiang Nin witnessed the small exchange between them. Initially, he had intended to remind this foolish boy to recognize the situation, but seeing Wang Shun's hopeless demeanor, he decided to give up. Still the same saying, let go of the urge to help others respect their fate. Before long, a sweaty Gao Yu emerged, pushing a flatbed cart loaded with cash. 100,000 per bundle, totaling 1,000 bundles stacked together, was just over a cubic meter. Contrary to Wang Shun's thoughts, Gao Yu had no intention of stalling for time. The longer such a dangerously unpredictable person as Jiang Nin stayed in the bank, the greater the danger he would face. It was wisest to swiftly send this plague away. Mr. Jiang, the cash is ready. Would you like us to provide delivery service? Gao Yu asked with concern. Wonderful. Track down the villain's lair and capture all his accomplices. Wang Shun praised inwardly. No need, Jiang Nan said as he took out a universal capsule, pressed the button, and tossed it towards the pile of cash. Bang! After a puff of smoke, the cash was entirely absorbed into the capsule. Jiang Nin picked it up and patted Gao Yu's shoulder in approval, saying, well done. As Jiang Nin walked towards the bank's main entrance, Gao Yu felt a sigh of relief in his heart. All he had to do next was report up the chain. The bank's surveillance footage would corroborate that his actions were justified. Thankfully, this plague didn't demand an outrageous sum, only 100 million in cash. It seemed the group's punishment wouldn't be too severe. Perhaps it would just be a reprimand, at most a deduction from his year-end performance bonus. But Wang Shun was anxious. More than 10 minutes had passed since he called the police. Why hadn't the federal officers arrived on the scene yet? Just as Jiang Nin stepped out of the bank, the familiar sound of police sirens finally rang out. Wang Shun felt a wave of relief. The saviors had finally arrived, and now it was time for the villains to pay. Without hesitation, Wang Shun jogged after him. When Wang Shun reported the incident, he only mentioned that a thief had been caught at the bank, so the Federal Police Control Center dispatched only 2 police cars and 4 federal agents. The leading officer was a burly Caucasian, swaggering as he walked, resembling a mighty gorilla. Who reported the incident? The leading federal officer asked. I did. It's me. Wang Shun waved his hand as he ran over. Officer, I reported the incident. The situation is serious. I suggest you call for backup right away. This person just robbed 100 million in cash from the bank, and I suspect there are accomplices inside the bank who have planted a bomb. Upon hearing Wang Shun's words, several officers recognized the severity of the situation. They quickly drew their guns, aiming at Jiang Nan while simultaneously calling for backup and shouting at Jiang Nan to raise his hands and not move. Bold rogue, don't you dare resist in broad daylight, Wang Shun shouted triumphantly. Among those who rushed out of the bank, the teller Xiao Jia could no longer bear to watch. She was almost digging a trench with her toes. Seeing this situation, Gao Yu realized it was bad. If they had sent a whole army, they might have actually been able to apprehend this plague. But with just a few officers and a few broken guns, what could they do? This person had just breached the bank's vault in an instant. If he got angry, no one would escape unscathed. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Gao Yu, drenched in sweat, hurriedly stood in front of Jiang Nan. Officer, don't shoot. It's a misunderstanding. I am Gao Yu, the vice president of this bank. The president is not here. I have the authority to speak. This gentleman is a distinguished member of our bank. He is just here to conduct business as usual. I can vouch for him. President, don't be afraid. The federal police are here. I doubt he would dare to act recklessly. Wang Shun spat, thinking that if he performed well in front of his girlfriend's superior, he might even secure her a promotion opportunity. Not fearing the wicked, but fearing the foolish. Gao Yu felt angry watching this fool. Luckily, he was quick-witted. He pointed at Wang Shun, saying, Officer, this person is mentally ill. Please take him away first. Wang Shun was taken aback. Why was his teammate suddenly turning the gun on him? His eyes lit up as he pointed at Gao Yu, shouting, I'm not crazy. I get it now, you're his accomplice. You used your position to hide the bomb in the wall ahead of time. Today you collaborated with this robber to stage this scene. It was you were embezzling. Gao Yu looked helplessly at Xiao Jia, hoping she could help persuade Wang Shun to back off. But at that moment, Xiao Jia was too embarrassed, staring down at her clothes, completely oblivious to the vice president's signals. You have to believe me, officer. If you go to the bank lobby, you'll see there's a large hole blown in the vault wall. Wang Shun urged. No need to look, it's a waste of time. Jiang Nin waved his hand at Wang Shun. A gust of palm wind instantly struck Wang Shun, sending him flying over 10 meters like a kite with a broken string. Wang Shun. An unexpected scene unfolded as Xiao Jia, who had been indifferent to Wang Shun, screamed and rushed over to check his injuries. Oh, could there really be feelings there? Jiang Nan was astonished. Fire! Fire! Seeing Jiang Nan commit an act of violence, the 4 federal officers could no longer tolerate it. At the lead officer's command, they opened fire on Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan casually deflected the bullets, then, after the federal police exhausted their magazines, nonchalantly tossed the spent bullet casings he had caught onto the ground before them. Witnessing this astonishing feat, the officers lost all courage to fire again. Xiao Jie cradled the unconscious Wang Shun in her arms and called out to him anxiously. Since you care so deeply for him, why did you betray him? Jiang Nan approached Xiao Jie and asked, towering over her with quiet authority. Sunlight bathed Jiang Nan from the front, casting him in a divine radiance, as though he held the power of judgment itself, leaving Xiao Jie crouched on the ground with her back to the sun, utterly incapable of deceit. I'm pregnant, Xiao Jie whispered. A sigh stirred within Jiang Nan's heart. Why risk such recklessness while carrying a child? Don't worry, he's unharmed. I never intended to hurt him. He's merely unconscious. And as for you, you carry his child, so you owe him unwavering loyalty. Jiang Nan spoke with solemn earnestness. No, it's not my boyfriend's. Xiao Jie stammered the words. What? Jiang Nan blinked, momentarily bewildered. The child isn't my boyfriend's. It's his. She glanced toward Gao Yu. Realization struck Jiang Nan like a blow, and with it profound dismay. Hold on. Sister, this is truly unacceptable. Yes, young people cherish freedom and love, but surely this crosses every boundary. If you're carrying another man's child, why haven't you ended things with this poor fool? I didn't want to destroy someone else's family, Xiao Jie explained. I refused to rob a wife of her husband, or a child of its father through divorce. Yet neither could I condemn my own child to grow up fatherless. The child is innocent. Even if my morality is flawed, I still wish to be a good mother. Her words, deceptively reasonable, nearly swayed Jiang Nan. So much so that for a fleeting moment he imagined her enduring silent suffering for the sake of her unborn child. What a noble girl. Jiang Nan violently expelled that grotesque thought from his mind, and gazed at Xiao Jie anew, now seized by an overwhelming urge to strike her down. Unbidden, Jiang Nan recalled the day he'd slain Stephen inside the Baiyun Municipal Police Tower. Now all he needed was to raise a finger toward Xiao Jie's head, gather a sliver of force, and, in an instant, her life would vanish, leaving her collapsed like lifeless mud upon the ground. A sudden chill ran down his spine, jolting him back to clarity. What dark impulse had just seized control of his thoughts? At the horrifying realization that he'd nearly committed murder, once more Jiang Nan recoiled inwardly, then exhaled weary and resigned as he looked upon Xiao Jie's resolute expression. One is foolish, the other corrupt. Enough. Let fate take its course. Respect others' destinies. Enjoy a delightfully irreverent life. Glancing back at Gao Yu, who instantly bowed low and flashed a nervous smile upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, Jiang Nan abandoned his fleeting notion of breaking Gao Yu's leg. With a single powerful stride, he vanished from the scene in a blur. Gao Yu remained frozen mid-bow, grinning awkwardly, for several minutes after Jiang Nan had disappeared entirely. Officer, I'm filing a report. Someone just robbed 100 million credits from the bank. Jiang Nan had anticipated precisely this. Once he left, the bank staff would inevitably call the authorities again. After all, a loss of 100 million credits demanded a scapegoat, especially when accountability to superiors hung in the balance. He felt no anxiety about being placed on a wanted list or barred from purchasing flight tickets. Years earlier, he'd secured 4 separate identity documents under the names Jiangnan, Jiangbei, Jiangdong, and Jiangxi. Even now, with Jiang Nan exposed, the aliases Jiangdong and Jiangbei remained untouched save for the Jiangxi record left at last night's hotel. Jiang Nan had considered acquiring a private aircraft, but most air corridors into Baidu were already sealed. To fly unannounced into Baidu airspace would almost certainly invite interception by the Hongzhou military's anti-aircraft missiles. Though Jiang Nan no longer feared missile strikes, his enhanced defenses hadn't numbed his senses. Beneath the endless snows of the far north, he still felt the biting cold. Mr. Jiangbei, here is your boarding pass. Please keep it safe. Jiang Nan smoothly purchased a first-class ticket to the capital city at Dongshan Federal Airport. This time he arrived early and waited discreetly in the VIP lounge, determined to avoid further delays. Should some ill-timed minor character appear again, readers like you, Yan would surely complain the plot had grown tedious, Jiang Nan mused. Fortunately, all went smoothly. Maintaining an aloof, untouchable demeanor, Jiang Nan boarded without incident, and his flight ascended steadily, landing smoothly at the capital city's Dongdu Federal Airport. 3 days. Jiang Nan leaned against the ticket counter, refusing to accept defeat, and asked the elegant airline agent once more. Yes, sir. Due to current restrictions, flights to Baidu operate only on Friday evenings. We sincerely apologize. The agent offered a polished professional smile. With no alternative, he resigned himself to waiting. Rather than rush out of the terminal, Jiangnan sat quietly on a lounge chair in the arrivals hall, lost in thought, until a plan crystallized, and only then did he rise to leave. Rather than idle away 3 days, he'd use the time wisely. If memory served, the hermit crane's cultivation retreat lay somewhere in Dongdu. Time to persuade the eccentric old master to teach him the art of flight. Perhaps he was a martial prodigy, mastering the technique in moments, and progressing further to learn how to envelop his body in chi, shielding himself from the extreme cold. Then he wouldn't need a plane at all. He could simply fly to Baidu. As for whether the hermit crane would willingly impart his knowledge, Jiangnan had his own cunning strategies for dealing with such an eccentric elder. As the capital city Dongdu dazzled with bustling streets and soaring skyscrapers, its grandeur rivaling even Shidu's. Dongdu was immense, nearly 4 times the size of Baiyun City. Jiangnan had heard only a passing mention from Pei Hu about the hermit crane's retreat being located here, but had no idea where exactly it lay. During his days atop Baozishan, and through rigorous sparring with Sun Wufan, Jiangnan's comprehension of qi had deepened significantly. His ability to sense qi now far surpassed the range of any system-based combat measurement. Yet despite meticulous focus, he detected nothing. Riding his motorcycle across Dongdu's sprawling districts, Jiangnan failed to locate the hermit crane's qi. Could Pei Hu's intelligence be outdated? Had the hermit crane relocated? Spotting a newsstand by the roadside, Jiangnan stopped to purchase a city map, and immediately began studying it with intense scrutiny. He examined the map repeatedly, meticulously tracing every street and landmark, yet found no trace of the hermit crane's retreat. Just as despair began to settle, one prominent landmark reignited his hope. World Martial Arts Association, Dongdu Branch Office. Jiangnan rode his motorcycle following the map and found the Martial Arts Association. It was a courtyard enclosed by a half-high wall featuring a small 3-story building that appeared to have some age. The large iron gate of the courtyard was wide open with no guard on duty. Jiangnan rode his motorcycle directly into the courtyard. The outer wall of the small building was coated in gray cement, and due to moisture, the walls of the first floor were covered in moss bearing the marks of time. The courtyard was quiet. The reception room was on the first floor, but the worn wooden door was locked, indicating it had been a long time since any guests were received. Jiangnan searched each room and finally found one with an open door on the 3rd floor. He stood at the doorway and peeked inside. The room was furnished with a desk and a filing cabinet, and the computer on the desk was still on, yet there was no sign of anyone. Where did everyone go? Jiangnan wondered as he turned to look for other rooms. Suddenly he was startled to see an elderly man with gray hair and black-rimmed glasses staring at him with a stern expression. "Who are you looking for?" the old man asked dryly, holding a glass of steaming hot water indicating that he had just gone to fetch some. "Hello, master. I came to inquire about something." "Why is there no one in this courtyard?" Jiangnan asked politely. "Am I not a person?" the old man said in a gruff voice. Jiangnan awkwardly smiled and replied, "That's not what I meant. I'm just curious how such a large courtyard has only you here, master. We're the Martial Arts Association. On weekdays there aren't many people around. It gets lively only on weekends. So you want to inquire about something? Come in." The old man's attitude softened a bit. Jiangnan followed the old man into the room. The old man made a loud spitting sound into the trash, and then sat back in his office chair and slowly lit a cigarette before asking, "So what do you want to know?" Jiangnan sat on a side bench and said, "Master, I'm looking for someone. Have you heard of Crane Immortal?" "Crane Immortal?" The old man raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jiangnan. "What do you need Crane Immortal for?" "I'm looking for family." Jiangnan hastily fabricated a reason. The old man's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of suspicion. He asked Jiangnan, "Are you related to Crane Immortal?" "Not really. Am related to his disciple." Jiangnan blurted out. The old man was skeptical. "Aren't all of Crane Immortal's disciples orphans? Which disciple are you related to?" Jiangnan was still concocting excuses when he heard the old man say, "Forget it. I don't want to get involved in your family matters. Crane Immortal is considered our senior, but he's quite a loner. He often says our association is just a child's game, and over time we've also been reluctant to associate with him." Jiangnan felt a thrill of excitement in his heart. "Master, do you know where Crane Immortal's dojo is?" Crane Immortal's dojo used to be in the main city, but he moved away a few years ago. The old man adjusted his glasses. "Moved? Do you know where he went?" Jiangnan asked again. "His new dojo is on a small island in the East Sea, just 30 nautical miles from the eastern coast." Jiang Nin quickly spread the map on the old man's desk and asked, "Master, can you tell me which island it is?" "There are 3 islands closest to Dongdu. Here it's this one." The old man circled a small island on the map with a pen. "Great. Thank you, Master." Jiang Nan took out a pack of cigarettes he had bought on the way and handed it to the old man. The old man pretended to be modest for a moment before cheerfully putting it in his drawer. "How about some water before you leave?" After receiving a benefit, the old man became chatty and warmly invited Jiang Nan to stay a little longer. Jiang Nan eagerly rode his motorcycle towards the seaside. This anti-gravity motorcycle could float half a meter above the ground or water as long as the surface was flat. Upon reaching the beach, Jiang Nan wasted no time and drove directly onto the sea. The sea breeze mixed with the salty scent of the sea brushed against Jiang Nan's face, while a cargo ship in the distance moved slowly, appearing almost motionless. During this time, Jiang Nan began to reign in his aura. Crane Immortal's control over Chi far surpassed that of Sun Wukong, and Jiang Nan could not afford to reveal his true strength. After suppressing his aura, Jiang Nan still felt his energy fluctuating too much. He then sought help from the system, saying, "System, I want to hide my strength from others. Do you have a way to do that?" "Yes. I can control your external aura within any level of your fighting power range." "Wow, if you had this kind of good thing, why didn't you say it earlier?" "You never asked," the system replied innocently. "Set it to 20 for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Nan saw a grayish-white number, 20, appear below his combat power value, which was presumably the aura level he would display externally. "This is so convenient. If you have such a good thing, don't hide it from me next time, got it?" Jiang Nan replied to the system, annoyed. The system, which had long been mimicking Junjun's tone, naturally didn't let up. "Do I really have to explain such small tricks to you? Isn't it tiring for me?" Not long after, a small island appeared in Jiang Nan's sight. Through the hazy mist, the island looked like a giant beast of ink, and as he got closer, Jiang Nan could see the outline of the island clearly. The island was not very large, only about 2 kilometers long from south to north. After Jiang Nan arrived on the island, he stored his motorcycle in a capsule and stood on the beach waiting. He believed that with Crane Immortal's strength, he should have already detected his aura by this time. Sure enough, a combat power value of 25 appeared on Jiang Nan's system scanning interface, and a bare-chested youth walked out from the forest. "Who dares to intrude on Crane Immortal's dojo? If you're afraid, just scram," the youth shouted while holding a wooden fork. At this moment, Jiang Nan also got a clear look at the youth's appearance. A bald head and 3 eyes. This was Tianjin Fan. Jiang Nan exclaimed. As a descendant of the 3-eyed alien race and a human, Tianjin Fan had been abandoned shortly after birth and was now raised by Crane Immortal as a close disciple. Tianjin Fan was taken aback, not expecting this intruder to know the name given to him by his master. Could he be a friend of his master's? "Are you a friend of my master? How do you know my name?" At this moment, Tianjin Fan was still just a young lad, retaining the innocence of youth. "He is not my friend." A shadowy voice came from behind Tianjin Fan, revealing that Crane Immortal had followed him. Crane Immortal was dressed in a green Taoist robe. His face was gaunt, adorned with a thick goatee, and there were some similarities between him and Tao Bai Bai. At this moment, his vulture-like eyes were coldly fixed on Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's eyes brimmed with tears as he cried out, "Uncle, don't you recognize me? I am your long-lost nephew." "Nonsense. I have no nephew. How could I not know?" "Immortal," he rebuked, yet even as the words left his lips, a possibility flickered through his mind. "Uncle." Jiang Nan's anguished cry pierced the heart of all who heard it and drew tears from every listener. "I am Jiao Honghong, your long-lost blood nephew, born of your own brother." At the name Jiao Honghong, Immortal, his composure finally cracked. You are? Your father is." "My father is none other than your younger brother, Tao Bai Bai." As if struck by lightning, Immortal, he reeled. After 30 years, at last word of his brother had reached him. Jiang Nan had wagered correctly. Adopting the name Jiao Honghong was a calculated gambit to win the Immortal's trust. Tao Bai Bai bore no familial surname Tao, though the name had been bestowed upon him by his elder brother Immortal He. Indeed, all names he conferred upon disciples, including Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, were drawn from food. Had Jiang Nan mistakenly assumed Tao was their shared clan name, he would have been instantly exposed. To see the charade through to its end, Jiang Nan steeled his resolve. After all, his counterpart was a centuries-old elder, and feigned a deep bow. In 2 swift strides, Immortal, he materialized before him and gently grasped his arms to halt the descent. "Good child, no need to kneel, no need at all." Gazing intently at Jiang Nan's face, Immortal, he spoke with trembling excitement. Yes, you are my nephew. Look at your brows, your eyes. They mirror mine, they truly do. That old codger. Must he be so vain? Since when did my striking features bear any resemblance to his? Not a shred of kinship there. Jiang Nan inwardly scoffed, but outwardly he played his part flawlessly, tears welling in his eyes as he murmured, "Uncle, I have searched for you across endless years and boundless sorrow. Come, dear nephew, follow me inside, oh, we shall speak within." Though reclusive and aloof by nature, immortal, he held his younger brother in singular reverence. His mother had died young. Years later his father followed. On his deathbed the father entrusted the youthful he, then known as Little Crane, with the solemn duty of safeguarding his infant brother. From that day forward he assumed both paternal and fraternal roles, raising Tao Bai Bai through hardship and sacrifice. 30 years ago, after a bitter quarrel, Tao Bai Bai stormed away and never returned. At first immortal, he remained incensed. Surely as bloodkin, his brother's sole remaining family, he reasoned Tao Bai Bai would eventually return once reason prevailed. Yet Tao Bai Bai proved merciless. 30 years vanished like smoke with no word, no sign of life or death. Over a decade ago his anger had long since dissolved. Now only profound yearning remained, for his brother adrift somewhere beyond the horizon. Just as the ache of longing had begun to wither, just as he believed he would never lay eyes on his brother again, the revelation that Tao Bai Bai had sired a son ignited a storm of emotion within him. Immortal, he cherished wealth. Over 2 centuries he had amassed considerable fortune and built an opulent new cultivation hall upon his island. Though the He-Immortal sect now counted only a handful of disciples, its pavilions, terraces, and courtyards stood resplendent and complete. Beyond the hall, nestled within a grove of bamboo, stood a secluded courtyard, his private residence. Tianjin Fan poured tea for his master, and Jiang Nan then stepped back respectfully to stand behind Immortal, he awaiting command. "Dear nephew, how fares your father? Why have you come alone?" The question weighed most heavily upon his heart. Jiang Nan sighed theatrically and replied, "Well, and yet not well." "How so?" Immortal, he pressed urgently. "Uncle, forgive me. I arrived too late to pay my respects in years past." "Nephew, say no more. Your presence here today fills me with joy beyond measure. I could never fault you. Uncle, if only my father possessed half your wisdom and compassion." Jiang Nan delivered the flattery with flawless timing, delighting Immortal, he who privately regarded Tao Bai Bai as stubborn as a mule and dull as uncarved wood. "The truth is I lacked the means to visit earlier. Only 1 year ago did I learn of your existence, and only then discovered my father had severed ties with you out of wounded pride." "You said your father fares both well and ill. What do you mean?" Immortal, he asked, brow furrowed. Jiang Nan wove his tale. Father recounted the broad strokes. 30 years ago he stormed from the sect hall in fury, and lived for several years as an ordinary man. It was during that time I was born. Tragically, my mother passed early. Father raised me alone, father and mother both, struggling through relentless poverty. That Tao Bai Bai. Immortal, he lamented, voice thick with exasperation and sorrow. He fled with nothing but the clothes on his back, yet somehow raised you single-handedly through such hardship. His eyes stung, not just for his brother's plight, but for the echo of memory, himself decades earlier cradling that same small boy, guiding each unsteady step into manhood. All those years father labored at countless trades. Fool. Immortal, he cut in sharply. Tao Bai Bai, a fool indeed. After mastering so many arts under my tutelage, how could he sink so low as to starve? Fool. Fool. If he cannot earn coin, why not seize it by force? Jiang Nan stiffened inwardly. The elder's tender moment had nearly lulled him into forgetting the ruthless predator beneath the venerable facade. True father has always been upright to a fault. Yet recently he ceased manual labor altogether. He now works as an assassin. Since then our fortunes have improved markedly. Jiang Nan produced a bank card, the sole one bearing Tao Bai Bai's handwritten signature, and offered it to Immortal. He, knowing I would visit you, father entrusted me with this. He feels deep remorse, and offers it as recompense. By now money held little meaning for Jiang Nan, whether his wealth swelled by 1 billion or shrank by the same sum mattered not. It was merely tuition paid for learning the flight art. Immortal, he slammed his palm upon the table, grief and indignation warring in his voice. How foolish, how utterly foolish. Between brothers such formalities are an insult. If he truly feels guilt, let him face me himself, man to man. Jiang Nan feigned hesitation. Father says he lacks the face to meet you. Hearing I wish to learn flight techniques, he admitted his own skill falls short, and urged me to seek your instruction instead. Ah, he seeks a graceful path back? Using your desire to learn flight as pretext, my skill falls short. Huh, that brat mastered the skydance art in under half a month 2 centuries ago. To claim inadequacy before his own son, that's sheer audacity. Jiang Nen had feared his motives might appear too transparent, too eager, risking suspicion. Instead, immortal, he had effortlessly woven his own plausible explanation around the very threads Jiang Nen had laid. Master, he finally resolved a long-standing knot in his heart, and his mood lifted considerably. With a gentle smile, he asked, "My dear nephew, besides the flight art, what else would you like to learn? Did your father teach you any other techniques?" Jiang Nen carefully regulated his breath, and with a fingertip gathered a sliver of energy before releasing a focused shockwave toward the ground. "Uncle Father only taught me this one technique." "Oh, that's the Dodon wave." If Master he had harbored even the faintest doubt about Jiang Nan's identity before it vanished entirely the moment he witnessed that precise shockwave. This was one of the supreme secret arts of the Hessian style. If this young man were not truly his own nephew, how could he possibly have mastered it? "Your father is far too lax. After all these years, he's taught you nothing but this single move. Very well, stay on the island for now. Study diligently under your uncle for several years." Master, he declared. "Oh dear. Uncle, I'm afraid I can't stay more than a few days. I must return to Nandu urgently." Jiang Nen offered a convenient excuse. Master, his expression darkened, his face hardened as he said sternly, "What matter could possibly outweigh cultivating true strength? Nephew, remember this, in this world power reigns supreme. Everything else must yield without exception. Uncle, I am overjoyed at your willingness to impart your arts to me. Yet this journey was entrusted to me by Father himself, and moreover he eagerly awaits word from you. These many years apart have weighed heavily upon his heart. Once I return, I shall earnestly persuade him to visit you in person." Jiang Nen had precisely struck Master his most tender vulnerability. "Very well, then you may depart once you've mastered the flight art." Master, he reluctantly abandoned his hope of keeping Jiang Nan on the island indefinitely. Learning that Jiang Nan had yet to eat Master, he instructed Tianjin Fan to prepare a meal. "Uncle, is this young man your disciple? Why does he have 3 eyes? Jiang Nan, seeking idle conversation, posed the question. "Ah, you mean Tianjin Fan." Master, he stroked his goatee. "I found him several years ago. A soul marked by hardship indeed." Jiang Nan raised his thumb in admiration. "Uncle, your benevolence knows no bounds. To take in a child such as this." "Not quite." Master, he waved a hand dismissively. "Come to think of it, your father becoming an assassin means he did not waste the skills I imparted to him. Our Hessian style cultivates martial prowess not for health or vitality, but for killing. I train my disciples as assassins unburdened by attachments. Orphans are thus the ideal candidates." So that was it. Almost mistook the old man for a paragon of virtue. A shadow of melancholy crossed Master his features. "Perhaps your father never truly accepted my philosophy. Otherwise, why would he have left? And why would you exist at all? Perhaps deep within he yearned for family." He lifted his gaze to Jiang Nan. "Your father was not wrong, yet neither was I. Did your father ever speak of our ages?" "He mentioned it. He said he's nearing 300 years old. But I find it hard to believe. He appears barely 50. And you, uncle, seem no older than 60. Jiang Nan replied. "Your father told you the truth." Jiang Nan immediately feigned astonishment. Exactly the reaction Master he desired. With evident satisfaction, he continued, "Long ago your father and I drank from a miraculous spring, one that profoundly slows the advance of age." "But how does that relate to having a family?" Jiang Nan asked deliberately. "The greatest sorrow in this world is watching those you love pass before you. The grief of burying the young while you remain unchanged. For beings like us who endure centuries to form families means witnessing wives, children, and loved ones fade into dust before our very eyes. Can you fathom such agony?" "I see. So that's why you've never taken a wife, uncle?" Jiang Nan asked, curiosity piqued. "Not quite." Master he sipped his tea. "In my youth I cherished a maiden. Alas, an ancient turtle constantly vied for her affections." At this, Master his brow furrowed in irritation. Jiang Nan instantly recognized the old turtle as Master Rashi. "Did she ultimately choose someone else?" he asked. "No, she loved me. Had that wretched turtle not interfered, I'd have married long ago." Master he declared, utterly convinced of his own romantic triumph. Soon after, a great demon lord emerged upon earth, and the maiden was slain by his hand. Master he fell silent. Jiang Nan, sensing the weight of the unspoken, wisely held his tongue. Thus Master his profound transformation stemmed not merely from Master Matato's death in exhaustion, but more deeply from the searing guilt of failing to protect the woman he loved. It was this anguish that led him to abandon his former cultivation path and forge the Hessian style, through radical innovation. Speaking of which, Tianjin Fan is truly a genius of martial cultivation. His talent surpasses even your father's. Master, he shifted topics, somewhat embarrassed to dwell further on his own past. Take the flight art. Your father grasped its essence in 13 days, a prodigy by any measure. Yet Tianjin Fan achieved full aerial mastery in just 7. His future accomplishments will surely eclipse both your father's and mine. Naturally, how could a hybrid of extraterrestrial and terrestrial lineage be anything less than extraordinary? Were Master he to learn that future Saiyan Earthling hybrids could annihilate planets by age 5 or 6, his jaw would surely drop in disbelief. With Jiangnan's flight scheduled in 3 days' time was scarce. He finished his meal and immediately implored Master he to begin instructing him in the flight art. The elder grew increasingly fond of his nephew, and without delay began teaching him personally. First, relax completely. Feel the chi flowing within your body. Since you've already mastered the Dodon wave, you possess some foundational understanding of chi. Good, that's precisely it. Now practice breathing chi in and out. Focus your mind and guide chi outward. Let it lift and support your entire body. As the creator of the flight art, every word Master he spoke struck the heart of the technique. Jiangnan attempted it only a few times before his toes lifted from the ground, and soon his whole body floated upward. Though barely an inch above the earth, it was undeniably real levitation. Even Master he, who had lived 3 centuries, stood dumbfounded, mouth agape. He had believed Tianjin Fan's aptitude unparalleled, until now confronted with a disciple whose comprehension eclipsed even that. Whose retainer is this? Ah, it's one of our own. Master he had no inkling that the nephew standing before him possessed combat prowess exceeding his own. Though Jiangnan's control over chi remained unrefined, his raw combat strength was undeniable, and thus his body's innate sensitivity to chi far surpassed even Tianjin Fan's. In the next 2 days, Jiangnan continued to consolidate his newly learned sky dance technique. Now he could fly to a height of 100 meters and change direction freely. Since Jiangnan was concealing his strength, he was unsure of his current flying speed, but he presumed it was not slower than an airplane. As for the technique of using chi to resist the cold, after Master Crane's explanation, Jiangnan realized that it was not really a technique at all. He just needed to slightly release his chi and solidify it around his body to achieve a partial insulation from the temperature. Although it was not an advanced technique, controlling the chi to such an extent was difficult without long-term practice. Jiangnan practiced for an entire day, managing to only form a thin protective layer on his skin. This level of defense might mitigate some physical impacts, but relying on it to withstand the severe cold of North City, which could drop to several degrees below zero, was likely insufficient. Given Jiangnan's current proficiency in flying, taking a plane to the main city of North City was still the best option. The next morning, he prepared to bid farewell to Master Crane. Master Crane felt reluctant to part, but seeing Jiangnan's determination, he refrained from further attempts to keep him. Nephew, before you leave, I have some words of advice for you that you must remember. Jiangnan packed his bag. Besides the universal capsule in his pocket, he only had a small bag with him. Now it was bulging, filled with food prepared by Master Crane. The bank card he had given to Master Crane a few days ago was also returned, as Master Crane insisted that his brother and nephew should not lack money while wandering outside, and refused to accept it. Please speak, uncle. Master Crane said earnestly. I have noticed that you often show compassion when watching my disciples train, as if you cannot bear to see their arduous training. It seems your father raised you alone, neglecting your education. You must remember, when venturing outside, do not show mercy. The human heart is the most poisonous thing in this world. Arrogance, greed, and jealousy are the greatest traits of human nature. What you have others do not, they will do everything to seize it from you. What others have you do not, they will mock you with glee. Jiangnan's expression grew serious. Master Crane's words were indeed profound truths. Master Crane's tone suddenly turned stern. Nephew, remember, when you are strong and others want to seize from you, take everything from them. When others want to bully you, you must be ruthless and kill them. When you are weaker than others and they want to seize from you, give them what they haven't even asked for. When others try to bully you, pretend to be crazy and pitiful so that they feel satisfied. The most important thing in life is yourself. Oh, as long as you have the chance to live, you will have the opportunity for revenge. Once you have the ability to take revenge, do not be soft-hearted. Cut the grass and eliminate the roots, otherwise it will grow again in the spring. Jiangnan's expression was solemn as he bowed respectfully to Master Crane. This heartfelt advice was enough to show that Master Crane truly cared for Jiangnan. Thank you so much for your teachings, uncle. I will remember your words. If I encounter enemies in the future, I will make sure to shake their eggs until they break, leaving not a single being alive. Good, you are teachable. In that case, go. After bidding farewell to Master Crane, Jiang Nan soared into the sky, leaving the island. Looking at Jiang Nan's departing figure, Master Crane sighed and turned back. Arriving on a motorcycle and departing by soaring through the air, Jiang Nan felt an indescribable exhilaration. This was flying. In his previous world, he had fantasized countless times about soaring like Superman. He never expected it would truly come to pass. After flying over 20 nautical miles from the island, Jiang Nan looked back and could no longer see its outline. He exerted all his strength to accelerate, and in the air a thunderous sound erupted as he shot out like an end-speed supersonic missile, forming a circular sonic boom cloud at his feet, a visually stunning sight. Jiang Nan was not worried that Master Crane could sense his presence. Even though he was exerting all his power, the aura he projected was precisely controlled by the system at a combat power of 20, leaving no traces behind except for the air disturbances. In just half a minute, Jiang Nan saw the outline of the Eastern Federation airport. He quickly descended, fearing that he might trigger an air defense panic and delay flights. With no obstacles along the way, Jiang Nan finally boarded the flight to North City. This journey would take 8 hours, and to avoid any further trouble, he closed his eyes and took a nap after boarding. The airplane flew over vast grasslands and crossed numerous mountain ranges. After an unknown period, the plane began to descend gradually. Jiang Nan looked out the window and saw that the aircraft had entered a realm of white. Jiang Nan reached out to touch the window, feeling a chill. Looking down, he could see the outline of the main city of North City appearing in his view. After disembarking, Jiang Nan noticed red-scarfed soldiers on duty everywhere in the airport. Most of these soldiers had solemn expressions and determined gazes, standing like statues. This was a unique spirit of soldiers under the new regime, incomparable to the Earth Federation soldiers Jiang Nan had seen before. With such spirit, it was no wonder the red-scarfed army could wrest a major city from the Earth Federation. As soon as he stepped off the plane, Jiang Nan shivered. It was indeed cold here. The layer of chi he had formed on his skin offered little protection from the cold. He couldn't help but wonder what the builders of the city in such a frigid place were thinking. Fortunately, the airport shop sold warm clothing, and Jiang Nan hurriedly got himself a complete outfit. Wearing thick clothes and a uniquely styled fur hat, Jiang Nan immediately felt much warmer, and he couldn't help but shout a familiar slogan. Yura. Strolling through the streets of the main city of North City, he saw castle-like buildings everywhere with their towering spires, colorful exteriors, and exquisite carvings that seemed to echo with history. Dressed in thick clothing, Jiang Nan resembled a clumsy white bear, finding it somewhat inconvenient to walk. He was pondering whether to take the high-tech anti-cold suit he had worn before when he met Dosi. He had spent 3 years at the headquarters of the red-scarfed army in North City, during which he never left the military base, so Jiang Nan was not familiar with the exact location of the headquarters. However, since this was within the jurisdiction of the red-scarfed army, he could easily inquire about the location of the headquarters. It was located 200 kilometers northeast of the main city. Jiang Nan slowly rode his anti-gravity motorcycle northeastward. After leaving the city for over 100 kilometers, he parked his motorcycle and chose to continue his journey by flying low and slow just above the ground. This time, Jiang Nan did not plan to make a grand entrance upon returning to Beidou. Ideally, he hoped to sneak back to Duos's residence without disturbing Dr. Garo could create androids on par with Super Saiyans merely by collecting the genes of Z warriors from Earth. Who knows what astonishing secret weapons this old man might have developed by now. The words of the Crane Hermit reminded Jiang Nan of the principle he upheld when he first came to this world. Being alive is the greatest asset, and one's own life is the most important. Fortunately, Jiang Nan had the foresight to buy a white outfit for himself. He wrapped the hood of his coat around his head, blending into the icy landscape, passing several checkpoints without being detected. Before long, Jiang Nan finally approached the familiar headquarters of the Red Silk Army. At this moment, the military base had not changed much compared to when he left a year ago. He was well aware of the soldiers' routines. It was training time, and aside from the guards on duty, the rest of the Red Silk Army should be at the training ground southeast of the base. Jiang Nan circled around to the northwest corner of the military base, and seizing the moment when the guard turned around, accelerated and flew inside the base's walls. The military base was filled with surveillance cameras, but Jiang Nan had watched this base being constructed day by day. He was more aware of the visual blind spots than the average soldier. With his agile skills and familiarity with the terrain, Jiang Nan effortlessly made his way back to the living area of Dr. Garo's research institute. Looking at the familiar courtyard, and House Jiang, Nan felt a surge of emotion. He had lived here with Duo C for 3 years, and returning after a year brought a wave of nostalgia. At this time, Duo C should be working at the research center, not returning until noon. Initially, Jiang Nan wanted to hide inside the house to surprise her when she came back, but through the system scan, he clearly saw a striking red power level reading displayed inside the house. 370. Jiang Nan remembered that Duo C's power level had soared above 400 at one point. It seemed that after not fighting for a long time, her power level had dropped significantly. The system's default detection function only displayed power levels close to or exceeding Jiang Nan's. He would only switch to full scan mode when necessary. Although he knew that Duo C's private residence was generally off-limits to outsiders, Jiang Nan still took a quick scan. He noticed that on the 3rd floor where Duo C was, there were 2 extremely low readings of 1. Such low values could not belong to humans. Perhaps after he left, Duo C had gotten used to living alone and adopted some pets like cats or dogs. Turning off the full scan mode, Jiang Nan pushed open the large door on the 1st floor. Dingling. A series of bell sounds rang out. Jiang Nan looked up and saw that Duo C had hung a string of bells above the doorframe. Whenever someone pushed the door open, the bells would chime. Jiang Nan secretly chuckled. Duo C, who usually appeared so aloof, surprisingly set up such a childish trick to ward off intruders while living alone. The ringing had already alerted Duo C on the 3rd floor. As the red power level reading began to descend, Jiang Nan suddenly felt anxious, unsure of how he would face Duo C next. Duo C was also taken aback by the sound of the bells. Everyone here understood her rules aside from Dr. Garo. No one would recklessly enter. But her perception told her that the person on the 1st floor was not Dr. Garo. Who could it be? Duo C envisioned a figure in her mind, but she quickly dismissed it, reasoning that the person's aura should not be this weak. Finally, Duo C, dressed in a rosered robe, appeared at the corner of the staircase. Even though Jiang Nan looked bulky in his bear-like outfit, Duo C recognized him at first glance. Duo C's breath hitched, and her delicate fingers instinctively tightened around the handrail, causing the wooden railing to splinter. Jiang Nan felt inexplicably awkward. It had been a year since they last met, and a feeling of unfamiliarity made him avoid Duo C's gaze. After a moment of darting glances, Jiang Nan finally looked up and greeted Duo C. Duo C, my lady. Women tend to be selfish in matters of emotion. Although Duo C had developed a hatred for Jiang Nan after discovering his secret a few days ago, resenting him for not being honest about his solitary life, as the days passed, she gradually nurtured a flicker of hope. If given the choice, she thought she was more beautiful, so Jiang Nan should choose her. Yet this fantasy was suppressed by Duo C's rationality. She knew the woman in Jiang Nan's phone gallery had been part of his life for many years. Jiang Nan was not a cold-blooded person. He would not forsake a long-term partner for a woman with whom he had only one night of entanglement. For days, Duo C had been tortured by these 2 conflicting thoughts. Therefore, upon seeing Jiang Nan for the first time, her heart swelled with secret joy. If Jiang Nan could abandon his wife for her, Duo C would willingly rush to him, standing side by side with him, enduring the moral condemnation together. Duo C fought to suppress the impulse to rush over, and forced herself to remain calm, saying, "How dare you return? Aren't you afraid I will kill you?" As they began to converse, Jiang Nan finally quelled his own nervousness and looked calmly at Duo C. It had been a year since they last met, and Duo C seemed somewhat different from before, appearing slightly more voluptuous with a different aura about her. Jiang Nan could not quite articulate what had changed, but one thing remained the same: Duo C's breathtaking beauty. Every time their eyes met, he felt as though he were ensnared in her captivating vortex. System, call out to me a few times. Jiang Nan felt himself being overwhelmed by impulse and hurriedly called out to the system in his mind. "What's up, Jiang Nan?" Hearing the familiar voice of Junjun, Jiang Nan immediately felt like a scoundrel caught in an affair by his original partner, and the guilt made him a bit clearer in his mind. I need to ask you for a favor." Jiang Nan had come to see Duo C primarily to ask for her help in making a Dragon Ball radar. He believed this would not be a difficult task for her. Duo C did not ask what help Jiang Nan needed. She slowly and deliberately walked down the steps, her rose petal-like red lips moving slightly. "During this past year, have you been well?" "I'm fine, and you?" Jiang Nan reflexively replied. Duo C paused him. "Good, but not too well." Jiang Nan roughly understood why Duo C was upset. She had lost a valuable research material, and it would likely be difficult to explain to Dr. Gallo. When one tells a lie, they must weave countless other lies to cover it, and constantly fabricating falsehoods is a taxing endeavor. This was one reason Jiang Nan did not want to disturb others upon his return. He did not want to trouble Duo C. Dr. Gallo was like a teacher and father to her, and Jiang Nan was unwilling to see Duosi caught in a dilemma because of him. Let's not talk about me for now. How have you been this past year since we parted? Duosi asked. I'm doing well. I've been living freely, ensuring my family doesn't go hungry, Jiang Nan casually replied. Liar. Duosi was startled. Jiang Nan truly lied without any pretense. In Duosi's mind, if Jiang Nan were to confess everything, telling her that he once had a newlywed wife, she would be willing to set aside her grievances. After all, Jiang Nan had been gone for 3 years, and perhaps his wife had since formed a new family. As long as Jiang Nan was willing to be honest about the truth, Duosi would be eager to share her own struggles during this time. But Jiang Nan chose to lie to her. Anger began to rise within Duosi as her tone grew flat. Haven't you gone to find your family? Jiang Nan was taken aback. He remembered telling Duosi years ago that he had no family in this world, and Duosi had even considered herself an orphan. Was his memory muddled? I have no family in this world, Jiang Nan explained. Duosi's eyes narrowed slightly, her anger suppressing the fleeting feelings of longing. So what do you want to discuss with me? Jiang Nan, noticing Duosi's tone had become flat, tucked away his private thoughts and quickly got to the point. I'd like to ask you to help me create a radar. I'm currently collecting a specific item on Earth. I'll show you a sample of it and see if you can. Are you leaving after you finish it? Duosi interrupted Jiang Nan. Yes. Jiang Nan didn't think much of it. He actually wished to stay longer, even hoping to take Duosi with him. On the other hand, he did not want to make mistakes that would entangle him deeper with Duosi, fearing he might not be able to let go of her. In Jiang Nan's view, their relationship was merely somewhat ambiguous. Even their initial sincere meeting had occurred unconsciously on his part. Compared to finally winning the heart of Junjun after years of pursuit, he was more inclined to return to his original world. Duosi self-mockingly chuckled. So you came back for nothing else? Hurry up and say you came back to see me. Hurry up. Not entirely, Jiang Nan replied. Duosi's heart tightened, and she even held her breath, fearing she might miss Jiang Nan's next words. I also need to retrieve a personal item of mine. Despite seeing the hope in Duosi's eyes, Jiang Nan chose to ignore it. Such feelings which should not have arisen needed to be severed, otherwise they would become entangled, leaving a connection that could not be easily cut. The last thread of hope in Duosi's heart shattered. She coldly said, wait here, and then went upstairs. After a few breaths, Duosi returned downstairs holding the very phone that Jiang Nan had brought with him across dimensions. Is this what you were looking for? Jiang Nan's heart tightened. It was bad. He thought he had hidden this secret well, but Duosi had found it. Fortunately, Jiang Nan had set a password. The chip and motherboard of this phone were completely different from those in this world, and he didn't believe Duosi could access the information inside. However, Jiang Nan had overthought it. Duosi didn't need to delve into the chip or storage. She easily made the unlock password appear. This is it, no doubt. Jiang Nan feigned ease, fearing that Duosi might become curious about the device. Duosi approached Jiang Nan step by step, looking him in the eye, and asked word by word, can you tell me what secret lies within that made you go to such lengths to hide it? There's nothing. It's just an ordinary phone. I hid it to secretly contact the outside world and escape this military base. Jiang Nan fabricated what he thought was a reasonable excuse. From a few meters away, Duosi threw the phone toward Jiang Nan. He instinctively reached out to catch it, and in that moment Duosi suddenly launched an attack, appearing right in front of him. Although Jiang Nan had practiced various reactions over the past year, the disparity of over 100 in combat power was evident, and with Duosi's surprise attack, he felt a flash before his eyes as Duosi's hand firmly grasped his throat. Feeling the cold touch on his neck, Jiang Nan felt a strange thrill. He was not worried that Duosi would harm him. He understood her character. She was typically cold on the outside but warm on the inside and would never harm him. I've already seen what's inside. Duosi's cold voice rang out like thunder in Jiang Nan's ears. His first reaction was disbelief, but he still put on an innocent facade. There's nothing in there. Jiang Nan protested. Stop lying. You have a wife and you've been together for many years, haven't you? Jiang Nan's expression changed. He was certain Duosi had truly unlocked his phone. He felt embarrassed, as if the feelings he had deceitfully hidden from Duosi had been ruthlessly exposed. I thought you were a trustworthy partner, but you even had to deceive me about this. Duosi tightened her grip slightly. Jiang Nan felt a bit of difficulty in breathing and quickly grabbed Duosi's arm that was squeezing his throat. The smoothness of her skin still made his heart race. In this situation, Jiang Nan still had the heart to think of other matters, as he concluded that Duosi was merely bluffing, and thus he was not worried for his life. On the other hand, he wanted to defend himself, but with his throat being squeezed, he couldn't utter a word. Seeing Jiang Nen hesitating and unwilling to explain, Duosi's anger intensified. Recently, her emotions had been erratic and hard to control. The more she looked at this man, the less she could suppress her feelings. Thus, Jiang Nan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He struggled to lower his head, watching Duosi's other arm plunge into his chest, feeling his racing heart tightly gripped. Why? Why? Is this woman serious? Duosi's face twisted with madness. I don't care if you have other women. I only ask you this: do you want to stay here for the rest of your life, or go back to find that woman? What on earth is this? Where am I supposed to find another woman? Are you going to take me back? This crazy woman, is this not an empty threat? But there was no time to think further. Jiang Nan felt the energy in his body rapidly depleting from his chest. Duosi's combat power surged like the numbers on a gas station's charging screen, and the strange patterns on her neck reappeared, spreading up to her face as her pupils gradually turned red. When you are weaker than others, and they try to bully you, just act crazy and pitiful to satisfy them. The teachings of the Crane Immortal echoed in his ears. Without further hesitation, Jiang Nan quickly said, I want leave, I want leave. I will stay, I'm not going anywhere. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's choice, Duosi revealed a mocking smile. Despite the genuine thrill within her which tempted her to drain Jiang Nan, she nonetheless restrained her desire and threw him out. Duosi's hand dripped blood onto the ground as Jiang Nan's body crashed against the door and fell to the floor. Blood flowed out from the torn hole, and his white coat looked like a blooming rose. Jiang Nan's battle power had dropped to 40. He panicked and pressed his hand tightly against the wound to stop the bleeding. Some of his ribs had also cracked, and each breath felt like being stabbed by needles. It's said that a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Seeing Jiang Nan's desperate struggle for survival, Duo-Si suddenly felt a surge of disgust. If Jiang Nan had chosen to leave without fear of death, perhaps Duo-Si would have looked up to him and followed him out of the Gaylor Research Institute, eager to see the woman who had completely defeated her. Unfortunately, Jiang Nan had no way of knowing Duosi's thoughts. He only wished to preserve his life at all costs. You should leave. You never belonged here. Never show up in front of me again. If we meet again, I assure you it will be either your death or mine, Duo-Si said resolutely. Duo-Si has gone mad. This was the only thought in Jiang Nan's mind. Without further argument, he scrambled to pick up the phone that had fallen to the ground and squeezed through the slightly opened door. Watching Jiang Nan leave without looking back, 2 streams of bloody tears flowed from Duosi's enchanting red eyes. She desperately wanted to shout, come back, but she couldn't muster the words until the door closed. The bell on the door tinkled and soon fell silent again, quiet, as if Jiang Nan had never been there. Outside, the cold wind howled, but the freezing temperatures of dozens below zero couldn't compare to Jiang Nan's current mood. This isn't right. This is absolutely wrong. How did things develop to this point? The journey he had planned for so long to Baidu ended in such a way. Not only did he fail to obtain the Dragon Ball radar, but he nearly lost his life, and now his energy was almost drained. Jiang Nan moved heavily, activating the system's combat power scanning mode. Relying on his almost clairvoyant ability, he dodged wave after wave of guards and luckily escaped from the military base. The area around the military base was filled with radar. Jiang Nan dared not use his anti-gravity motorcycle. He used the little energy left to seal the wound on his chest and staggered toward the main city of Baidu. As Jiang Nan walked, the cold intensified and his steps grew heavier. However, the physical exhaustion was not what troubled him the most. It was the weight of his heart that made breathing difficult. Jiang Nan regretted his rash decision to come to Baidu. He had foolishly believed that his relationship with Duo-Si was extraordinary and that she would never harm him. Looking back, now surviving in this world until today was a matter of luck. From the very beginning, Jiang Nan inexplicably let down his guard against Duo-Si, forgetting her true identity. Duo-Si was never on his side. She was the adopted daughter of the evil Dr. Gaylor. How could he be so foolish as to think she was the only companion in this world? Jiang Nan ruthlessly mocked himself. Jiang Nan recalled his experience in Baiyun City, where his meddling had exposed him too soon to the Pei family's sights. Had he faced Tao Baibai before he had a chance to grow, where would Jiang Nan be today? The Crane Immortal was right. The most important thing in this world is one's life. Everything else pales in comparison to one's own survival. Jiang Nan's heart grew colder. He realized he had made a mistake. Since he began collecting Dragon Balls, he had fallen into a cognitive trap. He could foresee that the Earth's Shenron did not have the ability to send him back to his original world, so he placed his hopes on the more powerful Namekian Shenron. In his understanding, Namekians were kind-hearted and would surely lend a helping hand to fulfill his wish. Jiang Nin naturally assumed that even if the Namekians were unwilling to help him, they would not harm him. But today he learned a harsh lesson from Duo C, as he had once confidently believed that she would not harm him, which is why he dared to seek her help with the radar despite knowing her combat power far exceeded his. If Jiang Nan had waited a few more years until his combat power surpassed everyone else's, even if Duo C were unwilling to help him with the radar at the very least, she wouldn't harm him. Unlike now where Jiang Nan was barely surviving in this vast, white, icy world. Not knowing how long he had walked, Jiang Nan could no longer move. Reluctantly, he took out a tent from his capsule and set up a temporary camp in the freezing snow. Although the tent was poorly insulated, it at least provided some wind protection and made Jiang Nan feel a bit better. Jiang Nan ate some food prepared by the Crane Immortal. His strength gradually recovered a bit, and even his combat power returned to 60. Fortunately, Duo C had only drained his energy and left him some. As long as he healed his wounds, his combat power would gradually return. If she had drained him completely like on Papaya Island, he would have lost his life today. Jiang Nan made up his mind, as long as he preserved his life, he wouldn't have to worry about fuel. He needed to find a secluded place to stay safe for a few more years. He already had a 4-star ball in hand, and setting out to search for Dragon Balls so early was meaningless even if he collected them all. With his few hundred combat power, he would be no match outside Earth. If he encountered Frieza or any other foes in the universe or a demon king emerging from the depths of space, Jiang Nan would have no strength to fight back. Jiang Nan's only concern was not knowing how the flow of time in this world compared to his original world. If he returned too late, his wife and parents might already be very old, which would be troublesome. But worrying now wouldn't change anything, it would only add to his troubles. Jiang Nan could only take one step at a time, ensuring he could survive and return before discussing anything else. If he truly couldn't return, he could only pray that his family in another world would find a good place to settle. Jiang Nan peeled back his thick clothing to check the wound on his chest. He couldn't fathom how Duo C had done it. Her fingers had penetrated his chest as effortlessly as a sharp scalpel, creating a tear instead of the gaping hole he had imagined. Since Jiang Nan had controlled his chi to seal the wound, only a small amount of blood was seeping out. It looked like a few days of rest would suffice for recovery, but he was unsure how well the broken ribs would heal. What Jiang Nan didn't realize was that despite their falling out, Duo C still harbored some feelings for him and had not aimed to kill. The icy world was not a place to linger. Jiang Nan packed up and hit the road again. This time his physical condition was better, and he could even use energy for low-altitude flight. After flying 100 kilometers away from the military base, Jiang Nan rode his motorcycle towards the main city. Returning to the main city, Jiang Nan let out a sigh of relief. At least in the city, he wouldn't have to worry about freezing to death in the icy wilderness. He quickly found a hospital, claiming he had encountered a polar bear in the wild and had managed to escape after being slapped by it. The medical staff did not ask many questions. After examining Jiang Nan's injuries, they admitted him. With no pressing matters to attend to, Jiang Nan settled in to recuperate. Lying on the hospital bed, Jiang Nan took out his beloved phone to see if it could power on. Fortunately, Doris had charged it a few days ago, and it turned on smoothly. Opening the photo gallery, Jiang Nan's first action was to delete the earlier candid photos of Doris, and then check if there were any missing files. Thankfully, Doris hadn't tampered with his photos. Just as Jiang Nan was about to exit the interface to turn off the phone, he inexplicably restored the deleted photos from the recycle bin and moved them to a hidden album, so he wouldn't see them every time he opened the gallery, yet could still view them when he felt nostalgic. After all, she was the first person he had trusted upon coming to this world. Even if they had fallen out now, it could serve as a memory. Life is about experiencing various flavors of joy and sorrow, Jiang Nan mused to himself. The days in the hospital were somewhat difficult, but he had become cautious. He wouldn't go anywhere until his wounds healed. Fortunately, this was a private hospital. As long as Jiang Nan paid enough, he could treat it like a nursing home. Thanks to his robust physical condition, his wounds healed within a few days. He stayed in the hospital until his bones fully mended, and after half a month seeing his combat strength restored to its original state, Jiang Nan finally left the hospital with satisfaction. Now Jiang Nan had finally achieved a state of single-minded focus and wholeheartedly began his plan to survive until he became invincible. He first took a flight to the main city of Shidu, deliberately avoiding densely populated and economically prosperous areas, and arrived at a coastal town in the southern part of Shidu called Ziluoke. Jiang Nan took a tour around Ziluoke. The town was small, with only 700 or 800 households. Given its proximity to the main city, most young people had gone to work and settled there, leaving behind mostly elderly white residents. Jiang Nan purchased a farm outside the town through a local real estate agent. The owners were preparing to move to the main city. Although Jiang Nan had plenty of money, he pretended to haggle before finally buying it, not wanting to attract attention. The farm was bordered by lakes on both sides, featuring 2 houses, a 2-story building suitable for living, and a barn for storing agricultural machinery and tools. Located about 3 kilometers from Ziluoke, the farm was quite remote, even more so than the already sparsely populated town. Jiang Nan was quite pleased with this. Living here meant he wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed. While passing through the main city of Shidu, Jiang Nan remembered what Sun Wukong had said. He visited a large shopping mall and found satisfactory weighted training gear. As expected of the most technologically advanced city, Jiang Nan bought specialized weighted training suits used by professional athletes. He was amazed by the materials used, which provided a weight effect without overly restricting limb movement. Not that he was short on money, Jiang Nan bought 2 sets of weighted training suits in different specifications ranging from 50 to 120 kilograms. At that moment, he was wearing a 70-kilogram training suit. Although 70 kilograms was not a significant burden for Jiang Nan now, according to Sun Wukong, it was the most suitable weight for him. Jiang Nan interpreted this as the optimal weight being 1/3 of his combat strength. As for which level of combat strength this theory could be applied to, Jiang Nan had no way of knowing, and Sun Wukong had never had the opportunity to reach that realm. After settling into the farm, Jiang Nan spent a few days repairing the houses. The building was 20 years old, and due to its coastal location, the constant sea winds and rains had caused several damages. During heavy rains, leaks would occur inside. After fixing the house, Jiang Nan leveled the open space in front of it. As for the distant pastures that belonged to him, he had no immediate plans to manage them. He was there to survive, not to raise cattle. Thus, Jiang Nan began his peaceful and orderly life. He maintained 4 hours of basic training daily, took a timely afternoon nap, practiced the chi control techniques he had learned from Master Crane in the afternoon, and in the evenings, he would watch the news and dramas on his newly purchased satellite television. To conveniently purchase living supplies in town, Jiang Nan bought an old fuel pickup truck. Whenever his household supplies ran low, he would drive this smoky truck to the town for shopping. This regular and monotonous life was hard to endure, but Jiang Nan quickly adapted to the rhythm. After spending too much time alone, Jiang Nan began to grow somewhat neurotic. When bored, he would chat with the system. Since the system simulated the voice of his wife, Junjun, the conversations sometimes became increasingly explicit, causing Jiang Nan to forget that the system was just an intelligent entity and not a real human. The systematic training allowed Jiang Nan's combat strength to steadily rise. By September of the following year, his combat strength had reached a solid 300. Ding! It has been 1 year since the last doubling of combat strength. The doubling activated. Familiar sounds echoed once more, and after a tingling sensation coursed through his body, Jiang Nan's combat strength successfully increased to 600. During this year, no significant events occurred on Earth. Although there were minor frictions between the Earth Federation and the Red Ribbon Army, neither side broke the balance to initiate a large-scale war. In this year, in the distant East City, an old monk found a boy with a congenital defect lacking a nose and of short stature, and brought him back to the temple, naming him Klen. Also in this year, Kakarot from Baozi Mountain fell off a cliff according to his original trajectory, suffering a head injury and losing all memories related to the Saiyans. Jiang Nan continued his training. After reaching a new level, he noticed that the effectiveness of his training had decreased. Even when wearing the heaviest training suit he had bought, his progress remained slow. After all, he lacked practical combat opportunities, making it difficult for his combat strength to leap forward. However, Jiang Nan was not anxious. A year of solitude had greatly improved his patience. If his training wasn't yielding good results, he could just wait for the system to kick in. Jiang Nan continued to follow his routine life. Due to overwhelming boredom, he cleared a patch of land in front of his house to plant some seasonal vegetables. Unfortunately, having never done farm work before, despite watering according to the methods taught by the supply store owner, when harvest time came, the once promising vegetables turned out to be bitter and inedible. Besides cultivating vegetables, Jiang Nan had cultivated a new hobby: fishing. A small lake lay just behind and to the side of his house. Shade from the trees along its shore offered perfect repose. Whenever he wasn't cultivating, Jiang Nan would sit there with his fishing rod. When he caught a fish, he'd light a fire right by the water's edge and roast it on the spot, a modest yet charming touch to daily life. These solitary days, filled with quiet joys, proved far more bearable than before. Unnoticed, another year slipped by. During this time, Jiang Nan's cultivation progressed slowly. His combat power increased by only 80 points. After doubling once again, his combat power reached 1360. Once his combat power reached this level, cultivation grew even less effective. For an entire month after crossing the threshold of 1360, his combat power rose by merely 1 point, enough to dampen his spirits. Yet he had already devised a new method of cultivation. Standing at the lakeshore, Jiangnan gazed westward. He knew of a place on Earth uniquely suited for cultivation, the mental time chamber. The mental time chamber rested atop the temple, floating directly above the sacred land of Karen. Within its walls, time flowed differently. 1 year inside equaled but a single day in the outside world. Its atmosphere was thin, its temperature wildly volatile, swinging between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius. Its gravity, meanwhile, was 10 times that of the outside world, making it an ideal crucible for rigorous cultivation. Moreover, the chamber's interior was vast, rumored to span an area as immense as Earth itself, yet utterly barren, a boundless expanse of blinding white empty save for basic living supplies placed near the entrance. Precisely because of this utter emptiness, those with weak willpower or scattered focus risked succumbing to vivid hallucinations while confined within. Yet the mental time chamber bore one strict limitation: each person could enter it only twice in their lifetime. 2 years total inside, equivalent to 2 days outside. Should one fail to emerge before the time expired, the chamber's exit would vanish forever, trapping them in perpetual isolation. Before proceeding, however, Jiangnan needed to clarify one crucial detail. If I enter the mental time chamber, does your annual doubling mechanic calculate based on time spent inside, or on external time? He asked the system. If he endured a grueling year inside only to learn the system counted it as a single day, he'd have suffered a colossal loss. Rest assured, I track the time you truly experience regardless of relativistic discrepancies across spatial domains. The system's reply eased Jiangnan's mind. I see. You must be using a timestamp. Can that timestamp be manually adjusted? Jiangnan's programmer instincts flared anew. Not possible. The system retorted, exasperated. Is it a permissions issue? Oh, I'm just curious. You're some kind of intelligent entity, right? Do you have source code I could examine? Maybe I could even upgrade you. Suppose I grow extraordinarily powerful. Say my combat power reaches the upper limit of your data type. What then? Also, what underlying data type powers your combat metric? And what is its maximum value? Jiangnan pressed further. It wasn't mere verbosity. Prolonged solitude had left him prone to nervous restlessness. Ugh, you're so annoying. Always asking such trivial questions. The system huffed irritably. Just as Jiangnan prepared to tease it again, his senses sharpened. He detected someone approaching his location. Their combat power was low, averaging only 3. They were likely adolescents. Jiangnan hurried back indoors, unwilling to entangle himself with outsiders. Approaching from that direction was a group of girls in school uniforms. They halted at the lakeshore about 500 meters from Jiangnan, then shoved one girl, hesitant and reluctant, into the water. Strip now, commanded the ringleader, brandishing a baseball bat. Her eyes blazed with searing jealousy. The girl in the water had ink-blue hair cascading over her shoulders, features so delicately sculpted they seemed lifted from an animated fairy tale. Snow White herself. Now terror contorted her face. Her large luminous eyes pleaded helplessly toward the girls on shore, silently begging someone to intervene. Those eyes spoke without words, so tender, so vulnerable that even the girls on land felt pangs of pity. Yet none dared defy the ringleader. She was the mayor's daughter. Her name was Chloe. She had orchestrated this cruelty solely because her boyfriend, the star captain of the school basketball team, had exchanged a few casual words with the new transfer student. Chloe was West Rock Township's undisputed high school beauty queen and head of the cheerleading squad. With her father as mayor, she reigned supreme, untouchable, unchallenged. As if obeying some timeless law, the cheerleading captain and basketball captain formed the school's golden couple, handsome and radiant, inseparable, in public the envy of every girl on campus. Then, predictably as any cliched film, a transfer student arrived, one whose beauty seemed conjured from myth itself. Her arrival sent shockwaves through the entire school. Teenage boys gathered en masse outside her classroom, eager to glimpse the legendary beauty. Every boy who first laid eyes on her flushed crimson without exception. Upon hearing of the newcomer, Chloe felt an immediate instinctive threat. She rushed to the girls' class, determined to verify whether the rumors held truth, whether this transfer student truly possessed such transcendent beauty. One glance, just one, shattered the pride she had nurtured for over a decade. What drove Chloe to madness was learning from her friends that her tall, striking boyfriend had not only approached the transfer student in the cafeteria, but asked solicitously whether she'd eaten enough. Consumed by jealousy, Chloe resolved to teach the transfer student a lesson. That very afternoon, she intercepted the girl after school and led her to this remote, secluded lakeside far from town. You think you're beautiful. Everyone loves staring at you. Then let them stare until they're blind. Strip now? Chloe snatched a stone from the ground and hurled it. Oh! The stone struck the girl square on the forehead. Blood immediately welled and traced a crimson path down her cheek. If Finn were here, the girl thought desperately. Tears shimmered in her eyes, fragile, heart-wrenching. Eileen. A plump girl on shore flinched violently at the name. She opened her mouth to plead, but met Chloe's murderous glare and swallowed her words whole. Do as Chloe says. Eileen steeled herself. I'm sorry, Lanchi. Who? Jiangnan, whose hearing far surpassed that of ordinary humans, seemed to catch a familiar name. Though he had resolved to mind his own affairs if it truly was her, he could not stand idly by. Seeing the girl hesitate and refuse to obey her command, Chloe bristled with indignation. She turned to two girls beside her and ordered, You two, go help our new classmate. Those two girls were Chloe's loyal followers, and they too had long resented the transfer student. Without hesitation, they rolled up their sleeves and leapt into the water, clawing at the girl's clothes. Meanwhile, Chloe stood triumphantly filming the electrifying scene with her camera. Stop right there. A thunderous shout echoed across the water. Startled, the girls whirled around, and there not far away stood a man. Jiangnan glimpsed the pitiful girl in the water, her ink-blue hair, her delicate doe-like eyes, her cherry-soft lips, her snow-pale skin. Though still young, Jiangnan recognized her instantly, the legendary dual-natured beauty cherished by countless Dragon Ball fans. Launch. Hey, old man, mind your own business. Chloe showed no fear. Her father was the most powerful figure in town, and she had grown up accustomed to wielding that authority. Leave my farm. Now, or none of you will walk out of here, Jiangnan said coldly, fixing the insufferable girl with a steady gaze. Yet mindful that they were merely children, he instinctively granted them one last chance. Chloe's expression shifted. She hadn't expected this land to have an owner. In West City, private property rights were sacrosanct. If Jiangnan truly owned this land, he could shoot or even kill them without legal consequence. Chloe's face darkened, then cleared. With a sharp wave of her hand, she snapped, Take that wretch, and let's go. Leave the girl behind. Jiangnan pointed firmly at Launch. Chloe sneered. Old man, you've got a thing for this fox spirit, huh? Fine. Since you like her, I'll leave her with you, for now. Get out now. Jiangnan issued his final ultimatum. Chloe's eyes narrowed. Then turning back to Launch, she added with venom, This time I'll spare you, but don't get cocky. There'll come a day when no one lifts a finger for you. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Having delivered her threat, Chloe flicked her wrist and strode off with her entourage. Come on up. The water's cold. Jiangnan beckoned gently to Launch. Launch slowly climbed onto the bank and murmured timidly, Thank you, uncle. The wound on Launch's forehead had already stopped bleeding. Jiangnan considered inviting her inside to dress it, but fearing he'd be mistaken for a perverted elder, he abandoned the thought. Your name is Launch? Yes. Why did they bully you? Jiangnan asked, curious. Confusion and innocence shimmered in Launch's eyes. I'm not sure. I don't know that girl. Among them, I only recognize Eileen. She's in my class. Jiangnan himself harbored quiet doubts. In the storyline, he knew Launch lived unharmed, though her alternate malevolent persona had made her a top priority fugitive of the Federation police. She always evaded capture, emerging unscathed each time danger loomed. That second self invariably surfaced to shield her. Precisely for this reason, upon hearing her name, Jiangnan didn't intervene immediately. He observed silently, waiting to see whether Launch would transform. Only when no change occurred did he step in to halt Chloe. Jiangnan reached out and lightly grasped a strand of Launch's hair. As his fingers drew near, she instinctively flinched, and in that moment he caught sight of faint bruises peeking from beneath her collar. Clearly Launch's life had been anything but easy. Launch trembled, inwardly uncertain what this man might do next. Yet after that initial flinch, she stilled. For Jiangnan's gaze held no lust, no judgment, only clarity and compassion. That rare gentle look stirred in her a long-forgotten sense of safety. Jiangnan trailed the silken strand along her nose and eyelashes. The tickling sensation made Launch part her lips involuntarily. Achoo! Truly the gentlest beauty in all Dragon Ball. Even her sneeze carried grace. Launch blinked her wide, innocent eyes at Jiangnan, puzzled. Why was this uncle teasing her so? Was he trying to coax a smile from her with this playful, tickling gesture? Jiangnan murmured softly. Nothing had happened. Where was that sinister persona? Was it not innate? Uncle, is something wrong? Launch asked shyly. No, nothing at all, Jiangnan replied. By the way, those girls seemed quite hostile. Would you like to stay here for a while? He asked sincerely. He knew that in the future Launch would wander alone, homeless, rootless. Better she find shelter beside him now than drift endlessly later. More than anything, Jiangnan couldn't bear the thought of this flower-like, pure-hearted girl living under the roof of Master Rashi, the lecherous old master. Indeed, Launch's beauty was peerless. Since his arrival in this world, Jiangnan had seen no one more exquisite. Not even Bulma could rival her. If Bulma's allure was dazzling and provocative, arousing desire and fantasy, then Launch's was regal and sacred, breathtaking yet untouchable. But remember, Launch was still only in her teens, while Jiangnan's mind bore over 30 years of maturity. No matter how radiant her beauty to a man of sound conscience, she remained simply a child, and all Jiangnan felt was the tender pity of an elder. An indescribable warmth welled within Launch, a familiarity like nestling against her mother's chest as a child listening to her lullaby, soft and slow, guiding her into slumber. Thank you, uncle, but I must go home. My family is waiting for me. Launch declined Jiangnan's kind offer. So Launch still had family, Jiangnan realized, and he didn't press further. Then take care of yourself. As Launch walked away, Jiangnan's mind flashed again with her golden-haired form, and before he knew it, he called out, Launch. She turned puzzled. If ever you're truly at your wit's end, come find me here, Jiangnan urged. He didn't know when, or if, her darker self would awaken. But seeing her now, so gentle, so timid, he feared she'd soon face trials beyond her strength. Launch bowed deeply in gratitude, then departed with quiet dignity. Jiangnan didn't linger. He had urgent matters ahead. Once she vanished into the distance, he rose into the air and soared westward. Atop Karen Tower in the sacred Karen Temple, the cat hermit dozed peacefully, leaning on his cane beside a pillar. As a feline, he followed the natural rhythm of nocturnal rest and diurnal wakefulness. The cat hermit's eyes snapped open. His keen senses had just detected a faint, rapidly approaching aura, hurtling straight toward him. That aura, how could it possibly move at such speed? A cold sweat glistened on Jalan Immortal's plump forehead. The aura, he sensed, was deeply suspicious. Its speed, its resonance. Jalan Immortal was certain its master had deliberately concealed his true strength. It seemed an extraordinary being had emerged on Earth, yet whether benevolent or malevolent remained unknown. Jalan Immortal felt profound unease. Suddenly, Jalan Immortal's pupils contracted sharply. Where had the aura vanished? Just moments ago it had drawn perilously close. Such a disappearance could not be arbitrary. Had he been detected? A tremor of anxiety stirred in Jalan Immortal's heart. A ghost. A shrill cry erupted behind him, and in that instant every hair on his feline body bristled upright. Meow. Jalan Immortal let out a piteous yowl. Jiangnan had already lunged forward and tickled his armpit. Jalan Immortal scrambled behind a pillar, clutching his cane with both hands as he pointed it shakily at the intruder and stammered, You. Who are you? Jiangnan stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, and cackled, Me. The world calls me Jiangnan, the great demon lord. Will you serve me? Refuse, and today shall be your final day. Jalan Immortal's grip on his cane trembled, yet as he locked eyes with Jiangnan, his clenched fingers gradually relaxed. I can tell you're lying. You're no villain. Though my mind-reading art fails utterly against you, I see no trace of murderous intent in your gaze. Huh, you can discern that so easily. Jiangnan scratched his head, baffled. He'd assumed 2 years of inner turmoil would have darkened his spirit, yet this immortal had pierced through his facade at a glance. Leaning lightly on his cane with one hand, Jalan Immortal asked, State your purpose here. So long as it's reasonable, I may assist you. I seek some senzu beans, Jiangnan declared without hesitation. Jalan Immortal's eyes widened. You know of senzu beans. I see, I know now. You're acquainted with Master Mateto. We've met, Jiangnan replied, neither confirming nor denying. After all, in the Dragon Ball universe, any named character was instantly recognizable to him. Jalan Immortal asked curiously, Your true power surely far exceeds what you display. Might I witness your genuine strength? Though his senzu bean reserves were ample, Jalan Immortal hesitated to part with them until he confirmed whether this stranger truly possessed overwhelming might. Jiangnan remained silent, merely summoning his system inwardly to deactivate his combat power suppression. At that very instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. High above Karen Tower, atop the celestial dome, the guardian deity sat cross-legged upon the temple floor in deep meditation. Until, jolted like lightning, he snapped his eyes open, his expression turning grave. Fine beads of sweat appeared across the guardian deity's broad, emerald green brow. His wrinkled lips parted. You felt it too, Popo. A stout jet-black figure clad in attire reminiscent of ancient Indian ascetics materialized behind him, the temple's eternal guardian and the deity's loyal servant Mr. Popo. I felt it, divine sovereign. Popo's voice rumbled thick and low. The guardian deity fell silent, his bony hand trembling faintly, his face etched with quiet dread. After a long pause, he asked softly, "How does that aura compare to yours?" Popo's eyes shifted slowly. "By aura alone, it surpasses mine." The guardian deity spoke no more. Drawing breath, he focused intently upon the surging presence emanating from Karen Tower's summit, seeking above all any taint of malevolence within it. Before he could discern its nature, the aura abruptly collapsed and faded. Jiangnan had reactivated his suppression. He feared drawing attention from formidable travelers in deep space. Should Frieza's forces arrive prematurely, all would be lost. "How many do you require?" Having sensed Jiangnan's power, Jialan Immortal abandoned all thought of resistance. Jiangnan, ever considerate, replied, "Just fill one small sack for me." "Very well, wait a moment." Moments later, Jialan Immortal returned from the lower levels, dragging behind him a cloth sack nearly as large as himself. Jiangnan stifled a wry smile. He'd expected perhaps a few dozen beings, not this mountainous horde. That's far too much. Jiangnan was no short-sighted exploiter. From his capsule, he withdrew a glass jar. "Just fill this, no more." Unlike Saiyans who grow stronger through injury, Jiangnan needed only a modest reserve of senza beans, for emergencies, not sustenance. Though a devoted Epicurean, he sought culinary delight, not mere satiety. Relief washed over Jialan Immortal. This restraint proved Jiangnan bore no greed, thus likely posed no threat to Earth. Having secured what he sought, Jiangnan departed Karen Tower without delay, ascending steadily into the sky. Watching Jiangnan vanish beyond the horizon, Jialan Immortal wiped the sweat from his brow and murmured, "It seems a new era is dawning." Whoosh! Jiangnan materialized at the temple's edge and landed gracefully upon its marble platform. The guardian deity tightened his grip on his staff, his gaze locking onto the uninvited guest. Jiangnan himself flinched. Both the guardian deity and Popo were grotesquely uncanny, each more alarming than the last. The guardian deity needed no introduction. His colossal cranium, viridian skin, and monstrous clawed hands rendered him more demonic than divine. Popo's visage surpassed even Jiangnan's darkest imaginings. He'd assumed Popo a dark-skinned Earthling, yet in truth Popo embodied pure archetypal dread. His face resembled a fiend from medieval bestiaries. Ebon skin stretched taut over jagged bone, crowned by a cavernous blood-red maw that chilled the soul even in silence. His elongated ears and cerulean-palmed hands sealed the resemblance. Popo was unmistakably the genie bound within Aladdin's lamp. Tense and vigilant, he stepped protectively before the guardian deity, until the latter placed a calming hand upon his shoulder, bidding him stand aside. "Young man," the guardian deity began, his voice slow, ancient, yet resonant with unyielding resolve, "I am Earth's guardian deity. What brings you here?" "I wish to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber." The guardian deity recoiled in astonishment. "You know of the hyperbolic time chamber?" Before Jiangnan could answer, the guardian deity declared with sudden certainty, "You are not of this world." Now, Jiangnan was the one stunned. Jiangnan was almost moved to tears, and no wonder that after merging with his body, Piccolo has always been the wise counselor of Dragon Ball. This celestial being's intellect is incredibly sharp, able to discern at a glance that he is an outsider. Could it be that the celestial being knows how to leave this world? Jiangnan felt a surge of excitement. The celestial being continued, "No one on Earth should know about the room of spirit and time. You are from a future timeline, aren't you?" The flickering flame of hope in Jiangnan's heart was instantly extinguished. He thought the celestial being had seen through his identity as a traveler, but it turned out to be merely a speculation that he came from the future. "That's right, I come from 20 years later." Jiangnan followed the celestial being's lead to fabricate a story. Since the other party had already constructed his identity in his mind, it saved him the trouble of explaining. "No wonder." The celestial being displayed a look of understanding. "No wonder you are already so powerful, yet still wish to enter the room of spirit and time. If I am not mistaken, something extraordinary must have happened in the future." "Yes, in the future Earth faced an unprecedented great terror." "I wonder if you have heard of the name Frieza?" Jiangnan asked. "Frieza." The celestial being tried to search his memory, but it seemed there was no matching information. Jiangnan continued, "Do you still remember your distant hometown?" "Hometown?" The celestial being remained puzzled. "I do not remember." "Then you must have heard of the name Kakarot, right?" Jiangnan said. The celestial being finally showed emotion, exclaiming, "That is my father's name." "Do you know my father? Is he still alive?" Jiang Nan replied regretfully, I'm sorry, I have not seen your father, but in the future I have been to your hometown. The Namek Star. In the future, a villain named Frieza invaded the Namek Star and killed many of your kin, so you traverse time back to this era intending to cultivate and become powerful enough to kill the Yeto of all Frieza? The celestial being stated firmly. Jiang Nan was taken aback for a moment, then replied, that's right, that's exactly it. Talking to a smart person is indeed easy. Jiang Nan originally planned to waste some breath to deceive the celestial being, but unexpectedly, he didn't even need to. The celestial being had already conjured up the rationale himself. The celestial being sighed in relief, realizing that this young man came bearing the heavy responsibility of saving the future. Then follow me. The celestial being led the way to the temple. After a series of stairs, the three arrived at a door that looked unremarkable. Above the door hung a large clock, which was currently frozen. Since you know about the Room of Spirit, in time you should be aware of what to expect inside. However, I still need to remind you to remember the time you enter. Do not exceed 2 years inside, or you will be trapped there forever. If you feel overwhelmed, exit early and prepare better for next time, the celestial being advised. I understand, thank you for the warning. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. To be honest, he wasn't sure how long he could last inside. Unlike the outside world where Jiang Nan could pass the time by farming, fishing, or even driving around, the Room of Spirit and Time provided only basic living supplies and nothing else. If one's willpower was not strong enough, it would be easy to lose oneself inside. However, thinking of his slow progress in combat power, Jiang Nan steeled himself and opened the door to enter. As the wooden door closed, the clock's hands began to move slowly. The celestial being's expression grew heavy, contemplating how long this young man could endure inside. The great terror of the future. If by then his lifespan had not yet expired, there might still be a way to enhance his own strength, and perhaps he could contribute his share of power, instead of placing all hope on this young man. The celestial being silently calculated in his heart. At the same time, Jiang Nan entered the Room of Spirit and Time. Lan Shi also returned to her home in West Locktown. If given a choice, Lan Shi would rather never go home. You little brat, why are you not rushing home after school? Where have you been? As soon as Lan Shi pushed open the door, a woman's angry voice echoed in the room. I'm sorry, Mom, I came back late. Lan Shi covered the scabbed wound on her forehead with her hair, picked up the apron hanging by the door, and tied it around her waist to prepare to cook in the kitchen. You little brat, I'm asking you a question. Coming back so late, are you trying to starve us to death? A middle-aged woman with permed hair blocked Lan Shi's path, her sharp features betraying her harsh demeanor. This was Emma, the woman her father married after her mother's death. Lan Shi's father, a merchant who ran freight ships, spent most of his time at sea, leaving all household matters to Emma. At that moment, a girl with a face full of freckles, looking about a year or two older than Lan Shi, approached. This was Cynthia, Emma's daughter from her previous marriage. Mom, I heard that Lan Shi was flirting with the captain of the basketball team at school. Coming back so late, she must have been on a date with her lover. Cynthia leaned against the wall, relishing the gossip. What? A chubby boy, seemingly only 11 or 12 years old, rushed down from the second floor. This was Danny, Emma's son from her previous marriage. Despite being only 11 or 12, Danny already weighed over 100 kilograms. When he ran, he looked like a rolling meatball. Are you going to betray me, Lan Shi? Danny roared, having always viewed Lan Shi as his possession. Upon hearing Cynthia's words about Lan Shi having a lover, he was like a wild boar that had been provoked. Lan Shi anxiously explained, I didn't. I wasn't on a date. After school, I was with a group of girls. What are you trying to argue about? Emma reached out and twisted Lan Shi's arm painfully, bringing tears to her eyes. Emma's anger was fueled further by Lan Shi's pitiful appearance. In truth, Emma was Lan Shi's father's first love and was deeply resentful of Lan Shi's mother, the woman who had a fox-like face like Lan Shi and had taken her boyfriend, after which Emma married someone else. Fortunately, that woman had passed away from illness a few years ago, and by a twist of fate, Emma found herself back with Lan Shi's father and rebuilt a family. Because of this, every time Emma saw Lan Shi's face, she felt furious. If it weren't for the need to maintain appearances in front of Lan Shi's father, Emma would have long wanted to ruin Lan Shi's face. Fortunately, Lan Shi's father often left for several months at a time, which gave Emma the chance to torment Lan Shi. In everyday life, Emma's treatment of Lan Shi was akin to treating her as a servant, completely disregarding her humanity. As the saying goes, where there is a stepmother, there will inevitably be a stepfather. Although later Lan Shi's father learned about the abuse of his biological daughter, in order to maintain his relationship with Emma, he chose to turn a blind eye. Seeing her husband ignore the abuse of Lan Shi, Emma gradually became even more outrageous and unrestrained. After preparing dinner for her cruel stepmother, and her two legal siblings Lan Chi punished and forbidden from eating dragged her weary body back to her room, essentially just a messy corner of the basement. Lan Chi first checked the injury on her forehead in the mirror. Fortunately, it was just a small cut, although a swollen bruise had formed beneath it. Laughter from Emma and her two sons echoed from upstairs, and as Lan Chi's stomach growled with hunger, she sat on the hard, damp little bed involuntarily recalling the figure she had seen that afternoon. Lan Chi took out a worn-out doll from under her pillow. Its dress was tattered, and its golden hair, having been washed and sun-dried countless times, was almost turning white. "Fiend, I met a strange uncle today, and I felt so at ease after seeing him." Lan Chi gently spoke to the doll, confiding her thoughts. Lost in her memories, a helpless smile unconsciously appeared on Lan Chi's face. Fiend was her childhood neighbor and playmate back then. Lan Chi, like now, was gentle as a mute doll, while Fiend, who was the same age, was the complete opposite, more lively and wild than any boy. Fiend had never seen her mother since she could remember. Her father was a gang member, busy every day vying for territory with his rowdy friends, neglecting Fiend's need for companionship. Lan Chi remembered that even while still in elementary school, Fiend had cultivated a host of bad habits. She often sported short hair, wore a chain around her neck similar to her father's, and swore like a sailor. Stealing was routine for Fiend, and she frequently fought with older kids, returning home proudly, even if she had injuries. At that time, no one in school wanted to be friends with Fiend, but since Lan Chi often had to walk to and from school with her, they gradually became friends. Fiend told Lan Chi that when she grew up, she wanted to be a notorious thief, the kind wanted all over the world. When asked why Fiend had such a dream, Lan Chi distinctly remembered the scene. Fiend sniffled, sneezed, spat a thick phlegm onto the ground, and then with a wicked smile revealed her reasoning. Lan Chi, a person's life is but a few decades, or I must leave something behind in this world, lest someone forget that Fiend once walked this earth. Whether good or bad, any reputation left behind is still a reputation. Later, when Lan Chi's mother passed away during her most sorrowful time, Fiend surprisingly stayed by her side, quietly, instead of running around, as she usually did. Later on, when Lan Chi had a stepmother, upon discovering that the chubby Danny had peeped at Lan Chi while she bathed, Fiend concocted a reason to lure Danny away. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a federal patrol officer, Danny would have drowned in a sewage pit. Unfortunately, the year before last, Fiend's bold and brief life came to an end. She had stolen her father's gun to show off, but accidentally shot herself in the head. "Fiend, are you doing well in that world?" As she softly whispered, Lan Chi gradually fell asleep. That night, Chloe's tall and handsome boyfriend Jack was professing his loyalty to Chloe in the park. "Baby, you are the only one in my heart, I swear." Chloe was not really angry with her boyfriend, as she stubbornly believed that Lan Chi had seduced Jack, but she still pretended to be displeased. "I don't believe you unless you prove it to me." Jack, not pleased with Chloe's harsh demeanor, had no choice. His father was a businessman constrained by the relevant procedures due to Chloe's father being the town mayor, so he dared not show his dissatisfaction in front of her. "How can you prove it?" "You need to lure that vixen out to the woods east of the town. Oh, remember that cave we went to last time? Bring Lan Chi there." Chloe's eyes blazed with vengeful fire. Jack vaguely sensed that Chloe had something sinister in mind. Recalling the image that lingered in his mind, he hesitated and asked, "What do you want to do to Lan Chi?" "What do you think? That vixen dared to seduce my boyfriend, and I must ruin her reputation, making everyone see her disgraceful appearance. Isn't that a bit too much?" Jack expressed his concern. Chloe glared at him angrily and asked, "What are you feeling sorry for that vixen?" "I was right, you've fallen for her, haven't you?" "Don't talk nonsense," Jack quickly explained. "You are the only one in my heart. I'm just worried you might get into trouble." "Don't worry, even if something happens, I won't involve you." "Please don't say that, Chloe. I'm just concerned for you. After all, you are the most important girl in my life." Chloe finally showed a smile. "I knew you loved me. I trust my judgment, Jack. I love you." "I love you too, baby." The two exchanged sweet nothings. The next afternoon, Lan Chi sat alone in a corner of the school cafeteria eating. The money her father left her was always taken by her stepmother, so she often could only afford a simple vegetarian meal. Knowing that Lan Chi had offended Chloe, no one dared to sit next to her empty spot. Lan Chi treated the people around her as air. Due to her appearance, she had already endured too many strange gazes throughout her growth, and she was used to being watched. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly sat down across from Lan Chi. Jack, as if he didn't see the pointing fingers of the other students, casually placed a chicken leg on Lan Chi's plate and said with genuine concern, "You can't just eat this little bit. It's not good for your health in the long run." Lan Chi recognized this boy, as she gently returned the chicken leg and silently continued eating her food. I heard about what happened yesterday afternoon and I've already explained everything to Chloe, and she won't make things difficult for you anymore. Feeling guilty about your situation, Jack looked at Lan Chi with a gentlemanly demeanor. Please give me a chance to make amends. How about I take you for a ride after school to cheer you up? Lan Chi silently swallowed her food and quietly said, I'm sorry, I need to go home right after school. As a master of romance, Jack understood how to handle girls with such soft personalities. He said in an undeniable tone, It's fine whether you come or not. I will wait for you at the park entrance on East Street in town. If you still can't let go of your resentment, then consider it my punishment. Oh, I will wait for you until dawn. I won't disturb you any longer. Lan Chi wanted to refuse again, but Jack had already picked up his tray and left. That evening, after tidying the kitchen, Lan Chi returned to the basement. Recalling the words of the male classmate from earlier that day, and gazing through the basement's narrow window at the drizzling rain outside, her inherently kind heart stirred with quiet concern. No, she had to find him and make it clear she bore him no resentment, urging him not to wait blindly in such bitter cold. While Emma and the others watched television, Lan Chi slipped silently across the living room, retrieved an umbrella by the front door, and slipped quietly out of the house. The rain fell lightly, yet it was already late October. Droplets striking her face carried a piercing chill. It wasn't merely the weather. It was that Lan Chi owned no proper winter clothing to shield her from the cold. Holding the umbrella aloft with both hands, Lan Chi walked toward the eastern edge of town. As she neared the park, she spotted a crimson sports car parked by its entrance, and leaning silently against its hood, drenched in the fine rain, stood the tall male classmate from earlier that day. Jack's hair clung damply to his forehead. Rain traced slow paths down his cheeks, lending him an air of brooding maturity. He knew well how deeply girls responded to this aura of devoted intensity, and he refused to believe Lan Chi could remain unmoved. Alone beneath the hushed twilight, Lan Chi approached and summoned her courage. Classmate, please go home. You'll fall ill if you stay out in this rain. I hold no grudge against you. Please let go of what happened before. Having spoken, she turned and walked away without looking back. Jack blinked. Was she blind? Didn't she see how striking he was? Classmate. Seeing her stride away with unwavering resolve, Jack hurriedly called out, I haven't even asked your name yet. Lan Chi glanced back and smiled faintly on Lan Chi. Goodbye, classmate. That fleeting, radiant smile nearly stole his breath, and for a moment eclipsed even the very purpose of their meeting. By the time he remembered, Lan Chi was already dozens of meters down the road. Jack leapt into the car and started the engine. Though still underage and driving without a license, he knew even the town's federal officers would stay indoors on such a rain-slicked night. No one would notice, no one would care. He pulled alongside Lan Chi and called out, Lan Chi, it's freezing out here. Get in, I'll drive you home. She glanced at him and gently declined. Knowing reason would not sway her, Jack shifted to a tone of unassailable authority. Get in, now. You just said falling ill would be terrible. True to form, Lan Chi hesitated, then climbed into the car. Where do you live? I'll take you home, Jack asked, feigning courtesy while subtly lowering her guard. After Lan Chi indicated the direction, Jack suggested with practiced charm, we'd agreed to go for a drive to lift your spirits, but the weather's ruined that. How about a quick, exhilarating lap instead? Before Lan Chi could utter her refusal, Jack pressed the accelerator. The crimson sports car roared forward, jolting her into panic. She gripped the seatbelt before her, trembling, utterly unmoored. Jack often stole the family car at night for solitary drives. His skill was undeniable. The sleek vehicle surged along winding country roads, swiftly leaving the town behind and ascending into the hills several kilometers away. The surge of adrenaline, tense, electric, intoxicating, momentarily eclipsed her inner turmoil. Gazing out at the enveloping blackness beyond the window, she felt for the first time in ages of fragile, unfamiliar ease. Given the choice, Lan Chi longed to flee, to wander far from home unbound. Yet her kindness ran too deep, too selfless. She worried her father would grieve upon returning to an empty house, and fretted endlessly over how Emma and her 2 young sons would manage without her care. The car halted abruptly. Jack pointed ahead. Lan Chi, look, there's a cave. I played here as a child. Come, I'll show you inside. Trepidation at the unknown mingled with quiet curiosity, compelling Lan Chi to step out and follow him toward the cave's mouth. Carved by human hands long ago, the cave opened into a chamber roughly the size of a small study, its floor level, its ceiling high enough for an adult to stand upright without brushing it. Lan Chi felt no real interest in the cave. Timidly, she murmured, classmate, it's getting late. Let's go back. Hearing her gentle voice and gazing upon her ethereal beauty, Jack felt a flicker of remorse. But he had already glimpsed Chloe concealed among the trees before stepping out of the car. There was no turning back now, so he hardened his heart. All right, we'll go back. He feigned walking toward the car, then suddenly clutched his abdomen. Ouch. I've got sudden stomach cramps, Lan Chi. Wait here for me. I need to. Understanding his meaning, Lan Chi blushed faintly and said, go ahead, take the umbrella. Seeing her still think of his comfort in that moment filled Jack with guilt. Yet he chose to press onward deeper into transgression. Jack departed with the umbrella and took the only flashlight. Trembling, Lan Chi retreated once more into the cave's dim embrace. Moments later, footsteps approached, accompanied by the wavering beam of a flashlight. Classmate, is that you? Lan Chi whispered softly. The suffocating silence and impenetrable darkness had unsettled her profoundly. All she wanted now was to return home quickly and safely. Even as she spoke, she sensed something amiss. The footfalls sounded like more than one person. You shameless little fox, still denying you seduced my boyfriend. What are you doing here with him so late? Playing house. A venomous voice sliced through the air. Lan Chi recoiled inwardly. Wasn't this the same girl who'd led the assault on her after school yesterday? Chloe shone the flashlight's blinding beam directly into Lan Chi's eyes, forcing them shut. In her panic, Lan Chi heard two other male voices, low, rough, unmistakably close. Chloe, you weren't joking? There really is a girl this beautiful in the world, exclaimed a boy of 18 or 19, awe ringing in his voice. God above, if I could just taste her lips once, I'd die happy. Chloe scoffed. Hey Mike, Robert, get a grip. You've got all night. No need to salivate like starving dogs. The two brothers were infamous troublemakers in town, Robert in particular having been released from prison only months earlier after serving time for rape. Lan Chi's face drained of color. She still prayed desperately for the classmate who'd brought her here to return, believing naively that he would rescue her. She hadn't yet grasped that he was complicit in this cruel design. So you love stealing other girls' boyfriends. Since you're so starved for men, I've brought you two fine older brothers to satisfy you thoroughly. Chloe sneered. No, I didn't. Please, let me go home. Lan Chi pleaded weakly, her voice fraying under terror and despair. Don't be afraid, my dear. Your big brother merely wishes to make your acquaintance. Let's play a little game first. Once we're done, I'll personally escort you home. Robert greedily licked his lips. At that moment, Chloe suddenly halted the two brothers as they stepped forward. Not so fast. Did you bring what I asked for? Of course. How could I possibly forget? Robert pulled a syringe from his pocket, then retrieved a small vial of liquid from another. Inject this into her, and in minutes she'll be begging us herself. The brothers burst into unrestrained, mocking laughter. Chloe nodded approvingly. Excellent. I intend to capture her shameless display, so the whole town may witness the true nature of this sly vixen. Holding a flashlight in one hand and a digital camcorder in the other, Chloe prepared to record the lurid scene about to unfold. No, please no. Seeing the two men advance with ill intent, Lan Chi instinctively retreated, until her back struck the damp stone wall, leaving her cornered. Trembling, she pleaded desperately for mercy. Mike lunged forward and seized Lan Chi's arm, while Robert plunged the needle into the vial and drew up a full dose. Lan Chi thrashed violently, but her frail limbs were no match for Mike's iron grip. Hee. Don't fear, darling. Soon you won't feel a thing. Robert advanced step by step, syringe raised high. Her fierce struggling sent her deep blue hair tumbling wildly across her face. The cave's dank, moldy scent further stung her nostrils, making them itch. Achoo! Mike suddenly felt his grip loosen. Had the beauty surrendered? He urgently signaled Robert to administer the injection. Hey, you rude wretch. What do you think you're doing grabbing your great-grandmother's arm? Do you wish to die? An abrupt voice echoed through the cavern. Mike froze, bewildered, glancing toward Robert, only to find Robert staring at him in utter shock. Mike whirled around and nearly recoiled in alarm. He distinctly recalled gripping a girl with dark hair, yet now before him stood a girl crowned with gleaming golden locks. Lan Chi's gaze had transformed entirely. Her former innocence and helplessness vanished, replaced by a malevolent, vicious glare. Though baffled by the sudden shift, Lan Chi sensed their malice and seized Mike's arm with a swift reversal. She arched backward, then surged forward, driving her forehead hard into his nose. Chloe, flashlight in hand and camera poised, stood stunned. The fragile, trembling Lan Chi had metamorphosed in an instant. Agony exploded in Mike's nose. Tears streamed as he released Lan Chi. Robert lunged to recapture her, but Lan Chi dropped low, snatched a jagged stone from the ground, and drove its sharp edge straight into Robert's skull. Robert screamed. A crimson wound gaped open on his head. Before he could react, Lan Chi gripped the stone and thrust it again, aiming for his eye socket. Instinctively, Robert jerked his head aside, but Lan Chi anticipated the evasion. She surged forward, closed the distance in a single stride, and slammed her elbow squarely onto his forehead. Robert crumpled to the ground, unconscious before he hit the floor. Meanwhile, Mike, enduring searing nasal pain, roared and charged at Lanchi. But she moved like a fluid current, dodging his lunge, circling behind him, leaping onto his back, and locking her arms tightly around his throat. Mike flailed wildly, trying to shake her off, but Lanchi coiled like a python, constricting with lethal precision. His face darkened to a purplish hue. Within 10 seconds, he collapsed to his knees, limp and unconscious. Unlike suffocation, a rear-naked choke instantly cuts off blood flow to the brain, inducing immediate hypoxia and rapid loss of consciousness. In less than half a minute, the two thugs lay utterly incapacitated. Chloe finally snapped out of her daze, spun on her heel to flee, only for Lanchi to hurl the stone, striking her square on the occiput. The muddy cave entrance was slick with moisture. Chloe cried out in pain as she pitched forward, the flashlight clattering away. Chloe touched her scalp, thankfully no blood. As she braced to rise and run, Lanchi seized her hair. Let me go, let me go. Now it was Chloe who struggled. Lanchi said nothing. Her eyes burned with fury, her lips curled in a cruel, triumphant smile. Lanchi dragged Chloe backward into the cave by her hair. Scalp screaming, Chloe tried to stand, but being hauled upside down left her helpless, leaving a muddy trail along the path. Robert's fallen flashlight illuminated the discarded syringe. Its needle gleamed silver under the dim amber light. Lanchi had no idea what the vial contained, but whatever it was, it boded no good. Enraged, she snatched up the syringe and plunged it into Chloe's neck. After injecting half the dose, she administered the remainder into the unconscious Mike. Chloe frantically pressed her fingers against the puncture wound, desperate to expel the injected substance, but her efforts were futile. Lanchi noticed handcuffs dangling from Mike's belt, intended for their intended victim today. Irony hung thick in the air. The hunter had become the prey. Lanchi yanked Chloe forward by the hair and cuffed her wrist to Mike's. Then, with practiced efficiency, she searched Mike's pockets and retrieved the key. Bang! Lanchi kicked Chloe hard in the abdomen, then stomped once on Mike's face. Seeing his eyelids flutter, she threw back her head and laughed wildly, before sprinting out of the cave. Lanchi followed the narrow path to where Jack had parked. Inside the car, Jack waited impatiently for Chloe and the others, when suddenly a girl emerged from the trees. From afar, he couldn't recognize her. Was she one of Chloe's accomplices? Jack stepped out of the car and approached. As he drew nearer, recognition dawned to face the attire. It was Lanchi. Could Chloe's revenge really amount to nothing more than dyeing her hair yellow? Lanchi, Jack blurted instinctively. Fool, I am your great-grandmother Finn. Lanchi broke into a sprint, closed the distance in 2 strides, and delivered a brutal, precise kick between Jack's legs. The keys remained in the ignition. Lanchi slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and sped off. The sports car's roar tearing through the night air as she whooped with exhilaration. Jack curled into a fetal position, gasping in agony for long minutes before recovering enough to stagger up the hill, his heart heavy with dread, certain something catastrophic had unfolded inside the cave. Lanchi drove along the road for a short while before arriving at the town of Xyloke. Observing the unfamiliar streets and sparse lights, the night stirred a restless desire within her. She glared fiercely at the houses, evaluating which one was the most beautiful, preparing to choose a target to rob for some money. That one will do, Lanchi decided as she looked at a house at the street corner. The terrain here was favorable for a quick escape after the deed. She reached into the car and pulled out a wrench, weighing it in her hand before she confidently walked toward the house. The rain continued to fall lightly, and the cold, rainy night made Lanchi shiver involuntarily. What a horrible weather, damn it. Lanchi cursed under her breath. Just as she was climbing over the fence, the cold weather made her sneeze. Achoo! A miraculous scene occurred. In an instant, Lanchi transformed back into her original gentle demeanor. Oh dear! Lanchi gasped in surprise as she realized she was awkwardly perched on a stranger's fence, holding a heavy wrench in her hand. She hurriedly climbed down from the fence, glanced around, and jogged to a nearby trash bin to throw the wrench inside. She gently rubbed her forehead, trying hard to recall why she was in this place, but all she remembered was going to a cave with a classmate. Where was that male classmate? Never mind, I should hurry home. If my stepmother Emma finds out I'm out so late, she'll throw a fit. Lanchi had a somewhat naive personality. Heaven had blessed her with unparalleled beauty, but also endowed her with a shorter mental circuit than most. She didn't dwell on why she had suddenly appeared in the town and quickly jogged home. Fortunately, Emma and her son rarely troubled Lanchi in the basement, so they were unaware that she had sneakily slipped out that night. Saturday arrived, and for most residents of the town it felt no different except that the streets were devoid of the usual chattering students rushing to school. The postman delivered the latest newspaper to each mailbox. As he passed the magnificent four-story villa of Mayor Frank, he heard the sound of something crashing inside the house. Chloe opened the door. "I'm really worried about you." Frank pressed his ear against the door, listening to the commotion inside. "Get lost," came Chloe's shrill scream, followed by the sound of a glass frame shattering against the door. Frank, anxious, could not care about anything else, and stepped back to kick open his daughter's bedroom door. "No, don't come near me," Chloe cried hysterically as Frank forcefully wrapped his arms around her, gently soothing her. Gradually her struggles lessened, and her voice became less frantic. "Sweetheart, tell Daddy who hurt you. I will make him pay dearly," Frank said, both angry and resolute. For Lanchi, the weekend was not a day of rest. After the rain the previous night made the yard messy, she had just cleaned it up when Emma found several pairs of shoes for her to wash. Just as Lanchi was squatting behind the house diligently working, two federal police officers pushed open the yard gate and walked in. Emma was watching TV inside and hurried out when she saw someone in the yard. "Dear officer, how may I assist you?" Emma asked, puzzled about why the federal police were here. Was something wrong with her husband? The leading federal officer waved his badge and said, "There was a murder in town last night, and a witness claims to have seen your daughter returning from the direction of the crime scene." "Oh, come on, officer. You must be joking. My daughter was at home all night. We watched a talk show together. I can vouch for that." "We'll find out if it's your daughter, but for now, please have her come with us," the federal officer said expressionlessly. At that moment, Emma's biological daughter Cynthia also came downstairs and stood behind Emma asking, "Mom, what's going on?" At this point, the police officer with the mustache paused in surprise. The mayor had clearly said to apprehend a stunning girl with long dark blue hair. Did this girl just change her hairstyle? However, this girl had a face full of freckles and was far from beautiful. "Mayim, there seems to be a misunderstanding. How many daughters do you have? We are looking for a girl with blue hair," the federal officer explained. Upon hearing this, Emma immediately relaxed, so they were looking for Lanchi. She strode to the back of the house, grabbed Lanchi by the ear, and dragged her to the front yard. "You little brat, what trouble have you caused? Trying to drag us down with you?" Emma, feeling unsatisfied, picked up a broom and started whacking Lanchi. The mustachioed officer was momentarily entranced upon seeing Lanchi. When did such a celestial beauty appear in this town? "That's enough, Mayim," the mustachioed officer stopped Emma. "We will take your daughter first, and if it turns out she's not involved, we will bring her back." "Officer, I have no idea what's going on. It's all her fault, and it has nothing to do with us. You must investigate thoroughly." Emma showed no sign of concern on her face. Inwardly, she prayed that something would happen, hoping to see Lanchi locked away in prison for life. She had long had enough of that infuriating face. Lanchi, confused and helpless, got into the police car. Her body was still stinging from the recent beating, but the two federal officers looked fierce, so she dared not meet their eyes. The mustachioed federal officer drove the police car, occasionally glancing at Lanchi in the rearview mirror. He knew she was innocent, but Mayor Frank had given him a hefty sum, and for the sake of the money, they had to carry out the tasks assigned by Frank. In the temple, the celestial being paced in front of the door to the mental time house, glancing occasionally at the clock above the door. It was nearly 2 days since that young man had entered. Why was there still no sign of him coming out? Just as the celestial being was about to open the door to call Jiang Nan to end his training, the door of the mental time house suddenly swung open. Jiang Nan finally emerged. The celestial being looked him over, noting that this young man, whom he hadn't seen for nearly 2 days, appeared disheveled, his clothes tattered like rags hanging on him. Moreover, his hair had grown much longer, and paired with his handsome face, he looked almost like a woman. "Hi, celestial being. Long time no see," Jiang Nan greeted enthusiastically. The celestial being tapped his staff on the ground, and a flash of light illuminated them, restoring Jiang Nan's hair and clothes to how they were before he entered. The celestial being surveyed Jiang Nan again and was astonished to find that his appearance had not changed much, but the only noticeable difference was his pair of eyes, which now appeared even deeper. Jiang Nan instinctively looked at the battle power value on the system interface, 10,086. The hyperbolic time chamber was indeed an extraordinary place. Unfortunately, Jiang Nan was no Saiyan, unlike the future Gohan, who had trained there for a year and surged from 2 million battle power to the peak of Super Saiyan level 1. Jiang Nan possessed no innate combat talent. Reaching his current battle power had cost him unimaginable hardship. He had endured 23 months within the chamber, and at times he longed to roar skyward at the Supreme. "Kai, do you have any idea what those 23 months cost me?" In truth, what tormented him most was not the chamber's tenfold gravity, nor its relentless 100-degree daily temperature swings, but solitude itself. In his former world, Jiang had once confined himself alone in a single room for 3 full months. Armed with that memory, the first few months inside the hyperbolic time chamber felt bearable. Yet by the 5th month, an overwhelming urge to escape took hold. He craved human speech, human embrace. Even the grotesque, goblin-like appearance of Popo would have sufficed. But recalling his goals and plans, he restrained himself, repeatedly reprogramming his mind. The path to true strength demands endurance of solitude no ordinary soul could bear. At one point, Jiang even questioned reality itself, wondering whether this Dragon Ball world was truly real or whether in the authentic world he lay comatose on a hospital bed. Once that doubt faded, another arose. Perhaps death here would return him home. Had the system not actively engaged him in conversation to dispel his despair, Jiang had no doubt he would have fired a full-power Kamehameha straight into his own skull. Yet the fruits of his arduous cultivation were remarkable. During the first 11 months, through rigorous systematic training, his battle power rose from just over 1300 to 2100, and doubled to 420 upon system activation. Perhaps his body had adapted to the environment, for his second year yielded diminished returns. His power crept only to just above 500, and after another doubling, Jiang eagerly exited the hyperbolic time chamber, declining to remain until the final moment. Your gains appear substantial, remarked the Supreme Kai. Jiang replied lightly, indeed, they are considerable. And now, do you feel confident facing that great terror you mentioned earlier? The Supreme Kai voiced his concern. Jiang gazed down at his clenched fist. Perhaps. Seeing Jiang uncertainty, the Supreme Kai pressed no further. Instead, he said, should that day truly arrive, I may yet lend you my aid. Thank you. Jiang knew the Supreme Kai harbored a final reluctant trump card, the fusion with his evil counterpart, King Piccolo. Without further pleasantries, Jiang soared away from the sacred land, his mind now consumed solely by visions of food, glorious food. He had long grown weary of the hyperbolic time chamber's monotonous rations. All he craved now was a sumptuous feast, followed by serene, unhurried days tending his farm. Boom! Jiang streaked through the sky, his body wreathed in a faint pearlescent aura, the chi within him now instinctively surging outward, forming a protective veil. Within mere breaths, the skyline of West City emerged before him. Haha, deliciousness, I'm coming. A police cruiser pulled up near the cave from the previous night. The mustachioed officer parked roadside, then he and his partner roughly guided Lanchi up the mountain path. Lanchi recalled only hazily visiting this place the night before, and vaguely remembering a cave nearby. Beyond that, her memory dissolved into fog. The mustachioed officer sighed inwardly. He could not fathom how this girl had incurred the wrath of Mayor Frank. Per their plan, they were to deliver the girl to the mountain cave, where Mayor Frank awaited. Later, they would fabricate evidence suggesting she had been shot dead while attempting to flee justice. Mayor Frank stood waiting outside the cave. When he saw the 2 federal officers escorting Lanchi, he was taken aback. This frail, seemingly defenseless girl bore no resemblance to the venomous which his daughter had described. Yet blood bound him tighter than reason. Picturing his daughter's anguish, he hardened his heart. By now, Mayor Frank had ceased weighing right or wrong. In Westlock Township, he was the sovereign. Offending his daughter was a crime, and crimes demanded blood as penance. Gentlemen, thank you for your efforts. Frank greeted courteously. The mustachioed officer nodded in reply, and glanced into the cave where 2 young corpses lay still. These are the Robert brothers. They're dead. The other officer observed after a cursory examination. Exactly, Mayor Frank declared, pointing at Lanchi. She did it. Trembling, Lanchi whispered, I don't know. I don't remember. Internally, both officers cursed Frank as a despicable wretch. This insult to their intelligence was blatant. No rational observer would believe such a delicate girl could slay the notorious Robert brothers. Yet money spoke louder than conscience, and they resolved to proceed as planned. The mustachioed officer theatrically examined the brothers' bodies. On Robert's skull, he found a bloody puncture wound, and nearby a jagged bloodstained stone appeared to be the murder weapon. He cast a suspicious glance at Lanchi, judging by the wound angle the killer could plausibly match her height. Could Frank actually be telling the truth? He turned to Mike's corpse, whose protruding tongue instantly signaled strangulation to the seasoned officer. This, he knew, was utterly beyond Lanchi's capability. Yes, evidence is conclusive. Take her to the station. The mustachioed officer lied without hesitation. The other officer pointed at Lanchi. You return to the patrol car yourself? We'll complete our documentation shortly. This was a deliberate ploy to grant Lanchi the illusion of opportunity to flee, thus justifying a staged shoulda-kill scenario. But Lanchi was obedience incarnate, a girl whose very nature recoiled from disobedience. Escape never crossed her mind. She simply nodded meekly and began descending the slope toward the cruiser. Her docility stirred pity in the mustachioed officer. As he hesitated, wondering whether to urge Frank to spare her, a second later his partner already handed Frank the pistol. Frank accepted the firearm with gloved hands, raised it, and fired squarely at Lanchi's occiput. Pang! Fate intervened. Lanchi slipped on loose gravel, just in time to evade the bullet. Hearing the gunshot behind her, Lanchi turned in bewilderment, only to see the man in civilian clothes leveling a pistol directly at her. Seeing his first shot miss, Frank fired again at Lanchi, yet his aim proved poor and the bullet grazed her cheek. A searing, stinging pain flared across her face, the same sharp, humiliating sting she remembered from her stepmother Emma's wet rags lashing her skin. Even with her slow reflexes, Lanchi instantly grasped the truth: these men intended to kill her, and in that instant she began to run. Gunshots cracked behind her as she plunged blindly through the dense forest. Her slight frame worked to her advantage. Weaving between trunks and underbrush, she outpaced the three middle-aged pursuers. But where could she possibly flee? As a child, her first instinct was to race home, to hide in the basement, but she dismissed it at once. Knowing Emma's nature, she feared her stepmother would personally deliver her straight to the federal police. Just as despair tightened its grip, a figure surfaced in her mind. If you ever find yourself with nowhere left to go, come find me here. That uncle. Would seeking him endanger him too? Yet recalling his unwavering confidence, and with no time left for hesitation, Lanchi clenched her teeth and bolted northwest toward Jiangnan's farm. The straight-line distance from here to Jiangnan's farm spanned 6 kilometers, but the actual route, rutted and treacherous, nearly broke her. At first the forest sheltered her well, yet once she emerged beyond the tree-line, Frank and the others spotted her immediately. Fearing she might reach town and expose them, they gave chase with grim determination. Fortunately, Lanchi's small stature served her well. Whenever she passed thick grass, she dropped low and veered sideways. Though Frank tracked her general position, he never truly closed the gap. At last, as her strength ebbed to its final dregs, Jiangnan's farm appeared on the horizon. Though reaching his house meant crossing a broad, open meadow, exhaustion left her no choice. She summoned her last reserves and staggered forward. There she is, one of the federal officers shouted, spotting her at once. Frank followed his gaze, and there she was, sprinting across the meadow. Instinctively, he raised his pistol and fired. But hundreds of meters separated them. Even if his aim had been true, the standard-issue service pistol lacked such range. Good. She'd made a fatal mistake running straight toward the lakeshore. Just a child after all. Frank slowed deliberately, a cold smile twisting his lips. He would savor her terror just a little longer. This girl had dared cross his daughter, and worse, allowed that scoundrel to defile her body. She deserved far worse than death. Lanchi collapsed before the farmhouse steps, scraping her palms raw as she dragged herself upright and cried out with her last breath, "Uncle! Uncle!" No answer came. Was no one home? Despair flooded her. The 3 pursuers closed in. Frank loomed over her like a butcher surveying livestock, utterly unmoved by her youth or fragile beauty. Blame only your own blindness for daring to provoke those you should never have crossed. A mocking curl played at Frank's lips. Lanchi struggled to rise, desperate to flee behind the house. A gunshot shattered the stillness over the lake, and a crimson bloom burst across Lanchi's back. She crumpled again, blood welling at the corner of her mouth. Agony screamed through her limbs, but primal instinct drove her forward, fingers clawing at the earth as she inched ahead. Another gunshot rang out, and this time the bullet struck her slender arm at close range, shattering bone. A grotesque, gaping wound tore open her pale lotus stem wrist. She lacked even the strength to scream. Consciousness blurred in that liminal threshold between life and death. She glimpsed her mother, standing quietly nearby, gazing upon her with tender, sorrowful love, waiting patiently for her to crawl into her arms. So this was death. Perhaps it was not so terrible. After all, in the next world, she would finally reunite with her mother. Then, unexpectedly, her childhood friend Finn reappeared, still short-haired, still cocky, smirking as he waved to her from the edge of perception. Frank stepped beside her and ground his size 44 boot deep into the wound on her frail body. A fresh torrent of blood erupted from her mouth. Say goodbye to this world. He pressed the barrel to her temple and pulled the trigger. A hollow click. Empty. Frank turned sharply to the 2 officers. The mustached one hesitated, then reluctantly handed over his sidearm. Frank leveled the gun once more at Lanchi's head, voice dripping with contempt. In your next life, choose your enemies more wisely. Well said. A new voice cut in, calm, unhurried. Who? Frank and the others whirled around, and there standing some distance away was a young man in plain clothes holding a simple lunchbox, smiling faintly in their direction. Frank's heart lurched, but he steadied himself. Glancing at the mustached officer, he received an immediate nod. The man stepped forward and declared, "Sir, we're conducting official business. This girl is a murderer." In the blink of an eye, Jiangnan vanished from sight. The three men spun, wildly searching, only to find him already kneeling beside Lan Shi. Gently placing the lunchbox on the ground, Jiangnan knelt and gathered Lan Shi into his arms, gazing down at the child, whose lips still bubbled with blood. My, 2 years apart, and look how you've worn yourself down." Lan Shi, slow to process, tried to correct him. "It's only been 2 days. But instead coughed up another froth of crimson. From his robe, Jiangnan withdrew a Xian bean, crushed it gently, and placed the powder on her tongue. "Eat it," he murmured, voice warm and steady. "It may feel difficult now, but try with all your strength." His soothing tone carried her back to feverish childhood nights when her mother held her just so, whispering loving coaxing as she urged her tiny self to swallow bitter medicine. With trembling effort, Lan Shi swallowed the bean, blood and all. Then miraculously the pain dissolved. Fatigue lifted like mist. Strength returned. She looked down. Her arm bore no wound, no foreign presence. The bullet was gone. Realizing she still lay cradled in her uncle's arms, she blushed deeply and sat up quickly. "Thank you, uncle." Frank and the officers stared dumbfounded, as if witnessing daylight apparitions. How could this girl moments ago near death now sit unharmed and breathing easy? Jiangnan exhaled softly in quiet relief. Thank the heavens he'd arrived just in time. Had he delayed even a heartbeat, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Yet inwardly he reproached himself. Lan Shi should never have faced such a mortal crisis. Clearly his intervention 2 days prior had set this chain of calamity in motion. But now was not the time for reflection, nor for weighing right and wrong. His fury burned undiminished, white-hot, and absolute. "Can you fly?" Jiangnan asked, his question leaving Frank and the others utterly bewildered. Seeing Jiangnan intervening in this matter, Frank glanced around, and finding no other witnesses, decisively aimed his gun at Jiangnan, intending to send this meddlesome young man to meet the king of hell. Suddenly Jiangnan extended his palm towards Frank and the 2 others, and a solid energy, like an invisible net, enveloped them. Through arduous training, Jiangnan had mastered the control of Qi to the level of guiding it, as if it were a part of his body. Then Jiangnan soared into the air, and the 3 were lifted up like fish caught in his net. Boom, bang. With a burst of acceleration, a sonic boom echoed in midair, and in the blink of an eye the 4 disappeared from Lan Shi's sight. The shockwave tousled Lan Shi's dark blue hair as she widened her eyes, wondering if her uncle was flying. In an instant, Jiangnan dragged the 3 to an altitude of 20,000 meters where the air was thin and even breathing became difficult. Frank and the others were stunned. They had never imagined they would reach the stratosphere in such a manner. At this point, Jiangnan released the 3 from their restraints, and they immediately began to fall freely. Jiangnan, having no time to look at their plight, accelerated downward, flying back to his farm. He hadn't yet checked the healing effects of the magical beans, and needed to hurry back to see Lan Shi's condition. After enduring 4 years of solitude, Jiangnan's temperament had changed now. He only wanted to live freely, indifferent to whether the people he had encountered were good or evil, and he no longer cared if Lan Shi had truly done anything wrong. He focused solely on doing what he wanted. Lan Shi was still looking up at the sky when she saw Jiangnan's figure grow larger and then land steadily, her sparkling eyes curved with joy. Jiangnan checked Lan Shi's arm, and after gently wiping away the blood, saw the new flesh beneath. Finally, he felt relieved. The healing effect of these magical beans was incredibly potent. Not a single scar was left, only the newly grown skin was slightly different in color from the surrounding areas. He had been careless and should have asked the immortal Garen for more magical beans. However, having just visited Garen's tower recently, he decided to wait until next time. Jiangnan called Lan Shi to come inside. Seeing her covered in dirt and blood, he asked her to wait a moment while he flew to the West capital to buy some clothes suitable for a young girl. In just a few minutes, Jiangnan returned, placing the clothes on the floor of the living room for Lan Shi to choose from. "Uncle, are these for me?" Lan Shi asked incredulously. Jiangnan, wanting to lighten the mood, smiled and said, "They can't be for me, can they?" Lan Shi wanted to laugh, but felt shy, merely pursing her lips. "Uncle, what about those people just now?" Lan Shi asked softly. Jiangnan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "They've left. You don't need to worry about them causing you trouble again." Lan Shi vaguely sensed something bad had happened, but she didn't dare to ask more, quietly standing beside Jiangnan. By the way, Jiangnan asked, what do you plan to do next? Should I take you home? Your mother must be worried since you've been out for so long. Lan Shi's expression darkened. I don't have a mother anymore. She passed away from illness a few years ago. I'm very sorry. Huh. A few days ago you seemed to mention your mother, Jiangnan prompted. Lan Shi explained, and Jiangnan clenched his fists, suppressing his anger as he said, so those old injuries on you were caused by that woman named Emma? He hadn't expected that Lan Shi's fate was so tragic with a wicked stepmother and cruel step-siblings. Wasn't this a classic Cinderella story? Jiangnan was not a prince. There was a 20-year psychological age gap between him and Lan Shi. Yet he could be her guardian, protecting her through her adolescence until she became an adult. If that's the case, would you like to stay here? Jiangnan asked kindly. Lan Shi's eyes lit up, but she didn't answer, only blushing and nodding. Great. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Jiangnan, and from now on we are family. Jiangnan extended his hand to Lan Shi. Lan Shi gently took Jiangnan's hand, her tone filled with the joy of escaping from suffering, yet also with trepidation about the future. She softly said, Uncle Jiangnan, my name is Lan Shi. Jiangnan went to tidy up Lan Shi's room, while she chose a new outfit to freshen up. When she reappeared before Jiangnan after changing, even he who considered himself quite composed couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Lan Shi now, in her new dress, resembled Cinderella in her finest attire from a fairy tale, making it hard for anyone to look away from her. Jiangnan felt a wave of emotion. If he hadn't crossed over, his own child would be several years old by now. He wondered if it would be a boy or a girl. If it were a girl, would she be as beautiful as Lan Shi? Unfortunately, this warm moment didn't last long. That evening, when Jiangnan was heating up the food he had packed from the West capital in the kitchen, he heard a gentle sneeze coming from Lan Shi's room. Achoo! Immediately after, an angry roar echoed from the room. What the hell? Why am I dressed like this? Then the golden-haired Lan Shi ran down the stairs. Upon seeing Jiangnan, she grabbed a teacup from the table and threw it at him, but the cup curved in the air before reaching Jiangnan and landed steadily back on the table. Jiangnan was puzzled. Just 2 days ago, Lan Shi couldn't even transform. It seemed he had missed something while he was away. Hey, where's this? Did you dress me up like this, you pervert? What did you do to me? Lan Shi cursed. Jiangnan calmly replied, This is my home. No, it's our home, you and me. Who are you? You're lying. I've been to Lan Shi's home, and I know her father. Who are you to do anything to Lan Shi? Lan Shi's eyes were filled with hostility. You know Lan Shi. Who are you? Jiangnan asked. I am your great-grandmother Fei An. Who are you? Speak up, or I won't be polite. Lan Shi said fiercely. Upon hearing this name, Jiangnan flicked his finger, and a weak stream of qi entered Lan Shi's nostrils. Achoo! Sure enough, Lan Shi transformed back into her gentle blue-haired form, looking bewildered, not knowing why she suddenly appeared on the first floor. Lan Shi, I want to talk to you. Do you know someone named Fei An? Jiangnan said gently. Lan Shi, astonished, covered her exquisitely carved mouth. Uncle, how do you know Fei An? Then Lan Shi recounted Fei An's past, and after listening to her, Jiangnan finally understood the origin of Lan Shi's evil personality. It turned out that Fei An had once been a real person, and after her death, the longing and the long-term fear and repression of her mental state made it impossible for Lan Shi's subconscious to accept Fei An's death, leading to the accidental birth of this new personality. In other words, Lan Shi had developed a split personality. Jiangnan had never before encountered a case of dissociative identity disorder so extreme that even hair color shifted. Yet recalling that this world differed fundamentally from his original one, he accepted it without further astonishment. Early-stage dissociative identity disorder could be treated, but Lan Shi's inherent timidity rendered her vulnerable. The emergence of this malevolent alter ego paradoxically created a natural counterbalance, though vigilance was required to ensure the dark persona did not wander freely. Jiangnan's fingers twitched faintly, and with a subtle current of qi, he induced Lan Shi to sneeze. Achoo! In the blink of an eye, she transformed once more. Golden hair cascading, an aura of sinister energy radiating from her very being. Hey pervert, what did you just do to me? Lan Shi snatched a fruit knife from the table and fixed Jiangnan with a wary glare. Fine, listen carefully, you are dead. Yet here you stand, alive, though I cannot yet explain how or why. From now on you are both fine and Lan Shi. Why did this man keep invoking Lan Shi's name? As confusion flickered across her face, Jiangnan flicked his wrist, and a mirror drifted weightlessly into her line of sight. Lan Shi gazed into the mirror. Her expression erupted in rapid succession: bewilderment, then shock, then disorientation, and finally raw, unadulterated terror. What have you done to me? Her hand trembled violently around the knife's hilt. Sai, I already told you. It's not something I can explain in a moment. Remember only this house is my home, and now it is yours. Do not wander off. And if you do, make sure you return. Lanchi retorted defiantly, and what if I refuse? Shink shink shink. A chorus of metallic whispers filled the air as every blade in the open kitchen, knives, cleavers, boning tools, even the honing rod, leapt from their racks and hovered before her. Chef's knives, pastry knives, cleavers, boning knives, even the steel rod, all suspended inches from her face, each tip exuding a bone-deep chill she could feel in her marrow. Moments later, her defiance crumbled. Reluctantly, she muttered, "Understood." Jiangnan suppressed a quiet smile. This malevolent Lanchi beneath her bravado was instinctively drawn to strength. Once confronted with his overwhelming power, even her reluctant obedience would hold firm. With another gesture, the blades returned to their places. Jiangnan retrieved warm dishes from the oven and set them upon the table. "Let's eat." Perhaps unaccustomed to skirts, the golden-haired Lanchi plopped herself onto the chair without grace, flinging her skirt aside and propping one bare foot atop the adjacent seat. Her posture was appalling, but worse was the rhythmic, grating smack of her chewing. The more Jiangnan tried to ignore it, the more hypnotically intrusive it became, until at last he reverted her. The moment Lanchi reverted to her usual self, her cheeks flushed crimson. She hastily withdrew her foot, smoothed her skirt, and ate with quiet, deliberate restraint. Her lips sealed her movements, serene, utterly silent. After the meal, she rose to clear the table, but Jiangnan gently intervened. To allow a man of 30-some years to be tended by a teenage girl ran contrary to Jiangnan's innate chivalry. He simply could not abide it. Gazing at her gentle, fragile demeanor, Jiangnan resolved to nourish her body and teach her the foundational cultivation methods of the turtle hermit style, not necessarily to forge her into a warrior like Krillin, but at least to fortify her health and vitality. Meanwhile, Jiangnan's combat power had long surpassed 10,000, a threshold beyond which he firmly believed no being on Earth could threaten him. Yet one exception did exist, the Majin Buu sealed within his egg. Fortunately, Jiangnan was no Saiyan. He understood perfectly well when the wind is at your back, do not overreach. Saiyans, without exception, thrived on recklessness, save perhaps future Trunks from that tragic timeline. Every other Saiyan Jiangnan knew had surged forward blindly the moment victory seemed assured. Awakening Majin Buu demanded immense energy. Absent catastrophic upheaval, the entity would remain dormant, meaning for now Earth held no force capable of endangering Jiangnan. Thus, Jiangnan resolved to resume his Dragon Ball collection. Before departing, he intended to teach Lanchi the art of flight, so she could accompany him safe from harm whenever he was away. After all, in her default state, Lanchi was heartbreakingly docile, the very embodiment of a fairy tale Cinderella, endlessly compliant and uncomplaining. Residents of West Rock Town soon discovered 3 grotesque heaps of pulped flesh near the town's perimeter. Peace had reigned here for years, no murders, no violence. Yet 2 of the victims wore tattered fragments of federal police uniforms. The news swiftly reached the Western Capital Federal Bureau. The investigative team dispatched from the capital quickly confirmed the identities 2 local federal officers and West Rock's own Mayor Frank. The cause of death, however, defied belief: blunt force trauma consistent with terminal impact after a fall. Not merely a fall, but a plummet from at least 10,000 meters. A shroud of suspicion fell over the entire task force had the victims been thrown from an aircraft. The revelation sent shockwaves through the town, especially Frank's demise, which many residents greeted with quiet, unspoken jubilation. Frank had ruled West Rock with cruelty and corruption for over a decade. Among ordinary citizens, resentment had festered for years. The manner of death soon became the town's favorite dinner table speculation. Some devout locals declared it divine retribution, a celestial punishment exacted upon Frank. The federal investigators scoffed. In the Western capital, science reigned supreme. Ghosts and gods belonged to myth, not reality. Yet ghosts and gods did exist in this world. Had not Jiangnan himself just returned from the divine temple? The task force soon zeroed in on Chloe, the mayor's daughter. During their interview, her agitation was unmistakable. Under gentle psychological pressure, she confessed, omitting key details yet recounting the events of that rain-lashed night. So Frank had died while pursuing a girl named Lanchi, seeking vengeance. Task Force Commander Hankins issued an immediate directive: locate and apprehend Lanchi at all costs. Federal officers soon uncovered the corpses inside East Mountain's cave. The rotting remains of the treacherous brothers Robert were already decomposing. Careful forensic examination revealed signs of pursuit outside the cave, and following those traces, the investigators arrived. directly at Jiangnan's doorstep. It is now nap time. You should develop the habit of taking a nap. As the saying goes, if you don't sleep at noon, you'll collapse in the afternoon. Only with sufficient rest can your energy be better in the afternoon. Jiangnan set up 2 hammocks under the shade by the lake. At this moment, he and Lan Shi were each lying in a hammock resting with their eyes closed, the sunlight filtering through the leaves and warming Jiangnan's face, making him feel languid. It's so much easier to be with a child. Not only can we chat to relieve boredom, but there's also no worry of any inappropriate sparks between us. Most importantly, we share a common trait, loneliness. Lan Shi mentioned that she has a biological father, but it seems he no longer cares about her. This conveniently makes Jiangnan feel as if he has gained a daughter for free. Lan Shi couldn't sleep in the hammock. The past few days felt unreal to her. She would wake up from her dreams at night disoriented for a while, fearing that when she opened her eyes, she would find herself still lying in that cramped dark basement. She secretly opened her eyes to take a glance at Jiangnan beside her, feeling sweet in her heart. The feeling of being protected by someone is truly wonderful. Just as they were enjoying this peaceful afternoon, the arrival of the special task force from the West City Federal Police disrupted the serene atmosphere. Jiangnan had already noticed someone approaching, but paid it no mind. Sensing Lan Shi's fluctuating aura, he softly hummed a tune to soothe her emotions. A total of 5 federal detectives walked into Jiangnan's farm. They first inspected the front of the house, and upon discovering the 2 by the lake, they immediately surrounded them. Detective Hankus quickly spotted the girl described by Chloe. They had extracted Lan Shi's hair from the cave, and the rare color matched that of the girl on the hammock. It seemed they had found their target. Hankus noticed a man nearby around 26 or 27 years old. He first presented his badge, and then spoke in an authoritative tone, "I am Detective Hankus from the West City Federal Police. You must be Lan Shi. There's a case related to you that we need to take you back for investigation. Please cooperate with our work." Sigh. A sigh came from the nearby hammock. Jiangnan lifted his eyelids impatiently, saying how annoying. One wave leaves, and another wave arrives. Hankus keenly caught the important information in Jiangnan's words, and asked him, "Are you saying that other federal officers have been here recently? Can you just leave? Can't you let me take a proper nap? Chief lack of sleep can make you age quickly," Jiangnan said irritably. Jiangnan said sulkily. A young federal detective could no longer tolerate it. He stepped forward and reprimanded, "You are too arrogant. Cooperating with investigations is the duty of every federal citizen. Do you believe I can arrest you for obstructing justice?" Seeing Lan Shi had anxiously sat up in the hammock, Jiangnan spoke softly, "Lan Shi, it's getting windy. You should go back inside to sleep, or you might catch a cold." Lan Shi nervously glanced at Detective Hankus, steeling herself to walk towards the house. "You can't leave, Lan Shi. The murder case in the Dongshan cave is related to you." The young federal officer raised his voice. "Don't scare the child. Seriously, why are you being so aggressive?" Jiangnan said with displeasure. "It seems it's time to show my hand to avoid dealing with these federal officers later." Jiangnan helplessly got off the hammock and raised a hand towards Dongshan, unleashing a shockwave. Boom. A pure white light more dazzling than the sun illuminated everyone's faces. The energy wave struck the small hill east of Silik Town, stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust gradually settled, several federal officers stared blankly at the direction of Dongshan. There was no longer any Dongshan, only a small amount of mountain debris remained. "I have a poor memory. What mountain did you just mention?" Jiangnan's voice reached the ears of the federal officers, causing cold sweat to instantly drench everyone's clothes. The young officer who had just reprimanded Jiangnan swallowed hard, his legs trembling as he stammered nothing. Jiangnan dug at his ear, tilting his head to look at Detective Hankus and asking, "You see, my memory is poor. What was your name again?" Detective Hankus could easily pick up on Jiangnan's implication. If he dared to repeat his name, Jiangnan would probably use that earth-shattering method on him as well. "I think we must have misunderstood, dear sir. I apologize for disturbing your enjoyment. We will leave immediately." Hankus was not foolish either. Although he was keen on solving cases, he pursued advancement and would not sacrifice his life in vain for the sake of truth. Seeing them about to leave, Jiangnan suddenly raised his voice. "My name is Jiangnan. I think someone in your federal police should know my name. A few years ago, I killed a man named Steven at the Bayun City Police Department in Dongdu. You can report everything that happens here today when you return." Jiangnan paused, casting a dispassionate glance at Hankus, then continued, "Tell your higher-ups that if they want to trouble me again, they must first weigh the consequences. Next time I may not be so patient." "Yes, yes, yes." Hankus nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, once again bowing to express his apology before fleeing with his subordinates. In the police car, the group panted in fear. Hankus surveyed his subordinates who had survived a brush with death and sternly said no one is allowed to disclose what happened today. I will report it to the higher-ups myself. But boss, how do we explain this to the victim's family? And what about the destruction of Dongshan? How do we explain that to the residents of Silik Town? A female investigator asked. Hankus pondered for a moment and said just brush off the family for now. Tell them the case is still under investigation. As for Dongshan, say there was an abandoned mine in the mountain and the explosives stored for blasting the mountain accidentally exploded. Yes, let's explain it like that. This reasoning was too far-fetched, but Hankus couldn't think of any other explanation. He certainly couldn't explain to the town's residents that someone had flattened a mountain with a slap. They'd probably think he was crazy. Today his understanding had been refreshed. Even after years of service, he had never witnessed such earth-shattering methods. Could it be that there are truly deities in this world? On the second floor of the house by the lake, Lan Chi stood by the window, gazing blankly in the direction of Dongshan. She had gradually begun to realize the kind of existence Jiang Nan was. Mom is Uncle Jiang, Nan, the god you brought from that world. Lan Chi murmured to herself. Time flies like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye another year has passed. It is now October of the second year, and if we include the time spent in the Spirit Time House, Jiang Nan has been in the Dragon Ball world for 9 years. During this year, Jiang Nan spent 23 months in the Spirit Time House, so by early October today, his combat power has doubled for the 9th time as scheduled. After a system notification, Jiang Nan's combat power reached 21,542. Jiang Nan had become lax in his training in recent days. After coming out of the Spirit Time House, his training progress had slowed significantly, and the original theory of burden was no longer applicable. After numerous attempts, Jiang Nan found himself out of options. There were no opponents on Earth, and without real combat to push him to his limits, it was naturally impossible for his strength to increase significantly. Fortunately, Jiang Nan would not age in this world. Now his combat power base had broken 2000, and in the future, he could rely on the system for significant boosts every year. Uncle Jiang Nan, I'm back. A girl's silver bell-like voice rang out from the sky as Lan Chi, wearing a school uniform, flew back from the north. She landed steadily beside Jiang Nan, and the first thing she did was smooth her hair that had been tousled by the wind. Now Lan Chi had entered puberty, as she had grown quite a bit taller than last year, almost reaching Jiang Nan's chin. Additionally, Lan Chi's whole demeanor had changed significantly. When she looked at others, she no longer appeared timid, despite her clear and innocent eyes. They now carried an added element: confidence. A year had passed, and after basic training, Lan Chi's combat power had barely reached 18. Interestingly, when Lan Chi's evil persona took over, her combat power would increase. Though the boost was not exaggerated, it could elevate her combat power to 60, achieving a 3-fold increase overall. Could this golden hair be akin to that of a Super Saiyan? Sometimes Jiang Nan would ponder, but Super Saiyans achieved a 50-fold increase far beyond what Lan Chi could compare to. Jiang Nan could only interpret it as Lan Chi being kind-hearted in her normal state, unable to unleash her physical prowess. In contrast, the evil Lan Chi was ruthless and could perform above her usual capabilities. Although the combat power of 60 seemed trivial compared to Jiang Nan's current level, if he remembered correctly, the World Martial Arts Tournament would be held again next year. With Lan Chi's current evil combat power, she could even make it into the top 8. Why are you home so early today? Jiang Nan asked in surprise. Lan Chi was still young. To prevent her from becoming illiterate, Jiang Nan found her a private school in the West City. After spending a considerable amount of money, the school opened a small class just for Lan Chi, requiring her to attend only 1 day a week. At first, Jiang Nan personally took Lan Chi to school, but once she mastered the sky dance technique, she went alone. Yes, today is the level assessment exam, and the teacher said, I am capable of studying high school courses now. Lan Chi said proudly, her face radiating the youthful glow of a girl. Awesome. Jiang Nan praised her, realizing that a girl like Lan Chi, who lacked confidence, needed regular compliments to gradually regain her self-assurance. Jiang Nan tousled Lan Chi's soft hair and said, starting next week, let's pause the classes for a while. Lan Chi looked up at Jiang Nan, her face filled with anticipation. Are we going to set off to find the Dragon Balls? Yes, it's about time, Jiang Nan replied calmly, gazing at the lake in the distance. During this year, Lan Chi's family had never searched for her, and she had completely lost hope in her only blood relative, her biological father, viewing Jiang Nan as her closest person instead. Jiang Nan had told Lan Chi about his plan to collect the Dragon Balls. Having never traveled far from home, Lan Chi yearned for this unknown adventure. From her eyes, Jiang Nan saw longing, dispelling his thoughts of sending her to Baobao Mountain to accompany son Wukong. So uncle, when are we leaving? Lan Shi asked. Tomorrow you should pack anything you need to take with you and put it in this capsule. Jiang Nan handed Lan Shi a universal capsule. After receiving it, Lan Shi turned and hurried back to the house. From her brisk steps, Jiang Nan could tell she was very happy. Jiang Nan quietly gazed at the lake. In the blink of an eye, he had lived at this lakeside farm for nearly 3 years. If it weren't for the concerns in his heart yearning to return to his original world, he felt that living in such an environment was indeed a different kind of life. The last time he drove his pickup truck to town for supplies, he encountered the girl named Chloe that Lan Shi had mentioned. After suffering the dual blows of being violated and her father's sudden death, Chloe had become mentally unstable, occasionally acting erratically. When Jiang Nan saw her, she was wearing thick clothes in the summer, her face heavily made up like a ghost. And when she saw a boy in a school uniform approaching, she drooled and foolishly called out to him as Jack. If Jiang Nan hadn't known why this girl had become like this, he might not have been able to suppress his sympathy. He sat in the car watching her from a distance for a while before sighing and leaving the town. If Chloe had not harbored malicious intent, she would not have ended up in such a state. What goes around comes around. Jiang Nan sighed deeply, entirely forgetting that he was the one who had killed Chloe's father. The next day, Jiang Nan drove his pickup truck with Lan Shi, embarking on the journey to find the Dragon Balls. The reason for driving was that Jiang Nan had always wanted to take a spontaneous long-distance road trip, whether in the original world or this one. Now he finally felt like his wish was coming true. On the other hand, Jiang Nan felt it was better not to attract too much attention. If ordinary people gathered to watch, it could lead to trouble. Even when Lan Shi went to school each week, she would only use the sky dance technique in places where no one could see her. Let's go. The first stop is the West City. Jiang Nan pressed the gas pedal. Let's go. Lan Shi echoed sweetly. Jiang Nan looked at her with satisfaction, and Lan Shi immediately shyly lowered her head. To find the Dragon Balls, they would need the Dragon Ball radar. Jiang Nan had severed ties with Doris and couldn't bring himself to use force to make her help him, so he set his sights on the inventor of the Universal Capsule, Dr. Brief, and coincidentally, he could also see the young genius girl Bulma. Jiang Nan knew Bulma's home address. He had seen the enormous mansion when he helped Lan Shi enroll in school, though he hadn't thought to go inside back then. Jiang Nan slowly drove his pickup truck into the main city of West City, gradually heading towards 414th Street. Stupid turtle, speed up. Driving so slowly is going to kill me. Lan Shi, embodying her evil persona, leaned her head out of the car window and began cursing at the car in front. The urban planning of the Western capital is quite orderly, with the streets simply numbered. Jiang Nan easily found the residence number 53 located on 414th Street, the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. Dr. Brief has many properties, but as a tech enthusiast, he habitually treats the company headquarters as his home, even having his wife and daughter living there. Jiang Nan parked the pickup truck by the roadside. After getting out, he noticed Lan Shi, with her lustrous golden hair, gazing greedily at the enormous hemispherical building, contemplating whether she could sneak in and grab something valuable. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Nan caught Lan Shi's expression. He subtly moved his fingers, sending a faint stream of qi towards her nose. Feeling an itch in her nose and realizing it was Jiang Nan's doing, Lan Shi couldn't help but curse. Bastard, here we go again, achoo. A few seconds later, she stood with her hands folded over her abdomen, obediently behind Jiang Nan. After adjusting his clothing, Jiang Nan pressed the visual intercom at the gate. Hello, may I ask who is calling? A middle-aged woman's voice came through the intercom, presumably a servant of the Brief family. Hello, Jiang Nan replied politely. I'm here to see Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief is currently the richest person in the world and a hotshot scientist, so the servant would not let Jiang Nan in easily. She politely declined, saying, I'm sorry, but Dr. Brief is busy and probably cannot meet with guests. You can leave your name and phone number, and we will contact you when the doctor has time. Jiang Nan had anticipated this situation, but still said politely, I am a friend of Tai Si and have urgent matters to discuss with Dr. Brief. Sir, the doctor is currently unavailable to meet. Please. Tai Si. Are you a friend of Tai Si? Marion quickly opened the door and let him in. A warm female voice interrupted the servant. Soon the door of the massive house opened and a robot resembling neither a duck nor an ostrich led Jiang Nan and Lan Shi inside, taking them to a large reception room on the first floor. Tap, tap, tap. The hurried sound of high heels approached as a mature woman with golden curls rushed and dressed in a beautiful solid-colored long dress adorned with a pair of seemingly expensive gem earrings. You must be Mrs. Brief. What a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Nan immediately recognized her as the eccentric mother of Bulma, BG, and I. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, and then Lan Qi behind him, BG and I couldn't help but cover her mouth. Oh haha, you must be Tai Sis' boyfriend, and this lovely girl beside you is my granddaughter. BGNIS eyes narrowed into slits as she kindly took Lan Qi's hand while Lan Qi looked at Jiang Nan bewildered. It turned out that Jiang Nan, looking not much older than Tai Si, coupled with Lan Qi's dark blue hair resembling Bulma's, led Mrs. Brief to mistakenly think he was her eldest daughter's boyfriend and the father of the child. Knowing that Bulma's parents are quite eccentric, Jiang Nan thought this mix-up was particularly ridiculous. Even if he looked similar in age to Tai Si, there was no way he could have a child as big as Lan Qi. You're mistaken, Mrs. Brief. Tai Si and I are just friends, but hasn't gone that far, Jiang Nan explained. BG and I showed a disappointed expression and said, oh dear, did I misjudge? What a pity. However, Mrs. Brief's next words left Jiang Nan completely speechless. So do you have a girlfriend? Would you mind dating a mature woman? Jiang Nan felt a wave of embarrassment and didn't know how to respond. Mrs. Brief, noticing his awkwardness, laughed and said, oh haha, just a little joke, I'm so sorry. Oh dear, I nearly forgot the main issue. You mentioned you are Tai Sis' friend. Have you seen her recently? Any news about her? Has she not returned yet? Jiang Nan didn't know much about Tai Si, so he could only ask Mrs. Brief if she could provide any useful information. BGNIS expression fell as she dejectedly said, Tai Si hasn't returned home for over a year. Ever since she met a strange friend a few years ago, she has been saying odd things about wanting to travel through the stars. My poor Tai Si. Frankly, I haven't heard from Tai Si in a long time either. The last time we met, she mentioned that strange friend who is supposedly an alien. Tai Si said she wanted to see other planets in the universe. I'm sorry, Mrs. Brief, but I can't say when she will return. However, if I meet her in the future, I will pass on your regards. Jiang Nan said. BGNIS mood shifted quickly. Turning around, she smiled brightly. You mentioned you had urgent matters to discuss with the doctor. Let me take you there. BGNI led Jiang Nan and Lan Qi into a laboratory which at the moment was a chaotic mess. Jiang Nan took a glance and saw that Dr. Brief was tinkering with a new model of anti-gravity vehicle. BGNI, you startled me. A man in his 40s, covered in grease and with disheveled hair and beard, crawled out from behind a prototype vehicle. With his wise yet foolish eyes, light purple hair, and large black-framed glasses, Jiang Nan knew the main character had appeared. This is a friend of Tai Si. You two chat about business. I'm going to make some coffee, and oh, for the little girl, I'll prepare some desserts too. Mrs. Brief murmured as she left. Dr. Brief lit a cigarette and said with a smile, huh? Is this Tai Sis' boyfriend? The young man looks quite good. My daughter's temper isn't the best. It must be tough for you. This was all so confusing. Jiang Nan dared not linger with Dr. Brief, and he pulled out the 4-star ball, diving straight into the subject. Doctor, could you take a look at this and see if you can create a radar for tracking it? Upon hearing it was something related to machinery, Dr. Brief became interested. He took the Dragon Ball, glanced at it, and suddenly paused, feeling that this ball seemed somewhat familiar. Dr. Brief examined the Dragon Ball under the light and murmured, this ball appears to be made of a special type of crystal. I need to see if it can emit electromagnetic waves. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Dr. Brief pondered and went to another laboratory. Out of courtesy, Jiang Nan and Lan Qi left the anti-gravity vehicle lab and waited in the corridor for Dr. Brief to return. Lan Qi obediently followed Jiang Nan, quiet, as if she did not exist. Just then a voice from the direction of the main door caught their attention. The young lady has returned. Jiang Nan looked toward the sound and saw a girl with short hair and a baseball cap come in, tossing her backpack aside and bouncing towards them. With her mischievous aura, sky blue hair, slightly upturned small nose, and an air of indifference, who else could it be but Bulma? Bulma! Jiang Nan couldn't help but shout. Ah, has a guest arrived? Bulma approached with a puzzled expression, her cunning eyes darting between Jiang Nan and Lan Qi. Who are you and how do you know my name? Bulma questioned, hands on her hips, her demeanor both childish and assertive. Looking at Bulma, who was shorter than Lan Qi by half a head, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile wryly, recalling the absurdities that would unfold years later when she and Goku sought the Dragon Balls. I am a friend of your sister. I have come to ask your father for assistance. I often hear your sister speak of you, mentioning your remarkable talent in scientific inventions. Being praised in front of others, Bulma showed no signs of shyness, proudly raising her little head. What do you mean by talented? I'm exceptionally talented. I will be the greatest inventor in the future world. Hearing this, Jiang Nan had no intention of contradicting her, for it was indeed, as Bulma claimed, she was the most outstanding inventor on Earth in the future, capable of creating even a time machine, an achievement that could rival divine prowess. At this moment, Dr. Brief returned from another laboratory walking and speaking. Young man, I forgot to ask your name. Oh, has Bulma finished school? This is your sister's boyfriend. Hurry, introduce yourself. Jiang Nin helplessly introduced himself and Lan Chi. After realizing his misunderstanding, Dr. Brief scratched his head awkwardly and then took out the Dragon Ball, saying, I have conducted a simple examination. This ball indeed emits a special electromagnetic wave. Making a locating radar is not difficult. Jiang Nin immediately pulled out a bank card he extorted from Tao Bai by presenting it with both hands to the doctor. That's wonderful. Please help me make a radar. This card contains over 100 million federal coins. I hope you will accept this as payment for your work. No need. Dr. Brief waved his hand. You are a friend of Tai's, and this small favor is nothing. I already have more than enough money. There's no need to be so courteous. Hey, I feel like I've seen this ball somewhere before. Bulma leaned in curiously. Dr. Brief remarked in surprise. Bulma feels the same. When I first saw this ball, I had the same sensation, like I've seen it before. Where could it have been? I'll forget it. I can't remember. Dr. Brief handed the 4-star ball back to Jiang Nan and casually asked, by the way, Mr. Jiang Nan, since you want to make a radar for locating this ball, it implies that there should be more than one of these balls, right? That's right. There are a total of 7 of these balls. Jiang Nan did not hide this fact. Although he did not know how Bulma would learn of the Dragon Ball legends years later, it seemed destined that as the female lead of the Dragon Balls, she would eventually uncover this secret. Oh, I remember now. Bulma suddenly exclaimed. I've seen this kind of ball. There's one just like it in our storage room. With that, Bulma dashed off in a hurry. Such an impatient child. It's amusing. Tai's and Bulma's personalities are nothing like mine or her mother's. Let's go see as well, Mr. Jiang Nan. Dr. Brief led the way, and the 3 followed towards the storage room. As they reached the door of the storage room, they could hear Bulma rummaging through boxes inside. Where is it? Where is it? I remember it should be on this shelf. Bulma pulled out various items and tossed them on the ground. Found it. Bulma, sweating profusely, took out an exquisite wooden box. Upon opening it, an orange-yellow ball appeared before everyone. Jiang Nin looked closely. The translucent orange ball had 2 red 5-point stars on it, which was precisely the 2-star ball from the Dragon Balls. Dr. Brief adjusted his heavy black-rimmed glasses and said with a smile, I remember now. I acquired this at an auction, but unfortunately no one knew its value. Over time I forgot about it. Bulma examined the 2-star ball, then looked at the 4-star ball in Jiang Nan's hand and confidently stated, each of the 7 balls corresponds to a different number of stars. Mine is the 2-star ball, and yours should be the 4-star ball, right? Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. Since you are collecting these balls, you must know their true value, correct? Bulma inquired again. I do, which is why I want to ask if you could give me this ball. Of course I can offer something of equivalent value in exchange. Jiang Nan said. Dr. Brief patted Jiang Nan on the shoulder and said, you're being too kind. This ball is of no use to us. Since you have a connection with my eldest daughter, this ball is yours. However, Bulma hid the 2-star ball behind her back, her clever eyes fixed on Jiang Nan, and she spoke clearly. No way. You can have the ball, but first you must tell me what secret it holds. I just heard you say you were willing to pay over 100 million for merely making a locating radar. This ball must be more than it seems. Dr. Brief did not stop Bulma, as he had purchased this item himself. Even though Jiang Nan had a connection with Tai's, he too wanted to understand what this ball was all about. This item is called the Dragon Ball, Jiang Nan explained. Dragon Ball. That's right, Jiang Nan continued. This item itself holds little value, but if you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, something miraculous can happen. Bulma was immediately captivated by Jiang Nan's words and asked eagerly, what miraculous event? Jiang Nan continued, once all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, you can summon a dragon reminiscent of mythological tales. The dragon can grant the summoner's wishes. A dragon? Bulma was skeptical. As the daughter of a scientist, she had been educated with various scientific principles and always believed that tales of gods and spirits were merely human inventions. Now someone was telling her that the ball in her hand could summon a dragon from myth, which was hard for her to accept. To grant wishes. Any wish can be granted. Dr. Brief inquired. Generally speaking, yes, any wish can be realized. Jiang Nan responded. For an ordinary person on Earth, the dragon was indeed considered omnipotent. Can it make me young again? He chuckled. If I could be a few decades younger, I would surely be more popular with the ladies. Dr. Brief said with a grin. It can. Jiang Nan's answer widened. Dr. Brief's eyes. He had only been joking, never expecting it to be true. Is it really that powerful? Bulma still had doubts. What about bringing the dead back to life? That too. Lan Chi trembled slightly, her delicate fists instinctively clenched. Lan Chi's heart raced, and her eyes felt a bit sore. Jiang Nen had once mentioned to her about collecting a magical orb called the Dragon Ball, but it was only today that Lan Qi realized the extraordinary power contained within it. A warm hand rested on Lan Qi's shoulder, and her watery eyes turned to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan knew well what Lan Qi was thinking. He sighed and said Lan Qi the Divine Dragon can only revive those who have died within the past year. Lan Qi's pupils trembled, and her tightly clenched fists finally loosened helplessly. Uncle Jiang Nan, I'm sorry. My thoughts were selfish. There was guilt in Lan Qi's tone. Jiang Nan ruffled her hair and comforted her. I understand your feelings. The fact that you thought of reviving your mother first shows you are a kind-hearted child. At that moment, Bulma interjected, breaking the atmosphere. Then can I wish for a handsome boyfriend from the Divine Dragon? Oh no, Bulma, that's early romance. Dr. Brief shouted. Bulma asked again, how many wishes can the Divine Dragon grant? If you collect all the Dragon Balls, can you also fulfill my wish? Jiang Nan explained with a wry smile, the Divine Dragon can only grant one wish at a time. Moreover, after a wish is granted, the 7 Dragon Balls will turn to stone and scatter to different corners of the earth, returning to their original form only after a year, waiting for someone fated to gather them again. Bulma's eyes sparkled mischievously as she said to Jiang Nan, I can give you this Dragon Ball, but you have to take me with you to find the others. Bulma, you can't be reckless. You're still young and need to finish your studies first. Dr. Brief interjected. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and said, actually, Bulma, you're still young. There are many unknown dangers on the journey to find the Dragon Balls. This world is vast with many unexpected life forms. If you're really curious about the Dragon Balls, wait a few more years until you grow up before embarking on this path. Bulma retorted, if there are really dangers, as you say, in the process of searching for the Dragon Balls, why do you think you can be safe? Jiang Nan smiled slightly and began to float slowly, conjuring a dangerous-looking energy sphere in his palm. Seeing this, Lan Qi followed suit and floated gently off the ground. Bulma's mouth fell open in shock, instinctively taking 2 steps back, while Dr. Brief remained relatively calm, his gaze fixed on the energy sphere in Jiang Nan's hand. Do you see this? Jiang Nan looked at the energy sphere in his palm. I call this a ki blast. This one ki blast can level the entire West City. Impressive. Dr. Brief couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Jiang Nan retracted his energy and gently descended to the ground, with Lan Qi obediently standing behind him again. How is this possible? How can there be such a weird person like you on Earth? Bulma was still recovering from her shock. After a long while, Bulma, like a deflated balloon, looked up at Jiang Nan's eyes and said, then if I grow up a bit more, can you take me to find the Dragon Balls? I'm afraid I can't wait for you until then. Jiang Nan's answer made Bulma a bit disappointed, but then he added, however, I can recommend someone to you. He will have the ability to protect you while collecting the Dragon Balls. Who is it? Bulma asked eagerly. It's a little friend of mine from East City. He lives in the Phoenix Mountain Range in the southern part of East City in a place called Baozi Mountain. You can find him there when you grow up a bit more. Jiang Nan was worried that since he took the 4-star ball, Bulma and Sun Wukong might not meet in the future, so he intentionally planted a seed in Bulma's heart. Is your friend as strong as you? What's his name? Bulma asked seriously. His name is Sun Wukong. As for whether he is as strong as I am, I can only tell you this, by the time he reaches my current age, he will definitely be much stronger than I am now. Jiang Nan said with a smile. Bulma repeatedly whispered this name in her heart, fearful of forgetting it. Finally, Bulma held the 2-star ball high in front of Jiang Nan and said, this Dragon Ball is for you. I hope you didn't deceive me. Jiang Nan accepted the Dragon Ball without hesitation and then took out a universal capsule from his pocket. I have something here that I think you'll be interested in. Consider it in exchange for this 2-star ball. Saying this, Jiang Nan released the contents of the capsule. With a loud bang, a pair of machine parts appeared before them, the core components of the spaceship that Sun Wukong had once used, collected from Baozi Mountain. This is alien technology. Dr. Brief was taken aback, instantly recognizing that these components were not products of Earth's technology, similar to the anti-gravity technology he had obtained from Galactic Patrolman Gak, both belonging to alien civilizations' technological products. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she immediately walked over to touch this and pressed that, displaying great interest. That's right, this is a core component of a spaceship. The spaceship has crashed, and I only managed to obtain these pieces. I hope they can inspire you. In Dr. Brief, Jiang Nan explained the origin of the items. Good, this is great. Thank you so much. They'll go make a radar for you right now, but it might take a little time. I'm not sure if you're in a rush. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses. Jiang Nan exchanged glances with Lan Qi, a bit worried about delaying too long in West City. He asked, how many days will it take? I will probably take about 2 hours. I'm really sorry. I'm older now and my movements aren't as quick as before. Dr. Brief smiled apologetically. 2 hours. Jiang Nan was secretly astonished that Dr. Brief's mechanical skills were actually this high. When Jiang Nan was in North City, he had also studied the principles of radar in this world. Even a genius like Doors would probably take 2 days to handcraft a precise small radar. After spending 2 hours in the lounge, Dr. Brief returned with a small radar that still emitted the smell of oil. Dr. Brief introduced it to Jiang Nan. This is the radar you wanted, but its search radius is only 3,000 kilometers. There's no way around it. The energy signals emitted by the Dragon Balls are quite weak, and if the distance is too far it won't be detectable. Thank you so much, Dr. Brief. With this radar I can save a lot of time, Jiang Nan said gratefully. Oh, this button adjusts the search accuracy, and the maximum error should not exceed 50 meters, Dr. Brief added. After receiving the Dragon Ball, Jiang Nan bid farewell to Dr. Brief. Just as he was about to leave, Bulma chased him to the door and asked Mr. Jiang Nan, when you gather all the Dragon Balls, can you let me see the Divine Dragon in person? Jiang Nan's mind stirred, and he took out the 2-star ball from his bag and returned it to Bulma. Bulma stared at Jiang Nan in surprise, puzzled as to why he had returned the Dragon Ball to her once again. You may keep this 2-star Dragon Ball. Once I gather the remaining 6, I shall return here to find you. We'll summon the Eternal Dragon together. Jiang Nan extended his little finger. Bulma's eyes shimmered with quiet resolve, and without hesitation, she hooked her finger around his. Watching Jiang Nan walk away, Dr. Briefs placed a gentle arm around his daughter and murmured, "What an extraordinary young man." Bulma's gaze burned fiercely as she silently repeated the name Son Goku again and again in her heart. Though he had ultimately failed to claim the 2-star Dragon Ball, Jiang Nan felt no regret over his impromptu decision. Compared to that single orb, the Dragon radar crafted by Dr. Briefs held far greater value. Jiang Nan already had a rough idea of where the remaining 5 Dragon Balls were scattered. With this radar, locating them would become vastly more efficient. Even if the current positions of those 5 orbs deviated from the timeline, he remembered the radar ensured he would never lose their trail. If all else failed, he could simply circle the globe. Surely the Dragon Ball's radiant energy would betray their presence. After settling into the car, Launch asked, "Uncle Jiang Nan, which direction shall we head next?" Jiang Nan pulled out a world map from the glove compartment and circled several locations with a marker. "Look, we depart from West City and head eastward following the northern edge of the Himalayas all the way to this point, Liangjing Mountain. Though this map is outdated, the mountain has long since been renamed Flame Mountain." He then traced another line across the map and explained, "Beyond that lies Baiyun City, a place where I once lived for a year. It boasts countless delicacies, so I'll take you there to savor them." He continued, "Then we press further east to visit an old friend. Whether he still walks this earth, however, remains uncertain." The friend he referred to was Son Gohan, grandfather of Son Goku. Jiang Nan could not be sure whether the elder had escaped his fated demise. If not, he would likely have perished beneath the colossal feet of young Goku, transformed into a great Saiyan upon gazing at the full moon. Listening to Jiang Nan's itinerary, Launch's heart swelled with exhilaration. This journey would span half the planet. She had never ventured beyond West City in her entire life. Noticing the daylight still lingered and knowing his path lay eastward, Jiang Nan decided on impulse to drive back to Westlock Town, returning to his farm in the town's northwest corner for a night's rest. Only after restoring his vitality did he set off eastward with Launch. People often romanticize what they've never experienced. Just as Jiang Nan, once a weary office worker in his former world, had long dreamed of an impromptu odyssey to the western frontier where landscapes whispered of heaven itself, to remote lands far from urban clamor where his restless soul might finally breathe freely. Now that dream had materialized. Half a month had passed since his departure from Westlock Town. In his rattling pickup truck, he had traveled barely 5,000 kilometers. Elevation rose steadily, eastward roads grew treacherous, and some days advanced him less than 300 kilometers. At last, Jiang Nan abandoned the idyllic travel fantasy he'd once cherished. Stowing the pickup into a multiversal capsule, he and Launch took to the skies, soaring eastward using the flight technique. Flight proved infinitely swifter. Scarcely had they taken off when the Dragon radar flickered with a signal. They followed the radar's pulse into a vast desert. Endless dunes crowned by towering, strangely shaped mushroom trees, their elongated shadows stretching across the barren sands like silent, solemn sentinels. As Jiang Nan flew onward, a castle suddenly emerged on the horizon. Behind it, a modest desert town. According to the radar, the newly detected Dragon Ball lay 200 kilometers distant. Jiangnan had intended to fly straight to the target, but noticing Launch's weariness, he suggested they pause in the town for refreshment first. Owing to the region's scorching climate and scarce resources, most townsfolk were either animal-type or monster-type humans. Ordinary humans were rare here. Jiangnan chose a restaurant. The restaurant was generous, merely a tarpaulin canopy stretched over a few tables and chairs, its conditions starkly rudimentary. The menu offered few options. Jiangnan ordered a platter of grilled beef, several flatbreads, and, for lunch, a plate of fried rice exorbitantly priced here, plus a pot of milk tea. When the food arrived, Jiangnan sampled the beef, dry and flavorless perhaps due to the arid climate. Launch fared no better. Her fried rice was stiff and oversalted, tasting utterly insipid. Both took only 2 bites before setting down their chopsticks. Fortunately, Jiangnan had packed ample provisions before departure. From his multiversal capsule, he retrieved nourishing fare for himself and Launch, then paid and departed the humble eatery. Unbeknownst to them, their act of discarding the meal had not gone unnoticed. A girl stood hidden at the street corner, dusty, older than Launch, with wind-tousled black hair. Her dark eyes gleamed sharply as Jiangnan withdrew food from the capsule. Swiftly, she pulled a walkie-talkie from her trench coat pocket and spoke rapidly into it. Walking the desert town's dusty lanes, Jiangnan studied the radar while recounting the tale of Alibaba and the 40 thieves to Launch. How intriguing, Jiangnan murmured with a subtle smile, lowering his voice. I've scarcely begun the story of desert bandits, and here they come, as if summoned. He didn't need to turn. He sensed 3 faint presences trailing them from behind. One had followed them since leaving the restaurant. The other 2 were surely accomplices. Spotting a secluded alleyway ahead, Jiangnan gently guided Launch toward it. You've followed us this far. No need to hide any longer. Show yourselves. Realizing their concealment had failed, the trio stepped forth from their hiding places without further pretense. The girl in the trench coat stood tall and poised, her raven hair whipping in the wind. Her gaze held an incisive sharpness, her slender frame as upright and commanding as the mushroom trees Jiangnan had glimpsed earlier in the desert. The second figure was an animal-type human, clad head to toe in a purple ninja suit. Only his orange and white canine face remained visible beneath the hood. The third was a monster-type human, short of stature with pale blue skin and a disproportionately large head, lending him an air of absurd, almost comical intelligence. Jiangnan exclaimed, eyes alight with amusement. Well, I seem to have wandered straight into the territory of these 3 eccentric characters. Upon recognizing the 3 figures, a mischievous idea flickered to life in Jiangnan's mind, and at the thought of the devious ploy about to unfold, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. What are you laughing at? The ninja dog bared his fangs, snarling with vicious intent. The black-haired girl's gaze remained calm and unshaken, yet her eyes swept over Jiangnan repeatedly, as if searching for the hidden reason behind his mirth. The blue-skinned dwarf sneered with a haughty snort. They know nothing of His Majesty's methods. No wonder they've yet to grasp the true meaning of terror. Ashu, tell these outsiders exactly who I am. Ashu cleared his throat and began. Listen well. I am Ashu, the mightiest ninja of Central Mariah, mountain master of. Introduce me first. The blue dwarf glared and slapped Ashu hard across the head. Rubbing his furry canine skull, Ashu bowed deeply before gesturing toward the blue dwarf. Behold, the sovereign of darkness himself, feared, formidable, and utterly ruthless. He burns city, slaughters without mercy, and commits every atrocity imaginable. And his name, uttered aloud, it could strike terror into your very soul, is none other than Pilaf, the Desert King. Jiangnan nearly burst into laughter. Does he always bamboozle you 2 like this? You dare slander His Majesty Pilaf? The long-haired, straight-haired girl interjected sharply, her voice mature and composed, mirroring her poised demeanor. Indeed, standing before Jiangnan and Lanchi were none other than Pilaf, Ashu, and Xiao Wu, the infamous trio of petty villains. Scared yet? Then hand over everything valuable on your persons, immediately. Pilaf twisted his face into what he imagined was a sinister grin. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. How was it that Pilaf still indulged in street-level thuggery? Hadn't he long since embarked upon his grand scheme to rule the world? But Jiangnan wasted no time dwelling on the question. The arid climate threatened to parch Lanchi's lips if they lingered any longer. Leaning close to Lanchi's ear, Jiangnan whispered softly. Moments later, her eyes widened in astonishment, and a delicate flush bloomed across her cheeks. With quiet embarrassment, she murmured, Uncle Jiangnan, must we really do that? When Jiangnan responded with a knowing, enigmatic smile, Lanchi took a deep breath and stepped forward. Pilaf recoiled inwardly. Her unwavering confidence suggested some hidden, terrifying weapon. Ashu and Xiao Wu instantly assumed defensive stances shielding Pilaf. Then Lan Shi slowly raised her right hand. Her index and middle fingers pressed lightly against her lips, before suddenly sweeping them outward in a graceful arc. Muah! Pilaf's face went pale. His body jerked backward uncontrollably, and he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Ashu and Xiao Wu recoiled as though witnessing unspeakable horror, clutching their eyes tightly shut, refusing to look at Lan Shi. How is this possible? Pilaf's pupils shuddered violently. That was a flying kiss. How dare you wield such a disgraceful underhanded technique? Lan Shi turned her face away, flustered. Pilaf stammered, I see it now. You're a delinquent girl? Good heavens, how terrifying. Your Majesty, Pilaf, what do we do? Our foe is too powerful. Ashu cried, trembling. What else can we do? Run for our lives. Pilaf bolted first. Ashu hurled a smoke bomb blanketing the area in thick fog. Xiao Wu tossed over her shoulder until we meet again, and vanished. Lan Shi stared bewildered while Jiangnan doubled over in helpless laughter. Uncle Jiangnan, those people are truly strange, Lan Shi mused, sighing softly. Yes, just a trio of comic rogues, Jiangnan replied, utterly unconcerned with pursuit. Perhaps we'll cross paths again someday. The encounter with Pilaf's trio proved little more than a fleeting interlude, causing no hindrance whatsoever to Jiangnan's quest for the Dragon Balls. Together he and Lan Shi soon unearthed one such ore buried deep in the desert 200 kilometers northeast of town. Jiangnan held the Dragon Ball aloft, its surface worn smooth by centuries beneath the sands, revealing only a single 5-point star, the one-star Dragon Ball. His spirits lifted at the discovery. To locate a Dragon Ball so swiftly after setting out, truly the Dragon Radar had proven indispensable. Uncle Jiangnan, where shall we go next? Lan Shi asked. Jiangnan shielded his eyes from the blazing sun and squinted skyward. This place is far too dry. Let's hasten eastward, to Baiyun City in Dongdu, for rest, then onward to the Flaming Mountains. Whatever you say. Jiangnan enveloped Lan Shi in a gentle aura, signaling his intent to fly. She nodded knowingly, and deftly gathered her lustrous silken tresses into a neat braid. Taking Lan Shi's small hand, Jiangnan rose serenely into the air, then accelerated steadily eastward, trailing shimmering energy. Pilaf the Great, those two freaks, they're flying away. The ninja dog stammered in awe. In truth, the trio hadn't fled far. After regrouping and devising a new plan, they'd crept back, only to witness Jiangnan and Lan Shi ascending into the heavens. Fool, do you think I'm blind? Pilaf barked, puffing up before his subordinates. Not a word of today's humiliation leaves this circle. If my reputation as Pilaf the Great suffers even a scratch, you'll answer for it, severely. Xiao Wu and Ashu snapped upright in unison, yes, your Majesty. Pilaf then gazed toward the distant horizon, where Jiangnan had vanished, muttering to himself, how does such a bizarre being even exist in this world? With a battle power exceeding 21,500, Jiangnan's flight was breathtakingly swift. Within the span of a single teacup's steeping, they soared above Baiyun City and descended gracefully upon Qishao Mountain. Over 3 years had passed since his last visit. Standing on the winding mountain path, Jiangnan felt a quiet wave of nostalgia, almost seeing in the dappled light his younger self laboring uphill beneath heavy weights. He wondered how Boss Lee was faring, and whether the Black Tiger Hall had truly upheld its promise to abide by the rules. Hesitantly, he considered returning for a brief, quiet look. By all logic, Jiangnan, now transcending mortal limits, should sever ties with the mundane world entirely, no longer concerning himself with ordinary lives. Yet Baiyun City held a singular place in his heart, the first city he'd called home upon arriving in this world. During his rigorous training, he'd run through every alley, avenue, and hillside, its streets etched into his soul. Perhaps just a glimpse, from afar, unseen, undisturbed. Even Jiangnan found it faintly absurd. Once he'd feared that absolute power would hollow him into a cold, lifeless tyrant. But when that day finally came, he discovered instead a quiet reluctance to disturb the serene simplicity of ordinary existence. As night fell, the night market on Baojiang Road in Baiyun City gradually came to life. The chef skillfully tossed ingredients in a frying pan over the flames, golden eggs and rice noodles coated in hot oil, releasing an enticing aroma. At another stall, a young female owner deftly turned the octopus balls with iron skewers, the sizzling sounds accompanying the transformation of the white balls into a rich brown as the children waiting in front eagerly swallowed their saliva. Jiangnan was fond of this bustling atmosphere, the noise, and the familiar cultural essence of the eastern capital, which made him feel as if he had briefly returned to his original world. Jiangnan sat on a low plastic stool, bending slightly, as he slurped the steaming fish porridge. Lan Shi sat beside him, delicately tasting the local desserts of Baiyun City with a small spoon. Her graceful demeanor stood out starkly against the surrounding noise, attracting the attention of many. Next to them was an open-air barbecue stall, and perhaps because it was rare to see a beauty like Lan Shi, the young men eating barbecue and drinking beer began boasting about their heroic deeds to impress her. The favorite topic of these young men was the fights and rivalries of the underworld. One young man with a buzz cut, leaving just a crown of hair, downed half a glass of beer and boldly removed his shirt, draping it over his shoulder. With an oily sheen on his face, he exclaimed loudly, "The day before yesterday, we fought for territory, and I took on 3 punks all by myself." His table mates immediately flattered him. "Brother Lu is mighty. Brother Lu is amazing." Seeing the starry-eyed girls at the table, Brother Lu felt satisfied. He sensed from the corner of his eye that the stunning girl with dark blue hair was also looking their way, which made him even more pleased. Brother Lu secretly flexed his chubby chest hidden beneath his fat, pointing to his shoulder and feigning nonchalance. "See this cut on my shoulder? I got it from a punk's knife." "Wow." The girls at the table gasped, with one bold girl reaching over to touch the scar on Brother Liu's shoulder. Brother Liu took another glance at Lan Shi. His sidekick, noticing Brother Liu's interest, volunteered to say, "Brother Liu, wait here. I'll get that girl to come over and toast you with a drink." The sidekick stood up and walked to Jiang Nan's table, ignoring Jiang Nan, who was leisurely enjoying his skewers, and directly approached Lan Shi, saying, "Hello, beautiful. My big brother wants to get to know you. Could you please come over to our table for a drink?" Lan Shi felt a bit at a loss, glancing at Jiang Nan, who continued to savor his food as if he had not noticed the sidekick. "Maybe not, I'm sorry." Lan Shi always maintained a gentle demeanor. "Come on, beautiful, give me a break." The sidekick refused to leave. "Forget it, she's still young and can't drink." Jiang Nan spoke up to defuse the situation for Lan Shi. The sidekick glanced dismissively at Jiang Nan. "Did I talk to you? Why are you butting in?" As if scolded by a newborn puppy, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smiled. "Do you know who I am to her? What if I'm her father? If someone wants to date her, shouldn't they get my approval as her father first?" The sidekick froze for a moment, then reacted angrily, "You're messing with me. You look like you're just in your 20s. How could you be her father?" Seeing the sidekick arguing, Brother Lu, whose lustful thoughts were stirred, stepped in to smooth things over. "Sorry, brother, my little buddy is a bit impulsive and might not have chosen his words wisely. Please don't take it to heart." Brother Lu spoke, casually suggesting he was no stranger to such scenes. Jiang Nan merely smiled without responding, continuing to eat his skewers. Brother Lu turned to Lan Shi and said, "Beautiful lady, I genuinely want to get to know you. I've been watching you since earlier, and I really like your gentle aura. Can you give me a chance to chat and have a drink together?" The girls at Brother Liu's table showed jealous expressions. What was this? So Brother Lu liked this type of girl. Maybe tomorrow I should dye my hair blue too. Jiang Nan couldn't help but scoff. "That's hilarious. Lan Shi, did you hear that? He said he likes your gentle aura." Lan Shi blushed at Jiang Nan's teasing, feeling both embarrassed and angry, nearly leaving Brother Lu stunned. After regaining his composure, Brother Lu frowned and looked at Jiang Nan, displeased. "Brother, I was being nice to you because of this beautiful lady. I gave you face. Shouldn't you also give me some?" Jiang Nan grinned. "It's not that I don't give you face, it's just that you said she's gentle, and I laughed because you haven't seen her fiery side." Brother Liu's eyes lit up, unable to resist sizing up Lan Shi. Could it be that this girl, who looked like an angel and radiated gentleness, had a contrasting side? "Do you want to witness her fiery side?" Jiang Nan's voice reached Brother Liu's ears, and he subconsciously nodded. Jiang Nan winked at Lan Shi, feeling a bit helpless. Lan Shi thought Jiang Nan is great in every way, but he can be quite playful at times. Nonetheless, she didn't want to disturb his fun, so she softly called out, "Uncle Jiang Nan." This call carried a hint of helplessness, a touch of reproach, and a sprinkle of coyness, making Brother Lu feel more intoxicated than all the beer he had drunk. Lan Shi scanned the surroundings, then under Brother Liu's puzzled gaze took a small jar of pepper and sniffed it near her nose. In the midst of Jiang Nan's expectant gaze, she couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo! Moments later, the bustling night market erupted into screams. "What kind of scoundrel do you think you are, daring to ask me to drink with you?" With her long golden hair, Lan Shi stomped her foot on Brother Liu's face, seemingly feeling unsatisfied. She then delivered a kick to his groin. The men and women at Brother Liu's table were all helpless, sprawled on the ground. "Enough, Lan Shi. They're just ordinary people." Jiang Nan had to intervene, otherwise Lan Shi would cause a serious incident. It wasn't that he feared a life-and-death situation, but he didn't want the mischievous Lan Shi to stray too far into a dark path, lest she ultimately dominate this body. After spitting on Brother Liu's disfigured face, Lan Shi cursed as she picked up an unopened beer from the nearby table. With a flick of her finger, she sent the cap flying then down the beer in one go. Seeing that Brother Lu was still conscious, Jiang Nen leaned in asking, "See, I told you I wasn't wrong, isn't that hot enough?" The greedy Lan Shi, before leaving, did not forget to thoroughly search for valuables on the bodies of Lu Gu and the others. Unfortunately, this group of people had pockets cleaner than their faces. Lan Shi, seeing that she had only found a small amount of cash, cursed a bit before stuffing the money into her bag. After leaving the night market, Jiang Nan took Lan Shi for a stroll around the vicinity of the residential area where he once lived. To Jiang Nan's surprise, when he found the location of the Li Ji beef noodle shop from his memory, he discovered that the shop had long changed hands and was now a car parts store named Feiqi Tires. In Jiang Nan's gaze, a heavily pregnant woman walked from the store to the entrance, one hand on her waist and the other struggling to lift a bag of parts, dragging it back into the store. As the woman bent down to lift the bag onto the shelf, Jiang Nan couldn't help but think of his wife, who was separated from him by an unknown span of time and distance. During his absence, she must have had a similarly inconvenient experience with her pregnancy. Perhaps to compensate for the regret in his heart, Jiang Nan stepped into the store with Lan Shi swaggering in behind him. Just as the woman was on her tiptoes trying to lift the bag, she suddenly felt her hand loosen and the bag somehow found its way onto the shelf. Turning around and seeing someone in the store, the woman realized it was Jiang Nan who had helped her. She hurriedly thanked him and asked if he needed to buy anything. "Boss lady, I'd like to inquire about something. This place used to be a noodle shop. Have the owners moved away now?" Jiang Nan asked. "You must be referring to Boss Li. They moved away last year. Boss Li's wife fell ill, and he sold their house in the city and hastily transferred the shop." The woman set her face, revealing a sense of helplessness regarding fate. Unfortunately, although a lot of money was spent, they could not save her. Jiang Nan was shaken. He had seen Boss Li's wife before, and she always looked weak a few years ago. In hindsight, that must have been a sign of her illness. The passing of someone he knew added to Jiang Nan's sadness. He bid farewell to the heavily pregnant woman and prepared to leave. Just before exiting, he couldn't help but remind her to be careful. A small delivery truck suddenly stopped at the store entrance, and a burly man jumped out. The man's hands and face were covered in grime, and as soon as he got out of the car, he shouted, "Wife, didn't I tell you to wait for me to come home before handling the deliveries? Don't do heavy lifting when I'm not home." Jiang Nan instinctively turned to look at the man with the familiar voice, who happened to spot Jiang Nan as well. "Brother Nan," the man exclaimed in surprise, revealing a mouthful of white teeth against his dark, grimy face, staring incredulously at the person before him. Jiang Nan was equally astonished. Ignoring the grease on the man's body, he reached out and gently patted his arm. "Ah Fei, is that you?" It turned out that this man, covered in grease and exuding a sweaty odor, was actually Tang Fei, the founder of the once notorious Filong gang. "Ha ha ha, it's me. Brother Nan, why have you returned to Baiyun City?" Tang Fei was so excited to see Jiang Nan that he hardly knew how to express it. The heavily pregnant woman stepped out, curious, and asked, "Do you two know each other?" "Xiang, let me introduce you. This is Brother Nan, whom I often mention to you. Quickly greet Brother Nan." Tang Fei introduced the woman to Jiang Nan. "Brother Nan, this is my wife, Xiang." Jiang Nan politely greeted the woman again, while Lan Shi stood with her arms crossed, appearing indifferent to the situation. "Brother Nan, come in and have a seat. Let's talk inside." Tang Fei hurriedly ran inside to bring out a few stools. Noticing the stools were a bit dirty, he wiped them down with a few paper towels before placing them in front of Jiang Nan and the others. Once seated, Jiang Nan asked about Boss Li's situation. A shadow of sorrow crossed Tang Fei's face as he recounted the events that had transpired after his departure. Boss Li's wife had been diagnosed with cancer and urgently needed surgery. Boss Li sold their house and transferred the shop to raise the necessary funds. It was at that time that Tang Fei took over the shop to help out. The money was indeed raised and the surgery was performed. However, Boss Li's wife did not recover well post-surgery, and her cancer quickly relapsed and spread, ultimately leading to the worst outcome. After his wife's death, Boss Li felt immense guilt. He stubbornly believed that years of hard work had ruined her health. To make up for the loss of his mother, he took his daughter Li Xiaomei away from the city, reportedly returning to a town to live a simpler life. Life is unpredictable. Tang Fei sighed, patting his leg. This topic felt a bit heavy, so Jiang Nan shifted the conversation. "How about you, Tang Fei? Is your Filong gang still operational?" "Not anymore," Tang Fei chuckled, scratching his head. "As a man, one must mature. I've come to understand that living a solid and honest life is the most practical. It may have seemed glamorous before, but behind the scenes people were probably cursing me." Jiang Nan nodded in approval. "Indeed, this is better. By the way, how is your cousin doing?" As for my cousin, you know he has become a cripple, Tang Fei responded, unable to suppress a shudder at that moment. The Black Tiger Hall has since transformed. Ever since my cousin became a cripple, his personality has changed quite a bit. He often acts erratically. Now my cousin Pei Yuan calls the shots in the Black Tiger Hall. You wouldn't believe it, as she really is quite the businesswoman. How is the income from your shop? Is it tough? Jiang Nen asked with concern. It's all right, it can manage to hold on, Tang Fei replied. Actually, this shop was also started with the help of my cousin. Speaking of her brother, Nen, I was just about to ask, who is that girl? Your girlfriend? Tang Fei asked in a low voice. Lan Shi, who overheard this, looked displeased and said, Hey, I heard that. Jiang Nen coughed twice pretentiously, and Lan Shi reluctantly retracted the insulting words that were about to leave her lips. This is mine, I'm a little friend of mine. She's still young and calls me uncle. Jiang Nen explained. Brother, Nen is impressive. Tang Fei responded with a suggestive glance, and secretly gave Jiang Nen a thumbs up. Jiang Nen wanted to argue further, but felt it was unnecessary. He thought it best to let Tang Fei misunderstand. By the way, brother, Nen, are you back for the long haul? Tang Fei asked. Just passing through, I'll be leaving early tomorrow morning, Jiang Nen replied. Tang Fei inquired, should I notify my uncle? Jiang Nen smiled and said, no need. Let's not make a fuss. I think your uncle wouldn't wish to see me either. Oh, that's true, Tang Fei acknowledged. Then stay at my house tonight. It's not far from here, Tang Fei offered. No need to trouble yourself, my sister-in-law isn't feeling well, and we don't want to disturb you. Besides, it's not just me, it's rather inconvenient, Jiang Nen glanced at Lan Shi. Tang Fei showed an understanding expression and abandoned the idea. The next morning, after enjoying the hotel's buffet breakfast, Jiang Nen and the evil persona of Lan Shi departed from Baiyun City, flying towards the direction of the Flame Mountain. While in Baiyun City, the radar indicated 3 directions with Dragon Ball responses. Apart from the Flame Mountain to the southwest, there were also readings in the southeast and northeast directions. As Jiang Nen had anticipated, the plot did not deviate. The other 2 responses should respectively be the 3-star ball owned by Master Roshi on an island to the southeast, and the 6-star ball possessed by an old woman in a village to the northeast, where future chaos would ensue. As the 2 flew towards the Flame Mountain, contrary to Jiang Nan's imagination, the area around the mountain was not barren. Instead, it was lush with tropical rainforest-like vegetation, though the temperature was abnormally hot. Even while flying in the air, Jiang Nan could feel the scorching heat waves ahead. Worried that Lan Shi might not withstand it, he unleashed his chi to form a solid protective shield around her. TCH. Unnecessary. The evil form of Lan Shi was utterly unappreciative. They could see the Flame Mountain. Not far away, a tall peak was ablaze with raging flames. Although the vegetation on the mountain had long been burnt to ashes, the mountain appeared to be drenched in oil, showing no signs of the fire diminishing. Jiang Nen knew that the 7-star ball was located in the Bull Demon King's castle at the summit of the Flame Mountain, and the radar confirmed this fact. Wait for me here, I'll go take a look. After reinforcing his own protection, Jiang Nen flew towards the mountaintop, where a massive castle stood surrounded by high walls. The flames swayed wildly, emitting an astonishing amount of heat, but this fire posed no threat to Jiang Nen. Jiang Nen gathered the energy within his body and unleashed it in a sudden explosion, creating a wave of chi that blew part of the flames away, allowing him to swiftly fly into the castle. As soon as he landed, a sizzling sound was heard beneath his feet. The stone slabs on the ground of the castle had been scorched red by the intense flames, and upon contact with Jiang Nan's protective shield, they immediately eroded part of its energy. Jiang Nan aimlessly searched around the castle. Even with the immense energy in his body, continuing to expend it like this was not a viable option. It seemed he first needed to extinguish the raging fire. With that thought, Jiang Nen flew out of the castle, intending to return to find Lan Shi. Before he could get close, Jiang Nen saw Lan Shi battling a giant figure, judging by the thick arms that were even bulkier than Lan Shi's body and the strange bull horns on its head, it could only be the Bull Demon King. How did these 2 end up in a fight? Bastard! Lan Shi cursed while awkwardly evading the Bull Demon King's attacks. The Bull Demon King had a combat power close to 90, although he was significantly weaker than his senior brother son Wukong. As a disciple of Master Roshi, his strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Moreover, Lan Shi currently only had a combat power of 60, and she was fortunate to still be alive after a few exchanges. The Bull Demon King had clearly held back. Second senior brother, stop. Jiang Nan flashed in like lightning to stand in front of Lan Shi, grabbing the massive axe that the Bull Demon King swung down. The Bull Demon King hadn't intended to strike at Lan Shi. He merely wanted to teach this intruder a lesson and intimidate her, so she wouldn't attempt to seize his treasures. Even though he hadn't used all his strength, this was still a powerful blow, and he never expected it to be effortlessly caught. The Bull Demon King secretly exerted force trying to withdraw his axe, but found that he could not shake Jiang Nan at all. Cold sweat trickled down the Bull Demon King's back. This person's strength was unexpectedly formidable. If the opponent was not here for good intentions, not only could he lose the treasures within the castle on the mountain, but he might also end up in a dire situation himself. The Bull Demon King was not afraid for himself, but he was worried about what would happen to his poor daughter if anything went wrong. Wait, what did he just say? Kid, what did you just say? Who is your second senior brother? The Bull Demon King asked with a fierce expression, yet a cowardly heart. Of course it's you. I'm your third senior disciple, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan boldly lied without a change in expression. The Bull Demon King naturally did not believe him. Nonsense. Tell me, who is your master? Who else could it be? It's Master Wu Tian. Jiang Nan released his grip on the giant axe. The Bull Demon King was shocked, but cautiously continued to ask, if I am your second senior brother, then tell me, who is the senior brother? The senior brother is Sun Wukong. Clang. The Bull Demon King's giant axe fell to the ground. Upon hearing the familiar names, his heart surged with emotion, and he was unexpectedly filled with tears. Damn you. Taking advantage of the Bull Demon King's moment of distraction, Lan Chi kicked him in the lower back, causing him to stumble. Ouch! The Bull Demon King was not angry, knowing he had frightened the girl earlier. After steadying himself, he chuckled and scratched his helmet. Lan Chi, Jiang Nan said with some displeasure, change back. Lan Chi's expression immediately wilted as she replied in a proud, yet pleading tone, please don't make me change you, I'll be good. In reality, Lan Chi felt a chill in her heart. This persona was formed under the influence of her childhood friend Fei In, who was the type that would never surrender even if beaten. However, after spending time with Jiang Nan, she learned that he responded better to softness than toughness, so the evil form of Lan Chi could only yield. Jiang Nan then smiled at the Bull Demon King, saying, second senior brother, this child is young and doesn't understand, please don't hold it against her. Ha ha, it's no bother, no bother. However, the Bull Demon King leaned closer to Jiang Nan, lowering his voice, she is far behind compared to my daughter. Jiang Nan chuckled, yes, haha, I didn't know second senior brother had already started a family, a master didn't mention it to me. The Bull Demon King sighed, master wouldn't know, I've been away from him for many years. By the way, how is master? Is he in good health? He's doing well. At this time he is probably watching gymnastics on television. Haha, that's right, a master loves that. Junior brother, it's very hot here, let's go to my temporary residence to escape the heat. It's also a good chance for you to meet your little niece. The Bull Demon King led Jiang Nan and Lan Chi around the outskirts of the Flame Mountain, and behind a small hill a modest stone house came into view. I apologize, junior brother, for making you laugh. Originally I had built a castle at the mountaintop, but unfortunately 5 years ago a meteor suddenly fell from the sky, igniting a fire that has burned for 5 whole years without extinguishing. I couldn't bear to leave the treasures in my castle, so I built this small house at the foot of the mountain, hoping to return once the fire is out. Upon hearing the word treasure, Lan Chi's eyes instantly lit up. Seeing Jiang Nan give her a signal, she had no choice but to suppress her greedy thoughts. Chi-Chi, come out and meet Uncle Jiang Nan. The Bull Demon King opened the door and led the two inside. Jiang Nan stepped indoors from outside, and his vision abruptly darkened. As his eyes gradually adjusted, he saw a little girl ambling slowly out from within the house. Dad, do we have guests? The girl asked timidly. Jiang Nan studied her closely. She appeared to be 7 or 8 years old, plump and cherubic with round cheeks and wide, guileless, crystal-clear eyes that radiated innocence and charm. You must be Chi-Chi. Jiang Nan bent down with a warm, smiling greeting. Her eyes were large and luminous, yet shy. She ducked behind Neo Mo Wang's leg, revealing only half her body, and piped up in a clear bell-like voice, Uncle, hello. Witnessing this, Jiang Nan found it nearly impossible to reconcile this tender child before him with the stern, domineering homemaker she would one day become. Indeed, given Chi-Chi's gentle nature and Sun Wukong's restless spirit, their marriage was fated to be anything but harmonious. Chi-Chi had lost her mother in early childhood. To compensate for that profound absence of maternal love, Neo Mo Wang doted on her like a princess, shielding her from hardship, nurturing her in comfort and affection, thus shaping her into a tender, deeply domestic young woman. To Chi-Chi, her husband's prowess beyond their home mattered little. Whether Sun Wukong saved Earth or the entire cosmos held no significance for her. All she yearned for was his safe return to their modest, quiet hearth. Yet fate dealt cruel blows soon after their wedding son Wukong perished. Though revived by the Dragon Balls, he vanished once more, this time alongside Namek, swallowed by the vast silence of the cosmos. The news that son Wukong still lived, confirmed by the Dragon Balls, brought fleeting hope, but before joy could settle, Chi-Chi learned he refused to return. What unbearable cruelty, for a wife who waited heart aching in steadfast devotion. Later son Wukong fell again during the Cell Games, forcing Chi-Chi to endure yet another shattering loss. And thereafter, wave upon wave of grief eroded her spirit until at last her heart grew still. Perhaps her destiny could be altered, Jiangnan mused. Then he smiled inwardly, simply removing the Dragon Balls would suffice. In a few years' time, son Wukong would never pass by Flame Mountain. And without that fateful encounter, Chi-Chi and son Wukong would never cross paths, let alone unite. Truly adorable. Jiangnan gently ruffled Chi-Chi's hair. Only then did Neo-Mo Wang realize the house lacked even 4 chairs, normally occupied solely by himself, and Chi-Chi with no guests ever expected, so no extra furniture had been prepared. My apologies for the embarrassment, junior brother Jiangnan. It's all due to this infernal fire. By the way, where does Master Rashi reside these days? I recall he possesses a miraculous fan. Perhaps it could extinguish the blaze atop this mountain. Neo-Mo Wang asked. Jiangnan replied with a smile, Master resides in seclusion on a small island in the southern sea. If you miss him, feel free to pay him a visit whenever you can. As for the fire, however, no need for such elaborate measures. I have a solution. Neo-Mo Wang exclaimed, astonished. Truly, you have a way. It should work. Shall we proceed now? Chi-Chi has been cooped up in this tiny dwelling with you for far too long. With that, Jiangnan strode purposefully outdoors. Lan Chi followed closely. Though she knew Jiangnan's strength far surpassed her own, she remained keenly curious to witness the full extent of his abilities. Neo-Mo Wang, hand in hand with Chi-Chi, stepped out as well, his heart brimming with hope, yet a quiet voice cautioned him not to raise his expectations too high lest disappointment cut deeper. Jiangnan halted before Flame Mountain, relaxed his body and mind, and extended his arms outward, releasing streams of energy toward both flanks of the mountain. His energy swelled steadily, forming a faint ethereal glow around the mountain, gradually enveloping its entire form like a veil of luminous mist. Suddenly, Jiangnan snapped his palms together with decisive force. Under his exquisite control, the radiant energy compressing the mountain contracted sharply. Then, with a swift upward thrust of his open palms, a torrent of pure concentrated energy surged skyward, carrying the roaring flames aloft in one seamless, breathtaking motion. Like a tempest erupting from still earth, the ascending energy cloud generated immense negative pressure, ripping flames and ash from the mountainside and hurling them skyward, leaving behind only a barren, scorched skeleton of rock. The raging inferno coalesced high above into a colossal fireball, brilliant as a second sun, until Jiangnan, arms raised high, clapped his hands together once more. An invisible force struck the orb like a celestial hammer, and the fire vanished, utterly, instantly, without trace. Ash drifted softly downward, landing on skin with only the faintest lingering warmth. This is... Neo-Mo Wang's lips trembled, speechless. It was nothing short of divine intervention. That fire had tormented him for 5 long years. 5 years of relentless struggle, of raising Chi-Chi amid smoke and ruin. Could anyone fathom what those years cost him? For years, Neo-Mo Wang had dreamed of locating his Master Rashi, certain the sage possessed the means to quell the blaze. He never imagined that today his junior brother would arrive unannounced, and with effortless grace snuff out the fire entirely. Tears streamed down Neo-Mo Wang's face as he lifted Jiangnan into a joyful embrace. Ha ha ha, the fire is gone. The fire is gone. He danced and capered, exultant as a formidable tall child. After setting Jiangnan down, he hoisted Chi-Chi high into the air. Chi-Chi, we're going home. Remember how Daddy promised you'd be a true princess? Once we reach our castle, you'll reign as royalty. Ha ha. Jiangnan watched quietly, his heart stirred by the man's enduring toil and quiet sacrifice. Chi-Chi's mother had died shortly after childbirth. For this burly yet tender-hearted man to raise Chi-Chi alone and nurture her into such delicate porcelain-like loveliness spoke volumes of hidden sorrow, silent tears, and unspoken devotion. After laughter subsided and tears dried, Neo-Mo Wang placed a broad, steady hand upon Jiangnan's shoulder and declared with booming generosity, Junior brother, your aid has been immeasurable. Come, let us ascend the mountain. I grant you free choice among all the treasures in my castle. At the mention of treasure, Lan Chi's attention instantly rekindled. She hurried forward without hesitation. Flame Mountain lay adjacent to the sea. Once the fire was extinguished, ocean breezes swiftly cooled its slopes. By the time the four reached the castle ruins atop the summit, a refreshing coolness already whispered through the air. No wonder this place was once called Coolview Mountain. Its geography truly held a singular advantage. The castle's grand entrance had been consumed entirely by flame, leaving only blackened stone walls. Inside the courtyard, the interior bore the same grim fate. Every piece of furniture reduced to ash. Yet Neo Wang showed no sign of grief. Instead, he strode to the center of the great hall, ran his hands across the floor, and with a firm heave pried up a concealed movable stone slab, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. Ha ha ha. Thank goodness I stashed all the treasure in the underground vault. Otherwise it would have been lost forever. With that, he ducked and disappeared down the stairs. Seeing the utter blackness within, Jiang Nan raised his hand, and a softly glowing orb of energy materialized in his palm. Neo Wang glanced back and asked, "Junior brother, I meant to ask earlier, did Master teach you these techniques?" "Not at all," Jiang Nan replied. "He taught me only the foundational cultivation methods. Everything else, I devised myself through trial and contemplation." Neo Wang nodded, enlightened. "Ah, I see now. Master always dismissed such arts as unorthodox detours. No wonder he'd never teach them. We've arrived." The vault glittered with opulent chests and jars overflowing with gold, silver, and gemstones. Lan Shi's breath caught. Her pulse thundered so fiercely Jiang Nan, standing nearest, could distinctly hear her quickening respiration. Chi-Chi curiously gazed at the treasures in the secret chamber, having no real concept of money and not understanding the significance of these items. The Bull Demon King generously handed a capsule to Jiang Nan, who politely declined, saying, "Senior brother, there's no need to be so courteous with me. These things hold little meaning for me. Instead, let me see if there's something interesting. I'll just pick 1 or 2 items." "No way. They hold meaning for me," Lan Shi said urgently, her eyes reddening and breathing heavily. Without waiting for Jiang Nan's objection, she snatched the capsule from the Bull Demon King's hand and went to collect the treasures. The Bull Demon King, unfazed, comforted Jiang Nan, saying, "Junior brother, there's no need to be polite with me. If it weren't for your arrival, I wouldn't have been able to obtain these items. They should rightfully belong to you." Jiang Nan also insisted, "Senior brother, you're being too modest. You still have Chi-Chi to care for, and there will be plenty of expenses in the future. Well, here." Just as the two were enthusiastically deferring, Lan Shi threw a bead at Jiang Nan, interrupting his words. He caught the bead and exclaimed, "Hey, I found it." The Dragon Ball, the 7-star ball, was finally in hand. The Bull Demon King, unable to refuse their enthusiasm, allowed Jiang Nan and Lan Shi to stay in the castle for the night. He went to a nearby town to purchase supplies and brought back items from their temporary residence down the mountain, managing to prepare a somewhat lavish dinner in the castle. The next day, as they were leaving, Lan Shi carried a bulging bag. Jiang Nan did not agree to her taking the Bull Demon King's capsule, so Lan Shi found a pocket and filled it with treasures before she would relent. After leaving the cool scene mountain, Jiang Nan suggested putting Lan Shi's large bag into his capsule, but Lan Shi was unwilling to let go. Left with no choice, Jiang Nan tossed her a capsule for her to store it herself. Only then was Lan Shi satisfied, tucking the treasures into the capsule and checking through her clothing to ensure it was still there. Following the radar's indication, they flew northeast and arrived at a small village 5,000 kilometers away. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lan Shi reluctantly reverted to her blue-haired form. This village would later become the site of the chaos caused by Wulong. Jiang Nan remembered that a Dragon Ball was in the hands of an old woman in the village. Jiang Nan couldn't recall the old woman's name, and the Dragon Ball radar had a deviation of several meters, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to locate the Dragon Ball. "Uncle Jiang Nan, why is there a capsule of yours in my pocket?" Lan Shi pulled out the capsule she had filled with treasures. Jiang Nan explained, "That's another treasure of yours. Keep it safe." Lan Shi's face turned red, realizing she had likely done something embarrassing again. "Wait, I have an idea." Jiang Nan had an idea. He would take Lan Shi's capsule, retrieve a few pieces of jewelry, and sit down in a prominent spot in the village, displaying the jewelry on the ground. Collecting antiques. Recycling old bracelets, old jewelry, old bowls, and old ornaments. Jiang Nan shouted at the top of his lungs. "Come and take a look, everyone from the south and north, from the east and west of Bayun. Don't miss this chance." His enthusiastic call immediately attracted several villagers. "Young man, what are you doing?" a male villager approached and asked. Jiang Nan, acting like a merchant, replied, "Sir, I travel around collecting old items. Do you have anything ancestral in your home? Bring it out for me to see, but might be worth some money." The old man thought for a moment and asked, I have a 30-year-old old bowl. Can it be exchanged? Quick, go get it for me to see, Jiang Nan urged. As the surrounding villagers watched, the old man jogged home and soon returned cradling a worn porcelain bowl. The bowl was quite ordinary, but Jiang Nan was not short on cash. His goal was the Dragon Ball. Thus he immediately exclaimed, "Indeed, it's an old item. It can be exchanged. The pattern is worn off. Oh, I can't offer too high a price. 2,000 federal coins," Jiang Nan announced loudly. 2,000. The old man could hardly believe his ears. Jiang Nan spoke passionately. "What? You think it's too little? I might not be able to resell it easily. How about this? I'll add 300. That's 2,003. If you think it's fair, we can deal. If not, you can wait for the next collector." All right. Let's go with 2,003. The old man exclaimed joyfully. Jiang Nan promptly produced a stack of cash, counting out 2,003 while spitting on the money. The other villagers, seeing this, hurried home to rummage for old items. Thus, within half an hour, Jiang Nan collected various antiques, old water bottles, old radios, old necklaces. Just when he thought this tactic might not work, an aged, withered hand reached out to him. In that wrinkled palm lay a crystal-clear orange bead. "Young man, this was left to me by my grandmother. Can you estimate its value?" A voice belonging to an old woman spoke up. Someone nearby recognized her and interjected, "Aunt Pausi, you're joining in on the fun too." The old woman, with a toothless grin and a head wrapped in a scarf, looked expectantly at Jiang Nan, hoping this bead could cover her grandson's tuition for the next year. "Oh, this looks like a fine item." Jiang Nan feigned surprise. Taking the Dragon Ball from the old woman's hand, he turned it to find it was indeed the 6-star ball. Jiang Nan pretended to hold the Dragon Ball up to the sun, examined it, and then said, "This looks like a crystal bead. I estimate it could be worth this amount." He extended 5 fingers. The old woman, Aunt Pausi, was overjoyed and asked, "Can it be sold for 5,000? "Not 5,000, but 50,000. Jiang Nan replied. 50,000. The old woman's voice trembled. "So what will it be? Will you sell it or not?" Jiang Nan inquired. Yes, it'll sell," Aunt Pausi said decisively, afraid Jiang Nan might change his mind. Aunt Pausi, this antique collector might try to undervalue it. Selling it for 50,000 would be a loss. A lazy villager crossed his arms and joked. Before Jiang Nan could argue, Aunt Pausi was already displeased. She spat angrily. "I won't fall for your tricks. I see you're just jealous and want me to miss this opportunity." Oh, this old woman is quite perceptive, Jiang Nan thought unexpectedly. The idle man left in disappointment, grumbling. Jiang Nan, not daring to show too much excitement, calmly counted out the cash and paid Aunt Pausi. With the item now in hand, Jiang Nan gathered the treasures from the ground and the old items he had just collected, leaving with Lan Qi. With the treasures in hand, Jiang Nan gathered the valuables and the old goods he had just collected, departing with Lan Qi. Once they were far from the village, Jiang Nan discarded the old items received from the village. He happily placed the 6-star ball alongside the other Dragon Balls, weighing the bag containing them, feeling immense joy. Wonderful. Including the 2-star ball left with Bulma, Jiang Nan has now collected 5 Dragon Balls. If he can find the remaining 2, he will be able to summon Shenron. The remaining 2 Dragon Balls are likely the 3-star ball held by Master Roshi on the southern island and the 5-star ball scattered in a valley between the West City and Central City. Next, he should head south to find Master Roshi. Jiang Nan had already thought up a line to say, claiming to be an old friend of Sun Wukong, believing Master Roshi would be easily fooled. Moreover, when passing by Baiyun City, Jiang Nan could prepare some special gifts to ensure Master Roshi would be willing to part with the Dragon Balls. Thinking of Sun Wukong, Jiang Nan suddenly remembered that just east of this place is Phoenix Mountain. Since he was already here, why not take a detour to visit the old man Sun Wukong? If he was still alive. After organizing their belongings, the two flew eastward. A few minutes later, the familiar scenery of Baozi Mountain appeared before them. Jiang Nan lowered his flying altitude, searching through the layers of mountains and forests for the house where Sun Wukong once lived. Found it. As Jiang Nan landed in front of the house, his heart sank. He noticed that the area in front of the house was quite messy, and if Sun Wukong were still around, he would surely keep it well organized. Jiang Nan activated the power detection system, and indeed there were no signs of life inside the house. Looking around, he spotted a life form with a power level of 7 nearby. A power level of 7 could only belong to Sun Wukong. Jiang Nan walked toward Wukong, who was fishing by the lake. When Jiang Nan and Lan Qi reached the lake, Wukong was pulling a big fish onto the shore. Sun Wukong was now 6 years old and not very tall, and still had a fluffy tail behind him. Lan Qi curiously glanced at Wukong's tail, and when she realized she was looking at a naked little boy, she quickly turned her head away in embarrassment. "Wukong, Jiang Nin called out. It had been a long time since anyone had called his name, startling little Wukong, causing the big fish in his hands to slip back into the water. "Oh, my fish," little Wukong cried out. Before he could jump back into the water, a miraculous scene unfolded. The big fish that had just escaped back into the lake actually floated back to the surface, flying into the air. Wukong realized it was Jiang Nan's doing and curiously asked, "Is this magic? Who are you and how do you know my name?" Indeed, Sun Wukong had lost his memory and forgotten the time he spent with Jiang Nan on Baozi Mountain. "I am a friend of your grandfather's. My name is Jiang Nan." "Oh, you are Uncle Jiang Nan. Grandpa often mentioned your name," Wukong said excitedly. "Let's go back first. Uncle Jiang Nan, let me grill the fish." Sun Wukong took the big fish to prepare it, and from his technique, it was clear he wasn't very skilled. Jiang Nan asked, "Wukong, your grandfather has passed away, right?" Sun Wukong's knife suddenly stopped, and a look of sorrow appeared on his innocent face. "Yes, this year my grandfather was trampled to death by a monster. Grandpa often told me that monsters would appear on the night of the full moon and advised me not to go out then. I never expected that Grandpa would be killed by a monster first." Indeed, just as in the original plot, Sun Wukong still caused Sun Wufan's death by stepping on him. Jiang Nan felt a wave of loneliness. That old man Sun Wufan was a good person, a very good person. He was open-minded and selfless, generously giving Jiang Nan the 4-star ball and imparting his teachings on cultivation. Looking at this familiar house, the voice and smile of old man Sun Wufan seemed to linger, but now they were worlds apart. Sun Wukong also fell silent, saddened. He had not yet adjusted to the absence of Sun Wufan and had not become as open-minded as he would later be. After placing the fish on the grill, Sun Wukong seemed to remember something. He ran into the house and brought out a small jar, digging something out from inside. Jewelry, necklaces, cash. Jiang Nan was moved. "Uncle Jiang Nan, Grandpa said these were your belongings, that he had been waiting for you to come and collect." Sun Wukong's words struck Jiang Nan's heart like a heavy hammer. These items were secretly placed in the rice jar before Jiang Nan left, meant as a token of gratitude for the Dragon Balls and teachings. That old man Sun Wufan had actually kept them, waiting to return to Jiang Nan. Damn, Jiang Nan couldn't help but curse a long and used swear word. In that moment, he even thought that once he collected all the Dragon Balls, he might wish to resurrect Sun Wufan. But Jiang Nan knew this method was impractical. Currently, Shenron could only resurrect the deceased whose bodies were preserved intact. The manner of Sun Wufan's death, being crushed into a pulp, was simply not applicable. A surge of inexplicable anger rose within Jiang Nan. Could this damned fate truly not be escaped? Despite having warned Sun Wufan, he still could not escape the fate of being trampled to death. Can humanity ultimately not contend with destiny? Lan Shi noticed Jiang Nan's anger and quietly linked her arm with his. Feeling Lan Shi's soft hair brushing against his skin, Jiang Nan calmed down a bit. Yes, it seemed that Lan Shi's fate had already been altered by him. At least as long as she stayed with him, she would not fall into the ranks of wanted criminals. Jiang Nan then thought of Tao Bai Bai. If he had not shown mercy back then and had directly killed Tao Bai Bai, would that not have abruptly ended Tao Bai Bai's life? Indeed, despite fate being arranged, this world now had him as a variable. With his presence, the future would not be the same as the original future. An idea sprouted in Jiang Nan's mind, and once it appeared, it could not be shaken off. This damned fate brought him into this world, so he would deliberately break the original fate of this world. Jiang Nan suddenly chuckled. Curious Sun Wukong looked at his uncle, wondering what had gotten into him. Jiang Nan also looked at the young Wukong, seeing the innocence and naive foolishness written in his eyes. But only Jiang Nan knew what kind of storms this seemingly harmless boy would stir in the future. Gently ruffling Sun Wukong's signature crab head, Jiang Nan looked into his eyes and asked a question. "Wukong, do you want to become strong?" "Become stronger." Wukong's innocent eyes revealed confusion. "Like Grandpa, is it?" Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Yes, your grandfather is a true powerhouse. Do you wish to become someone like him?" Wukong's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, yes. I want to become a strong person. Then from today onward, I will be your teacher. Is that okay?" Okay. Uncle Jiang Nan, the technique you used to make the fish fly earlier was amazing. I want to learn that," Sun Wukong said with great anticipation. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Wukong, cultivation cannot be achieved overnight. This technique will have to wait before I can teach it to you." "What does it mean to take one step at a time?" Wukong asked innocently. Jiang Nan explained, "Well, it's like eating a meal one bite at a time, walking a path one step at a time. To master profound and intricate techniques, one must first establish a solid foundation." Jiang Nan then turned to Lan Shi and said, Lanchi, let's put the search for the Dragon Balls on hold for now. We might need to stay at Baozi Mountain for a while. Lanchi obediently replied, I will listen to uncle. By the way, Wukong, what did you do with your grandfather's body after he passed away? Jiangnan asked. I burned it. Grandpa used to say that when a person dies, they should be cremated so that they can be reborn in another life. Wukong spoke as if recounting a mundane matter, but his face revealed a hint of melancholy. What happened after you burned it? After burning it, it disappeared, you see. Once the wind blows, it's gone. Wukong said innocently. Well, Son Gohan had lived a lonely life for most of his years, and even in death he departed completely, as if scattered by the wind. Jiang Nin was lost in thought. Deep down he was a kind-hearted person. Had he not been soft-hearted back, then he wouldn't have been working overtime during a typhoon, nor would he have been struck by lightning and transported to this world. Even though 3 years ago he was injured by Doris in the North City, Jiang Nin had thought his psyche had twisted and that he would gradually darken over time. Yet unexpectedly, as time passed, the confusion and anger he initially felt were gradually smoothed out, and he found again the kind and carefree self he once was. Perhaps this was influenced by Son Gohan. As a martial arts master, he always maintained a kind and pure heart. His words and actions deeply etched themselves into Jiang Nan's heart. Deciding to stay at Baozi Mountain was a spuro-themant decision for Jiang Nan, but he did not regret it. Originally, according to Jiang Nan's plan, after collecting all the Dragon Balls, he did not intend to summon Shenron immediately. He knew that relying on the Earth's Shenron to breach the dimensional barrier was impossible. He merely wanted to use Shenron to teleport to Namek. Jiang Nan remembered that the battle-type Namekians had combat powers exceeding 400. If he couldn't borrow the Dragon Balls and ended up in a conflict, he would only be in for a beating. Therefore, the schedule for going to Namek had to be pushed back a bit, and that's why Jiang Nan had the idea of training little Wukong. After eating the grilled fish, Jiang Nan tidied up the house. Lanchi had grown up now and could help with the household chores. After all, with a girl around, the original house was no longer sufficient. Jiang Nan surveyed the terrain and came up with an idea. Lanchi, wait for me here for a moment. I need to go back to West Lock Town and move our home here, Jiang Nan instructed. Move? Lanchi wondered, but she obediently followed Jiang Nan's arrangements. By the way, during the time I'm away, you need to restrain yourself and not sneeze. Jiang Nan reminded with concern. If the evil Lanchi were to beat Wukong to death, it would be disastrous. Currently, if Wukong encountered the evil Lanchi, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. I understand, Lanchi replied. After giving his instructions, Jiang Nan soared into the sky in front of a stunned Son Wukong, accompanied by a loud explosion, and swiftly flew westward. Son Wukong stuttered, Uncle Jiang Nan, are you a deity? Lanky's eyes curved into crescents as she responded to Wukong with a radiant smile. Jiang Nan shot through the atmosphere like a shooting star. He couldn't gauge the speed he was flying at, but the straight-line distance from Baozi Mountain to the West City exceeded 1.0 kilometers. Even without flying at full power, he still arrived at the West City main hub in just 3 minutes. Jiang Nan first bought some universal capsules in the West City, then went to buy furniture and finally purchased a few weighted training outfits suitable for Lanchi and Wukong. Afterward, Jiang Nan returned to the farm. After rigorous training in the room of spirit and time, Jiang Nan's control over Qi reached an exquisite level. He easily uprooted the 2-story building on the farm without damaging its main structure. Unfortunately, the current universal capsules on the market did not have such large storage capacity, so Jiang Nan could only carry the house back to Baozi Mountain. Because there were many fragile items in the house, Jiang Nan's speed on the way back slowed significantly, and he only returned to Baozi Mountain after dark. Son Wukong's perception was once again refreshed. It was the first time he had seen a 2-story house since he could remember. After Jiang Nan settled the house, Son Wukong curiously entered and explored the interior. This is the kitchen for cooking, this is the refrigerator, this is the washing machine, this is the television, where you can see images on this screen, Jiang Nan was smilingly introducing when his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, Baozi Mountain has no electricity. How careless. But it's not a difficult issue. Tomorrow I'll go to Dongshan City to buy a few generators. He then returned to his familiar room where Lanchi had the soundest sleep she had in a long time. Son Wukong still lived in the original small house. He said he wanted to keep company with Grandpa. After Son Gohan passed away, Wukong carefully placed the hat that his grandfather used to wear on a shelf as a memorial to him. The next day, Son Wukong's training officially began. Jiang Nan had not engaged in formal cultivation since arriving in this world. He first exercised his body according to his understanding of the Turtle School's training methods, then learned the essence of the Turtle School's Kamehameha from Son Gohan, and later deepened his understanding of Qi from Master Roshi. Finally, in the harsh environment of the Room of Spirit, in time Jiang Nan retrained what he had learned before. It can be said that despite Jiang Nan's cultivation method not belonging to any particular school, he had become a master of both the turtle and crane schools. He stood at a height that neither Master Roshi nor Master Crane had ever reached, thus naturally not bound by who was right or wrong between the two masters. Thus Sun Wukong did foundational exercises every morning, while in the afternoon Jiang Nan taught him and Lan Qi the secrets of controlling Qi. Days passed in this manner. Such days were fulfilling and relaxed. Jiang Nan enjoyed spending time with the children, and laughter from Sun Wukong's carefree spirit and Lanky's melodious voice often echoed through Baozi Mountain. Bulma would check every few days to ensure that the 2-star Dragon Ball she had locked in the safe was still there. It had been 2 years since she last saw Jiang Nan, and she had yet to hear from him about collecting the Dragon Ball. Could it be that Jiang Nan had given up? Meanwhile, far away in Dongdu, Jiang Nan lay on a rocking chair by the lake humming a little tune with a can of beer placed on a small chair beside him. A few days ago, his combat power had doubled again, reaching an astonishing value of 91022. In midair, Lan Qi's golden hair danced as she spun and kicked, landing a fierce blow on the back of another shorter figure who quickly fell into the lake below. Hoo-hoo, haha, I won again. Lan Qi gasped for breath. Suddenly, Lan Qi's expression changed dramatically as she saw a deep blue light suddenly illuminate the depths of the lake, a light pillar as thick as a bucket shooting up toward her. Lan Qi gritted her teeth and brought her hands together. In an instant, her hands sparkled with light, unleashing a golden shockwave that collided with the light pillar. The energy from the clash of the two different energy attacks sent massive waves crashing across the lake's surface, the intense heat vaporizing the water droplets in the air into mist that spread around the lake. Oh, this kid has gotten clever, Jiang Nan remarked in surprise. He then observed the light pillar below start to dim, and Lan Qi felt a surge of hope as she exerted herself, once more tipping the scales of victory in her favor. Just as the golden light pillar was about to nullify the energy wave below, the light in the lake suddenly brightened, and the blue light pillar solidified and grew larger instantly, pushing the golden wave back. As the dazzling light gradually faded, it revealed Lan Qi's disheveled figure. At that moment, her hair was a mess and her clothes had several tears. She fell to the ground, too exhausted to continue fighting. I win. A figure dressed in an orange martial arts uniform leaped out of the lake. It was the now 80-year-old Sun Wukong. Oomph. Lan Qi scolded. It was clearly a sneak attack, you despicable brat. Lan Qi, you shouldn't say that. Any means that lead to victory in battle are valid, and Wukong has indeed made progress, Jiang Nan commented. Jiang Nan was right. He had the ability to detect combat power and could see the level of the two. Under the guidance of Jiang Nan, who possessed extraordinary strength, Lan Qi's combat power had already reached 200, while in her evil personality form, placing her at the pinnacle of Earth. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, with Saiyan blood coursing through his veins combined with his innate talent and passion for martial arts, had surpassed Lan Qi, reaching a combat power of 207. Uncle Jiang Nan, how did I perform today? Sun Wukong eagerly awaited Jiang Nan's praise. Jiang Nan nodded. Not bad. You did well today, especially when using the Kamehameha wave. At first, you didn't unleash your full power, but continued to gather energy within you, waiting for Lan Qi to let her guard down before you exploded with strength. That's a good battle strategy. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong laughed happily. But don't get cocky, Jiang Nan's tone shifted. You have only just begun your journey in martial arts. This world is vast with many powerful beings you cannot even imagine. After surpassing Lan Qi, Sun Wukong set his sights on Jiang Nan as his next target. Me. Jiang Nan was surprised. This kid was quite bold, but it made sense as Sun Wukong had a competitive spirit, and as long as he had a target to chase, he would never stop pursuing it. If you really don't know the heights of the heavens or depths of the earth, you won against me once, and now you want to challenge Jiang Nan. Lan Qi scoffed. Hey, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't just call my name, call me Uncle Jiang Nan, or at least Teacher Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan said, displeased. Lan Qi turned her head away, pretending not to hear. Unable to do anything about her, Jiang Nan continued speaking to Wukong. As for how strong I am, let me think. I got it. Jiang Nan pointed at Lan Qi. If the full score is 10, then Lan Qi is a 7, and you Wukong are about a 7. 1. What? That's only a little bit more than Sister Lan Qi. Sun Wukong said, somewhat unhappy. You little brat, you only won against me by luck. What are you so proud of? Lan Qi retorted angrily. Ha ha. Sun Wukong scratched his head shyly. So Uncle Jiang Nan, you're a perfect score of 10. Am not I score 3183? Jiang Nin said casually. Sun Wukong said, feeling wronged, but you just said the full score is 10. That's why I said you can't even imagine. Jiang Nin tapped Wukong on the head. Sun Wukong, using a stick to calculate on the ground, struggled with the basic arithmetic Jiang Nin had taught him, but he wasn't good at it and couldn't compute it in his head. Dummy, that's 442 times. Lan Chi triumphantly mocked as her mental math skills were much stronger. Impressive. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled. His first reaction was not to feel discouraged, but to feel a thrill of excitement, the blood of the Saiyans boiling within him. With stars in his eyes, Sun Wukong innocently approached Jiang Nan and asked, Uncle Jiang Nan, will I be able to become that strong in the future? Absolutely, Jiang Nan said decisively. Given Sun Wukong's current training speed, he would likely reach a new level of combat power next year. Piccolo Daimao, right? With a combat power of 260. Damn it. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but grin mischievously. Seeing Jiang Nan looking at her with an inscrutable smile, Lan Chi glanced down at her torn clothes and couldn't help but blush, muttering, shameless. It's rare for evil Lan Chi to blush, but Jiang Nan didn't notice these details. He looked back at Wukong, saying, Aren't you curious about the origin of the Kamehameha wave's name? Tomorrow it'll take you both to meet its creator, the turtle hermit Master Roshi, who is also your grandfather's teacher. Is Master Roshi very strong? Sun Wukong asked expectantly. Jiang Nan patted Wukong's head again, saying, Don't always think about how strong someone is. Master Roshi is the most respected teacher of your grandfather, and you should respect him as well. Remember to call him Old Grandpa when you see him, understand? Ouch, ouch, I got it, little Wukong said, rubbing his head with a pitiful expression. After 2 years, it was time to gather the last 2 Dragon Balls. Jiang Nan had already prepared a gift for Master Roshi. After visiting him, he planned to return to Shidu and search for the last forgotten 5-star ball along the way. Thanks to the Dragon Ball radar, Jiang Nan easily located the position of Master Roshi. The distance to Kame House was not much different from that to Bayun City, and after having breakfast, the 3 of them leisurely flew over. Sun Wukong's appetite was as astonishing as Jiang Nan's had been back then, perhaps even greater. Jiang Nan certainly did not want to let Wukong feast extravagantly on his first visit to Master Roshi. However, strangely enough, Jiang Nan's appetite now was significantly less compared to when he trained in Bayun City. 1212. Good, ha 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 ha, raise it a bit higher, good 12. The television was broadcasting a women's aerobics program, and outside the screen a shiny bald head was almost poking into the screen, eager to dive into the program and experience it firsthand. Master Rose's saliva dampened his gray-white beard as his eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on the screen. Suddenly his expression turned sharp and his thoughts shifted away from the program, focusing instead on the direction of the door. Is Master Roshi home? A young man's voice came from outside the door. Jiang Nan landed in front of Kame House with Lan Chi and Wukong. At this moment, Lan Chi had already returned to her normal state, and her combat power had restored to a normal level of 67. While the incredible aura that Master Roshi had sensed earlier belonged to Sun Wukong. The 80-year-old Wukong had no concept of the outside world and naturally did not intentionally suppress his aura. Jiang Nan also forgot to remind him of this. Creak. The door opened, revealing a seemingly unremarkable small old man. He wore sunglasses and a flashy short-sleeved shirt, and on his back was a turtle shell that was even wider than his body. Ah, a turtle has turned into a human. Sun Wukong instinctively exclaimed. Jiang Nan, not pleased, gave Wukong a gentle pat on the head. You should call him Grandpa. Sun Wukong quickly stood up straight, clasped his hands together, and bowed to Master Roshi loudly, saying, Grandpa came Sinin, I am Sun Wukong. What a mess, words aren't to be used so haphazardly, Jiang Nan said, speechless. Lan Chi also covered her mouth and chuckled. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's name, Master Rose's serious expression relaxed slightly, and a hint of speculation arose in his heart. Your name's Sun Wukong, so what is Son Gohan to you? Master Rose's voice revealed his age, but was still filled with vigor. Son Gohan is my grandpa, Wukong replied. Oh, I remember now. A few years ago, Son Gohan indeed came to see me and mentioned that he found a child with a tail. Master Roshi reminisced. This is my tail, the one my grandpa found. Sun Wukong turned around to show his tail. That makes sense. And who are these two? Master Roshi glanced at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan introduced himself. Master Roshi, I am a friend of old Mr. Son Gohan. Just call me Jiang Nan. Since you're a friend of Gohan's, then let's not stand outside talking. Please come into my humble abode. Master Roshi invited the 3 of them inside. 1212. The fitness instructor on the television was wiggling her hips at the camera, and Lan Chi shyly lowered her head, not daring to look any longer. Master Roshi awkwardly turned off the television and said with a smile, nowadays these TV programs are indeed boring, always airing things that lack substance." After everyone sat down, Master Roshi asked again, "How is Son Gohan doing now? Why didn't he come with you?" Jiang Nan sighed and replied, "Old Mr. Son Gohan has passed away." "Yes, Grandpa was trampled to death by a giant monster," Son Wukong chimed in. Master Rose's expression darkened as he spoke heavily. "I had anticipated that this day would come sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. It's a pity the fountain of youth is no longer available, otherwise, alas." After a pause, Master Roshi asked, "If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Jiang Nan must be concealing his aura, right?" Jiang Nan was taken aback. His displayed combat power remained at 20, and the system's controllability overwhelmed all aura control techniques. How did Master Roshi see through it? "I can feel the surging energy within Wukong. His aura is profound. I vaguely feel he has even surpassed me. Given my understanding of Son Gohan, he shouldn't have the ability to bring a child to this level." Master Roshi was indeed a longevity expert who had lived for over 300 years. He saw through the essence of the matter in an instant. "It was taught to me by Uncle Jiang Nan. After Grandpa passed away, Uncle Jiang Nan has been taking care of me," Son Wukong said. Jiang Nan humbly stated, "I do have some understanding of martial arts, and much of what I shared with Wukong was taught to me by old Mr. Son Gohan. The training concepts I imparted to Wukong are actually your cultivation principles, Master Roshi. Yes, Uncle Jiang Nan also taught me the Kamehameha. He said this was the ultimate technique created by Grandpa Kame Sinin," Son Wukong said in a childish voice. Master Roshi exclaimed, "You've even learned the Kamehameha? That's truly remarkable. The student surpasses the master. At such a young age you've achieved so much." The era of Master Roshi being the world's #1 has passed. Master Roshi remains vigorous. Your cultivation philosophy has had a profound impact. This era still cannot do without you. Jiang Nan spoke eloquently, pleasing Master Roshi. "This is my first meeting with Wukong. Let me give you a present as a greeting. Let me think about what to give you." Master Roshi stroked his beard. "Oh, I have it. They'll give you a phoenix, old turtle, old turtle." Master Roshi shouted towards the inner room. Suddenly, a huge sea turtle slowly crawled out from inside. It looked at Jiang Nan and the others with its clumsy head and said, "Are there guests?" Son Wukong was astonished. The sea turtle has turned into a human and can actually talk. "What an impolite little brat," the old turtle said, lowering its eyes with an unhappy tone. "What do you want?" "This little brat is Son Gohan's grandson. Today is our first meeting, and in preparing to give him the phoenix," Master Roshi explained, pointing at Son Wukong. "Oh, so he is Gohan's grandson. Unfortunately, the phoenix went out to play a few days ago and hasn't returned yet," the old turtle said slowly. "That silly bird always flies out to eat random things, but it's bound to cause problems sooner or later. Alas, what else can I give?" Master Roshi scratched his head. "Oh, I got it. They'll give you the flying nimbus instead." As he spoke, Master Roshi picked up the cane leaning against the wall and walked out of the room. Jiang Nan and the others followed him outside. Master Roshi raised the cane and pointed to the distance, shouting, "Come forth, flying nimbus." A miraculous scene unfolded. Amidst the thick clouds in the sky, a cloud seemed to come alive, flying autonomously toward Kame House. The nimbus cloud came to a sudden stop in front of everyone, landing steadily. Son Wukong reached out to touch it, feeling that the fluffy cloud was as soft as cotton. "This treasure is called the nimbus cloud. Oh, as long as you sit on it, you can fly freely in the sky," Master Roshi introduced. "Grandpa, can't you fly?" Son Wukong suddenly asked. Master Roshi replied, "How can a person fly? Only the likes of Demon King Piccolo and those with ill intentions can fly." "But I can fly." Son Wukong floated up. Master Roshi was taken aback and angrily said, "That's just the sky dance technique. How could you learn such a crooked and unorthodox technique?" "Don't be angry, Master Roshi. I taught him," Jiang Nan quickly interjected. "In fact, when a person's strength reaches a certain level, their control over chi increases significantly, making it easy to learn to fly." Master Rose's expression softened slightly. "As long as you didn't learn it from that ill-intentioned old man, it's fine." Jiang Nan understood that Master Roshi was referring to Crane Hermit, so he refrained from asking which old man to avoid provoking the elderly master. However, the Nimbus Cloud is different from the sky dance technique. Riding the Nimbus Cloud doesn't consume physical energy, it's a gift for you, Master Roshi said. "But Grandpa, you can't fly. Why not keep it for yourself?" Son Wukong innocently asked. Master Rose's face turned red as he explained, Only those with a pure heart can ride the Nimbus cloud. Well, my heart should be pure now, right? As he spoke, Master Roshi jumped onto the Nimbus cloud. Unsurprisingly, he sat down, but fell straight to the ground. Ouch, my back. Strange, why can't I do it? Master Roshi said angrily. Let me try. Sun Wukong leaped onto the Nimbus cloud and stood steadily on it. Master Roshi smiled. What a pure-hearted child, oh indeed, he has nothing to do with that old man. Sister Lanchi, come try it too. Sun Wukong waved at Lanchi. Can I do it? Lanchi said nervously. Jiang Nin gave Lanchi an encouraging look, knowing she could ride the Nimbus cloud in her current state, but she couldn't in her golden-haired form. Lanchi floated up gracefully and knelt on the Nimbus cloud. Sun Wukong waved. Nimbus cloud, let's set off. The Nimbus cloud immediately took the two of them into the sky as if it had a psychic connection with them. Sun Wukong quickly got the hang of controlling the Nimbus cloud, soaring and diving, performing various tricks in the air amid bursts of laughter occasionally, mixed with Lanky's exclamations. What two wonderful children! Master Roshi said, shielding his eyes as he watched the pair flying around in the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nan said to Master Roshi, Master Roshi, I know you are knowledgeable. I have something here that I wonder if you've seen before. As he spoke, Jiang Nan took out a Dragon Ball. Oh, it's this crystal ball, just like your necklace, Master Roshi. The turtle suddenly interjected. Oh. Master Roshi took the Dragon Ball and said, it seems so, await for me. Saying this, he dashed back into the house and returned with a necklace made from a 3-star ball. Is this it? Master Roshi asked. Jiang Nan leaned in to take a look and confirmed, yes, that's the kind of ball. I found this ball about 100 years ago from the bottom of the sea. I thought it looked pretty, so I made it into a necklace. Master Roshi explained the origin of the item. Jiang Nan asked, then Master Roshi, could you part with this ball for me? Master Rose's eyes behind his sunglasses flickered. Could this ball have some unknown value? It would be a pity to just give it away, so he leaned closer to Jiang Nan and said, well, if I give you this ball, can you let me take a peek at that cute girl's underwear? Master Roshi, you're a celestial being. How can you say such things? That girl is just a child, the turtle said angrily. What's wrong with being a celestial being? Celestials are still human. Oh, what's wrong with taking a glance at some underwear once in a while? Master Roshi said defiantly. Jiang Nan chuckled and took out the generous gift he prepared for Master Roshi, handing him a bulging backpack. Master Roshi opened the zipper and took a glance, instantly overjoyed. He shoved the 3-star ball into Jiang Nan's hand, muttering that he had a sudden urgent matter, and hurriedly went back inside with the backpack. This is outrageous, truly disrespectful to the elderly. The turtle was still fuming. In a good mood, Master Roshi personally cooked a lavish lunch to entertain Jiang Nan and the others, but he was soon shocked by Sun Wukong's appetite. What a strange guy, he can eat more than that bull demon king. Master Roshi sighed. This trip was indeed worthwhile. Not only did he acquire the Dragon Ball, but Sun Wukong also obtained the Nimbus cloud, which he wouldn't receive until years later. On the way back, Jiang Nan envied the comfortable Sun Wukong lying on the Nimbus cloud with Lanchi kneeling behind him. Only Jiang Nan could not ride the Nimbus cloud. Sun Wukong, eager to test the Nimbus cloud's flying speed, accelerated in a random direction, not in a hurry to return. Jiang Nan allowed him to have his fun, keeping a similar speed behind. After playing for a while, Sun Wukong slowed down and asked Jiang Nan, Uncle Jiang Nan, I saw you give Master Roshi a backpack. What was inside it? Surprised that the little guy noticed, Jiang Nan replied, nothing much. I wanted the Dragon Ball from Master Roshi, so I gave him a set of books as a trade. What kind of books? I want to see too, Sun Wukong said innocently, and even Lanchi showed a curious expression. Oh, it's biology, you can read it when you grow up. Those things are too profound. Oh, let's talk about it when you get your math down, Jiang Nan deflected. Lanchi, bewildered, asked, can I read it? No. Jiang Nan didn't want to continue on that topic and tried to change the subject. Wukong, do you want to race with the Nimbus cloud to see who flies faster? Upon hearing about the race, Sun Wukong got excited. He and Lanchi jumped off the Nimbus cloud and chased after it, with Jiang Nan following suit. After a brief competition, Sun Wukong stopped, hands on his hips, proudly declaring, haha, I'm a bit faster. Half a minute later, the Nimbus cloud floated back and Jiang Nan prepared to take the two children back to Baozi Mountain. Yahai, this is fun. A voice not belonging to the three of them suddenly appeared, startling Jiang Nan. Upon seeing Jiang Nan's brain instantly froze and his pupil shook as a dark red battle power value appeared on his system's detection screen. What is this? What? The brain of Jiang Nan malfunctioned, leaving him bewildered by a long string of numbers. Since his transmigration, this was the first time he encountered such an extensive display on the detection interface. Hundreds, thousands, millions. 330 million. Even Frieza would have to face several confrontations. A girl suddenly appeared on the flying Nimbus. She looked quite short, just slightly taller than the 8-year-old Sun Wukong. Her long purple hair reached her waist, and she wore large round glasses that made her round face appear even more plump. Is that Aral? Jiang Nen almost failed to recognize her at first. At this time, Aral did not yet have that iconic flying hat. If it weren't for Jiang Nen remembering that Penguin Village was in this area, he might have been frightened to madness by her terrifying combat power. Jiang Nan's combat power had now reached 900, and the system's detection range had expanded to 90 kilometers. He had been so focused on watching Sun Wukong chase the flying Nimbus that he had not noticed the monster that was Aral. Why does she have no aura at all? Oh right, Aral is a robot. Robots do not have an aura. If it weren't for the system, which can detect the combat power of all living beings, who would have thought that beneath Aral's harmless appearance lies such terrifying combat power? Note whether robots count as living beings has been a long-standing debate. However, since the plot later involves artificial humans, the definition of living beings in the system also includes silicon-based life forms and other artificial life forms. The system's conceptual deity need not be overly strict, but the setting that artificial humans lack an aura, which would not be detected by Frieza's army's sensors, remains unchanged. Who are you? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled as he looked at the girl who had uninvitedly taken a seat on his flying Nimbus. I am Dr. Senbei's sister. My name is Senbei Aral, and I am 13 years old. Aral spoke in a childish voice, sounding nothing like a 13-year-old. What? You look about my age, how could you possibly be 13? Sun Wukong said defiantly. Jiang Nen actually knew Aral's background. She was a robot just created by the scientific genius Senbei Norimaki this year. As a single man of advanced age, Norimaki was worried that people would mistake Aral for his daughter and affect his search for a girlfriend, so he advised her to tell everyone she was his sister. But Aral's combat power was just too exaggerated. No wonder she was a character from a comedic manga. This combat power was completely unreasonable. Jiang Nen had only fantasized about whether there would be a penguin island in this world, yet he never expected Aral to actually exist. How did you end up on my flying Nimbus? Sun Wukong asked. I jumped up. Aral suddenly pointed at the three of them. You can fly, I want to fly too. Jumped up. That's impressive. So you must be strong, right? Let's have a competition. Sun Wukong said eagerly. Jiang Nan's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly advised, no. We need to get home before dark. We can talk about competitions later. Nose booger. Aral poked her finger into her nostril. Oh no, I don't have any nose boogers. Not nose boogers, silly. It's a competition. It's a fight. Sun Wukong waved his fists carelessly. He'll hit you. Jiang Nan gave Sun Wukong a smack on the head. Were you trying to compare a hot-blooded character with a nonsensical comedic character? Are you looking to throw your life away? Okay, let's play a fighting game then, Aral exclaimed. Great. I'm really strong. Sun Wukong had already started to warm up, and Jiang Nen couldn't even find the time to advise against it. But I can't fly, Aral said sadly while sitting on the flying Nimbus. Jiang Nen had a flash of inspiration and said, Aral, you probably don't know the rules of the fighting game, right? It's simple. Wukong will hit you with his fist, and you block with your hands, but you can't hit him back with your fists, otherwise you lose. What? That's not fair. Sun Wukong complained, still unaware of the danger. Jiang Nen quickly rushed to Sun Wukong's side and whispered in his ear, this girl is stronger than me. If you want to die, let her hit you back. Sun Wukong still didn't believe it. After warming up his fists, he took his stance and said, here I come. Sun Wukong gathered his energy and lunged towards Aral, his clenched fist shooting towards her chest. Aral appeared confused, yet she moved with surprising speed, extending a single finger to lightly block Sun Wukong's punch. Sun Wukong was taken aback, astonished that what Jiang Nen had said was indeed true. He continued to punch and kick at Aral, but she remained unfazed, blocking every attack effortlessly. Seeing that punches and kicks were useless, Sun Wukong retreated and concentrated all his strength to unleash a Kamehameha towards Aral. Aral sat on the flying Nimbus without flinching, taking the full brunt of the Kamehameha. When the light faded, just as Jiang Nen had predicted, Aral appeared unscathed in her original spot. No, something was damaged. Aral's glasses had shattered. Aral, who was severely nearsighted, could not see without her glasses. She smiled and clapped her hands, saying, this is fun. I want to try it too. Oh. Aral reached out a hand towards Jiang Nen, her vision blurred as she randomly selected a target. Watch out. Aral, I'm over here. Jiang Nen shouted. Just as he finished speaking, a super shockwave countless times more powerful than Sun Wukong's Kamehameha erupted from Aral's palm. The golden beam crackling with lightning narrowly grazed past Jiang, then continuing to fly far away before gradually subsiding. Oh no, I missed. Let's try that again, Aral said to herself. The game is over, the game is over. Jiang Nan was already drenched in cold sweat. That shockwave had actually created a force of attraction. If he hadn't dodged at the last moment with all his strength, he probably would have been vaporized by the shockwave. I declare that Aral is the winner. Jiang Nan, still shaken from the experience, announced the result. Sun Wukong was so shocked he nearly let out a bubble from his nose. Just yesterday, he had been listening to Jiang Nan talk about the many strong beings in this world that he could not imagine, and today, he had encountered one. This is just too incredible. After the initial fear, Sun Wukong's body began to tremble with excitement. The existence of so many powerful beings in this world stirred the fighting blood of the Saiyan within him. That was truly thrilling. Jiang Nan felt no excitement at all. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he hadn't guided Aral to change direction in that instant, that attack would have either pierced the earth or at least carved out a new trench. Aral looked at Lan Qi and happily said, "This is fun. What's your name?" Lan Qi, still pale from the earlier events, stammered, I am Lan Qi." Aral showed a puzzled expression. Huh? Did I mistake someone again? Seeing Aral's unfocused eyes darting around, Jiang Nan hurriedly said, "Aral, you've been out for a while. Oh, won't Dr. Some baby worried. I'm late. But I can't see clearly and don't remember the way back." Jiang Nan scanned the surroundings, recalling the route they had just taken, and said, "Then we'll take you back." The three of them escorted Aral back, soon spotting a large island. Upon seeing shadows below, Jiang Nan and the others slowly landed. After landing, Jiang Nan led the group towards the place where they had seen the shadows. Before long, they heard a young voice calling out, "Aral, we're over here. Where did you go?" A girl with golden hair tied in a ponytail with a red ribbon, Mu Luqian, walked over chewing gum. Seeing Jiang Nan and the others, she curiously asked Alalei, "Are these your new friends? I don't think I've seen them in the village." Dressed like a delinquent, Kong Do Tai Lang had a cigarette in his mouth and shrugged his shoulders, saying, "Strange people make strange friends. Oh, what's so unusual about that?" "Little Qian, these are my new friends I just met. We played a fun game together." "Oh no, I can't play baseball with you today, and my glasses broke, and I need to find the doctor to make a new pair for me." Alalei jumped down from her nimbus. Just then she vaguely spotted something on the ground and squatted down to take a closer look. "It's poop," Alalei exclaimed with joy as she picked it up in her hands, as if she had discovered a treasure. Little Qian cried out, "Quick, throw it away. It's disgusting." The scene shifted to Alalei rubbing the filth from her hands on Sun Wukong's hair, causing the startled Sun Wukong to scream and run away. "Jiang Nan, who am I? Where am I? I really want to go home." At this moment, a woman who looked about the same age as Jiang Nan rode by on a women's motorcycle. She was beautiful and graceful, and when she saw the group, she frowned slightly. "Tai Lang, how dare you smoke? You'll set a bad example for the children," the woman scolded. Kong Do Tai Lang took off his sunglasses and retorted, "Shanbai Sensei, I'm already a high school student. Why do you have to worry so much?" That being said, Tai Lang still extinguished his cigarette. "Oh, do we have new friends here?" Shanbai Liku noticed Jiang Nan. Finally, a normal person. Jiang Nan introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Jiang Nan. I happened to pass by and met Alalei, so I brought her back." Shanbai Like's heart raced. She was not that young anymore, and there were rarely outstanding males in Penguin Village. Jiang Nan's handsome and gentlemanly appearance was exactly her ideal type. "Hello, my name is Shanbai Liku, and I am Alalei's middle school teacher." Shanbai Sensei extended her hand to shake Jiang Nan's. Just then, a man with black curly hair, Qian Bingwei, came to the school to pick up Alalei. Although he was there to pick her up, his true intention was to meet his longtime crush, Shanbai Sensei. Today, Qian Bingwei had intentionally shaved his beard to appear younger. From a distance, he saw Shanbai Sensei shaking hands with a stranger and hurried over to interrupt them. "What a coincidence, Shanbai Sensei." Qian Bingwei quickly grabbed Shanbai Sensei's hand. "Did Alalei cause you any trouble at school today?" "It's Dr. Zaquan. Alalei was very popular at school today." Shanbai Sensei exchanged a few pleasantries with Qian Bingwei. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan quietly observed the rumored scientific genius, Zaquan Qian Bingwei. He was called a genius because he often invented things that seemed impressive but were actually useless. But perhaps due to a twist of fate, Qian Bingwei had been stuck in a corner of Penguin Village. Perhaps the creator had decided while creating the Dragon Ball world that Alalei and her friends should not interfere with the fate of the main characters. Thus, Alalei possessed terrifying combat power, but never fought against later big villains. At this moment, Alalei grabbed Dr. Zequin's shirt, saying, "Doctor, my glasses are broken again." "Alalei, what have you done? Didn't you just get a new pair yesterday?" Qian Bingwei sniffed and asked, "What's that smell?" Oh no, Alalei, did you play with poop again? Don't rub it on my clothes." Qian Bingwei ran home in a panic while Alalei laughed and chased after him. What a strange pair of siblings. Shanbai Liku sighed as she watched them leave, then turned to Jiang Nan. "Mr. Jiang Nan, you're not from the village, are you?" "Yes, I happened to pass by. We live in Dongdu Baobao Mountain," Jiang Nan explained. Shanbai Liku exclaimed, "Dongdu? Isn't that very far away? I've only seen it on the map, but I've never been there. Big sister, do you want to go to Dongdu with us? We can fly there and arrive quickly," Sun Wukong said, approaching despite the terrible smell from his hair. Jiang Nan stepped back in disgust, while Lan Qi kindly came over to wipe Wukong's hair with a handkerchief. Bending down, Shanbai Liku covered her mouth and laughed. "Little brother means taking a plane, but sadly I have to teach the children tomorrow. Let's go next time when there's a chance. Speaking of which, your hair looks like it needs a wash, or it looks a bit messy now. Go to my dad's barber shop. This boy's hairstyle looks like a crab, it's so outdated." Kong Do Tai Lang stood with his hands in his pockets, striking a cool pose in front of Lan Qi. "It's fine, he'll just throw it in the sea to rinse it off later," Jiang Nan said nonchalantly. Shanbai Sensei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "Mr. Jiang Nan, you really have a sense of humor. Why don't we exchange contact information?" This time Jiang Nan was stunned. He had long forgotten where he had thrown the mobile phone he bought in this world, and he could barely remember his phone number. "I'm really sorry, Miss Shanbai, but I can't quite remember my phone number anymore." This comment, however, was misinterpreted by Shanbai Sensei, who she thought Jiang Nan was not interested in her and didn't even want to share his contact information. "I'm really sorry, I was too forward. I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave." Shanbai Sensei's expression darkened as she got on her motorcycle and hurriedly left. "I think I said the wrong thing, but it's fine." Jiang Nan didn't take it to heart. He wasn't willing to disturb Qian Bingwei and Shanbai Sensei's fate because of his presence. Seeing Shanbai Sensei walk away, Tai Lang reignited the half-smoked cigarette and muttered, "With Alalei not here, we can't gather everyone. Let's go home, Xiao. This beautiful lady, would you like to go see a movie with me?" Tai Lang elegantly blew out a smoke ring, trying to show off to Lan Qi. Lan Qi shyly leaned closer to Jiang Nan and politely declined. "Maybe not, we should head back now." "What's a movie?" Sun Wukong curiously leaned in his stinky head, getting closer. "It's something like a TV show. Do you want to watch it? If you do, I can take you to Dongshan City to see it," Jiang Nan said casually. Ultimately, Kong Do Tai Lang, being a teenage boy, awkwardly led his younger brother home after being rejected, while little Qian followed, kicking stones and blowing bubble gum. After the group left, Jiang Nan along with Lan Qi and Wukong set off on their return journey. Of course, the first thing to do was to dunk Wukong in the sea for a rinse. The three of them from Jiang Nan flew towards Baozi Mountain, and while Sun Wukong usually chatted nonstop, both he and Jiang Nan tacitly kept silent, each lost in their own thoughts. The shock that Alalei gave Jiang Nan was immense. Initially, after his combat power surpassed 10,000, he unconsciously began to swell with self-importance, and upon reaching 90,000, he often felt a sense of invincibility mixed with desolation. Today, Alalei gave Jiang Nan a harsh lesson as the super shockwave that turned the sky golden repeatedly flashed through Jiang Nan's mind, and his shoulders still felt a slight numbness, a consequence of the lightning surrounding the shockwave. This is utterly unreasonable. Can comedic characters act with impunity? Sun Wukong finally broke the silence and flew to Jiang Nan's side, asking Uncle Jiang Nan, "Can I really become as powerful as Alalei?" Jiang Nan habitually wanted to ruffle Sun Wukong's hair, but recalling the earlier scene, he instead patted Wukong's shoulder and said seriously, "Don't worry, you definitely can." Wukong's gaze gradually grew determined as he earnestly said, "Uncle Jiang Nan, please train me twice as hard from now on. I want to become strong quickly." Jiang Nan smiled and said, "I'm glad to see you have this thought, but Wukong, do you remember what I told you? Meals must be eaten one bite at a time, and paths must be walked step by step. You are only 8 years old. If you overtrain and exhaust your body, then there will be no chance to become as strong as Alalei. Then maybe I shouldn't train twice as hard." In the end, being a child, Wukong's emotions changed quickly. Lan Qi sat quietly on the nimbus cloud, her long hair fluttering in the wind, making her neck appear fair and flawless. Lan Qi was also lost in her thoughts. By nature, she was non-confrontational, and Jiang Nan's training for her consisted mostly of light exercises. Thus, even after 3 years of following Jiang Nan, her combat power in her normal state was still below 70. What if one day Jiang Nan encountered danger? Wouldn't she just be a burden? No, I must train hard too. Lan Qi made a silent resolution. In fact, Jiang Nan had also been hesitating whether he should work harder for a while. He knew of a training method that could enhance combat power. the hundredfold gravity chamber. With Dr. Brief's capabilities, creating a hundredfold gravity chamber should be feasible, yet Jiang Nan still felt some concern about whether this method was truly suitable for him. In the future that Jiang Nan knew, Sun Wukong trained in the gravity chamber for just 6 days, and in those 6 days his combat power increased from 8,000 to 90,000. But let's not forget Sun Wukong's speed of enhancement relied on his almost supernatural Saiyan bloodline. Of the 82,000 combat power increase, how much was due to his own training and how much was passively acquired from near-death experiences is unknown. After much contemplation, Jiang Nan's mood gradually settled. After all, Alalay was an exception, and he decided to stick to his original plan and progress step by step. The next day, Jiang Nan set off with Lan Shi and Sun Wukong towards the northwest to search for the last Dragon Ball. Having more people made things easier, the three of them turned the valley indicated by the radar upside down and finally found the last remaining Dragon Ball, the 4-star ball. In a good mood, Jiang Nan treated the two to a big meal in the East capital's main city and took Wukong to see the newly released movie Super Energy Terminator. When monsters appeared on the screen, had Jiang Nan not held Wukong back, he would have charged up to fight the villains on screen. Upon returning to Baozi Mountain, Jiang Nan took out the 4-star ball to show Sun Wukong. Wukong, look, this is the 4-star ball that your grandfather gave me. In the days when I'm not around, you must find this Dragon Ball again. Perhaps your grandfather in heaven will protect you. Wukong held the Dragon Ball in his hands, as if feeling his grandfather's warmth. Uncle, are you going to leave? Lan Shi sensed the underlying meaning in Jiang Nan's words and unconsciously tightened her fists. Jiang Nan smiled and said, I can't be with you forever. The path ahead still needs you to walk on your own. Lan Shi hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopping herself. Jiang Nan noticed her despondence, gently placed his hand on her shoulder, and said, don't worry, not now. All right, hurry up and rest. We ran around all day today. Now is indeed not the time to leave, but at the very least he should wait another year until his combat power surpasses 1800. Although the universe is vast, the chances of encountering an evil emperor like Frieza are extremely low, but encountering the Jinyu force would still be quite troublesome. That being said, who knows if the Jinyu force has been formed within Frieza's army by now. It's best to be cautious. Jiang Nan could hardly wait for his combat power to break 100 million. He noticed that his memories of his original world were gradually fading, and his worries about his family were also diminishing. He had even begun to get used to life with Lan Shi and Wukong around him. If he stayed a few more years, he might just give up on the thought of returning. Seeing Lan Shi still silently watching him, Jiang Nan waved his hand nonchalantly and said, all right, we have training tomorrow, go to sleep. Only then did Lan Shi slowly go upstairs. From that day on, Lan Shi's training became serious, as she no longer cared about her image as a lady and practiced until she was soaked in sweat every day. Lan Shi's progress was visible. Merely 1 month later, in her golden-haired form, she once again utterly defeated Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was not the type to back down. He and Lan Shi chased each other, and in this intense competition, a year quickly passed. Golden leaves covered the ground as Lan Shi and Sun Wukong were sitting under a tree listening to Jiang Nan's explanation. Anger is one of the most primitive emotions of humanity, and within this emotion lies immense potential. If you can harness and unleash this potential, your combat abilities will increase geometrically. So today what we are going to learn is how to unleash the power of anger. A small blackboard was tied to the tree, and Jiang Nan tapped on it with a wooden stick. Now Lan Shi was almost growing into a young lady, who after a year of training, her demeanor was much more composed than before, and her skin was slightly darker than it had been. But who knows if it's because of her unique constitution. Whenever a few days of gloomy weather came, her complexion would quickly return to fair. Lan Shi's physical fitness was not as formidable as Sun Wukong's, but her understanding of Qi was deeper than Wukong's. With improvements in both physical training and mental cultivation, Lan Shi's current combat power had reached 110, and with the enhancement of her evil persona, it could peak at 350. Sun Wukong was not to be outdone either. His combat power had now risen to 330, and remember, he was only 9 years old this year. Now let us first feel anger together. Alright, you two, close your eyes and recall the things that have made you feel angry. Lan Shi and Sun Wukong closed their eyes and began to recall unpleasant experiences. After a while, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes and asked Uncle Jiangnan, what are angry things? I almost forgot about this. That rascal Sun Wukong is carefree all day long and has no clue what anger is. Jiangnan pondered for a moment and said, Wukong, you really like your grandfather, right? Yes, I do. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. Now close your eyes and imagine the scene where a monster steps on your grandfather and kills him. Jiangnan said. Sun Wukong closed his eyes again to start imagining, while Jiang Nin glanced at Lan Shi, who was secretly opening her eyes to sneak a look at him. How you don't know what anger is either. Jiang Nin noticed that Lan Shi's face showed no change in emotion. I don't know, Lan Shi stammered. Whoa, my grandfather. Sun Wukong suddenly cried out in sorrow, my grandfather, you died so tragically. Jiang Nin felt a headache coming on. He tapped the blackboard and said, stop crying. Anger is not sadness or sorrow, but rather something that makes you feel extremely angry. Jiang Nin patiently explained. Let me give you an example, Wukong. Imagine if Lan Shi were injured by a bad guy and was on the brink of death hanging by a thread. Would you be angry? Jiang Nin pointed at Lan Shi and asked. Wukong scratched his head and said, but Sister Lan Shi is stronger than me. If the bad guy could hurt her like that, then that bad guy must be very powerful, right? Don't digress. Just tell me if you would be angry. Close your eyes and imagine a monster with a green body and a huge bloody mouth breaking Lan Shi's arm. You shout for it to stop, but the monster then breaks Lan Shi's leg as well. How would you feel? Jiang Nin guided Sun Wukong's emotions. I would be angry. Sun Wukong's eyebrows stood up and a fierce expression appeared on his small face. Yes. That's the feeling. Jiang Nin observed Sun Wukong's fighting spirit. The monster continues to smash Lan Shi's head and blood is flowing out. Stop. Sun Wukong's expression grew serious, his eyebrows knitted tightly together and his breathing became rapid. His momentum was rising and Jiang Nin could see that within these few seconds Wukong's fighting power had increased from 330 to 344. There was a door. Meanwhile, Lan Shi, who was used as an example, lost focus and involuntarily thought of that unforgettable day. That day she fled in a panic but was ultimately caught by those people. One of the bad guys even shot at her. Getting hit by a bullet really hurts. She could even hear the sound of blood flowing out of her body as she breathed. Lan Shi clearly remembered that at that moment Jiang Nin held her in his arms. Although his tone was calm, Lan Shi could hear his intense heartbeat. That was Jiang Nin uncle's anger, right? What are you laughing at? I'm talking about you laughing even when the monster has beaten you half to death. Focus. Jiang Nin's slightly reproachful voice pulled Lan Shi out of her memories. With this distraction, Sun Wukong's momentum instantly deflated. He opened his eyes, looked at Lan Shi, and said, "Oh right, Sister Lan Shi is fine. All right, focus. Wukong, now you understand what anger is, right? Don't you feel a surge of power wanting to burst forth from within you?" Jiang Nin asked. Sun Wukong nodded. That's right, I really want to fight that monster. That's the power of anger. Wukong, especially you remember that in the future if you encounter a challenging opponent, you should use the power of anger to deal with them. Jiang Nin continued, there's a trick to it. When you are very angry, guide your strength to this point. Jiang Nin pointed to Wukong's back, and then unleash it. This is the secret to transforming into a Super Saiyan, which Jiang Nin is now teaching Sun Wukong in advance. Once Wukong's fighting power reaches a certain level, he should be able to touch that realm of surpassing limits. Alright, today's lesson ends here. Wukong, you need to review what we learned today. It's crucial for you, Jiang Nin advised. Sun Wukong pointed at Lan Shi and asked, doesn't Sister Lan Shi need to review? Why is it said to be very important for me? Fool, you two have different physiques. Lan Shi's control over Qi is more refined than yours while your physique is stronger than hers. That's your strengths. In battle, one must leverage strengths and avoid weaknesses. Do you understand? Jiang Nin taught. Sun Wukong nodded, somewhat understanding. Jiang Nin knew that one cannot achieve success in a single bite. In the process of Wukong gradually growing and becoming stronger, he would eventually comprehend the content learned today. Can I go play now? Sun Wukong asked. After the theoretical classes, Jiang Nin would allow the two to end their training early. Sun Wukong loved to take this time to find a bird egg called Dudu bird in the mountains to the north. This type of bird egg is rich in protein and fat, and it tastes delicious when roasted. Today, let's not play. I have an important announcement to make, Jiang Nin said seriously. Sun Wukong, who had already gotten off the bench, sat back down upon hearing this. Jiang Nin took down the blackboard from the tree and placed it on the ground. Looking at Lan Shi and Sun Wukong, who were now standing at the pinnacle of martial arts on Earth, he pretended to be relaxed and said, I've taught you all I can. Your future growth will depend on your own exploration. Uncle, are you ready? Lan Shi's voice trembled slightly. Ready for what? Wukong looked at Sister Lan Shi, who had only said half of what she wanted. Yes, it's time to summon the dragon, Jiang Nin said, appearing relaxed, but there was a hint of sentimentality in his tone. The road ahead is long, and I don't know what stories await me. If luck is on my side, perhaps I could leave this world. But can I really bear to leave? In the past few years, Jiang Nen could leave without hesitation. There was nothing tying him to this world. But now he has attachments. When he first met Lan Qi, she was just a young girl. Now she stands there almost like an adult. Wukong has also grown quite a bit compared to 3 years ago. Back then he looked like an abandoned stray dog struggling to survive on Baozi Mountain. Now he has become much livelier. Yet it is precisely because of these attachments that Jiang Nan's heart gradually began to harbor different thoughts. Jiang Nan even thought that perhaps the family in his original world has long accepted his passing, and maybe his wife is already remarried. Returning now might make him feel like an unnecessary presence. It is these mixed feelings that made Jiang Nan decide to leave early. It's better to experience a short pain than a long one to avoid leaving too many memories in this world. Now Jiang Nan's fighting power has reached 18000, specifically 182566. At least when he goes to Namek, he shouldn't encounter any danger. Alright, let's tidy up today. Tomorrow we go to the western capital. In the mountains, time is unknown, yet Jiang Nan is aware of what year it is tonight. The year 746 of the Ijia calendar is nearing its end, and if one accounts for the time spent in the mental time chamber, Jiang Nan has been in this world for 12 years. Had it not been for the strongest typhoon in history and that fateful lightning strike that changed his destiny, Jiang Nan would now be in his middle age, facing the challenges of his child's entrance into junior high and the optimization of his career. Last night, Jiang Nan had already arranged everything for his departure, leaving behind his savings in this world, which were the money he had initially taken. Wukong currently has no concept of money. He only knows that having it allows him to eat and buy things in the city. Originally, Jiang Nan did not intend to take Lan Qi and Wukong with him at this moment of farewell to avoid increasing the sadness. However, son Wukong kept insisting on wanting to see the Shenlong, and after some consideration, Jiang Nan decided to bring them along. The three landed near the main city of Shidu, and then boarded the pickup truck Jiang Nan had stored in the capsule. This old-fashioned pickup truck, emitting black smoke, drove along the bustling streets of Shidu, looking out of place in this developed city. Coincidentally, today is the weekend and Bulma is tinkering and modifying her skateboard at her home in the Capsule Corporation. According to federal law, she is currently too young to be allowed to ride a motorcycle, so she has equipped her skateboard with a mini anti-gravity device. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of an electronic beep comes from the drawer of the workbench. Bulma pulls open the drawer and takes out a new dragon radar she made under her father's guidance, the screen displaying a cluster of light approaching her direction. It's Jiang Nan. Mr. Jiang Nan is back. Bulma exclaimed in excitement, not bothering to put on her shoes as she grabbed the radar and ran barefoot towards the door. Bulma anxiously waited at the gate, and amidst her immense anticipation, Jiang Nan slowly appeared, driving the pickup truck. Hi Bulma, long time no see. Jiang Nan opened the door and got out. Long time no see, Mr. Jiang Nan, it looks like you've gathered the Dragon Balls. Indeed, I should have done it earlier, but something delayed me. By the way, this is son Wukong. Wukong, this is Bulma. Jiang Nan pointed to son Wukong. Bulma looked at son Wukong and found that he appeared to be just an 8 or 9-year-old boy, causing her excitement to diminish somewhat. Bulma said with suspicion, this is son Wukong. This is the strong little friend you mentioned. What the heck, he's just an elementary school student. Wukong became unhappy and pouted, saying, Uncle Jiang Nan, look at her. Jiang Nan chuckled and said, Wukong, show our Miss Bulma what you can do. All right. Wukong eagerly showed off, punching the hood of the pickup truck effortlessly, causing the front of the truck to crumple. Bulma was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. Is this real? Is he a monster? Jiang Nan gave Wukong a playful knock on the head, saying, displeased, I told you to show off, not to damage property. Wukong rubbed his head and said aggrievedly, but Uncle Jiang Nan, you told me to show off. Lan Qi laughed softly at the side. Uncle Jiang Nan and Wukong were always so amusing. Hey, why do you have a tail? Bulma exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the tail swaying behind son Wukong. Wukong turned to look and casually said, you mean this? I was born with it. Don't you have one? Idiot, who normally has one of these. Bulma's feisty nature was already showing. Wukong scratched his head and said, is that so? I thought Uncle Jiang Nan and Sister Lan Qi were unusual for not having tails. So I'm the only one who isn't normal. What a monster. Yet Bulma quickly came to terms with it. People like Jiang Nan and Lan Qi are inherently extraordinary, so who among them would be normal? Bulma invited the three inside. Upon hearing the news, Dr. Briefs also put down his work and came over to meet Jiang Nan. Mr. Jiang Nan, it's a pleasure to see you again. Thanks to the spaceship components you provided last time, it has greatly inspired my research. Upon entering Dr. Briefs shook Jiang Nan's hand tightly. Jiang Nan politely responded, no need for thanks. If it weren't for your dragon radar, I wouldn't have found the Dragon Balls so easily. Oh, have you gathered all the Dragon Balls? Dr. Briefs asked in surprise. Yes, I found the other 6. Although I still have some difficulty believing in the Shenlong, I believe Mr. Jiangnan wouldn't joke about it. Just the thought of seeing a creature that only exists in myth is exciting. Dr. Brief said with a smile. Bulma eagerly interjected the 2-star Dragon Ball is here, Mr. Jiangnan. Can we start summoning Shenlong now? As soon as this was said, everyone's faces showed anticipation except for Lan Qi, whose eyes dimmed. Only she vaguely knew what wish Jiangnan intended to make to Shenlong. Even though Jiangnan had never explicitly told her as a sensitive girl, she could guess that Jiangnan wanted to leave Earth through Shenlong. As for where he was headed, Lan Qi could not know. Once the wish was granted, Uncle Jiangnan would no longer be able to stay by her side. Lan Qi's fair fists were tightly clenched. To Lan Qi, Jiangnan was a ray of light during the darkest moments of her life, illuminating her world while bringing her warmth and strength. If Jiangnan were to leave, Lan Qi didn't know what her future would look like. But she wasn't good at expressing herself. Even if she wanted to keep him from leaving, she couldn't find the words. Lan Qi sighed inwardly, thinking that if it were another her, she probably wouldn't be this sad. Not yet. Summoning Shenlong will create a miraculous phenomenon. It's best to wait until evening. Jiangnan explained. Oh, we have to wait until evening. Bulma looked dejected for someone as curious as her. Waiting until evening was sheer torture. Wukong curiously asked Uncle Jiangnan, have you thought about what wish you want to make? Yes, I have. Jiangnan's tone was hard to discern whether it was light or heavy. What wish will you make? Can Shenlong really grant any wish? Wukong asked again. Jiangnan paused for a moment before replying, actually, I'm not quite sure. In any case, let's give it a try. Lan Qi felt an inexplicable joy upon hearing Jiangnan's words. She even secretly hoped that Shenlong was just a false legend and would not grant Jiangnan's wish. But as soon as this thought arose, Lan Qi felt guilty again. Jiangnan had been so good to her. How could she just stand by and watch him be disappointed? There is still some time before nightfall, and Dr. Brief has prepared a sumptuous dinner to entertain Jiangnan and others. Truly, as the richest man on Earth, the dishes at the banquet were extraordinarily luxurious, featuring delicacies from the skies and the land, many of which Jiangnan had never even heard of. This delighted son Wukong, the big eater, who to the astonishment of Dr. Brief and his family swept away the dishes in a whirlwind. Seeing that Wukong still seemed unsatisfied, Dr. Brief cheerfully instructed the servants to prepare more. During the meal, Mrs. Brief raised her glass to Jiangnan. Mr. Jiangnan, have you heard any news about Taisai over the years? I'm sorry, Mrs. But I haven't heard from her here on Earth during this time. Has she not returned yet? Not yet. This girl seems to have gone crazy somewhere. I just hope she settles down one day. She will surely return once she has had her fun. Jiangnan took a sip of red wine. If I encounter her in the future, I will definitely tell her that you miss her. Thank you so much. At this moment, Dr. Brief caught the nuance in Jiangnan's words and asked, Mr. Jiangnan, from your tone, it seems you also plan to leave Earth. To be honest, I'm not sure if the dragon can fulfill my wish. If not, I may have to leave Earth to seek other opportunities in the universe. Interstellar travel. Bulma's eyes sparkled. That sounds so cool, I want to go too. Oh no, Bulma, your sister has been gone for many years without a word. If you leave your mother too, she will be very sad, and I will end up with wrinkles on my face. Bikini said, patting her chest. Bulma skeptically replied, so are you truly reluctant to see me leave, or are you worried about getting wrinkles? The universe. Dr. Brief gazed longingly. The technological level on Earth has not yet reached the stage of interstellar travel. However, with the components of spacecraft that Mr. Jiangnan has gifted me, I believe the day humanity steps into space is not far off. How marvelous. If only I could meet an alien like my sister who would take me on a trip through space. Bulma said enviously. Seeing that son Wukong had finally filled his stomach, Bulma urged eagerly, Mr. Jiangnan, it's already dark. Can we summon the dragon now? Let's take this to the outskirts away from the city to avoid unnecessary panic among the ordinary people. Jiangnan nodded as he looked out at the darkening sky. As the richest man on Earth, Dr. Brief owned many luxurious private jets. He personally piloted the plane, taking everyone to a grassland northwest of West City. This place was far from the city, with no signs of human habitation for hundreds of kilometers, making it a suitable location to summon the dragon. The sky was dotted with stars, and apart from the occasional howl of wolves, the only sounds left were the chirping of insects and singing of birds. Under everyone's gaze, Jiangnan placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. To be honest, he felt a bit nervous, as this was his first time summoning the dragon. What made Jiangnan even more anxious was the outcome of his wish. If he guessed correctly, the probability of failure was likely greater than that of success. But if he succeeded, which era would he return to in his original world? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nen shouted the classic line to the Dragon Balls. "Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish." The onlookers held their breath, fearing they might miss some detail. As soon as Jiang Nan's voice fell, the Dragon Balls on the ground began to emit a golden light, which gradually intensified, radiating a dazzling glow. Streams of golden light points were emitted from the Dragon Balls, gathering in midair to form a golden light curtain, causing the onlookers to squint their eyes. Suddenly, a massive dragon head phantom emerged from the Dragon Balls, followed by a gigantic dragon phantom soaring upwards, coiling in the golden light curtain. As the golden light curtain gradually faded, the dragon's phantom became more solid, presenting itself entirely before the few people below. The dragon was over 1,000 meters long, with a head resembling a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a body like a serpent, and claws like an eagle. Its enormous form loomed in the sky, resembling a totem descended from the divine, both solemn and mysterious. P.S. The dragon wishes everyone health in 2026, success in all endeavors, and a doubling of savings each year, while debts shrink year by year. Thighs is the dragon. Bulma was dumbfounded. "State your wish." "I can grant any wish, but only one." The dragon's voice was deep and resonant, like rolling spring thunder resonating in the ears of the few. Jiang Nan's heart raced. Was this really the dragon? As a descendant of the dragon, Jiang Nan was filled with a unique emotion. His voice trembled as he looked up to the sky and declared, "Dragon, my wish is to return to my original place." The dragon's red eyes like lanterns lit up in the sky. Jiang Nan felt a surge of joy. Oh, was there hope? Among the crowd behind him, Lanky's heart raced as well. Oh, was this the moment of separation? "Your wish cannot be granted." The glow in the dragon's eyes dimmed, but Lanky's eyes shone brightly. "As expected, it cannot be granted." Jiang Nan muttered in disappointment. Unwilling to accept, he continued to ask, "Can you tell me how I can fulfill this wish? I have a vague understanding of your origins, but I cannot say more." "This answer you must seek for yourself," the dragon said solemnly. "You know my origins." Jiang Nan seemed to have grasped a lifeline. "Can you tell me if the dragon Palunga from Namek can grant my wish?" The dragon fell silent. It slowly lowered its head to scrutinize the young man, whose eyes were as deep as an abyss. After a moment, it continued, "The Dragon Balls of Namek and Earth share the same roots, both derived from fragments of the Super Dragon Balls. Palunga's power far surpasses mine, and he may be able to grant your wish." Hope ignited in Jiang Nan's eyes. As expected to traverse dimensions and return to his original world, he would need the stronger Namekian dragon. In that case, he would need to visit Namek. Lanky's eyes glistened with tears. She knew Jiang Nan would soon make a wish to the dragon to travel to the planet known as Namek. "Is it time to say goodbye, Uncle Jiang Nan?" At that moment, the slow-witted son Wukong finally came to his senses from the shock of seeing the dragon. Looking at the massive and sacred dragon in the sky, he muttered to himself, "So this is the dragon capable of granting any wish. If only I could see my grandfather again. A trivial matter." The dragon's eyes shone brightly. "Huh." Jiang Nan turned abruptly, only to see an additional figure among the crowd. A figure appeared beside the crowd. Short and hunched, wearing a round cap and cloth shoes with a strange halo glowing above his head, confusion flickered in his downcast eyes. "Yais. Grandfather. Grandfather." Son Wukong's gaze grew unfocused, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. "Grandfather. Wah." Overwhelmed by emotion, son Wukong burst into sobs and rushed into the man's embrace. "I've transferred Son Gohan's soul from the underworld. You have only 3 minutes." The dragon god spoke solemnly. Only then did the others realize. The dragon god had mistaken son Wukong's desperate muttering for an official wish. Though still dazed, Son Gohan was instantly overcome with emotion upon seeing son Wukong, his long-lost grandson. My dear boy, don't cry." Gently patting son Wukong's back, Son Gohan murmured soothingly. Spotting a familiar face among the crowd, Son Gohan waved toward Jiang Nan. "It's been far too long. Was it you who summoned me back to the mortal realm through some extraordinary means?" Jiang Nan slowly regained his composure. At the sight of Master Son Gohan, the fleeting pang of regret vanished entirely. "It was more of a fortuitous coincidence, sir. How have you fared in that realm?" "Me?" Son Gohan tenderly stroked son Wukong's head. "In that realm, my greatest worry was always you, Wukong. I can sense your aura now. It is extraordinarily powerful. Seeing how strong you've become fills me with profound joy. But tell me, my child, have you endured great hardship?" Wiping away his tears, son Wukong looked up at his grandfather's face and said softly, It was Uncle Jiang Nan who taught me cultivation. Then I owe you my deepest gratitude, Jiang Nan. Thank you. Son Gohan bowed formally, hands clasped before his chest. Jiang Nan returned the bow with equal reverence. Master Son, please don't speak so humbly. Your wisdom has profoundly shaped me, and young Wukong and I share a rare karmic bond. This was simply my duty as a junior. Son Gohan offered no further pleasantries, only savored this fleeting tender reunion between grandfather and grandson. Time's up. In an instant, those 3 minutes dissolved like mist. With heart-wrenching reluctance, son Wukong watched his grandfather's form grow translucent, then fade entirely away. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon god's silhouette shimmered, then vanished in a cascade of golden light. The dragon balls on the ground rose spontaneously into the sky. Bathed in radiant brilliance, all 7 transformed into inert stones and shot off in 7 different directions at blinding speed. Jiang Nan's eye sharpened. With a single pointed finger toward the heavens, he forcibly altered the trajectory of one stone, drawing it gently back into his palm. At last the others stirred from their daze. Bulma stormed forward, bristling with indignation. What was that, son Wukong? How dare you blurt out wishes before Mr. Jiang Nan even spoke. Son Wukong's eyes were swollen and red. He shuffled guiltily to Jiang Nan's side. I'm sorry, Uncle Jiang Nan. I shouldn't have. It's all right, Jiang Nan interjected with a gentle smile, brushing his fingers lightly through son Wukong's stiff, unruly hair. To see Master Son Gohan again was my deepest wish. Here, this is the 4-star ball, a gift from your grandfather long ago. Keep it safe. In 1 year it will restore itself as a Dragon Ball. Son Wukong's lips trembled. Then, unable to hold back any longer, he collapsed against Jiang Nan's legs and wept uncontrollably. Jiang Nan rested a hand on his shoulder, whispering quiet comfort. So, Mr. Jiang Nan, what are your plans now? Dr. Briefs posed the pivotal question. Lan Shi perked up ears, straining to catch every word of Jiang Nan's reply. As the dragon god stated, I must journey to Namek, Jiang Nan replied. Bulma chimed in, then do you plan to gather the Dragon Balls again in 1 year and wish for passage to Namek? No, I won't wait that long. Jiang Nan's answer startled Bulma. He explained calmly, I intend to travel there aboard a starship. A starship? Mr. Jiang Nan, while the core components you provided will drastically shorten development time, they lack the essential power module, the very heart of any functional spacecraft. Given Earth's current technological level, constructing a complete vessel would take at least 3 years. Dr. Briefs concluded his analysis, only for Jiang Nan to counter with startling confidence, what if I could locate a fully intact starship? Could you repair and retrofit it? A spark ignited in Dr. Brief's eyes. Stroking his beard, he declared with quiet pride, if I cannot accomplish that, then I have no right to call myself a scientist. Where might such a ship be found? On Earth. Bulma pressed eagerly. I believe I know a possible location, but we'll need daylight to search properly. Jiang Nan's tone held a trace of uncertainty. He'd never personally scouted the place. Dr. Briefs suggested smoothly, then let us retire for tonight. You're all welcome to stay at my home. Bulma wasted no time. She seized Jiang Nan's arm and tugged him toward the aircraft, flashing a playful grin. Mr. Jiang Nan, Uncle Jiang Nan, Brother Jiang Nan, will you take me with you to that planet? Lan Shi frowned faintly. How utterly inappropriate. Does Bulma have no sense of propriety? Jiang Nan sighed, gently extricating himself. Bulma, traveling to Namek isn't like taking a holiday to South City. The cosmos teems with malevolent forces. I know of at least one vicious galactic legion operating within the Milky Way alone. It's perilous. And what if the starship collides with an asteroid mid-flight? Not even dust would remain. Bulma shuddered violently and instantly released his arm. Forget it. I haven't even had my first kiss. I refuse to die so young. That night, Jiang Nan's group stayed at Bulma's residence. Son Wukong trailed Bulma like an eager child, playing until late before finally retreating to bed. Lan Shi meanwhile tossed and turned, wide awake. Jiang Nan too lay sleepless. Spaceflight, a starship. In his former world, becoming an astronaut was rarer than a phoenix's feather. Ordinary people like him could only dream of it through science fiction films. From his capsule, Jiang Nan retrieved the smartphone that had crossed dimensions with him, a device he'd scarcely used lately, recharged only yesterday. He scrolled slowly through photos of his family. Their once fading faces gradually sharpened in his memory, vivid, tender, achingly real. Almost unconsciously, his thumb drifted to a hidden album and lingered over candid photographs he'd once secretly taken of Dosi. Silently, Jiang Nan bade her farewell. Goodbye, Dosi. May you live safely and well in this world.